What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4th Chapter 8 of the 6th Form. Blast the 7 ninja knives, the angry Mizukage and Kirigakure declare war. Open the startling door directly and blow them up. Stunned, Might Day's body froze in place all of a sudden, his eyes widened and he showed an expression of disbelief. F*K. What's the situation? This seems to be the voice of Lord Third Hokage. Something is wrong. How did Third Hokage's voice sound in his head? Alright. Since learning Konoha 6 styles, Might Day's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Although chakra is still at the genin level, the real battle, without 8 inner gates, is almost comparable to ordinary jonin. So, he started to take some C-level tasks and B-level tasks. By the way, I also signed up to participate in the Third War, hoping to pass through the tempering of the war to see if I can cultivate armament hockey. As a result, after completing a C-level task, I don't know if it was a coincidence, but he accidentally saw the 7 ninjas chasing and killing 3 Konoha Village ninjas with great fanfare. In order not to attract attention, he was careful all the way. I seldom use even shaving, hovering on the edge of hands-on and non-hands-on. And as a 10,000 years genin, of course he had heard of the mighty power of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Legend has it that the 7 together could capture a small country overnight and kill some small ninja villages. If you do it, now he must at least drive to the 5th gate to cooperate with his physical skills to be safe. If he can't win, he still has to take the risk of opening the 6th gate, and his body will definitely be damaged. However, it is within the range he can bear. At worst, he will return to 10,000 years genin. So, the moment Lee Sage Kushimaru started, he made up his mind to save people, opened the life door without any injuries, further increased his attack and speed, and his body began to radiate green energy. In this state, he activated Shave and Finger Pistol, which directly and unexpectedly destroyed Li Shian arm that string spills. It's good now. Third Hokage directly asked him to open the last door before the death door, the shock door. Is this the rhythm that kills him? But when I think of Third Hokage who is like a god. Might Dai took a deep breath. He had already made a decision in his heart. He also wanted to see what it would be like to open the 7th gate in one breath after having jonin combat power, learning Konoha 6 styles and improving his physical fitness. Youth is full of enthusiasm. The other side, facing the thick-browed man who suddenly appeared with one arm of Kurisara Kushimaru crippled, and the 7 ninja swordsmen who retreated dozens of meters, their faces were very ugly, and the eyes they looked at Might Dai were full of undisguised murder, meaning careless. The 7 ninja swordsmen were unexpectedly attacked by a taijutsu ninja from Konoha Shinobi Village. Chestnut Kushiwan is undoubtedly the most angry. The bloody hole that Might Dai poked with a finger pistol exposed all the bones. The heart-piercing pain was 800 degrees, which made Li Sengwan even unbearable. Kill him. Li Shaochuanwen roared ferociously. What are you doing back so far? Kill him. Good, damn it. Laozi was taken aback by this thick-browed man. A taijutsu ninja who came to be a hero, didn't he pay attention to us 7 ninja swordsmen? Later, each of us will cut him with a knife to relieve the hatred in our hearts. In the next moment, Loquat Juzo, Tong Kaoyu Byron, Wooly Jinba, Ziguishan Puffer Ghost, and Black Hole Ya all smiled coldly, showing their sharp teeth, looking at Might Dai as if they were looking at a dead person. The man with the thick eyebrows is doomed, and no one can save him. You are? Hurry, you are not their right sheep. At this time, the 3 Konoha Village ninjas also reacted. They were happy when Might Dai just came out, but after seeing Might Dai's iconic thick eyebrows, their joy froze. 10,000 years genin, isn't this the one 10,000 years genin Might wears? They didn't mean to laugh at Might Dai. After all, he has practiced physical skills for decades. Not everyone has this kind of spirit for decades. He is the only man in Konoha Village who has successfully practiced Konoha 6 forms. They dare not small view. It's just that they are facing the 7 ninja swordsmen. They are really not optimistic about Might Dai who has just practiced Konoha 6 styles for a short time. Forget it, I'll cover you. Thinking of this, Jonin, one of the 3 Konoha shinobi followers, gritted his teeth, resisted the pain in his body, stood up, and tremblingly walked in front of Might Dai. Let me come. Seeing this scene, the look in Might Dai's eyes became more determined, and he reached out and patted the Konoha Jonin on the shoulder, saying, with my strength, it is more than enough to deal with them. Youth is a hymn of passion. The next moment, Might Dai excitedly raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up, revealing his big white fang. Are you pretending we don't exist? Seeing Might wearing a paws, tears of excitement appeared in his eyes, and Kuri Satsumaru couldn't bear it first. He hates this feeling, hates this kind of fetters where he can sacrifice his life for his companions, hates the so-called wolf fire in Konoha Village. Their Kirigakure are all survival of the fittest, even if they are the same as 7 ninja swordsmen, they have their own ghosts. Fetters? It's just a roadblock to become stronger. Go to hell. Even though his right arm was abolished, Kuri Satsumaru swung the long knife and sewing needle with his left arm while chakra surged all over his body, and stormed towards Might Dai. Open the door of injury. Do door open. Open the door. Shock the door open. Advertisement facing the attack of Li Sengwan. Might Dai's mind moved, regardless of the body's reaction. He opened from the 3rd gate to the 7th gate, and in an instant, his body began to emit blue steam produced by the evaporation of sweat, a majestic power that reached ultimate. It poured into Might Dai's body in an instant. Boom. accompanied by a terrifying breath shockwave. With Might Dai as the center, it swept out, causing countless big trees in this area to fall, and the powerful force also caused countless cracks visible to the naked eye to appear on the ground. How can it be? Kuri Satsumaru, who was attacking, was stunned. He only saw blue steam emitting from Might Dai's body, and then a big hole appeared under Might Dai's feet, and his body disappeared in place. Only the sound of broken air could be heard. Boom! A clear voice sounded. Before Li Shaochuanwen could react, he saw his body fly into the sky, and a bloody hole the size of a fist appeared in his chest. How can it be? This is the last thought in Lee Sage Kushimaru's heart. He, Jonin of Kirigakure, was killed in one hit, or by the unknown people of Konoha Village. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone at the scene. There is no way. Li Quan started to attack at first, but he did not expect that Might Dai achieved a big transformation, bursting out at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and immediately killed Piao Shu Quan in an instant, back and forth in less than a second, time. TRF. Loquat Jukura was the first to react, and when he was about to say something, he felt an extremely dangerous aura, and almost subconsciously blocked the beheading knife in front of his body. Clang. A clear voice sounded. Loquat Jukura only saw a shadow emitting blue steam punching the beheading sword's wound with a punch. The powerful force directly caused a crack to appear on the beheading sword, splitting it in two. No. Boom. Loquat Juzo yelled in shock, but before he could react, his entire chest was blown alive by Might Dai's punch, and countless organs that were shattered into flesh and blood fell to the ground. Run. Damn it. What kind of monster is it? Li Shuxuan and Loquat Jukura were instantly killed, and they were bombarded into two halves even with the beheading sword. In an instant, facing this dreadful scene, the remaining 5 ninja swordsmen no longer cared about their image and face, they all wished they could grow an extra leg and flee in all directions. Monster. The thick-browed man in front of him is a monster. As for revenge for Li Sangwan and Loquat Shizang, forget it then, it's important to escape, pity. If they hadn't learned Konoha's 6 poses to improve their physical fitness, they would really have a chance to run separately. But, now under the blessing of powerful power, Might Dai burst out terrifying power when performing Konoha's 6 style gestures, such as performing shave, almost reaching the point of teleportation. Bang. 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 The next moment, 5 bursting sounds sounded in a row. Tong Kusawae Byron, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, Black Holea, and Wooly Jinhachi were all blasted with fists one by one by Might, who had entered the super runaway state. No power to fight back, even if you want to fight back with a ninja sword. It was useless, and Might Dai relied on his strong strength and speed to forcefully defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen. BBCB, after blasting the last Marashi Jinhachi who wanted to use Bakudo spray. Might Dai exited the state of 8 inner gates at lightning speed. Although he didn't use any attack within the ultimate move, the strong reaction force still made Might Dai yell out in pain. The body collapsed to the ground as soon as it went limp. It hurts. It hurts. For a while, Might Dai only felt that the muscles, meridians, and blood vessels of the whole body had burst, and all the energy in the body had disappeared. Very good, brush. A sound broke through the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in front of Might Dai and fed a fairy being without any hassle, and said with great satisfaction, Might Dai, you have performed very well, come to me to receive the reward after returning to Konoha Village. Alright. After leaving Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's observation haki is fully fired, and finally sensed the breath of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just as he was about to make a move, he didn't expect Might Dai to take the initiative to rush out to save people. How similar is this scene to the original book? So, he used his superb control over chakra to transmit the sound to Might Dai through the air, and directly opened the 7th gate to crush the 7 ninja swords everyone. If he was not afraid of opening the 8 inner gates formation to directly kill him, he would have asked Might Dai to open the dead gate to have a look. But, 7th gate is enough, it is a reference for Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. If you open the 8th gate in the state of the Golden Giant Buddha, it will be absolutely terrifying. He didn't like this kind of ninjutsu that kills 1000 words and loses 800. Now, the body has achieved a metamorphosis. After going back this time, the practice of 8 inner gates will be put on the agenda. Entry-level proficiency is definitely not enough. Brush. A shadow flickers away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body poo. Advertisement disappeared in place. This matter has been settled, and it is foreseeable that the Third Ninja War will be fueled again. Soon, after eating fairy beans, Might Dai's body recovered in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but also all the hidden injuries from previous cultivation. Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama. Sensing that he had recovered to a peak body, Might Dai's eyes sparkled with the excited tears of a real man, and in the end he couldn't help but raised his right hand towards the air, standing upright. Thumb. His choice was not wrong. Master Third Hokage did not give up on him. At the same time, as the curtain of World War III draws, Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village declared war on each other. There have been many small-scale conflicts in the land of Tang between the land of fire and the land of thunder, which is full of gunpowder. But, the large forces of both sides have not yet entered the field. All outbreaks of conflict are controlled within a range that everyone can bear. However, just at this time, an event that happened in the territory of the Fire Kingdom. It directly detonated the entire ninja world, adding fuel to the flames of the war that had already begun. 10,000 years Genin might of Konoha Village killed the famous Ninja 7. As soon as the news came out, the Third Ninja World War explodes in an instant. Kirigakure, Central Region, inside an office on the top floor of the Mizukage building. Damn. Why did the 7 ninja swordsmen suddenly go to the Land of Fire? It's okay to go to the Land of Fire against the Order, and was wiped out by a 10,000 years genin group from Konoha Village, and none of them escaped. It's really a good job, and I'm ashamed to throw it home. Boom, accompanied by the sound of the desk being bombarded. Third Mizukage looked angry, perhaps too angry, and the chakra all over his body surged uncontrollably. Originally, Kirigakure was ready to watch the fire from the other side, but he didn't expect that the 7 ninja swordsmen violated the order and went to the Land of Fire without authorization, and were killed by a 10,000 years genin named Might. The group was wiped out, which made Third Mizukage very angry. Well, looking at the angry Third Mizukage, Master Yuan shook his head regretfully, not knowing what to say. The 7 ninja swordsmen are usually violent and disobedient to orders, but they often come to the river to walk without getting their shoes wet. This time, they encountered a hard problem in the Land of Fire, right? I'm afraid that if you use the forbidden technique, you will be killed. Yes, after this happened, the entire ninja world was shaken, and all major ninja villages are doing their best to investigate the truth of the matter. The information I finally got was that the 7 ninja swordsmen were indeed killed by Might wearing a group alone, using the forbidden technique 8 inner gates, which kills 1000 words and damages 800. As for why Might die body is fine, because Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen made a shot. And when it comes to Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone chose to remain silent. That's all. Declare war on Konoha Village. I don't know how long it took before Third Mizukage took a deep breath and said, Konoha Village has started hitting our Kirigakure in the face. If we don't react at all, our Kirigakure. I'm afraid he will be laughed at by the whole ninja world. Good, Master Yuan nodded, and added, due to the momentum of Konoha Village, even after the declaration of war, our Kirigakure has to wait for a while. We have to wait for Iwagakure and Sand Shinobi. Let's talk after the village joins the war, can. Third Mizukage hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, let me inform the blood successors and limit families that I want to reorganize the 7 ninja swordsmen. This is your business, go and inform yourself. After hearing this sentence, Master Yuan didn't give Third Mizukage any face, turned around and left. Third Mizukage seemed to have expected it, snorted coldly, and gestured to an Anbu ninja. The first batch of disobedient ones died, and the second batch of him personally guarded the gate. At least he had to obey orders, otherwise, like the first batch, he thought he was awesome and went to the Kingdom of Fire to make trouble but was killed by the group. It was Kirigakure's people who lost it. As for Konoha Village, he also remembered this account. He killed the 7 ninja swords recklessly. The dormant Konoha Village has gradually become a thorn in the side of the other 4 great ninja villages. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are strong, do things without hesitation. It seems that they are not afraid of Cloud Shinobi Village, and even our hidden village declares war. If one day, the 4 great ninja villages and Konoha Village fight on different fronts at the same time, let me see what you will do. Chapter 69 Kage's determination. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain is about to break out, and the period of all-out war begins. Second watch, please subscribe. Kirigakure declared war on Konoha Village, both unexpected and reasonable. After all, the prestigious 7 ninja swordsmen were wiped out by Konoha Village's 10,000 years genin in the Land of Fire not long after the start of World War III. If Kirigakure didn't show anything, and continued to choose to hide on the sea, just like World War II, and didn't even fart, then the whole ninja world would call Yinshi a dog. Now, Kirigakure declare war on Konoha Village, it can be regarded as once again speeding up the process of the Third Ninja World War, adding fire to this war that is destined to affect the entire ninja world. Certainly, with Kirigakure declaring war on Konoha Village. Konoha Village also declared war on Kirigakure without fear. Affected by this, the Land of Waves between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire reacted quickly, giving up a large area of land for Konoha Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to come and go at will. But this is only on the surface. In fact, after declaring war, Kirigakure just sent some Mist ninjas to harass the Konoha Shinobi players who started to enter the arena. The real Mist ninja army did not appear, and it seems that they are still waiting for the right time. At the same time, with the 10,000 years genin, Might Dai Tuan annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen, the title of Konoha's hot-blooded, browed beast began to become famous in the entire ninja world, becoming the first one to win the title after the beginning of the Third War Man. So that all information about Might Dai, both were sent to the tables of 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi in Iwagakure and 3rd Hokage in Cloud Shinobi Village. And after seeing all the information about Might Dai, 3rd Tsuchikage and 3rd Hokage were silent for a while, followed by a burst of disbelief. At last, both 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi and 3rd Hokage are more and more afraid of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, I gave an order to Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, that is, whenever they encounter Konoha's hot-blooded, thick-browed beast, they must either be killed quickly or retreat directly. There is no need to bet that the opponent dare not use Forbidden Technique 8 Inner Gates, come and kill crazy explosive seeds that destroy 1,000 enemies in 800. Sengoku, in the Funging office in the central area. After several months of preparation, 3rd Kage, the captain of Sand Shinobi Anbu, Luo Sha, the elders Chiopama, Ebizo and other high-level Sengoku all gathered together. Konoha Village not only has an endless stream of geniuses, but even a 10,000 years genin can be so powerful. This is the foundation that can only be obtained after rich resources and prosperity? Third Kage looked at the latest information in his hand, with a look of horror. I couldn't help feeling a general sentence, and my heart was full of envy, jealousy and hatred to the ultimate. Nimas, after Konoha Village won the first and second battles. A large amount of war windfalls have been harvested, coupled with the afforestation of the Land of Fire by the first generation, resulting in Konoha Village having a super strong background that the other 4 major ninja villages do not have. Say something bad, even if Konoha's high-level officials are messing around wildly, such a king name is the envy of the major ninja villages. What's more, today's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen not only didn't mess around, but also strengthened this king number, making even third Kage jealous for a while, and he wanted to build Sengoku into a Konoha village in his dreams. Such a king? It's a pity. The heart is more than enough but the strength is not enough. Why didn't Sengoku release a first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Yes. Luo Sha sighed, and said, the profound heritage of Konoha village complements each other and promotes the continuous enhancement of its comprehensive strength. Even a pig can become a fat pig, and even a genin who has been around for decades has a chance. To achieve transformation, this might wear in Konoha Village as a clear example. That said, made the Sengoku executives in the office a little silent. Because, they all know, decades of genin like might die. Sengoku, who was forced to take the elite ninja route, was dispatched to the desert to find placer gold. Still practicing. Living is a problem. But, in Konoha Village, there is a chance for salted fish to turn around. This is a gap. Now that Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigaki have declared war with Konoha Village, but there is no large-scale war broke out, do we have to wait? Suddenly, Ye Kang hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly, our Sengoku has entered a state of preparation for war. If we continue to consume like this, we may collapse before we start a large-scale war with the Nation of Fire. Advertisement, damn. Third Hokage, that old man, doesn't know what he's waiting for. There is also Third Mizukage, all the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed, and after declaring war, they continued to be cowards. Boom. It's okay not to say, Third Kage, who was already upset when he said it, slapped the table fiercely. Nimas, when Sengoku just ignited the fuse in World War III. I've already started to wait, and started to prepare for the battle. I've been waiting for more than half a year. Neither Cloud Shinobi Village nor Konoha Village have any large-scale conflicts, but only small local conflicts. Like girls, there is also Kirigaki who just declared war. Obviously, every ninja village has its own ideas. Waiting, they all want to watch the fire from the other side and wait for an opportunity to see if they can get a bargain. Just all. Other ninja village can wait, can crazily consume one's own foundation. But, Sengoku really can't wait anymore, and can't wait anymore, in order to prepare for the Third Ninja World War this time, in order to support war with war, and to bite off a piece of meat from the Land of Fire. San Shinobi Village secretly prepared more than 3,000 ninja troops. This was cultivated by Sengoku's high-level executives who lived frugally and worked hard. It can be regarded as having spent the resources accumulated in the years after World War II. Every day we wait now, San Shinobi Village will be more difficult. After all, the consumption of more than 3,000 ninjas is a huge amount every day, and the preparation status cannot be lifted to allow these ninjas to move freely. So, as time goes by day, Third Kage was forced to wear layer after layer of painful masks. How about we fire the first shot in the massive battle of the Third Ninja World War? Chio, who has been silent for a long time and has an extremely gloomy face, said in a deep voice. The most waiting among the 5 great ninja villages is Konoha Village. If there is no war, Konoha Village can consume the other 4 great ninja villages with its own deep foundation. Kirigaki, I have accumulated a lot of background without participating in World War II, and I can wait. Onoki from Rock Shinobi Village is an old fox who does not see mice and does not scatter eagles, and he will definitely wait. After hearing this sentence, Ebizo snorted coldly and said, except for waiting, you just have to wait. Kirigaki, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagaki have their own ghosts. How can they beat Konoha Village like this? Well, the corners of Luo Sha's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head in embarrassment, unable to say anything. Other ninja villages have their own ghosts. Their San Shinobi Village is actually similar, not to mention the elder brother. We San Shinobi Village can't afford to wait, other ninja villages dare not fight. Let us Sengoku start the first shot against Konoha Village. Suddenly, Third Kage took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said in a firm tone. We will not declare war, but directly attack the Land of Fire and occupy Mount Kikyo as soon as possible. Scrape resources and support wars with wars. I believe, as long as we move Sengoku, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigaki will definitely take action. When it comes to this, Third Kage's tone is obviously a little uncomfortable. He never liked the feeling of putting Sengoku's fate in someone else's hands. But, there is no other way now. If we continue to wait and don't need to participate in the Third War, Sengoku himself will collapse first. Now there are still some opportunities to fight. At least the internal conflicts must be completely transferred out. I agree with. Luo Sha hardly hesitated, nodded and said, this is the best achievement at this stage. Ye Kang shook his head helplessly and said, I really didn't expect that in the end, our Sengoku would become the ninja village that launched the first large-scale battle of the 3 world wars. Ask for flowers, okay. Konoha Village has to be taught a serious lesson this time. There was an undisguised coldness on Chio's old cheeks, and he said in a deep voice. Let's hit Konoha Village by surprise first. Let the whole ninja world see our Sengoku's strength. The other 4 big ninja villages dare not fight. We Sengoku dared to fight. The other 4 major ninja villages dare not ride face Konoha Village. We Sengoku come to ride. The other 4 major ninja villages start a battle and shrink back. We Sand Shinobi Village to teach them how to fight. All in all, our Sand Shinobi Village will completely set off 3 wars. After saying this, Chiyo couldn't help standing up excitedly. Advertisement since the end of World War II, she has been waiting, especially when she sees Shia's lonely appearance, her heart is pierced. Now the outbreak of World War III must make Konoha Village pay a bloody price. Soon, 2 months have passed, the 3 battles seem to have started, but they all broke out in some small-scale team battles. However, just when everyone's eyes are on Konoha Village, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure. Senagoku's ninja troop did not know when it had assembled at the edge of the Land of Wind, and entered the territory of the Land of Fire with lightning speed, wantonly collecting all kinds of resources. Point 0. Boom, once the news came out, in a split second. The ninja world immediately shook, no one thought. The silent Sengoku is so brave, without any warning, they directly declared war on Konoha Village and even invaded the territory of the Land of Fire. At the same moment, Third Hokage also released harsh words. The original words are, Konoha Village killed too many Sand Shinobi in World War II, and they must pay a bloody lesson in World War III. There is no mention of plundering resources. The Konoha Shinobi who were killed in World War II were also selectively ignored. Ever since, in this situation, Sengoku thoroughly demonstrated his strength as one of the 5 great ninja villages to the entire ninja world. In less than 3 days, dozens of small towns on the border of the Land of Fire were eaten, hundreds of Konoha Shinobi were killed, and the only important town Kikyo on the border of the Land of Fire was attacked with thunderous momentum. The mountain is on the rise, and I feel like I need to go all out. Fortunately, Konoha Village was caught off guard. All the layouts have already been established. Orochimaru, one of the Sanin, the Shimura family, the Mito family, the Wan family and other families quickly organized personnel to resist. Finally, in that place on Mount Kikyo, the Konoha Shinobi army and the Sand Shinobi army met head-on. Small-scale team battles began to break out. It can be foreseen. It won't be long before there will be the most massive large-scale group battle since the Third Ninja World War started. At the same time, seeing that Sengoku did it all, Rock Shinobi Village is no longer hiding anything, and directly announced its participation in the Third Ninja Time War, and immediately sent a large Rock Shinobi army to the country of grass. At the same time, Third Hokage of Cloud Shinobi Village saw the timing and announced forcefully that Cloud Shinobi had made final preparations, and let 4th Hokage candidates Uai and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B lead a large force to Tang Land. Kirigakure saw that everyone seems to be here for real. I don't know if it's a tacit understanding, but also sent a large army to the country of Bo. Konoha's 44th year, September 18th, all 5 ninja villages participated in the battle. Among them, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Sengoku, which took the lead in launching the first shot. They all vaguely pointed their heads at Konoha Village. So far, the Third Ninja World War has completely entered a period of total war. Chapter 70 Ninja Killing Team. Tsunade checks the body. The sky on Kikyo Mountain is about to change. Third watch please subscribe. Konoha Village, as the Third Ninja World War has completely entered a period of total war. The communication between the Land of Fire and the other 4 major kingdoms was completely cut off, and many caravans traveling around the major ninja villages also pressed the pause button, which virtually made the usually lively and noisy streets of Konoha Village deserted. Come down, there are almost no ninjas on the street except civilians. The big families are not as lively as before, except for some left behind old people and children guarding, there are almost no people left. The only lively place is the ninja school in Konoha Village. War will not affect education. This is the rule set by Third Hokage. In the middle of World War II, even if the ninjas in Konoha Village were going to break down, even if Third Hokage went to the battlefield in person, the students of the ninja school would not be allowed to go to the battlefield. Certainly, if you graduate from ninja school, there will definitely be arrangements, but they will not be arranged to go to the front line. They will only be responsible for some tasks of staying behind and escorting supplies, and will not participate in frontal combat. At this time, the Hokage building in the central area, within the Hokage office. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the latest intelligence document in his hand, nodded in satisfaction. As far as I can tell, the large force of Konoha Shinobi fighters on the 4 fronts has entered the established garrison position according to the original plan, and is preparing for a long-term and persistent battle. In addition to being caught off guard by the Sand Shinobi army at the beginning. Whether it is the country of grass, the country of waves, or the country of Tang, the battlefield situation is within the controllable range, only simple local wars have been carried out, and they are still in the stage of mutual testing. Among them, the Uchiha clan and Ino Shikacho are in charge of the Uchiha clan and Ino Shikacho, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Futian is the commander-in-chief. The Tang country is the captain of Anbu, Hitaki Sakumo, as the commander-in-chief, and after Jiraiya returns with Namikaze Minato, will take over as the deputy commander-in-chief of the 350. The Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, the Inazuka clan and other families are in charge of the Wave country, and Hyuga Tianmu, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, is the commander-in-chief. Mr. Sarutobi, Sengoku is crazy, except for a very small number of Anbu ninjas who stay behind in Sengoku, they hardly leave a way out for themselves. Right in front, Tsunade was holding a document, frowned, and said in a deep voice, The army is pressing down on the border, and they are going to fight to the death with our Konoha Shinobi army at Kikyo Mountain. Aren't they afraid of being attacked by Cloud Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, and who ran? Stolen House. They have no way out. If they don't give it a go, they will never have another chance. After hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curved slightly, and he said coldly, the daimyo of the Land of Winds has been reducing military expenditures year after year, and San Shinobi Village is the most unbearable of the 5 great ninja villages. Otherwise they won't fight if you don't announce it. We will invade our Fire Kingdom. Will Orochimaru hold on? Tsunade showed a thoughtful expression, and said with some concern, this time, Sengoku dispatched more than 3,000 ninjas for the last stand, while in Kikyo Mountain, our Konoha Village ninja army only has more than 1,200 ninjas. There is a difference of a few days in the number of people. Damn. If the other 3 ninja villages hadn't started to attack and restrained most of our troops, where would there be a chance for Sengoku to rampant? When it comes to this, Tsunade was clearly annoyed. With Sengoku firing the first shot against Konoha Village, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure began to put pressure on Konoha Village on their respective battlefields. The expression is very simple, that is to not give Konoha Village a chance to concentrate on defeating each of them. Didn't we already experience the Second Ninja World War? A gleam of coldness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he muttered to himself, Iwagakure, Sengoku, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Rain Shinobi Village teamed up on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, but almost let us the ninja fault in the middle of Konoha Village? This hatred. I always remember it. At first, during World War II, Konoha Village suffered heavy losses in the mid-level. It was because they were suddenly surrounded by Iwagakure, Sengoku, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Rain Shinobi Village on the Rain Country battlefield, and that wave caused heavy casualties. The funny thing is, after the successful siege, Iwagakure, Sengoku, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Rain Shinobi Village thought they would knock out Konoha Village, and the quartet of forces that had their own ghosts started a civil war, and finally Konoha Village picked up one sheep. Sarutobi. Upon hearing this sentence, Tsunade gritted his silver teeth and fell into silence. The unexpected siege at the beginning made them Sanin into a mess. In the end, if teacher Sarutobi hadn't personally led the team to Rain Shinobi Village to carry the banner, took advantage of the 4-way scuffle to make a strong move, and turned the tide, this would have won the Battle of the Land of Rain, an important turning point in the history of World War II. It was also after this battle that the name, ninja, completely shocked the entire ninja world. Don't worry, sometimes numbers don't mean everything. With the ninja killing team as the trump card, as long as Orochimaru leads the Konoha Shinobi army to survive the decisive battle with the San Shinobi army, and persist for half a year, he will basically win. It's just that it may be a little difficult to win a crushing victory. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the water glass and took a sip of water, and explained something meaningful. Ninja Squad, it was the last time I watched Might Dai Bang kill the 7 people in the ninja world. After Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to Konoha Village, he was temporarily formed while the Third World War had not yet fully started. Anbu, Roots, Konoha garrison troops, and ninjas from major families who have learned the breathing method were transferred, and he will carry out the ultimate devil training. Yes, it's devilish training. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the most rigorous training method of Marine in one piece. Finally, advertisement it took about half a year. After continuous elimination and selection, a brigade of 400 ninjas was trained. Fortunately, just after the training was completed, a large army of San Shinobi invaded the Land of Fire, which brought the 3 wars into a period of full-scale war. Then, 400 ninjas who have mastered breathing techniques and have greatly improved their physical fitness, including Elite Chunin, Jonin, Special Jonin, Elite Jonin. Divided into 4 groups, in the name of the ninja killing team, they followed the Konoha Shinobi army to the 4 fronts. Right now, the ninja team is still in a state of secrecy. Once they really fight on the battlefield, the ninja team will definitely be a nightmare for their opponents. Of course, during this period, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was bored, he also conducted comprehensive training for Tsunade, Orochimaru, Hitaki Tsukumo, Uchiha Futian, Might Dai and others, which can be regarded as improving the quality of high-end combat power from the side. Mr. Sarutobi, what do you mean to say that after the decisive battle, once there is a stalemate, with the deep foundation of our Konoha village, we will be able to consume San Shinobi's large army to death? Tsunade's eyes lit up slightly, and he said something thoughtfully. She has no doubts about the overall strength of the ninja killing team anyway. With the ninja killing team as surprise soldiers, under the leadership of Orochimaru, the Konoha Shinobi army should be able to survive the final battle of the San Shinobi army. Once it's over, the Kikyo Mountain battlefield Konoha Shinobi will gradually take the initiative. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a chuckle, changed the topic, and said, but, I thought about it, since the Battle of Kikyo Mountain is the first decisive battle in the Third World War, our Konoha village must win big. It's all about victory. So, I decided to go to Mount Kikyo and suppress the San Shinobi army led by Third Hokage with a thunderbolt. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen unabashedly erupted with Haki's full vigor. Joke, for more than half a year, he has not been idle, he has done a lot of things, and has changed a lot of plots invisibly. For example, Might opened the 8 Inner Gates Undead Group Ninja Sword 7, the establishment of the ninja killing team, went to the ninja school to teach the students for several months, and met Uchiha Makoto other than Uzumaki Kushina. Yui Hong waits for the students who are about to graduate. The people in charge of each front are different from those in the original book, etc. But, the system just doesn't have any prompt sound. He knew that the system must wait for the end of the 3 battles, and then there will be a summary of the ultimate reward. So, he not only has to participate in the 3 battles in person, but also wins beautifully and neatly. He can't rely on his background to fight protracted battles like in the original book, waiting for Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui to grow up. Only in this way can you get more rewards. Looking at the high-spirited Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade was a little dazed, and suddenly saw the ninja teacher who crossed the ninja world in World War II. No taller, handsomer, stronger and more courageous than in World War II. In World War II, we won Konoha Village, but we won very aggrieved and very unhappy. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed abruptly, and there was an aura of King's Landing ninja all over his body, and he said in a violent tone, "This time I want to get back in the 3rd battle, whether it's Sengoku, Cloud Shinobi Village, still Iwagakure, Kirigakure, fighting for a one-time F*K. Okay. At this time, Tsunade was already stunned by Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura, and his eyes almost had stars. Cough cough. Cough cough. Seeing Tsunade's face in love with his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately coughed a few times before saying slowly, "After I leave Konoha Village, you will sit in Hokage's office and handle daily affairs on my behalf." Correct. Once I show up at Mount Kikyo, Cloud Shinobi Village, Sengoku, and Kirigakure may seize the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to launch an attack. You send an order to let Uchiha Fuden, Hitaki Tsukumo and others take precautions, and directly expose the ninja killing team when necessary. Whole card. Anyway, once the decisive battle at Kikyo Mountain broke out, the ninja killing team couldn't hide it. If Jiraiya returns with Namikaze Minato, you tell them to go straight to the land of Yuno and join Hitaki Tsukumo. After a few words in succession, Sarutobi Hiruzen also deliberately emphasized his tone, saying, "Tsunade, I value you very much, don't let me down." Well, Tsunade came back to his senses with a slight blush on his cheeks and nodded hastily. "By the way, my teacher has been injured by staying up late for the past 6 months, please give me a full body check." Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the cup and took a sip of wolfberry health water, and sighed. "I was hurt by staying up all night as a teacher, and I will try not to stay up late after the end of the 3rd war." A gleam of shyness flashed deep in Tsunade's eyes, and immediately went to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a physical examination with a serious expression. Body check, this is a little secret between her and teacher Sarutobi. Because she can eat Mr. Sarutobi's tofu during the physical examination, and Mr. Sarutobi can also take the opportunity. As for what Mr. Sarutobi said about being hurt by staying up late, she doesn't believe it. And was Wildcat, wounded by wooden golem. Teacher, rebooting is the right thing to do. A day later, Fire Country, in a dense forest not far from Mount Kikyo. A group of ninjas from the Konoha Transportation Department and a surprise attack force from San Shinobi Village encountered here. How can it be? Advertisement, San Shinobi Raiders are coming to the rear. Now, what should we do now? Clang! There was a sound of metal clashing. Azuki Shien, who just joined Konoha Village Anbu as a trainee member and participated in the transportation work, touched a San Shinobi with a long knife in her hand, and stood in an open space in a blink of an eye. Chao's face was full of depression. And behind her, 5 other trainee Anbu ninjas who had been seriously injured and more than a dozen transport genin. I have to say that luck is really bad. She and 5 Chunin, who had just joined Anbu, were sent to protect the personnel of the Ministry of Transportation to transport supplies. They thought it would be an easy task, but they all went to Mount Kikyo, and they were ambushed by San Shinobi. Quick battle, after forcing Azuki Shien back with one blow. Looking at the wounded Konoha Shinobi gathered together, the leader Jonin of San Shinobi sneered and said, "Destroy this batch of supplies and we will evacuate, so as not to be discovered by the Konoha Shinobi army." There is only one left who is still stubbornly resisting. Sneaking into the back of the Konoha Shinobi army this time is a great achievement. After hearing this sentence, the remaining dozen or so San Shinobi all showed incomparably cold smiles. These days, their large San Shinobi troops and Konoha Shinobi fighters have been engaged in small-scale team battles, and now they finally caught a Konoha Shinobi who was transporting supplies. "When I kill him, you will do it." The voice did not fall. The leader San Shinobi Jonin flew out first with kunai in his hand. Fight. On the other side, Azuki Shien took a deep breath again. A large amount of oxygen reached the lungs while the chakra in the whole body surged, and the blood flow began to speed up, making the physical ability enter a state of a sharp increase. Breath of the Moon 2 shapes hyphenation point pearls enchanting the moon. Brush. The next moment, accompanied by Azuki Shien waving the long knife in her hand. Immediately, 2 blade winds with many round moon blades were shot out, cut through the air, and stormed towards that Jonin. It's useless, even if you improve your physical abilities a little, you're still just a Chunin. The leader, San Shinobi Jonin, grinned and said, "You can last so long in 5.3, all because of this set of abilities that can hit the full moon blade. It seems that you have a secret on your body. So, I will capture it alive about you." But, just after this sentence, the leader San Shinobi Jonin didn't know what was going on, his face froze, and his body suddenly froze in place, allowing the 2 wind blades to pass across his neck without any hindrance. Boom. This is the sound of the head and body of the leader San Shinobi Jonin falling to the ground. Azuki Shien, who was already preparing for the second move, froze for a moment. Not only her, even the wounded and desperate Konoha Shinobi behind her were all stunned, watching all this with eyes full of disbelief. What's the situation? Killed a Jonin in one hit. This is a great opportunity. The next moment, Azuki Shion saw that the remaining Sand Shinobi didn't seem to have any reaction, and before she had time to think about it, a gleam of determination flashed across her pretty face. She clenched the long knife in her hand and flew out. Anyway, no matter what it is, let's get rid of those Sand Shinobi first. Chisel, 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 the sound of slashing strikes resounded. The remaining dozen or so Sand Shinobi just stood there and were destroyed one by Azuki Shion. She didn't kill taking these captives back as military merit, isn't it? A minute later, boom, Azuki Shion sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. The pretty face under the mask was full of joy after the catastrophe. She still doesn't know what happened, but, see Sand Shinobi, it was indeed finished by her. Good performance. Go back and become a regular directly. Sudden, a voice of praise sounded. Azuki Shion's pupils contracted violently a few times, and there was only one thought in her mind. The sky is about to change at Kikyo Mountain Battlefield. Chapter 71 Orochimaru's Admiration, Go to War Directly, Third Hokage, who gave Orochimaru the courage, a more subscription required. Yes, that is, the sky on the Kikyo Mountain Battlefield is about to change. She couldn't be more familiar with that voice just now. It was Lord Third Hokage's voice. This can also explain why those Sand Shinobi suddenly froze in place just now. It must be Master Third Hokage who shot secretly. Yeah, I've become a regular. The next moment, Azuki Shion seemed to have thought of something. A gleam of excitement flashed across the cheeks under the mask. She clenched the long knife in her hand, and muttered to herself. Master Third Hokage, I will work hard and fight for become Anbu's elite as soon as possible to serve you. Captain, are you okay? Sudden just at this time. An injured trainee Anbu ninja in the open space in the distance resisted the pain from his body and said in surprise. I didn't expect that these Sand Shinobi were all killed by you, the captain? Oh, yeah, I didn't think of it either. Azuki Shion was about to speak happily, but when she thought of something, she changed the subject and said. Let me deal with it briefly for you. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. For the appearance of Third Hokage, she won't say anything more. If Master Third Hokage doesn't want to show up and wants to catch Sand Shinobi by surprise, wouldn't it be a big deal if she said it now? The other side, is the situation on the Kikyo Mountain Battlefield very serious? After helping Azuki Shion casually, Sarutobi Hiruzen left without showing his face. Along the way, he has met several groups of Sand Shinobi who are fighting guerrillas in the rear of the Konoha Shinobi army. Neither showed up, just helped in the dark. Forget it, don't bother looking for those Sand Shinobi who are fighting guerrillas. Go find Orochimaru, and go to war with the Sand Shinobi army directly. After thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped on Moonwalk and his body instantly turned into an afterimage. Since he has all rushed to Mount Kikyo, then this situation of mutual confrontation should end. Isn't Sengoku brave? The first to invade the Land of Fire with a large army of Sand Shinobi, fired the first cannon to face Konoha Village, started the all-out war of the Third World War of Ninjas, and wanted to start the biggest war since the Third World War of Ninjas, a huge decisive battle on a large scale. I'm sorry, if you are so awesome, be the first to get out. Third Hokage, during World War II, I failed to kill you in the Land of Rain, nor did Scorpion kill you to become a human puppet, so I will end your fate that should have died long ago. At this time, Kikyo Mountain Konoha Shinobi's army, inside a tent in the center of the camp. Is the current situation very serious? Sengoku keeps sending ninjas to our rear to wreak havoc. This time Sand Shinobi Village is almost in full force, and I am not afraid of being stolen by Iwagakure. I saw the patriarchs of the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Genju clan looking at the intelligence documents in their hands with very ugly expressions on their faces. They also didn't expect that the ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village, after entering the territory of the Fire Kingdom, were reincarnated like starving ghosts. Everywhere they went, almost no grass grew, and even the available resources, even trees, were cut down and transported. Go back to Sengoku. Now, relying on more than 3,000 ninjas, they keep sending people to their rear to sabotage and engage in small-scale team battles, just to consume their vital strength. Foreseeable, when the active combat power is almost exhausted, it will be the day of the decisive battle. Is this uncomfortable? Knowing that it was Sengoku's conspiracy. Their Konoha Shinobi army did not dare to act rashly for the time being, so they could only be dealt with aggressively. The geographical environment of Sengoku, how can it be as comfortable as our country of fire? After hearing this sentence, Orochimaru, who was looking at the intelligence document, smiled evilly and said, as long as Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village are not fools, they will not sneak attack the desert environment at this time. In Sengoku, where resources are scarce, the most important thing is to spread out our troops in Konoha Village. Ha ha ha, also thinking of the harsh natural environment of Sengoku, the patriarch of the Mito clan smiled, and said with some pride, it is only Konoha Village that can fight on 4 fronts at the same time. Master Orochimaru, if you can't do it, use the ninja squad and launch a surprise attack. At this time, the patriarch of the Shimura clan gritted his teeth and said with some concern, if this continues, we may be gradually consumed by the Sand Shinobi army. Yes. The patriarch of the Genju clan agreed, and sighed, our Genju clan, Shimura clan, and Mito clan can no longer withstand major setbacks. Once this front fails, our 3 major families may not be able to climb up again. I can't get up. When it comes to this, the patriarch of the Genju clan is obviously a little lonely and helpless. Once upon a time, how high-spirited they are, the Shimura family, and the Mito family. With the support of Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo, they are flourishing. The results of it, advertisement after Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo were beaten to the end, the Shunshu clan, Shimura clan, and Mito clan began to decline. Therefore, when the Third World War broke out, in order to restore the family to its former prosperity, they took the initiative to apply with Orochimaru to lead a large army of Konoha shinobi to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, just to make meritorious service. Many benefits. Anyway, Lord Third Hokage said, once the 3 battles are won, all the benefits obtained will be distributed according to work. But did not expect, encountered not according to the normal logic of war. Almost all Sand Shinobi's troops came out and planned to fight with their backs. Now the situation seems to have entered a stalemate, but in fact, the Sand Shinobi army, whose number is almost twice that of the Konoha Shinobi army, has the upper hand. Now is not the time. Orochimaru shook his head, a gleam of coldness flashed across his long golden pupils, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, as long as we persevere through this wave, we will definitely win the final victory. For the ninja killing team, it will have a miraculous effect if it is used at a critical moment." When it comes to this, Orochimaru's tone obviously has some admiration. Teacher Sarutobi is really awesome. It only took more than half a year for the devil to train a group of ninjas with great breathing skills and strong physical fitness. There is also the breathing method. He also studied it. The more he studied, the more shocked he was. The more he studied it, the more he admired it. Mr. Sarutobi actually created breathing methods with different attributes in addition to ninjutsu and physical arts. Anyway, 2 doctors' words are not enough to describe him. Finally, in order to see the benefits of the breathing method, Orochimaru tried his hand at it, and successfully practiced the moon's breathing method and the snake's breathing method. Alright. The head of the Shimura clan, the head of the Mito clan, and the head of the Wanzu clan looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Nothing more, Orochimaru said so, they had no choice but to remain passive in such a stalemate. Get ready to go straight to war, but, just when the head of the Shimura clan, the head of the Mito clan, and the head of the Wanzu clan were about to leave, a voice came out, brush, a shadow flickers away. I saw that the breath was restrained, and Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing the Hokage imperial robe appeared in the tent. So fast. The pupils of Orochimaru's eyes contracted suddenly, and he stood up from the chair. K, he didn't feel Sarutobi teacher's breath. Master Third Hokage? The head of the Shimura clan, the head of the Mito clan, and the head of the Wanzu clan were stunned for a moment, then their eyes widened, and they knelt down on one knee without hesitation, their hearts filled with joy and excitement to the point of ultimate. Very good, Lord Third Hokage is here? Are they all still worried about the Sand Shinobi army? Lord Third Hokage actually took the initiative to choose to come to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield for a surprise. It was really too soft to come. Mr. Sarutobi, are you here? A few seconds later, Orochimaru also reacted, and asked curiously, Teacher, how strong are you now? Shouldn't it be as simple as being invincible under the Super Shadow? You'll find out when you fight the Sand Shinobi army later. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his waist and said with a chuckle, it's time to fight directly with the Sand Shinobi army. Good. Orochimaru's expression also became serious, and he said seriously, I'll make arrangements right away. Get up, all 3 of you. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the head of the Shimura clan, the head of the Mito clan, and the head of the Zhuangzu clan, and said, as long as you behave well, Konoha Village will not treat you badly. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The head of the Shimura clan, the head of the Mito clan, and the head of the Genju clan looked happy, and the heart that had been uneasy all this time was finally relieved as if they had taken a reassurance. As long as Lord Third Hokage doesn't blame them for Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kaharu, everything will be fine. An hour later, a large number of Konoha shinobi left the camp. Almost all of them were dispatched, rushing towards Sengoku's camp at a lightning speed, launching a full-scale attack. The other side, the camp of the Sand Shinobi troop. In a large tent in the center. Ha ha ha, the resources in the Land of Fire are really too rich. We have only occupied so much land, and we have already moved a huge amount of resources to the Land of Wind. Third Kage couldn't help laughing out loud, and said excitedly, sure enough, even if we take a big bite on Konoha Village, our Sand Shinobi village will be full of oil. Certainly, Third Kage did not say a word, that is. Sand Shinobi Village's internal conflicts have finally been completely removed, and he, Kage, can sit comfortably for the time being. But, you don't need to move all the trees to the Land of Wind, do you? After hearing this sentence, Yikang rubbed his head and said helplessly, in the Land of Fire, trees are the least valuable thing. Advertisement, you don't know the price of firewood if you are not in charge of the family. Third Kage shook his head with a smile, and sighed. Konoha Village is not bad for these trees, but our Sengoku is bad. Anyway, we can move as much as we can. Number 3B. Yikang shrugged embarrassingly and didn't speak anymore. Master Kage, our attrition tactics are very effective. According to today's battle damage statistics, our side has 11 dead, 23 seriously injured, 58 slightly injured, and the enemy has 8 killed, 18 seriously injured, and slightly injured, 35 people. At this time, Shio compiled the statistical data, put it on the table, and said, maybe half a month. After that, we can launch a general attack on the Konoha Shinobi army. $7. After taking it, Third Kage glanced at it, nodded very satisfied, and said, Then it's decided, after half a month, we will launch a general attack on the Konoha Shinobi army and strive for occupied Bellflower Mountain and plunder the resources there. Correct. After saying this, Third Kage asked curiously, what's going on with Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure? Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure have already dispatched large forces to contain a large number of Konoha Shinobi fighters, so we don't have to worry at all. Konoha Village will attack the Kirigaku Mountain battlefield. Support. Shio took out an intelligence document and said in a deep voice, we have also secretly reached a tacit agreement that as long as Third Hokage appears on any battlefield, the other 3 battlefields will start. Launch a large-scale war and force Sarutobi Hiruzen to return to defense. Can. The corners of Third Kage's lips curled up slightly, and he said, now we'll see which battlefield Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen goes to in 907. What if we arrive at the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain? Ebizo, who had been silent all this time, glanced at the map on the table and blurted out something. Third Kage, Shio, Yekura and other high-level officials suddenly fell silent. Which pod is not opened and which pod is lifted? How could Third Hokage come to Kikyo Mountain battlefield? Isn't he afraid that Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Yuanyan Village will launch a strong attack after they learn that Third Hokage has appeared in Kikyo Mountain? Sudden just at this time, a Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja hurriedly rushed into the tent, knelt down on one knee to Third Kage, and said in an urgent voice, Master Kage, Konoha Shinobi Army. The ninjas came out to attack our camp. The voice did not fall. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly changed. Third Kage, Shio, Hakura, Ebizo and other senior executives stood up directly from their chairs, with expressions of surprise and uncertainty on their cheeks. What's the situation? The number of ninjas is less than half of Sand Shinobi's Konoha Shinobi. Even the courage to fight? Could it be that it was given to them by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha Village? Good, very good. The next moment, Third Kage was furious and said in a cold voice, at first I wanted to consume the Konoha Shinobi army, but now that Orochimaru takes the initiative to fight, then we will defeat them and completely destroy them. Completely occupy Kikyo Mountain. This time, in front of the entire ninja world, I'm going to slap Konoha Village in the face, slap Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, to prove that Konoha Village is not invincible. After saying this, Third Kage rushed out of the tent with a clenched fist. Walk. The war is on. Orochimaru is truly courageous, worthy of being one of the Sannin. After Third Kage left angrily, Hakura, Shio, Ebizo and other high-level officials also stood up and followed in no particular order. They know very well, the biggest battle since the beginning of the 3 Ninja World Wars is about to break out. Shio is undoubtedly the most excited. This time Hitaki White Fang is not there, just an Orochimaru, and her chance for revenge has come. Just after stepping out of the tent, Ebizo looked up at the clear and cloudless sky at some point, and frowned unconsciously. Do not know why, there was an ominous premonition. It's probably because I was thinking too much, it's just that it's going to rain. Ebizo shook his head, and without thinking too much, he followed the Shaoran army to attack. Foreseeable, a great war destined to change the course of the 3 world wars. Will be a touch away. Chapter 72. War breaks out, the power of the ninja killing team, Third Hokage frightens the audience. Although the sudden attack of the large force of Konoha Shinobi caught Third Kage and other Sengoku executives by surprise. But, under the emergency dispatch, more than 3,000 elite Sand Shinobi gathered together at the fastest speed, and marched in the direction of the attacking force of Konoha Shinobi. Soon, after half an hour, a gentle hilly area near Mount Kikyo. More than 1,100 elite Konoha ninjas and more than 3,000 elite Sand Shinobi met together, forming a large black crowd, echoing the dark cloud-covered sky. No one spoke. This caused the two sides to confront each other across the air, but virtually made the atmosphere of the battlefield very dignified, full of the taste of siege. Among them, on the side of the Konoha Shinobi army, Orochimaru, the head of the Shimura clan, and the head of the Wanzu clan are standing at the forefront. At the front of the Sand Shinobi army is Third Kage, the superclass puppet master Chiyo, who is in charge of intelligence and espionage work Ebizo, Scorch-style Yakura and other high-level officials. Among them, Anbu's captain Luo Sha was sent back to stay behind by Third Kage Sengoku too. Yes, after successfully invading the Land of Fire. After Third Kage saw that Konoha Village only sent more than 1,000 Konoha elite ninjas, he thought it was stable, and asked Anbu's captain, Luo Sha, to lead a small number of Anbu ninjas to transport the plundered resources back to Sengoku. Certainly, maybe it's because the difference in the number of people is a little big. The atmosphere that led to the explosion of the Sand Shinobi army as a whole was much stronger than the breath of the Konoha Shinobi army, and there was a faint taste of being suppressed. Orochimaru. Are you really brave? Seeing the large army of Konoha Shinobi in front of him, the coldness in Third Kage's eyes flashed away, he took a deep breath, and with Chakra's blessing, he laughed loudly. If more than 1,000 ninjas dared to come sending you to death, don't you think that more than 3,000 of us Sand Shinobi are vegetarians? Speaking of more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi, Third Kage obviously aggravated the tone and emphasized the key points, as if he wanted to disturb the morale of the Konoha Shinobi army. After all, in times of war, when the number of people differs by 2 or 3 times, even if the strength of a single ninja on the side with fewer people is a little bit stronger, there will be a drop in the bucket if there are more than a dozen or 20 or 30 jonin, because The 10 cities with a large number of people can basically show a crushing situation. From the perspective of Third Hokage, the current large force of Konoha shinobi fighters rushed to die on their own initiative. After this sentence, the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi army showed excited smiles. It's a pity. The ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army, who are facing each other across the air, have not changed in any way from the beginning to the end. They are still as confident and solemn as ever, and the expressions in their eyes are also unchanged. It seems that they are completely unaffected by Third Hokage's voice. Even Orochimaru, the patriarch of the Shimura clan, and the patriarch of the Wanzu clan who stood at the forefront of the Konoha shinobi army did not change in any way. No way, Lord Third Hokage has arrived at Kikyo Mountain battlefield. Surely they are not afraid. Hearing Third Hokage's words is not only not angry but also makes me want to laugh. So, Orochimaru and others are afraid that they will reveal their secrets when they open their mouths. I can only pretend to be aloof and arrogant. The main thing is to be an aloof fan. I don't want to talk to you Sand Shinobi. As for the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army, it is purely because of their incomparable self-confidence and confidence in the ninja team. They believe that since Master Orochimaru dared to launch a general attack on the Sand Shinobi army, he must be sure, otherwise he would not act so rashly. There is also the ninja killing team. Although they have never done anything and don't know the specific strength, they are definitely not weak. Third Hokage frowned when he saw that the mind attack tactics did not work against Konoha shinobi. Something wrong. Obviously our more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi elites already have an absolute advantage in terms of momentum and numbers? How can there be an illusion that the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army have the upper hand? And there's Orochimaru, the P****Psi, you are not a woman, so what are you doing with such a cold look? Who are you showing it to? Master Third Hokage, the ninjas in the Konoha shinobi army seem to be very confident and they don't seem to be pretending. Yi Kang said solemnly. The Konoha shinobi army suddenly launched a general attack on us, setting off a big battle on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield decisive battle. This wouldn't be a scam, would it? Ebizo? Third Hokage also felt that there was a problem, so he turned his attention to the intelligence and espionage work Ebizo. Master Third Hokage, I don't know why, anyway, there is no ambush. Ebizo thought for a while, then shook his head with a puzzled face, and said, the perceptual ninja team has explored a radius of 5 kilometers, and found nothing abnormal. What are you afraid of? These ninjas in Konoha Village are assholes. Since I think I won the first and second battles, there is some pride and contempt for us. Chiyo's eyes moved slightly, thinking he had already seen through all the sarcasm and said, today we are going to slap those ninjas in Konoha Village hard in the face and tell them that Konoha Village may not have the last laugh in the third ninja battle. Could this be the confidence of the number one ninja village? Third Hokage showed a thoughtful expression, a sneer flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, then don't worry about it, since Konoha's ninjas are so confident, let's kill them thoroughly. Crushed and slapped Third Hokage hard in the face. The first and second units attack, the third and fourth units get ready, the fifth and sixth units pay attention to the left and right flanks. The rest of Sand Shinobi stay put. With a voice of command, a Sand Shinobi Chunin team of more than 200 people and a Sand Shinobi Genin team of more than 400 people quickly broke away from the main force and rushed out. Advertisement among them, Sand Shinobi's more than 400 Genin troops are at the forefront. Speed is the fastest, it is almost approaching the center line in the blink of an eye. The other side, Orochimaru, who always had a cold and indifferent face, finally showed a ray of arc at the corner of his mouth after seeing the Sand Shinobi army start to attack. But, in order to give Sand Shinobi Village a big surprise, this ray of arc quickly disappeared. Ninja Squad, go directly. The next moment, Yin Snake gave a quick command. Originally, when Mr. Sarutobi did not come, he still wanted the Ninja Squad to be his secret weapon, and caught the Sand Shinobi army by surprise at the last moment. Now it seems that there is no need. A shot, we're about to start with a king bomb. Brush, brush, brush. The voice did not fall, in the rear area of the Konoha Shinobi army. 100 ninjas wearing black combat uniforms, holding special long knives, and wearing ghost masks flew out at lightning speed, and directly met the more than 400 ninjas who had already crossed the center line. People's Sand Shinobi Genin went hand in hand. From afar, after the Ninja Squad ninjas in black combat uniforms collided with more than 400 Sand Shinobi Genin wearing white hoods. A one-sided situation immediately emerged. Those Sand Shinobi Genins who were holding kunai were slaughtered one-sidedly without any power to fight back. Almost every ninja from the ninja killing team could take away the life of Sand Shinobi Genin. When a series of screams resounded. Those Sand Shinobi Genin actually didn't think that 100 ninjas who didn't even have much chakra fluctuations would be so terrifying. In hand-to-hand combat, they are not opponents at all. They are surrounded by their own people, and they cannot use ninjutsu. It is not that there is no chance to use ninjutsu. They can only bite the bullet and fight with the ninjas of the ninja team. A notch. In less than 2 minutes, the 400-odd Genin army at Sand Shinobi was completely lost. A strong smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. As for the 100 Ninja Squad ninjas holding special long knives, even though their bodies were already wet with blood, their invisible power suddenly fell into silence. For a while, whether it is the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army that has been mentally prepared, or the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi army, they all showed shocking expressions. No way, no one thought, in less than 2 minutes. The more than 400 Sand Shinobi Genin troops rushing to the front were killed like melons and vegetables. Faced with such a scene, the Sand Shinobi Chunin troops of more than 200 people who were still rushing forward abruptly stopped, showing a look of bewilderment. What's the situation? After these 100 ninjas in black combat uniforms and ghost masks emerged from the rear of the Konoha Shinobi army, they looked like emotionless killing machines. How could they be so terrifying? Ebizo, what's going on here? At this time, the most unbelievable and horrified was Third Kage. He just saw more than 100 ninjas wearing ghost masks emerging from the back of the Konoha Shinobi army, and thought it was Orochimaru's big move. However, it was found that the Anbu team, Jonin team, and Yunin team of the Konoha Shinobi army did not move. Add in 100 ninjas wearing ghost masks for Lil Chakra fluctuations. There is no heart anyway. Result, 100 ninjas wearing ghost masks do nothing. Amazing at the first touch, before he could give the order to evacuate. More than 400 Sand Shinobi Genin troops have been slaughtered overwhelmingly. I do not know either. Ebizo was also in a state of bewilderment, and said in disbelief. These 100 ninjas wearing ghost masks did not have any chakra fluctuations when they did it, it was pure swordsmanship. Could it be that this is a samurai specially made by Konoha Village? Chiyo seemed to have thought of something, showed a surprised expression, and said in an incredible tone, "Don't train good ninjas, but train samurai with swords, just to catch us off guard. Is it really self-willed if you have resources?" Hearing this sentence, Third Kage gritted his teeth with an impatient smile, and said in a cold voice, "Samurai is very strong in the early stage, but, in front of Chunin and Jonin, it is not enough to see, in order to catch us by surprise. Konoha Village is so generous, I have to accept it." Alright, Third Kage has some envy, jealousy and hatred again. Their Sand Shinobi village is poor and can only take the elite ninja route, but Konoha Village is rich and has cultivated so many late-stage waste samurai. To put it bluntly, in the entire ninja world, except for one Mifune, there is no famous samurai. If the resources consumed by Konoha Village are used to train ninjas, I don't know how many times better than training samurai. I want them dead. The next moment, Third Kage, who was caught off guard, gritted his teeth, shouted angrily, and said, "Part 2. The team stood on standby, and the first Anbu team came to me, and the regiment wiped them out." Brush, brush, there was a crackling sound, advertisement. The first group of Sand Shinobi Anbu with more than 200 people flew out. Accompanied by waves of terrifying chakra fluctuations, the Sand Shinobi of the #1 battalion of Sand Shinobi Anbu, with more than 200 people, displayed various ninjutsu one after another, and moved towards the 100 ninjas directly in front of them. The ninjas of the killing team bombarded away. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Wind-style grade breakthrough. Wind-style wind blade. Fire-style. Great flame bullet technique. Earth-style earth dragon bullet. Beep. In the next moment, all kinds of wind-style ninjutsu, mixed with some fire-style and earth-style, rushed towards the ninjutsu team like a storm. Ah, Master Orochimaru, shall we do it? These are the elite of Sand Shinobi Anbu, and the weakest are elite Chunin. Seeing this scene, some Anbu ninjas from the Konoha Shinobi army, who were still in a state of shock just now, couldn't help but exclaim even though they knew the strength of the ninja team was very strong. Now, some of them are ready to shoot, need not. After hearing these words, Orochimaru shook his head calmly and said, "You must have confidence in the ninja squad." As expected, as soon as Orochimaru's voice fell, the chakra on the bodies of 100 ninja killing team ninjas began to surge, took a few deep breaths, a large amount of oxygen reached the lungs, and the blood flow began to accelerate the force of the long knife in the hand. Light green began to appear faintly on his body. Something's wrong. The air around them is being consumed violently, the temperature of the body begins to rise, and the chakra is also surging. Master Third Kage, those warriors wearing grimace masks are not in the right condition, so let Anbu's first brigade evacuate temporarily. Sudden, Ebizo, who has been paying attention to the situation in the field. As if sensing something, he yelled a few times with a horrified expression. It's too late. Of course, Third Kage also sensed that those guys wearing grimace masks were not in the right state, but the arrow had to be fired, and he didn't want to withdraw when he wanted to. Besides, he didn't believe that the elite Sand Shinobi of the first team of Sand Shinobi Anbu would lose. Second type Claw Kohu style, type 3 hyphenation point Saren Wind Tree. The shape of situation, ascension to the dust haze. In the next instant, with the help of Zhao Li's breath of wind, 100 ninjas of the ninja killing team swung the long knives in their hands violently, and shot out a series of green arrows that were powerful enough to cut the blade. The wind blades formed a rain of wind blades that covered the sky and covered the earth, storming towards the front. After a few seconds, the green wind blade rain collided with those messy ninjutsu, making a deafening roar. And this is just the beginning. Brush, brush, there was a crackling sound. With the help of the gap between wind blade and ninjutsu collision, 100 ninja squad ninjas wrapped their wind blades around their limbs and long knives, and rushed towards the first battalion of Sand Shinobi Anbu in a swarm. Facing this scene, the Sand Shinobi of the #1 brigade of Sand Shinobi Anbu either waved the weapons in their hands, or quickly formed seals with both hands and used ninjutsu to meet them. What followed was a big melee. The Sand Shinobi of the first team of Sand Shinobi Anbu had the upper hand. At the beginning, they were suppressed by the ninja team, but as the ninja team chakra surged, keep playing all kinds of wind blades, killing one after another Sand Shinobi, and slowly began to gain the upper hand. It can be foreseen that it is only a matter of time before the first team of Sand Shinobi Anbu will be wiped out. These are not samurai, they are ninjas who have practiced special skills. They're F***********. Looking at the green wind blades one by one, Third Kage didn't know what was going on, gritted his teeth. A trace of indifference appeared on his face, and suddenly sent an order, all sand. Take orders and launch an all-out attack on the Konoha Shinobi, using the forbidden technique when necessary. He also wanted to consume the ninjas of Konoha Shinobi's large army. Now it seems that he can only attack in advance and win by crushing numbers. However, accompanied by the voice of Third Kage. When the Sand Shinobi of the Sand Shinobi army want to dispatch all of them. Without any warning, a horrified expression flashed on his cheeks, and his body froze in place. Because, I don't know what, a man dressed in a Hokage royal robe hovered above the battlefield, looking down at the audience. Chapter 73 Secrets of World War E. Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you have strength, you can do whatever you want. Because, I don't know what, a man dressed in a Hokage royal robe hovered above the battlefield, looking down at the audience. The Sand Shinobi, who were already preparing to march with the whole army, had horrified expressions on their cheeks, and their bodies froze in place all of a sudden. The cold expression on the cheeks of Third Kage froze, and the expressions of Chiyo, Ebizo, Hakura and other high-level Sengoku officials froze there almost instantly, staring blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared in the midair. It was the first time for them to see Third Hokage up close after realizing the transformation. It is no exaggeration to say that it has almost achieved an earth-shaking transformation from the image of the monkey in World War II. 1 second, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. With the passage of time, the entire battlefield seemed to be in a state of crash, and the Konoha Shinobi and Sand Shinobi troops fell into a state of complete silence in an instant, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Ah, Third Hokage. The Third Hokage is here. Finally, in a minute or so a series of unbelievable and horrifying screams resounded from the Sand Shinobi troops in no particular order, and immediately spread throughout the entire battlefield. The pupils in almost all Sand Shinobi's eyes were shrinking at a high speed. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, how could they not know the great reputation of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the ninja world? Especially on the eve of the War of the Three Wars, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Nine Tails of the Fist Town, and exploded a clone of the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, which can be said to be the most vivid expression of the power of ninja. The results of it? Such a terrifying existence has actually come to the battlefield of Jigging Mountain. My grass. Third Kage rubbed his stiff cheeks, his eyeballs seemed to pop out of their sockets, and he couldn't help but let out a low growl. Nimas, why did the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen come to Mount Kikyo? Isn't he afraid that Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Wu Ninja will take the opportunity to put pressure on Konoha Village on the other three fronts after learning that he left Konoha Village for Mount Kikyo? Our Sand Shinobi is just playing the autumn wind on Mount Kikyo. If you want to go to the frontline battlefield, you should also line up with Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage, Third Mizukage. How do you choose to line up with our Sand Shinobi army? What the hell? Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. Chiyo, Hakura, and Ebizo also seemed to have reacted. They only felt that 753 was a little shocked, and there was a turbulent wave in their hearts, and they couldn't calm down at all. Because they never thought Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will come to Kikyo Mountain battlefield like a ghost. That is to say, at this time, only then did they understand why Orochimaru dared to attack the Sand Shinobi army so bravely. It turned out that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, a terrifying existence capable of changing the direction of a war, had arrived. Fortunately, they thought that the trump card of the Konoha Shinobi army was the 100 ninjas wearing grimace masks. Dog days Orochimaru deliberately pretended to be cold and deceived everyone? Chiyo's old face is the ugliest. If Hitaki White Fang came, she would still be excited and happy, just to kill the murderer of his son and daughter-in-law. But there is a Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What the hell is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen during World War II relied on being able to skillfully combine 5 ninjutsu with different attributes, and all the ninjutsu of Grandmaster Konoha played. The title of Professor of Ninjutsu is now stronger and more pervert after transformation. How did Third Hokage appear here? In the next moment, Third Kage suppressed his inner anger and yelled at Ebizo, who was in charge of intelligence and espionage work. How do you do your intelligence work? Don't you have any intelligence at all? I don't know either. A bitter expression flashed across Ebizo's old face, and he said helplessly, since the White Fang incident a year ago, it has become increasingly difficult for Sand Shinobi Village to place spies in Konoha Village. Actually, what Ebizo doesn't know is that, not only their Sengoku planting spies is getting harder and harder. Even Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagakure are becoming more and more difficult. To be more precise, it is almost impossible to install Konoha Village. Anyway, every time one is installed, they were taken away by Anbu in less than a day, even they didn't know the reason. In fact, of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Uzumaki Mito to use Nine Tails' malicious perception ability to conduct multiple large-scale perceptions of Konoha Village, and uncovered many spies. Anyway, as long as Nine Tails doesn't cooperate, it will be a brutal beating. Trash stuff. Third Kage's expression fluctuated, and he said angrily, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is here, we can only prepare for the real last stand. After saying this, Third Kage took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality as much as possible. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen has returned to his peak, but he, who is known as the strongest Kage in history, hasn't given up his cultivation all these years. His strength is not the same as that of World War II, BBFA. That's all. Ebizo, Chio, Yekura and other senior executives took a deep breath, barely suppressing the throbbing in their hearts. Certainly, all the smug smiles on San Shinobi's cheeks disappeared, but were transferred to Konoha Shinobi's cheeks. Advertisement no way, the surprise was really too sudden. The ninjas of Konoha were caught off guard. I thought that Ninja Killing Team was already the trump card, but the real trump card turned out to be Lord Third Hokage? Yeah. Master Third Hokage is here. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain is stable. Even if San Shinobi has several times more people than us, it will be useless. After many ninjas in the Konoha Shinobi army looked at each other, they could see the excited expressions in their eyes. After all, if they won the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, it would be a great achievement. More on that later on rewards for meritorious deeds. They were all ready to fight bloody battles. Now, Lord Third Hokage is here, and I have to say that they may be much more relaxed next time. Third Kage, where's the smile on your face? At this time, Orochimaru, who had been pretending to be cold and not letting himself laugh, finally opened his arms, couldn't help showing his iconic evil smile, and shouted loudly. I still like that you just now are full of confidence, look. By the way, didn't you clamor to slap Mr. Sarutobi in the face? He's already here. Perhaps it was because the dislike was not happy enough, because Shiwan couldn't help but added. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this sentence, the patriarch of the Genju clan, the clan chief of the Shimura clan, and the clan chief of the Mito clan couldn't help laughing out loud. They also endured very hard just now. I can only watch Third Kage pretending and clamoring crazily there. Now, the smiles are gone, and the shouting is gone. It's a great feeling to let the San Shinobi army fall from the clouds to the bottom. Snort. After hearing these words, Third Kage could only pretend to be calm and let out a cold snort. He had no intention of flirting with Orochimaru at all. Because his real opponent, it's the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in midair. Certainly, at this time, the worst and most broken ones are actually the San Shinobi of the 1st Battalion of San Shinobi Anbu who are fighting with the ninja squad. Originally, seeing that the San Shinobi army had already attacked, and wanted to crush the Konoha Shinobi army with an absolute numerical advantage, they lost the chain at the critical moment. The body of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was suspended in midair like a ghost. Without speaking or doing anything, the San Shinobi army did not dare to go one step further. San Shinobi troops dare not move. 100 Konoha Shinobi wearing grimace masks will have no mercy? Especially after seeing the appearance of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he had taken some tonic, he became more and more violent and crazy, and even the wind blade he shot became sharper and stronger. Ever since, in this situation, the fighting in the central area of the battlefield is still going on. Boom. Boom. With the surge of chakra one after another. The sound of collisions between wind blades and ninjutsu resounded, once again attracting the attention of the San Shinobi army and the Konoha Shinobi army. It's just that this time the overall situation has been reversed. The ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army are more and more high-spirited. On the other hand, the ninjas of the San Shinobi army are looking at the San Shinobi Anbu first team who are constantly being killed. San Shinobi, the expression is gradually out of control, and the mood is constantly depressed. Damn. Third Kage wanted to give orders several times, but due to the invisible deterrence of Sarutobi Hiruzen in midair, he stopped abruptly. He could only clench his fists and watch San Shinobi Anbu, who was constantly being killed by the ninja killing squad San Shinobi of the 1st Battalion. Heartache. It seems like my heart is bleeding. These are all cultivated by San Shinobi Village with great difficulty, right? Spend a lot of time and resources, but can only watch being killed. This feeling is really uncomfortable and aggrieved. This, Chio, Hakura, Ebizo and other Sengoku executives opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't say anything. They all clearly knew the meaning of the appearance of Third Hokage, that is to create a fair fighting environment for 100 Konoha Shinobi warriors wearing grimace masks and San Shinobi of San Shinobi Anbu 1st Brigade. The San Shinobi Anbu No. 1 team, which now has twice as many people, was overwhelmingly crushed. It can only be said that the opponent is too strong. A series of screams sounded. After Third Kage kept silent, the San Shinobi members of the 1st Battalion of San Shinobi Anbu, who were still persevering, also knew that they had been abandoned, and they were killed one after another in desperation. 5 minutes later, the 200-strong San Shinobi Anbu No. 1 Battalion was completely annihilated. Looking at everything, the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi killing team were full of energy, and even those who were injured stood up with the pain. Against the backdrop of blood-stained red and corpses strewn all over the field, the murderous intent was awe-inspiring and palpitating. You guys did a great job and none of you died. In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been silent while watching the ninjas of the ninja killing team, nodded in satisfaction and said, the injured ones will go to the medical team for treatment, and those who are not injured will continue to fight later. As expected of the ninja trained by his devil training, he has mastered breathing techniques. With twice the number of people, he wiped out the 1st Battalion of San Shinobi Anbu without dying himself. Just awe. Third Kage seems to be living and going back, facing the slain San Shinobi Anbu for the first time. Advertisement: the brigade actually held back. Brush. There was a crackling sound. The members of the ninja killing squad who had been praised showed a ray of satisfaction on their cheeks under their masks, and they began to help the injured team members to retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you actually came to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield? At this time, Third Kage, who endured and endured, gritted his teeth and threatened loudly. aren't you afraid of Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, taking the opportunity to make trouble? Don't be afraid. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to say so much. He slowly took off his Hokage imperial robe, took off the Hokage hat, revealed a strong body, grinned and said, World War II. During the big battle in Rain Shinobi Village, you ran very fast. Today you will go with Chio and Ebizo, right? Ha ha ha, I hate that I didn't kill Sanin. Hearing this sentence, Third Kage showed a sneer, and said, When we, the ninjas from Senagakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Rain Shinobi Village join forces, we should have you Konoha Village. Kill all the ninjas, and don't give you a chance to come back. It's a pity. You, who have your own ghosts, are fighting among themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, and said flatly, It just happens to settle the old and the new. If it weren't for Hanzo of the Salamander and Onoki's lack of effort, they have their own ideas and want to backstab Third Hokage, do you think we would have internal strife? He said unwillingly. Actually, Kai was only a little bit close to dragging your Konoha village down from the altar. Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged, threw the clothes in his hand in the direction of Orochimaru, and said flatly and indifferently, This is the brightest moment in your life. Engrave. Third Kage looked at the pectoral and abdominal muscles of Sarutobi Hiruzen with flickering eyes, and after a few seconds of silence, he changed the topic and said, We can talk to you. We team up with Konoha Village to fight against Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, Iwagakure. What? The sudden voice stunned the Konoha Shinobi and San Shinobi on the battlefield. Are they still listening to some secrets about World War II? Next second, Third Kage admits to cooperating. Isn't this so flexible and changing too fast? Even Orochimaru, who just dodged to catch Hokage's imperial robe, and San Shinobi Village's senior executives, Chio, Ebizo, and Hakura all showed incredible expressions. Nima's third generation. Mu Fengying wants to be soft and hard to eat? Say the harshest words, admit the fastest cowardice? When you chose to backstab our Konoha village, you already had no chance. A cold light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted, and he roared. You know what I did when I found out that you, Senagakure, were treacherous. How have you been? Now I want to tell you. I'm going to kill you, no one can save you. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously a little angry. Dog Days Third Kage still has the face to talk about cooperation, when World War II was the most anxious. Konoha Village, San Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village, Rain Shinobi Village melee, in which Konoha Village and San Shinobi had a brief cooperation, but was backstabbed, fell into San Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock. A good trap jointly designed by Ninja Village and Rain Shinobi Village. I don't want to either. Third Kage looked a little excited and said, It is the joint pressure from Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure, and we, Senagakure, are also victims. Roll. Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded impatiently. Third Hokage, we Senagakure are also victims. Kage has bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Can't you give him a chance? You are so self-willed, don't you think you? Already invincible, you can do whatever you want? Yi Kang hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but whispered something. Who do you think you are? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became a little angry, and looked at Yi Kang who was talking. I will tell you right now, you can do whatever you want if you have the strength. Ah. Facing the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yi Kang, who wanted to say something at first, froze, as if he was being watched by something extremely terrifying, and the hairs all over his body suddenly rose. Brush. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body disappeared in midair. Not good. While the chakra surged all over Third Kage's body, countless gold dust began to gather continuously, forming a shield to block Yi Kang's front. Boom. Pity. The next moment, a clear voice sounded. The gold dust shield shattered. Hakura was lifted into the air by Sarutobi Hiruzen pinching his neck. Chapter 74 Desperate Yi Kang. Third Kage's ruthlessness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shot. One more kneeling for subscription. This is really fast. The gold dust shield was blown up. How strong is Third Hokage's physical fitness? Seeing this scene, the yellow pupils in the eyes of Third Kage, who was wearing the white Fengying robe, suddenly shrank, revealing a look like seeing a ghost. Although he already knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was stronger than he was at his peak, but when he actually saw Yi Kang being caught in midair without any resistance under their noses, he still felt a little dizzy. I can't be myself anymore. Sorry, he really has some regrets. The brainless operation of backstabbing Konoha Village in World War II was not intentional, but he was lured by Onoki and Third Hokage. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a ruthless character who went to the Land of Rain himself. Taking advantage of their internal strife, he turned the tide and won the victory in the Land of Rain battlefield. He was also chased and killed by the Third Hokage for dozens of kilometers. Jumped to the Kingdom of the Wind and escaped by taking advantage of his familiarity with the desert. So, he has been practicing hard all these years. He just wanted to become stronger, he really didn't want to experience the feeling of being hunted down. Well now, the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already on the verge of weakening, suddenly realized a transformation. He just showed his hand a little, and he knew that he must be stronger than at his peak. And his own strength is not comparable to that of World War II, but, compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it feels a little far behind. Uncomfortable, forced to helplessness before World War III. He took a risk and chose to fight with the battle, that is, launched a main generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. If I had known that Sarutobi Hiruzen would appear on Mount Kikyo contrary to common sense, he should have been cautious even if he was forced to do so. It's good now. At that time, Sengoku took the lead in invading the Nation of Fire and starting an all-out war, and now he regrets it. So strong, Ye Kang, are you still too young? Chio and Ebizo, who had been motionless all this time, had strands of cold sweat on their foreheads. They did not expect, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be even more violent and manic than in World War II, and he will do it as soon as he says it. Is it unscrupulous to the ultimate? At this time, not only Third Hokage, Chio, Ebizo was shocked. In fact, even the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi Army and the Konoha Shinobi Army were stunned for a while. Before they could react, they saw Third Hokage disappear from the midair, and when Senagoku's Gao Kongjushili appeared again, Elite Jonin, who was proficient in the Scorch style of blood succession limit, was held by the neck by Third Hokage and lifted into midair minister. What kind of terrifying speed and strength is this? Capturing an Elite Jonin under the noses of Third Hokage, Chio, Ebizo, etc., is almost equivalent to taking the head of an enemy general in the army. While in midair, cough cough, Ye Kang, whose neck was pinched by Third Hokage, felt as if he was going to suffocate. His delicate and fair cheeks were extremely pale, and he kept coughing with dyspnea, and his eyes flickered with horror and disbelief. She did not expect, Third Hokage is so flammable and explosive. I just inserted my mouth cautiously, and was caught, without any chance of mishandling. This? How strong is this supposed to be? No wonder you can say that you can do whatever you want if you have strength. Not blowing, but really powerful, cried, Ye Kang really wanted to cry. She shouldn't have interrupted, now she is grabbed by the neck by the Third Hokage, she may die at any time. Even more ridiculous, Third Hokage doesn't even fart. Correct, just now the 1st Battalion of Sand Shinobi Anbu was wiped out without even farting. Just stand there and endure, well, at this time, she finally understood. Third Hokage is a stern, hard-spoken, and quick to confess master. The ridiculous thing is that she only saw through everything when she was dying. Stupid woman. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted his right hand slightly and said indifferently. You are so stupid, how did you live till now? All right. If he remembers correctly, advertisement. In the original work, both Ye Kang and White Fang have the title of hero in their respective ninja villages. The ending is similar, White Fang committed suicide, and Hakura threatened the status of 4th Hokage Luosha because of his outstanding achievements, and then Luosha deceived and went to Kirigakure in the name of performing a secret mission. With regret and resentment, he was attacked and killed by a Kirigakure ninja disguised as a friendly army, and became a victim of great power politics. No, to be more precise, it was even worse than White Fang. In the original book, the Konoha Village executives just wanted to hit White Fang's prestige, but they didn't expect that White Fang couldn't bear it and committed suicide. Ye Kang was simply sold, and even the body was smashed by Kirin. It can be said that there is no whole body. But, judging from the stupid look now, it is quite normal to be sold by something like Luosha who has more than done enough to reveal more than what has been done. Sorry, I was wrong, really wrong, Master Third Hokage, give me a chance, I don't want to die yet. At this very moment, seeing that Third Hokage, Chio, Ebizo, etc. have not yet offered to help her, Hakura is completely desperate for these high-level Sengoku. She went through life and death for Sengoku, and was seriously injured many times in order to protect Sengoku's interests. In order not to increase Sengoku's expenses, she didn't even ask for salary. In the end, she ended up with such a fate, which can only be said to be too ridiculous. She wanted to be a horse doctor, resisting the pain from her neck, and made the last few weak voices, her eyes full of pain, begging and desolate. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled dismissively, turned his eyes, looked at Third Hokage, and said meaningfully, should I kill this woman or not? Third Hokage, as long as you are willing to cooperate with me, you are free to kill or not. Third Hokage looked up at Ye Kang, who was already rolling his eyes, and said calmly, I interrupted rashly, and I made you angry, kill me again, why not? All right. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. Third Hokage also has some broken jars now. What Sarutobi Hiruzen showed just now really scared him. Now if Hakura's death can calm Sarutobi Hiruzen, then Hakura's death is worth it. If her death can create conditions for Konoha Village and Sengoku to cooperate again, then she is the undisputed hero of Sengoku. It's too cruel. Chio and Ebizo trembled in their hearts. The cruelty of the Third Hokage is frightening. In front of such a person, if you give up Ye Kang, you will give up Ye Kang. You must know that Ye Kang is Sengoku's elite jonin, who has made contributions to Sengoku and shed blood. Now if you say give up, you will give up. I have to say that they are all scared. At this time, not only Chio and Ebizo, but also many ninjas from the Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi troops, their eyelids twitched a few times, and their scalps felt numb for a while, and they couldn't control themselves. Among them, Orochimaru showed an expression of admiration. No wonder others can become the strongest Fengyin in history. With such a cruel and merciless style of doing things, it's hard not to succeed. In fact, many Sand Shinobi in the Sand Shinobi army, while fluctuating in expression, wanted to open their mouths to plead for Master Ye Kang, but suddenly heard Third Hokage say this, which made these Sand Shinobi open their mouths. Know what to say. Fengyin has given up, what's the use of their little kamis talking? Midair after Ye Kang heard this sentence, his eyes widened sharply, and he completely gave up resisting in despair. It's ridiculous even thinking about it. It turns out that she has always been a pawn in Third Kage's heart that can be discarded at will, and she has really failed in all her life. Well, Third Kage, you really haven't changed at all. It's only now that I understand that the backstab during World War II is actually not your fault, it's all my fault. After hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing. That time, Cheat hasn't awakened yet. As Hokage, he will often refer to some battles in World War II in the original book. But there are no specific descriptions or none at all in the original works of many battles. In addition, he is very strong and claims to be invincible under the Super Shadow. Therefore, many planning principles are taken for granted, thinking that everything is in their own hands. The truth was a slap in the face. Third Kage backstabbed, causing Konoha Shinobi's army to fall into a well-designed trap jointly designed by Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village, and Rain Shinobi Village. Ask for flowers. It was this time that made him wake up. He doesn't need to care about the plot or not, as long as he is strong enough, he can follow his own way of doing things. Mr. Sarutobi, you still haven't passed that hurdle? Right in front of the Konoha Shinobi army, Orochimaru also showed a rare sad expression. He was also a participant in the decisive battle in the Land of Rain. But this time it should be able to come out, advertisement. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes flashed a few wisps of undisguised killing intent. After World War II, Sarutobi teacher is going downhill. The shadows of the other 4 major ninja villages are still at their peak, and many things can only be forgotten slowly with the passage of time, or wait for an opportunity to retaliate. It's all right now. The 3 wars broke out, teacher Sarutobi has returned to the top, God will give them a chance to take revenge. No matter what, Third Kage must die, you should know how to do it, right? In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a sigh, and let go of Yi Kang's neck, which was already red from pinching, and let her fall from midair. And at the moment of the fall, Yi Kang, who was already about to suffocate to death, had his eyes light up slightly, and he took a deep breath. Chakra surged all over his body, and he quickly formed a seal. A large amount of Scorch-style chakra gathered in the palm of his hand. Scorch-style over Steam Kill, with a cold snort. Yi Kang directly launched an attack on Third Kage from top to bottom, and countless white fireballs attacked Third Kage at an extremely fast speed. Since you were ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous, Third Kage, you really don't deserve to be Kage. Yi Kang, do you dare? Third Kage originally thought that Yi Kang was attacking Third Hokage, but he didn't expect Yi Kang's attack target to be him. I used my own signature Scorch style, is this a real rhythm? And there is Third Hokage, who actually played tricks on him. Damn it. Magnet-style gold dust defense, the next moment. While the Third Kage chakra surged, his body flashed and he stood on an open space. He also activated his blood succession limit, magnet style, and summoned out of thin air in an instant. The wave-like gold dust formed a large shield in front of him, blocking the front. Boom. Boom. Boom, violent explosions resounded continuously. One after another, the white fireballs bombarded the large shield made of gold dust, and a majestic energy shockwave erupted. The powerful force made the entire battlefield shake a few times. Damn it. Can't break the defense. Yi Kang's body fell from midair, a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. As an elite Jonin, her strength is still far from that of Third Kage at the peak of Cage level, even with the blessing of Scorch style, it has no effect. Magnet style. Fire style extinguish fire, but just at this time, under the dumbfounded eyes of Yi Kang and others, the Third Hokage chakra in midair gathered at the back of the throat and slapped their hands lightly, and directly spit out a large piece of seawater like flames towards the large shield made of gold dust. Perhaps it was too strong, the temperature suddenly rose, and even this piece of the world was dyed red. Laugh. The next moment, the large shield made of gold dust with such terrifying defensive power was actually melted directly. Boom. Another deafening roar sounded. The open space where the Third Kage was located was covered and swallowed by the monstrous flames, and a terrifying energy shockwave erupted, spreading in all directions. Retreat. Seeing that Third Hokage performed a B-level fire style that was even more powerful than an S-level ninjutsu, many people at the scene widened their eyes, and the nearest Chio, Ebizo and others retreated extremely quickly. Soon, when everything calms down, everyone look around. Immediately with a dumbfounded expression, I saw a charred pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared in the open space where the Third Kage was just now. Chapter 75. People betrayed. 5 escapes Dalian bullet technique, swallow it all. No more specifically, it is a large charred pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters and a depth of about 15 meters. If you look carefully, you can also see the bottom of the pit that has turned into scorched earth. It is the placer gold that has turned into a fluid state and is shining with strands of dark golden light. True gold is not afraid of fire, but just a moment of high temperature. Not only does the placer gold blessed by magnet style melt instantly, but the color has turned dark golden due to the high temperature. Fear. Facing the terrifying power of this B-level ninjutsu explosion. Whether it was Sand Shinobi from the Sand Shinobi army or the Konoha Shinobi from the Konoha Shinobi army, they were all stunned, showing a ghost-like look. What's the situation? The Scorch style played by elite Jonin Hakura is to tickle Third Kage. But Third Hokage picked up a B-level fire style, and directly destroyed Third Kage's gold dust shield in the ground. Isn't this stark contrast too exaggerated? Is this the terrifying strength of the Third Hokage? At this time, Yi Kang, who is the closest, is undoubtedly unbelievable. Facing the scene in front of her, she seems to have a feeling of what use is this scorched style. But, thinking that it was Third Hokage who made the shot. She is also relieved. People are more popular than people, and in the face of the absolute power gap, even an ordinary ninjutsu can explode with terrifying power. Good. In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Since the fusion of the peak Sengoku template, he has basically never used ninjutsu. On the one hand, after the transformation of physical fitness, he prefers to use fists to solve problems, and fists are the last word. On the other hand, it is the ninjutsu mastered by the perfect level. If you want to explode the real power, chakra must keep up. His chakra seems to be a lot, but in fact, he can't use a few ninja 557 techniques with all his strength. Now, with Sage Body, blue is basically not missing, and using the ninjutsu mastered by the perfect level is simply like a tiger with wings. Just like just now, B-level fire style ninjutsu fire style Huohuo Quen, he can burst out with a clap of both hands, which is comparable to or even surpasses the power of Uchiha Madara. If I remember correctly, Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation in the 4th battle cast fire style Huohuo Quen. The Ninja Coalition exhausted more than 20 missed shinobi ninja coalitions and used water style water barrier. At the same time to barely resist, it should be stronger. Master Third Kage? Seeing that there has been no reaction in the field. Chio appeared next to the pothole with a few flashes, and muttered to himself with an ugly face. This, couldn't be dead? The aura of Lord Third Kage is gone. Ebizo followed up, and said in disbelief. At that moment just now, the aura of Third Kage weakened rapidly, and finally disappeared completely. Chio was stunned for a moment. Nima's killed Third Kage with one ninjutsu. So what should they do? So much so that Chio and Ebizo couldn't help but shudder because they were desperate to ultimate. Master Third Kage was killed? Seeing the abnormal movements of Chio and Ebizo, the Sand Shinobi of the Sand Shinobi army, who were in a state of horror, also reacted, and began to look for the traces of Third Kage. Lord Third Kage seemed to be dead, his breath completely disappeared. No way. The sudden change made Orochimaru and the others stunned. The fire style of Lord Third Hokage had a different reaction, but it is impossible to kill Third Kage directly, right? A fire style killed a Kage-level pinnacle of the strongest Kage in history. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible. Looking at the history of the entire ninja world, it is quite explosive, right? But the breath of the Third Kage has indeed disappeared. Even if it is hiding in a corner, it is impossible to hide so many sentient ninjas from the Sand Shinobi army and the Konoha Shinobi army, right? Third Kage, I haven't seen you for so many years. Your other skills have not changed. Your ability to escape and hide has improved? At this time, a sneer appeared on the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. He shook his head and said, although you concealed it very well, but the same mistake, I can't make it again. It's been locked by me. At first, during World War II, Third Kage escaped in hiding by taking advantage of the special environment of the desert of the Land of Winds. So, after Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared on the battlefield, the top observation haki has been locked on Third Kage. Do you think you can escape by hiding deep in the ground? Sorry, that's impossible. Get out of here, brush. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared above an open space in the center of the battlefield in a blink of an eye, and clapped his hands fiercely, Earth-style Tuliu Dahe. Boom! Accompanied by the majestic Chandla gushing out. With Sarutobi Hiruzen as the center, the soil within hundreds of meters directly turned into liquid and formed a flowing river hundreds of meters long, rolling and roaring to the ground continuously. The powerful force made the entire battlefield violent trembled a few times. Soon, after a few seconds, a ball of placer gold was pulled out from the depths of the ground by the mud flow. I see, Third Hokage, you just want to tease me. I've bowed my head and confessed, I've given you enough face. I don't even want Feng Ying's face. Can't you let me go? Advertisement, okay. It's really good, this. You forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. The next moment, the ball formed by placer gold burst suddenly. Third Kage, who was wearing a white Feng Ying robe, had an incomparably ferocious and angry complexion. Looking at the Third Kage in midair, his voice was exhausted, and he roared angrily. He thinks that he is enough cowardly, he doesn't even want face and dignity, even Yi Kang has given up, and even used special gold dust that can isolate perception to hide at a place more than 50 meters underground, but he was found and was rushed up alive by the mud flow. Good. That being the case, there's nothing more to say about that. He, the strongest Kage in history, even if he dies, he will bite a piece of meat from Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you don't want Lousy to live, Lousy won't let you live. Chio, Ebizo, and Anbu's ninjas will fight with me, and the Sand Shinobi army will launch a general attack on the Konoha Shinobi army. The next moment, Third Kage took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice. We will do our best to hold back Third Hokage. You use the advantage of numbers to get rid of the large force of Konoha Shinobi as soon as possible. We, Sand Shinobi, have no way out, this is the last chance. When it comes to this, Third Kage's tone was obviously aggravated and aggravated several grades. Sand Shinobi's 7th, 8th, and 9th troops obey the order, all retreat, and leave the battlefield. If there are any Sand Shinobi who want to retreat, they all follow. But, just when Third Kage was about to go crazy, Yi Kang sneered coldly, without giving him any face, and gave him a quick order. The Sand Shinobi army is not monolithic either. The 7th Army, the 8th Army, and the 9th Army are all her direct subordinates. There are not many ninjas, only more than 600 ninjas, but they are all trained by her over the years the elite came out. Still want to fight to the death? Are you fighting to the death? My old lady, depends on how you died. What the F*K is the strongest third Kage in history. No matter in terms of strength and character, it is far from the strongest third Hokage in history. Yes, after World War II, I don't know if there is moisture. But the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages claim to be the strongest in history. What is the strongest Hokage in history, the strongest Kage in history, the strongest Raikage in history, the strongest Tsuchikage in history, the strongest demigod in history? Now it seems. The strongest Kage in the history of their San Shinobi village. The water is very big. Yukura. At the critical moment, he was stabbed in the back by Yi Kang again, and the last straw in third Kage's heart broke with a thud, killing intent surged in his eyes, and he roared furiously. Do you want to be Sengoku's traitor? Third Kage, you better take care of yourself. Yi Kang didn't even look at third Kage directly and retreated in a blink of an eye. Rebellion? Isn't it your choice to be a traitor to my old lady, idol? The strongest wind shadow in history, I bother. My old lady is better than you in funging. Brush, brush, brush. Next moment, a sound of breaking through the air resounded. San Shinobi's 7th, 8th, and 9th troops San Shinobi withdrew without looking back. They had long been dissatisfied with third Kage's behavior just now, but they were weak and dared not show it. Now that Lord Yi Kang said to withdraw, they should withdraw. Absolutely not scared by third Hokage. Absolutely not, crying, shaking, scared. All right. As San Shinobi with 3 troops retreated. The remaining 2,000 or so ninjas of the San Shinobi army also became a little hesitant. It is not wrong for them not to be afraid of death, but they still have a life. And the performance of third Kage just now, it made their faces dull, and their hearts were cold, and they had serious doubts about funging. In addition, Sengoku has been very poor all these years, and has collected a lot of gold dust from the desert, but it is not enough. I just saw the magnet style performed by third Kage. The gold dust is as wanton as free money consume. To know, third Kage usually uses sand iron, now the shotgun is exchanged for the cannon, and the gold dust is directly used. On the one hand, it has invaded the country of fire and collected some money, and on the other hand, it has been corrupted a lot in normal times. To the end, only a part of San Shinobi Anbu ninja after a few seconds of silence. All flew out, standing behind third Kage, looking at Yi Kang, who led the 3 troops to retreat without looking back, and less than half of the Anbu ninjas obeying his instructions. Third Kage felt that his whole body was surging, and he was about to explode. Anger. He didn't expect Yi Kang, a toolman who was loyal to Sengoku. How could it change so completely, even though San Shinobi seemed to be disobedient? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. In the next moment, third Kage took a deep breath, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in midair, and ordered. Ebizo, Chio, let's attack together. As long as we can restrain him a little, the remaining San Shinobi troops, it will be done without hesitation. Advertisement. Good. Let's do it together. Listen. With this sentence, Ebizo and Chio nodded, feeling unhappy in their hearts. The current third Kage has a taste of betrayal. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen, they would definitely not let the 2 of them go, and they would definitely choose to retreat. Pity, many things happened in World War II, they're all dominant. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to let them go. Just like they will never let go of Hitaki White Fang. You will attack with us later, I don't believe so many of us can't contain him. Third Kage turned his head to look at the more than 300 Anbu San Shinobi behind him, and said in a deep voice. Even if he is strong, there will be a limit. As long as he can win this time, I will never lose. Waiting for you. Yes, Lord Third Kage. Upon hearing this sentence. More than 300 Anbu San Shinobi finally showed a smile. Don't they know it's a kind of gamble? Now we'll see if we can hold third Hokage in check. They have a lot of people, and they're all elite, it should be, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are very strong, but we will not admit defeat. Now that his face has been completely torn apart, Chio did not hide his hatred for Konoha Village, and said with a frosty face, Hitaki White Fang killed my son and daughter-in-law, and my whole life. The son will not let him go. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a calm expression, seeing Chio and the others as if he was looking at a dead person, and said sarcastically, Chio, you killed a lot of Konoha Shinobi, am I the same? Should we avenge them? Forget it, since you have all stood up, it's time to try the power of that ninjutsu. After saying this sentence, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was chasing tons and pulls, he separated into 4 clones, and flew towards the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and encircled the main substitute Kage and others in the middle. The next moment, the majestic Chandla waves of ultimate swept out from the 4 clones. Immediately afterwards, in plain sight, the Chandla fluctuations of fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water are transmitted from Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 4 clones respectively. Seeing this scene, the faces of third Kage, Chio, Ebizo, and more than 300 San Shinobi Anbu ninjas below almost changed wildly. They already knew what ninjutsu was. Speed up. I need your chakra. Third Kage yelled in panic, and said loudly. As long as we can survive this wave, we will definitely win. The voice did not fall, centered on third Kage. The ground instantly shattered into dust and sand, sandwiching a large amount of placer gold and iron sand, under the control of Third Hokage, directly formed a 2.6 giant, which seemed to be a shield that can defend against all attacks and is like a pot cover, straddling the air. At the same time, buzz, 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 Chio, Ebizo, and more than 300 chakra on Sand Shinobi Anbu ninjas are constantly surging, all flocking to this shield, and they are directly on the giant shield. A chakra code several meters thick, 5 escapes Dalian ball technique. In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4 clones clap their hands together after frenzied brewing, and the fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water, 5 ninjutsu with different attributes instantly cast out. Laugh. Ninjutsu with 5 different attributes of fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind swarmed out, covering the sky. There was a deafening roar, especially when 5 ninjutsu with different attributes met. The quantitative change produced a qualitative change, and a monstrous energy shockwave burst out to punish. Centered on the Sarutobi Hiruzen body in the center, it pours towards the shield like a pot lid below. Rumble. With a thunderous explosion, 5 escaped Dalian bullet technique collided with the shield violently, an incomparably terrifying collision shockwave erupted, and swept out in all directions. The huge momentum seemed to destroy. It's like heaven and earth. Click click facing such a terrifying energy shockwave. After holding on for 3 seconds, the shield like a pot lid couldn't hold it anymore, and cracks appeared one after another. No. Third Hokage's expression changed suddenly, and he couldn't help but yelled. When he wanted to urge chakra, he found that it was too late. Boom. A roar sounded, the shield that seemed to be able to defend against any attack shattered, and the terrifying aftermath poured down without any hindrance, directly killing Third Hokage, Chio, Ebizo and others. The number was devoured. Chapter 76 Surrender, and amid defeat, the ninja world trembled a few times. Finally, a loud explosion sounded. In the central area of the battlefield, a large mushroom cloud appeared, and the explosive power that erupted made the surrounding kilometers tremble. Uprooting is like the end of the world. Seeing this scene, the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi Army and the Konoha Shinobi Army on the battlefield almost all changed their faces wildly, with unbelievable expressions flashing in their eyes. Oops. Oops, okay, what a terrifying power. It's not good. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. The next moment, accompanied by one after another trembling exclamation. The ninjas of the Sand Shinobi Army and the Konoha Shinobi Army hardly hesitated, retreated at a very fast speed, and fled to the distance quickly. No way, everyone did not expect. Third Hokage after Sarutobi Hiruzen uses his signature compound ninjutsu, the power will be so terrifying. Even the magnet-style shield that Chakra, who gathered Chio, Ebizo, and more than 300 Sand Shinobi Anbu ninjas, cast by Third Hokage, seemed to be able to defend against all attacks, was useless. After holding on for 3 seconds, it was completely destroyed by Wu Dun Dalian Dan technique in a destructive manner. 1 second, 30 seconds, 5 minutes. Soon, as time goes by, it wasn't until 10 minutes later that the monstrous cloud of dust generated by the explosion gradually subsided. Look around, a large pit 11 with a diameter of about 1 kilometer appeared again in the very center of the battlefield just now. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, it was severely affected. Countless trees fell down, and cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground. It was devastated and a mess. Facing such a scenario, the whole battlefield is silent like a cicada. Is it true that the power of the 5 Dungeon Dalian Dan technique is too terrifying and frightening, making some people doubt the authenticity of the scene in front of them? Do not believe, but I have seen it with my own eyes and have to believe it. Certainly, it's because the shockwave just now was too strong. The sky that was originally covered with dark clouds had become clear at some point, and the sun was falling silently from the shattered dark clouds, shining on the sturdy body of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suspended in midair. That picture that looks like a god, in an instant. It seems to be eternity. All until the 4 clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into smoke and disappeared in midair, and those who were trapped in the frozen sand shinobi and Konoha shinobi gradually came back to their senses. Ah, what? Third Hokage-sama, Ebizo-sama, and Chio-sama are all dead. Is this too scary? Third Hokage-sama is known as the strongest Hokage in history? In an instant, the Sand Shinobi of the Sand Shinobi Army showed a look of horror and disbelief, and the last bit of courage to resist in their hearts was completely dissipated under the terrifying power of Wu Dun Dalian technique. No way, anyone who sees Third Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage in history, being crushed and defeated will feel desperate. Third Hokage, right? Advertisement. Although I have been mentally prepared, but when I really saw Third Hokage using his iconic ninjutsu to blow up everything, Yi Kang, who had evacuated to a safe place, went blank in his mind. He couldn't help shaking violently. Won. Master Third Hokage is awesome, ha ha ha, we won the battle of Kikyo Mountain. Compared to the loss and depression of the Sand Shinobi Army, the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi Army could no longer suppress their excitement. Really, Lord Third Hokage didn't disappoint them, did he? If you don't make a move, a shot directly determines the outcome of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Actually, they were already ready for a bloody battle with Sand Shinobi troops. It's good now, the surprise comes so suddenly. 1. Overwhelmingly 1. The Third Hokage single-handedly decided the outcome of the greatest battle since the 3 wars began. Sarutobi-sensei, are you already this powerful? Orochimaru looked up at the figure in midair, and after his expression fluctuated, he revealed a wicked smile. In a certain sense, the Ninoshio, of World War II and the Nanoko of World War III are not the same, and their behavior has become more and more violent and unscrupulous. Now the treacherous third Kage has been liquidated. The inner aggrieved and uncomfortable, finally released. Cool. Just thinking of the Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi who died on the battlefield these days. After all, Orochimaru couldn't help shaking his head. Life is really too fragile, unless he can achieve an earth-shaking transformation like Mr. Sarutobi, otherwise no one can escape this curse. The power of the 5 Dungeon Dalian bullet technique has almost undergone a qualitative change compared to before. In the last moment just now, there seems to be signs of fusion of the 5 attributes of chakra. Mid-air, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression didn't change at all, and he fell into a state of thinking. With the perfect mastery and the support of Sage Body Chanla, he knew that it would be very irritable to use the power of Wuda Dalian bullet technique, but when he really saw the battlefield that seemed to be wiped out by missiles, he himself I was taken aback. Is it related to the fusion of the 5 attributes chakra? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, showing a thoughtful expression. Now he has entered a bottleneck period. Originally, he wanted to wait for the summary reward of the plot change system after the end of the Third War. Now it seems that with the blessing of Sage Body and his perfect mastery of various attributes, the 5 attributes of chakra, fire, wind, earth, water, and thunder, are faintly showing signs of fusion. That's a good sign. Well known, the fusion of 2 kinds of chakra nature transformation will produce a new escape technique, which is blood succession boundary. By combining 3 kinds of chakra nature transformation to produce a new escapism, it is called blood successor elimination, which is above the blood successor limit. What is even more powerful is the blood successor snare, which is a fusion of 7 attribute changes. When you have the blood following the snare, you can basically control the truth-seeking ball and enter the 6 paths level. Although his 5 attributes have just shown signs of fusion, it is undoubtedly a good start, which indicates that there will be a great breakthrough in chakra's cultivation. Never mind. Go and get the business done first. After a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He didn't bother to think too much. His body appeared in a huge pothole in the center of the battlefield in a flash, and stomped his feet violently. FCR. Accompanied by the sound of the ground cracking, the bottom of the pit trembled a few times. Immediately afterwards, advertisement only in a corner. 3 ninjas with torn clothes and bloody bodies rolled out from the ruins. If you look carefully, you will also find that there are many puppets, sand gold, sand iron remains around. Yes, the 3 who are still hanging their last breath are Third Kage, Chio, Ebizo. At the last moment, the 3 of them reported to the group to keep warm, exhausted all means of life-saving, and finally took their last breath, on the verge of dying. No, Ebizo seemed to be dead, and there was no sound of breathing. Cough cough. Cough cough, as if he knew he was going to die. The unrecognizable Third Kage collapsed on the ground, coughing in pain, and blood gushed out of his mouth. What happened to Sarutobi Hiruzen? How can strength be so pervert? He didn't expect that he would lose so badly that he didn't even have a chance to escape. At any rate, he was also the strongest Kage in history, but he didn't even catch a move, so he was seriously injured and died soon. I knew that I would not have done that during World War II. Maybe it won't be so bad now. Pity, there is no regret medicine in the ninja world. He was liquidated by Third Hokage. Well, beside her, the pupils in Chio's eyes were shrinking constantly. At the last moment of her life, she felt a little relieved. The only thing she was worried about was her grandson, Scorpion. He had been alone all his life, and now he lost her again. Grandma, you must be very sad, right? Third Kage, you can rest easy. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Third Kage, and said indifferently, I will find the places of World War II one by one, you are just the beginning. Joke, 593 used to be because his strength was not strong enough, and he was going downhill after suffering internal injuries. There were many things he had no choice but to take one step at a time. Now, after the transformation, Konoha Village has already been settled internally, so the external accounts must also be settled one by one. Third Kage is just a small warm-up. Has the real fun just begun? After hearing this sentence, Third Kage's eyes widened in vain, and after uttering his last words like a reflection, he completely lost his breath. After Third Kage and Chio lost their breath, a curve appeared at the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The stone that had suppressed his heart all these years was finally removed, and he felt much more comfortable. And the next thing is very simple. After the deaths of Third Kage, Chio, and Ebizo, the ninjas of Sand Shinobi's army also knew that Sand Shinobi was over, and they chose to surrender without any hesitation. The ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army are beginning to fully take over the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. So far, Battle of Kikyo Mountain, it ended with a big victory for the Konoha Shinobi force. Konoha 44 years November 28th, in the Land of Fire. The first decisive battle since the Third Ninja World War broke out on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. More than 1,100 Konoha elite ninjas and more than 3,000 elite Sand Shinobi met together. Given the absolute difference in numbers, I thought it would be a battle where Sand Shinobi crushed Konoha Shinobi, but because Third Hokage, the strong rival of Sarutobi Hiruzen, has unilaterally crushed Third Kage, Chio, Ebizo, Hakura, etc. Sand Shinobi, finally, it ends with the death of Third Kage, Chio, Ebizo, and the unconditional surrender of Sand Shinobi's large army. The news is out. Entering the ninja world of Total War, he immediately trembled a few times. Chapter 77 Responses from all parties, the three wars are heating up. Yes, just trembled a few times, originally, after entering the period of total war in World War III. All fronts are still in a stalemate, there are almost no large-scale team battles, only small-scale local wars. Because the major ninja villages all know very clearly that war is a long process, and it cannot be accomplished overnight. Even if it is going to be a decisive battle, both sides must be thoroughly prepared before they will fight to the death, decide the ultimate winner. It's good now, when the battlefields of the Land of Waves, the Land of Tang, and the Land of Grass are still in a state of confrontation. On the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, there was such a big news that shook the ninja world. The Sand Shinobi army that fired the first shot to invade the Fire Nation actually lost, and it was a complete defeat. Even the high-end combat forces such as Third Kage, Shio, and Ebizo were defeated, died. As for the reason, it is actually the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who has been sitting in Konoha Village all the time. Somehow, unknowingly, he went to the battlefield of Mount Jigging, suppressed everything with his destructive strength, and changed the outcome of the Battle of Mount Jigging with his own power. Immediately after hearing the news, the entire ninja world was boiling, except for Konoha Village. The other four ninja villages set off turbulent waves, which could not calm down at all. Among them, the most collapsed and desperate is undoubtedly Sengoku. Originally, after invading the Fire Nation, Sengoku had already started to plunder the resources near the border of the Fire Nation. As a result, when they were eating their mouths full of oil, they heard such a news like a bolt from the blue. This made Sand Shinobi Village, who had been happy for less than half a year, directly fall from the top of the cloud to the bottom of the valley, making them even more powerless. That is, Third Kage, known as the strongest in history, died, and even Shio, Ebizo and other high-end combat powers also died. Needless to say, I know now, their Sengoku became the first Dainin village to be eliminated in 3 games. As for the other 3 ninja villages, that is, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure, after hearing the news, were also shocked. The high-level leaders held a meeting overnight. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen went to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, they saw an opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity. Ever since, in this situation, the Third World War of Ninjas has changed from the 5 powers to the 4 powers. Iwagakure, in Tsuchikage's office, are you kidding me? Sand Shinobi army surrendered unconditionally? Third Kage, Ebizo, and Shio were all killed? This old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, how dare he go to the Kikyo Mountain battlefield rashly? Isn't he afraid that we will take the opportunity to make trouble? Third Tsuchikage Onogi looked at the latest information in his hand with a gloomy face. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen crushing Third Kage and other Sand Shinobi high-end combat power with a battle, his face became more dignified. There was some faint trembling in my heart. Yes, seeing the dead Third Kage, suddenly, he had a feeling of sadness when the rabbit died. If he hadn't guessed, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly went to Kikyo Mountain battlefield. Maybe it was to kill Third Kage, to avenge some things that happened on the Land of Rain battlefield in World War II. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and strength were constantly weakening, and he was powerless in many things. Now he has achieved a transformation, and it coincides with the start of the Third War. I must seize this rare opportunity. Advertisement now. Third Kage is dead, and the next target is most likely him, or Third Hokage, and the demigod of Rain Shinobi Village. Hanzo of the Salamander. Sengoku is out. Third Hokage's behavior is too violent, isn't it? It's too scary. As expected of the ninja hero who fought World War II, such a terrifying strength makes people's minds shake. Huang Tu, Kai Tu, Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and the others in the office took a deep breath, and then made a series of dignified voices. They know very well, Third Hokage knocked out Sengoku with one shot. Then it will definitely come to the remaining 3 battlefields, and the situation in the third battle is getting more and more severe. At this time, a sharp coldness flashed in Onoki's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. We must take action against the large army of Konoha Shinobi from the Kingdom of Grass, and give Sarutobi Hiruzen a little pressure and a lesson. That's right. After hearing this sentence, Wangtu took a deep breath and said, since it has been confirmed that the Third Hokage is in Kikyo Mountain, we have nothing to worry about. It is best to defeat the Konoha Shinobi army in the Kingdom of Grass as quickly as possible. Kitu nodded and said meaningfully, this opportunity is once in a lifetime. If you can defeat the Konoha Shinobi army in the Land of Grass before the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it will be of great significance, and it will definitely be a heavy blow to Konoha Village. Old Z, after you take 1,000 Rock Shinobi elites to the Kingdom of Grass to join Han, you will directly attack the Konoha Shinobi army. The next moment, Onoki, who had already made up his mind, narrowed his eyes slightly, and ordered neatly. Try to defeat the large army of Konoha Shinobi in the Land of Grass at once, and let Sarutobi Hiruzen know that we Iwagakure are not vegetarians. Good, Old Z, who was wearing purple clothes and a breastplate, didn't say much nonsense, and said, don't worry, I will fight with Han, plus the captain of Dark Anbu. Oh no 10, it is basically dark. This time, let's teach Konoha Village a good lesson. When it comes to this, Lao Zi stroked his beard confidently. The 2 Jinchuriki shot at the same time, and in cooperation with Iwagakure's elite ninja, they didn't know how to lose against Konoha Village, which was divided into 4 fronts. Still be careful, Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Onoki seemed to have thought of something, and ordered casually. If you have a chance to kill some Uchiha people, remember to close your eyes. This is one of the few opportunities to get a Sharingan. Clear. Lao Zi still said disapprovingly, "Don't worry, there is no problem. The Sharingan of the Uchiha family is very powerful, but unfortunately, he will not be afraid if he does not awaken to the Mangekio Sharingan." According to the collected information, none of the ninjas of the Uchiha family in the country of grass have awakened the Sharingan to Mangekio Sharingan. Seeing such a confident old purple, Onoki took the teacup and took a sip of hot tea. A smile finally appeared on his cheeks. Konoha Village is indeed powerful, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has also restored his ninja heroic appearance, but the army is divided into 4 fronts, which greatly weakens the overall strength of Konoha Shinobi's large army. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken the initiative to show up at Kikyo Mountain, so sorry, Iwagakure is going to attack. If Onoki's guess is right, as long as Third Hokage and Third Mizukage are in their right minds, they will seize this opportunity to launch an attack on the large force of Konoha Shinobi from the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this time you went to Mount Kikyo and crushed Third Hokage, forcing the Sand Shinobi army to admit defeat. You caught everyone off guard. But you made a bad move and exposed your position. If you knew the Flying Thunder God technique, we would still be afraid, but it happens that you don't. This is not an opportunity for us to take advantage of? Cloud Shinobi Village, on that towering mountain peak. Inside Hokage's office, advertisement, waste. Third Hokage is really iron waste. During World War II, you were the first to be eliminated, and now you are eliminated again, and you lost your life. I don't know how you will explain to First Hokage and Second Hokage after you die. That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you don't do anything, it will shake the whole ninja world. Since you are on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, then our Cloud Shinobi is going to launch an attack on the large army of Konoha Shinobi in the Tang Kingdom? Third Hokage threw away the newspapers in his hand angrily, sometimes sneered, sometimes violent, sometimes happy, sometimes excited. His words were full of disdain for Third Hokage. During World War II, Third Hokage is just a scumbag, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen seized the opportunity to kill him at once, which is considered deadly aggrieved. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen wanting to avenge World War II, then just as he also wants to settle the old and new grudges together, and let Sarutobi Hiruzen pay the price, he will not be afraid of realizing a transformed Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the reason? Of course it is because he is the strongest Hokage in history with the strongest spear and the strongest shield, and he will not be cowardly or afraid. As expected of Third Hokage, Tudai sighed solemnly, and said, "Master Third Hokage, now that we know the exact location of Sarutobi Hiruzen, we can also do it. Okay, then we Cloud Shinobi Village will teach Sarutobi Hiruzen a lesson." Almost without any hesitation, Third Hokage waved his big hand and said in a cold voice, "Send the order, let Yaoi I and Killer B do their best, and try to defeat the Konoha Shinobi army of the Kingdom of Tang as quickly as possible. Would you like to wait a little longer? Currently all this information is from Konoha Village, and there are basically no specific details. Could it be that they are deliberately hiding something?" After hearing this sentence, Darui, who hadn't said anything all this time, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "Since Third Hokage dared to appear on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, he must have great confidence in the Konoha Shinobi fighters in the other 3 battlefields, and we have great confidence in the other 3 battlefields. I don't know much about the specific information on the Jigangshan battlefield, so I think." "Darui, don't say anything more." Just when Darui was about to say something, Third Hokage interrupted him with displeasure, and said confidently, "I know you are worried that the Konoha Shinobi army has a secret weapon, but Konoha Village the soldiers are divided into 4 groups, and the number of people is already at a disadvantage. In addition, the high-end combat power is also divided into 4 parts, so there is no need to worry at all." "Alright." Darui, Wang Qianzhao, smiled awkwardly, and didn't say anything more. "Okay, that's it." Third Hokage took a deep breath, showed a slight disdain, and said, "Tutai, I thought about it, you also go to the frontline battlefield. Try to restrain Hitaki Tsukumo, let I and Killer B play well, and strive to take advantage of the situation, fighting to make a name for yourself." Tutai's expression froze for a moment, and he could only bite the bullet and say, "With my strength, I can only guarantee to restrain Hitaki Tsukumo as much as possible." "Enough." Third Hokage smiled proudly, and said, "As long as Hitaki can be restrained, I and Killer B will definitely make Kamui big, and they are destined to become famous in the entire ninja world." At the same moment, Kirigakure's Third Mizukage was also taken aback when he learned the result of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. After realizing it, he also realized that it was a golden opportunity for Kirigakure. An emergency meeting was called. Finally, Third Mizukage, together with Yuenshi, launched an attack on the large force of Konoha Shinobi in the Kingdom of Waves. Soon, on the second day after the final battle at Mount Kikyo, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure launched an attack on the Konoha Shinobi army of the Land of Grass, the Land of Tang, and the Land of Waves at lightning speed. It directly prompted the 3 world wars, which had been intensified, into a period of intense heat. Chapter 78 The First Wave Retreats, Great Toad Sage Vomits Blood, and Minato Returns. Second watch please subscribe. However, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure well planned. They wanted to take advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen's opportunity in Mount Kikyo to defeat the large army of Konoha Shinobi from the country of Grass, the country of Tang, and the country of Waves at once, but found that things were not as simple as imagined. After launching a major offensive, the large army of Konoha Shinobi from the country of Grass, the country of Tang, and the country of Waves seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and they all carried out fierce resistance. But just when the Rock Shinobi Army, Cloud Shinobi Army, and Mist Ninja Army loomed to gain the upper hand. However, they were caught off guard by the ninja killing team who were hidden in the army of Konoha Shinobi who made a sudden attack. Facing the breath of thunder, the battlefield of the soup country, the breath of water, the battlefield of the wave country, and the breath of the rock Fa Dachung, grass country battlefield. Ninja killing team ninjas were beaten by surprise, and some of them retreated steadily. Yes, can you imagine 100 ninjas wearing ghost masks, holding long knives, like taking some kind of stimulant, whose physical strength has greatly increased and exploded like crazy? A ruthless killing machine. So that, the first wave of big attacks by Rock Shinobi troops, Cloud Shinobi troops, and Fuli troops soon ended with their own voluntary retreat. As soon as the news came out, the entire ninja world was immediately stunned. Countless people showed expressions of disbelief and extreme horror after learning the latest news about the battle situation. What's the situation? The Rock Shinobi Army, the Cloud Shinobi Army, and the Mist Ninja Army wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the Third Hokage in Mount Kikyo to attack the Konoha Shinobi Army from the Land of Grass, the Land of Tang, and the Land of Waves with a tacit understanding. Frustrated? Did you make a mistake? To know, the current Konoha Village is because of its geographical location and the strongest strength? From the beginning of the outbreak of the Third World War, it was fighting on the fourth front. The troops and high-end combat power were divided into four parts. Sanagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure also had a tacit understanding, and each of them was putting pressure on the border of the Nation of Fire. After all, who is the strongest in Konoha Village? There is also a third Hokage who achieved transformation, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, the first battle and the second battle were won, and the strongest one must be marked first no matter what the third battle. It turned out well. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has shown his cards. Just pointed at the noses of Third Tsuchikage, Third Raikage, Third Mizukage and said, "My 787 is currently on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. If you have the ability, seize the opportunity to fight against the Konoha Shinobi of the Kingdom of Grass, the Kingdom of Tang, and the Kingdom of Waves. The troops attack." The same is true. The Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Ninja troops did launch an attack, but they slapped themselves in the face and took the initiative to retreat. This battle situation can be said to have shocked the jaws of countless people. Then, under such circumstances, the ninja killing team officially entered the field of vision of countless people and stepped onto the historical stage of World War III. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Konoha Village took the initiative to release two more news. The first news is that at the beginning of the big decisive battle on MT, none of them died. The second news is that the ninjas of the ninja killing team have all practiced the breathing method developed by Third Hokage. With the blessing of chakra, they can maximize their cardiopulmonary function and instantly increase their physical ability. Boom! As soon as these two news came out, the entire ninja world once again fell into boiling water. Also understand, Third Hokage, why is Sarutobi Hiruzen so calm and confident? It turns out that the Konoha Shinobi troops of the Land of Grass, the Country of Tang, and the Land of Waves all have unknown trump cards, so they will not be defeated by the Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Ninja troops. And Third Tsuchikage, Third Raikage, and Third Mizukage who heard the news almost vomited blood in anger, and that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen tricked them again. It must have been intentional to hide the information of Kamui's ninja squad that was sent out on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. That led to their incomplete information. As for the breathing method developed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Third Tsuchikage, Third Raikage, and Third Mizukage were relieved after the initial shock and astonishment. After all, the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu is not blown out. Perhaps the transformation that Sarutobi Hiruzen himself achieved has something to do with this breathing method. Advertisement certainly, after vomiting blood with anger. Third Tsuchikage, Third Raikage, and Third Mizukage were all furious. They became more and more afraid of Konoha Village and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and directly issued the order for the second attack. The first attack failed. I was caught off guard by the ninja killing team that appeared out of nowhere. Now that they are mentally prepared, they will increase their troops for the second wave of attack. They still don't believe that the Konoha Shinobi army has secret weapons. Have nothing to say. The second major attack, they must make the Konoha Shinobi troops from the Land of Grass, the Land of Tang, and the Land of Waves pay a bloody price. Otherwise, facing Konoha Village, which has been divided into four groups and has already given them two hands, if they Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure do not have any outstanding records, I am afraid that they will all be ridiculed and looked down upon by countless people. At the same time, Mount Myoboku, one of the three holy places in the ninja world. As a place of inheritance as famous as the Ryuchi Cave Web Bone Forest, there are a lot of toads living in it, and most of these toads can use fairy arts. At this time, on a training ground deep in Mount Myoboku, accompanied by a surge of majestic chakra waves, I saw a small green toad with white beard and eyebrows controlling the continuous flow of natural energy into Namikaze Minato's body. Yes, this small green toad is one of the high-level officials of Mount Myoboku, known as the deep work of the elder-level capable confidant of the great toad sage. Minato, your talent is very strong. You have been able to feel and absorb natural energy so quickly. Now, I will help you. Fukasaku carefully controlled the natural energy, and said in a deep voice, "You have to remember, our Mount Myoboku Sage mode is based on a 1-to-1 ratio of condensed celestial chakra. You have to concentrate on controlling the number, not too many, or cannot be less." After hearing this sentence, Namikaze Minato, who was practicing with his eyes closed, did not speak, and began to try a little bit. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. As time goes by, the chakra and the power of nature on Namikaze Minato became more and more intense, and his face became more dignified and serious. It seems that the integration is complete. Namikaze Minato's cheeks began to show strands of eyeshadow that only a fairy can have. Boom. The next moment, a majestic chakra wave swept out from Namikaze Minato's body, causing the entire Mount Myoboku to vibrate slightly. As expected of a genius, looking at Namikaze Minato who entered sage mode, Fukasaku restrained his own chakra breath and couldn't help sighing. Lived for so many years, it can be regarded as seeing all kinds of geniuses, but Namikaze Minato's talent can definitely be ranked in the top 3, especially after learning sage mode in such a short period of time, even if it is there are some not thought of. Success. At this time, Namikaze Minato, who had entered sage mode, opened his eyes suddenly, bursting out with a bright light. He feels that he has become stronger, especially the magic chakra in his body is much easier to use than ordinary chakra, not only can be used to enhance attack and defense, but also increase the physical attack range and perception range. As expected of Mount Myoboku sage mode, Fukasaku Sage, thank you for your teaching these days. BBBB. Otherwise I wouldn't have mastered sage mode so quickly. The next moment, Namikaze Minato withdrew from sage mode and said in a grateful tone said a word. Fine, Fukasaku shook his head and said disapprovingly. You are the ninja that Great Toad Sage likes, and you are Jiraiya's apprentice. I should teach you. By the way, where's teacher Jiraiya? After hearing this sentence, Namikaze Minato glanced around, only to find that there was no Jiraiya at the beginning, and asked curiously. Now that the 3 wars have entered a heated stage, Jiraiya will return to Konoha Village first. Fukasaku narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in amazement, judging from the latest news, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has killed Third Kage and led the Konoha Shinobi fighters to victory in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. After Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure heard the news, they began to attack the large army of Konoha Shinobi from the Kingdom of Grass, the Country of Tang, and the Kingdom of Waves, but they were attacked by the large army of Konoha Shinobi. The killing team was caught off guard and forced to retreat. Now it seems that a second wave of attack is brewing. I don't know if the large army of Konoha Shinobi from the Land of Grass, the Land of Tang, and the Land of Waves can hold on. When it comes to this, advertisement Fukasaku's tone is obviously that there are some people who are not optimistic about Konoha Shinobi. Because, after the ninja team caught their opponents by surprise, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure will definitely be prepared. The second wave of attack is the highlight. I don't know if they can hold on. What? Did so many things happen in the ninja world? No, I'm going back too. Konoha Village needs me, and teacher Jiraiya needs me too. Hearing that the situation in the third battle was so anxious, Namikaze Minato's eyebrows flashed a ray of worry, and he hurriedly said, Senji Fukasaku, doesn't a Great Toad Sage want to see me? Now that Sage Mode has been cultivated successfully, you can bring I'm going to see the Great Toad Sage. After meeting the Great Toad Sage, I'm leaving Mount Myoboku to participate in the Third Ninja World War. Well, upon hearing this sentence, Immortal Fukasaku immediately showed an embarrassed expression, and said, Minato, you can go straight away, Great Toad Sage is not feeling well, so I won't see you for a while. Ah. Namikaze Minato frowned, and said without thinking, then I'll go first, and say hello to Great Toad Sage for me. Laugh. The voice did not fall, with a wave of chakra. Namikaze Minato hastily cast Flying Thunder God technique and left Mount Myoboku. Well, after Namikaze Minato left, Fukasaku couldn't help but sighed, and muttered to himself, Minato? The Great Toad Sage vomited blood in order to predict your future, your third Hokage from Konoha Village. I don't know what's going on, but such a big transformation has happened, abruptly changing a lot of the future the Great Toad Sage had already seen in his sleep. The future has changed, everything has changed, a piece of chaos. Thinking of this, Fukasaku showed horror and palpitations, and disappeared into the practice field in a flash. In fact, it did not expect that even if it is as strong as the Great Toad Sage, it will be backbited and vomit blood, and it will no longer be able to see the future of the ninja world in sleep. It can only be said that there are too many changes in the future, and the Great Toad Sage is no longer able to peep. The other side, inside a temple deep in Mount Myoboku. An old toad with orange body, yellow eyes, a string of prayer beads around its neck, and a doctor's hat on its head opened its eyes the moment Namikaze Minato left. His own toad eyes flashed with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Yes, this old toad is the legendary Great Toad Sage. The future has changed, the future of Namikaze Minato has completely changed. The rumored child of destiny seems to have undergone some kind of change. How so? It feels like the future of the ninja world has completely deviated from what I saw in my sleep before. What's going on? Everything that has changed seems to be related to what the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha Village did after his transformation, which is incredible. Poof. The next moment, a horrified look flashed across Great Toad Sage's old face, and he couldn't help coughing again, spitting out a big mouthful of blood. With its extremely accurate prediction ability, it just tried to predict the future in sleep, but it failed again. Anyway, the future related to Konoha Village has become blurred. Seems to be changing all the time. That's all. There is no need to meet Namikaze Minato anymore, let's take a look at it. I do not know how long it has been. The Great Toad Sage sighed faintly and then slowly closed his eyes. It's clear, from now on, the future of the ninja world will be completely blurred, and it can no longer see the future clearly in sleep. Perhaps, the real Destiny Child is Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who achieved a metamorphosis. Only in this way can it be explained, why is the future of the ninja world suddenly blurred? Just a child of destiny in his 50s, no matter how you look at it, there is something abnormal. Chapter 79 Evil Eye, Yellow Flash, and the Collapse of the Three Great Ninja Villages. Soon, under the spotlight, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure after spending half a day preparing. They made a comeback with lightning speed. Once again, the country of grass, the country of soup, and the Konoha Shinobi army of the country of waves launched the second attack. This time, in order to deal with the Konoha Shinobi army ninja squad, Rock Shinobi army, Cloud Shinobi army, and Mist Ninja army are going to send hundreds of elite ninjas to besiege the ninja squad. With the advantage of numbers, the ninja team's explosive period was delayed. The Rock Shinobi army, the Cloud Shinobi army, took the lead, and the Mist Ninja army was a little slower. Tang Country battlefield, when Hitaki Tsukumo was restrained by the Earth platform, and the ninja killing team was also restrained. The son of Third Hokage Uui and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee fired at full force. The Konoha Shinobi army was retreating steadily, and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee even entered the half-tailed state, quiet taste to sweep everything. However, at the critical moment, an accident happened again. Namikaze Minato, who entered Sage Mode, arrived with Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. The situation reversed instantly. Namikaze Minato first used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly kill more than 20 Cloud Shinobi's Jonin. He joined forces with Jiraiya and launched a fierce battle with Yi and Killer Bee. Yi and Killer Bee fought hard, and they were about to win. Who would have thought that Jiraiya, one of the Sannin who had never participated in the battle, would bring with the help of his apprentices, he came over. Especially Namikaze Minato, they were helpless with the unsolvable Flying Thunder God technique. Finally, Killer Bee was forced to completely tail Beast. Only then reluctantly led the remaining Cloud Shinobi out of the battlefield. The other side, on the battlefield of the country of grass. The Konoha Shinobi army led by Ino Shikacho and Uchiha clan, and the Rock Shinobi army led by 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi and 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han fought in the second wave of decisive battle. This time the decisive battle, after dispatching a large number of elite Rock Shinobi to restrain the ninja killing team. 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi and 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han seemed to be trying to make a quick decision, and they directly entered the state of complete tailed beasts. Using the powerful strength of the 2-tailed beasts, they also defeated the Konoha Shinobi army. Many ninjas of the Uchiha clan of Sangoku wanted to stop them, but found that 4 Tails and 5 Tails were completely immune to 3 Tomo Sharingan's pupil power. It's a pity. I don't know if it's a coincidence. When the 4 Tails Jinchuriki, who has entered the complete tailed beast form, was dealing with Uchiha Fuchian, he immediately cast the Great Eruption to send Uchiha Fuchian flying, and then spit out a tailed beast bomb, obviously trying to kill him to death. Ever since, at such a critical moment, watching my father about to be killed by the tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Fugaku, who was dealing with a Rock Shinobi elite Jonin, began to fluctuate violently and entered a special state, directly evolving 3 Tomo Sharingan into Mangekio Sharingan. Boom! The moment Mangekio Sharingan awakens, Uchiha Fuchian used the ability of one of the Mangekio Sharingan to blast the tailed beast bomb. Immediately afterwards, directly using Mangekio Sharingan's pupil power, he controlled the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. At this point, the situation on the battlefield of the country of grass began to reverse instantly. But since I just woke up, Uchiha Fuchian is not very proficient in using Mangekio Sharingan. After controlling 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han to kill many Rock Shinobi, he passed out in a coma. That is to say, taking advantage of this gap, 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, who has been resisting 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, saw that Rock Shinobi's momentum was already a bit sluggish, and if he continued to fight, it would only increase casualties. He announced his withdrawal from the battlefield without hesitation. Advertisement so far, Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village, the second wave of offensive organized, ended in failure again. As soon as the news came out, quiet, the entire ninja world fell into absolute silence. No way, no one thought that the Rock Shinobi army would make a comeback. The Cloud Shinobi army failed again. If the first wave of attack ended in failure, it was because they were caught off guard by Konoha Village's hidden backhand, ninja killing team, everyone can still understand, but after fully preparing to launch a second wave of attack or ended in failure, then there is something unreasonable. But after the specific reasons for the failure were revealed. Boom! Countless people in the ninja world gasped, but felt their scalps tingling for a while because of the incomparably powerful background of Konoha Village. Even if Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to support in time at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, but on the battlefields of the country of grass and the country of Yuno, there are still ninjas with Konoha who can stand out strongly, change the outcome of a battle with your own power. A commoner ninja Namikaze Minato stood out on the battlefield of the country of Yuno, Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan stood out on the battlefield of the country of grass. A Cloud Shinobi army is helpless with Flying Thunder God technique in Sage Mode. The other one awakened the Mangekio Sharingan at a critical moment, strongly controlled the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, and came to turn the tide, fully expressing the horror of the Uchiha clan. Maybe it's because Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku's record is too good this time. Among them, Namikaze Minato, who wins with speed, has the title of Yellow Flash, and Uchiha Fugaku has the title of Evil Eye, after he controlled the 5 Tails manpower and killed all directions. So far, Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, Evil Eye, Uchiha Fugaku, with the help of the three wars, became famous in the entire ninja world. At the same moment, after Sarutobi Village and Iwagakure learned that the second attack had failed again. Immediately boiled up, especially the third Tsuchikage and third Hokage who had just calmed down their anger once again flew into a rage. Lost once, lost again, are they all a bunch of trash? But, after learning the real reason for the failure, third Tsuchikage Onoki and third Hokage felt that the world was spinning for a while, and some of them were about to collapse. What's the situation? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't rush over, but two young people from Konoha Village stood up, one yellow flash Namikaze Minato, one evil eye Uchiha Fugaku. What the hell is this? Say something bad. Onoki and third Hokage thought of many possibilities. I just didn't expect that there would be two new faces in the Konoha Shinobi army, and the Rock Shinobi army from the Country of Grass and the Cloud Shinobi army from the Tang dynasty were once again defeated. This. The genius of Konoha Village, what the hell is too much? Two popping up at once. Silenced. Third Tsuchikage Onoki and third Hokage were directly silenced by the two failures, and they broke their defenses. It is really suddenly startled. Konoha Village is more difficult than imagined. So much so that the two issued a new order to the Rock Shinobi army of the Grass Country and the Cloud Shinobi army of the Tang Country, focusing on local wars, and not to confront the Konoha Shinobi army for the time being. No way. One drums up, another fades, three exhausts. I have already failed twice in a row. If I don't adjust my mentality, I am afraid that the final decisive battle has not yet begun, and the mentality of many Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi will collapse. As for Kirigakure, who was a beat slower, seeing such a situation. Terrified, third Kage and Yuan Shi directly pressed the pause button for the second attack. Advertisement: what if a Konoha Shinobi player emerges strongly in the Battle of the Land of Waves like the Battle of the Land of Grass and the Battle of the Land of Tang? Wouldn't it mean that Kirigakure will also suffer the bitter fruit of the second defeat like Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure? Still in no hurry, let's take a look at the situation before making a move, shall we? Ask for flowers. So far, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, who suffered two setbacks and blows in a row, and Kirigakure, who suffered one defeat, all chose to continue to engage in small-scale team battles with the Konoha Shinobi army, and will not start the third wave of decisive battles for the time being. The Third Ninja World War enters a scorching period where Konoha Village dominates. At the same time, under the unknown underground of the ninja. Master Madara, I really didn't expect that there would be another Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku in Konoha Village. Geniuses really emerge and endlessly. White Zetsu looked a little horrified, and said with a sigh, now the Third Ninja World War has entered the rhythm of Konoha Village, continued to stalemate, relying on its own background. It is foreseeable that the winner of the main battle will still be Konoha Village. Isn't it normal? After hearing this sentence, Uchiha Madara, who had a tube in his back, didn't change his expression, showing eyes that had seen through everything, and said in a low voice. The strong background of Konoha Village lies there. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen has not recovered to its peak, it will also win the final victory of the three battles, but it will take a little longer. When it comes to this, after all, Uchiha Madara's tone fluctuated a bit. In the past 2 years, because Sarutobi Hiruzen was in Konoha Village, White Zetsu's avatar could not sneak in. As a result, he had completely lost information about Konoha Village, and did not know the specific situation of Uchiha Obito. Uncomfortable. Uchiha Madara never imagined that one day, Konoha Village would become his forbidden place. So, thinking of the instigator of everything, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Madara has an urge to go to the Land of Rain to take back Rinnegan and completely suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, at critical moments, he can't help it, and a little intolerance can lead to big plans. As long as the plan is successful, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let him play around. What's going on in the Land of Rain? Uchiha Madara forced himself not to think about Sarutobi Hiruzen, and changed the subject on his own initiative. Everything is going to plan. White Zetsu thought for a while, and then slowly reported, the demigod of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander is old, and the power of the Kingdom of the Rain is not as good as before, and the Akatsuki mercenary organization is developing very fast. Demigod? Uchiha Madara showed a very disdainful expression. Yamanaka has no tiger and monkey called the king, and Hanzo of the Salamander can also be called a demigod. It can only be said that the ninja world is really bad. Well, except for Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Madara can afford to lose and is willing to put Sarutobi Hiruzen in notch behind Kita Senju Hashirama. Speed up. The next moment, a cold look flashed across Uchiha Madara's wrinkled cheeks, and he said, the situation of the three world wars has begun to become clear, and once the 5 great ninja villages come to their senses, they may find abnormalities in the Land of Rain. White Zetsu nodded thoughtfully. By the way, while Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't in Konoha Village, let your avatar take a look at Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something, and ordered, if it really doesn't work, don't follow the original plan, and take some special measures directly, as long as the goal can be achieved. Certainly, Uchiha Madara didn't say another word. That is since the last time Sarutobi Hiruzen blasted his old lady clone, he was not dead and was exposed. He always feels that there is something wrong with his plan, and he can't explain exactly where the problem is. In addition, his body is failing day by day, so he can only speed up the plan as much as possible. At least everything must be settled before the end of the 3 wars. If you can't get it done, then you can only, thinking of this. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Chapter 80. Yi Kang's Choice, Onogi. The crowd tactics start, please beg for subscription. Kikyo Hill, after winning, the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army began to rest on the spot. Originally, after the end, the patriarchs of the Shimura clan, the Wan clan, and the Mito clan wanted to lead some ninjas to support the other three battlefields overnight, especially when they learned that Iwagakure, Sanagakure, and Kirigakure were going to attack. It's incredible. But was rejected by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and told them not to worry. Now, after learning the latest battle reports from the other three battlefields, all the ninjas in the Konoha Shinobi army of Kikyo Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, the head of the Shimura clan, the head of the Zhuanzhan clan, and the head of the Mito clan even showed a stupefied expression, and Yinshin's admiration for Third Hokage was like a river flowing endlessly. At this time, within the camp of the Konoha Shinobi fighters on Mount Kikyo, in one of the most central tents, sure enough, a little bit of pressure is still very rewarding. Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato are now on the edge. Looking at the latest information in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Before he came to the battlefield of Kikyo Mountain, he had actually anticipated what would happen on the battlefield of the Country of Grass, the battlefield of the Country of Tang, and the battlefield of the Country of Waves. Already prepared in advance, he gave Might Die, 443, a celestial beam, letting him wait for an opportunity in the battlefield of the Country of Grass, and once he really couldn't hold on, he would explode crazily. Before he came to the battlefield of Tango Country, he asked Tsunade to inform Jiraiya to come back from Mount Myoboku to support Hitaki Tsukumo. Unexpectedly, not only Jiraiya went to support, but even Namikaze Minato returned from his studies, so it can only be blamed bad luck for the Cloud Shinobi army. As for the Kingdom of Waves, he didn't arrange any backup at all. Because, unlike Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure is divided into three evenly matched forces internally, Third Mizukage, Yuenshi, and the major blood successor limit families. There have always been conflicts among the three, and it is impossible to unite wholeheartedly. Just in case, the secret order given to Hyuga's celestial eye is: if Kirigakure is really united, fight as long as you wait, and withdraw if you can't fight. The results have also been seen. After the first wave of attack failed, seeing that the Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi troops were attacked again, Kirigakure didn't even make a second wave of counterattacks, so he died down again. Now I can slowly go to the other three battlefields. I hope Third Tsuchikage, Third Raikage, Third Mizukage will not let me down. A few seconds later, the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up slightly, and he took a sip of hot tea leisurely, and muttered to himself. Third Kage is dead. Third Tsuchikage, Third Raikage, are you ready to okay? A lot of World War II, I'll get it back in World War II. Actually, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's current speed, if you hurry up and catch up slowly, you should be able to catch up with the second wave of offensive launched by the Rock Shinobi army and the Cloud Shinobi army. But, it's not necessary, it's still the same sentence. He is Third Hokage, not a nanny. If he does everything by himself, then the ninjas in Konoha Village are basically abolished, so we still have to put a little pressure on them. The group can be motivated. Master Third Hokage. Sudden, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was still thinking, a voice sounded from outside the tent. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quietly. Master Third Hokage, I've made up my mind. After entering the tent, Yi Kang took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, and said, I don't want to surrender to Konoha Village, but I am willing to surrender to you. A wise choice. Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care so much. Anyway, surrendering to him is surrendering to Konoha Village, so you don't need to care about so many details. Advertisement. Since you are willing to surrender, you can pick and take away those captured Sand Shinobi. Yi Kang lowered his head halfway, his cheeks blushed involuntarily, and whispered, then what should I do after I surrender? All right. After the defeat of Sand Shinobi, Hakura and others were all captured. Out of humanitarianism, Sarutobi Hiruzen also gave Hakura a chance to choose. So, after hesitating again and again, Hakura still chose to surrender. Anyway, now that Third Kage, Chio, and Ebizo are all dead, she is also disheartened by Sanagakure's top management, and more importantly, she surrendered to those who crushed her. Third Hokage is not ashamed, she has almost no psychological pressure. She just wanted the feeling of being crushed crazily. It's very simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes moved, and the group said surprisingly, I want you to go back and do Fourth Kage. Yi Kang, who was already thinking about it, was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed. Master Third Hokage, you want me to go back to be Kage? That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yi Kang, and said, now Sanagakure has only one bear commander Luo Sha, you bring your own direct line Sand Shinobi back, the position of Fourth Kage is almost out of 10. Can I really? Although Yi Kang had some ideas in her heart, but, when she was really asked to go back to be the Fourth Kage, she was still a little dazed and at a loss for a while. You can. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and said softly, with your strength, plus the Sand Shinobi you brought back, it's basically stable. Luo Sha definitely didn't even dare to fart. Okay. Yi Kang's eyes flickered a few times, he gritted his teeth and said, I will try my best. Can. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his waist, and said with a light smile, you can choose the obedient Sand Shinobi to take away at any time, I am waiting for your good news. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no bad intentions either. Hakura the ninja still have great value. If he can sit on the seat of Kage, he can completely change the tragedy of being betrayed by Luo Sha and dying in the hands of Kirinen in the original book. More importantly, he has changed a lot of plots in Sand Shinobi Village, and now he has changed even 4th Kage. Thinking of this, he is looking forward to the system rewards after the end of World War III. Okay, Lord Third Hokage. Yi Kang's eyes shone with a strange light. After he clenched his fists, he seemed to have made up his mind and took a few steps forward. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's unbelievable gaze, he squatted in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then stretched out his hand. Well, which Hokage can stand such a test? He knew very well what Yi Kang meant, which was to cast a certificate to express his sincerity, but this way was too. He likes. 5 hours later, in another tent. Master Third Hokage, it's basically finished. The patriarch of the Shimura clan said respectfully, our large army of Konoha shinobi in Kikyo Mountain can evacuate at any time. Advertisement, Yakura also returned to Sengoku with some supplies and Sand Shinobi. The patriarch of the Genju family seemed to have thought of something, and added, after the captured Sand Shinobi learned that they could regain their freedom and return to Sengoku, most of them expressed their willingness to follow Hakura and support her as 4th Kage, and a small number of disobedient ones we plan to escort back to Konoha Village and use it as a coolie. Sarutobi-sensei, I've got it done too. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, and said with a light smile. I have disposed of the ninjas' corpses in a harmless manner, and I have also extracted and sealed the cells of 3rd Kage, and I will study it carefully when I have time. Magnet style. $7. After hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just studied hard, took a deep breath, and ordered in a serious tone. Orochimaru, you lead a part of Konoha shinobi to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Nami. The Sleeping Clan, the Mito Clan, the Shimura Clan led a part of the Konoha shinobi and the ninja killing team to the battlefield of Tango Country. I will personally go to the battlefield of the Country of Grass. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen added with a murderous look on his face. The first and second waves of offensives of Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure have failed, and the third wave of offensives will definitely bring out the bottom of the box. This time, I went to the battlefield of the Country of Grass with only one purpose, to try to defeat the Rock Shinobi army in one go and make Onobi go crazy. The meeting is over. At the same moment, Iwagakure. In Tsuchikage's office. The first wave was forced to retreat because they were caught off guard by the ninja killing team. In the second wave, the Uchiha clan directly awakened a Mangekio Sharingan, which made Lao Zi retreat on his own initiative. Okay. It's really good. Third Tsuchikage Onoki shook his fist with an angry smile, and there was an undisguised coldness on his gloomy cheeks. It never occurred to him, Iwagakure's 2 Jinchuriki shot at the same time. They were all able to return home without feathers, and also helped Konoha Village add a high-end fighter. In addition, the Mangekio Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is really pervert, and he can control a Jinchuriki just after awakening, which invisibly reminded Onoki of the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara back then. Isn't Uchiha Madara dead already? Thinking of this, Onoki still drew a circle in his heart and cursed Uchiha Madara. A year ago, I showed my face in Konoha Village with a clone, and I haven't shown my face in the ninja world. I really don't know what that old Uchiha Madara is going to do. Maybe he is old and dead. Master Third Tsuchikage, what should we do now? 1.6. A look of worry flashed across Kido's fat cheeks, and he said, we lost both the first wave and the second wave, and it's imperceptibly affecting our rock shinobi's morale. Dealt a serious blow. Beat. No matter what, the Konoha shinobi army in the land of grass must be defeated. Onoki took a deep breath, and ordered in a deep voice. You lead 10,000 rock shinobi to the battlefield of the Country of Grass quickly. Even if you use the tactics of the Sea of People and fight a protracted tug of war for me, you will win the final victory. This time, in front of the entire ninja world, I will thoroughly reveal our Iwagakure background and ferocious fangs. Originally, Onoki still has thoughts on Sengoku, Cloud Shinobi Village. But I didn't expect that the comprehensive strength of Konoha Village today would be so terrifying, and it was almost incomparable with World War II. The war was divided into 4 fronts. Sengoku had been eliminated, and the other 3 fronts could still gain the upper hand. So, is tolerable or unbearable, he Third Tsuchikage Onoki doesn't hide anything anymore. Revealing some whole cards is bound to give a severe blow to the prestige of Konoha Shinobi's large army. Otherwise the third battle is about to become a one-man show for Konoha Village. Chapter 81 Sengoku Coup, tens of thousands of rock shinobi attack the ninja world. Sengoku, in the Funging office in the central area. Ha 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 ha. Master Third Kage, Old Lady Chio, Ebizo, why are you all dead? I really didn't expect that I, Luo Sha, would one day lie down and win. After you all died, wouldn't the position of 4th Kage be at your fingertips now? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, I really want to thank you very much. If you hadn't shot and killed Third Kage, how could I have become the biggest winner in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain? Accompanied by hearty laughter one after another. Luo Sha, the captain of Sand Shinobi Anbu, sat comfortably in the seat where Third Kage usually sat, with an undisguised look of madness and pride on his cheeks. Yes, after hearing the news that the Sand Shinobi army was defeated at the Battle of Mount Kikyo. Luo Sha, who was in charge of transporting the plundered materials to stay in Sengoku, first arrived at ultimate in disbelief, followed by a burst of lingering fear, and finally a burst of ecstasy and excitement. It is unbelievable that more than 3,000 Sand Shinobi elites actually lost. The lingering fear is that he escaped with good luck. The reason for the ecstasy and excitement is that third Kage, Ebizo, Chio and other high-level Sengoku are all dead. Didn't Shimu become the veritable boss of Sengoku? This Nima's happiness came a little too suddenly. All the time, for the Seed of Wind and Shadow, Luo Sha still has some ideas. I don't want to be a Sand Shinobi of Kage, not a good Sand Shinobi. But, due to the fact that third Kage is in a peak period, Chio, Ebizo, who has a high position in the Elders, he dare not show it at all, and he can't have the slightest idea. Otherwise, no matter how good the relationship is. I'm afraid it wasn't for third Kage who would have been wary of him, Anbu's captain. Now, he spread his hands in Sengoku. I don't know who can stand in my way to the position of fourth Kage. 17 This battle seems to be lost, and Sand Shinobi and Sengoku, who died a lot, are almost completely defeated. But, many sharp internal conflicts have been eased with the deaths of third Kage, Ebizo, and Chio, and the major families have also suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, Sengoku will have no one to hinder me from ascending to the throne. Luo Sha's expression fluctuated, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Those who make big things don't care about small things. Anyway, the loss of the Sand Shinobi army is the fault of the dead third Kage. Now that Sengoku has nothing to do, he just did as necessary to raise one's arms and give small benefits, which will definitely get the support of many people in Sengoku. Steady. Thinking of this, the corner of Luo Sha's mouth showed a smile unconsciously, and he had already begun to imagine himself wearing the Fengyin Yushin robe in his mind. By the way, where is the scorpion? Sudden, Luo Sha seemed to have thought of something, showing a puzzled expression. As soon as he returned to Sengoku, Chio asked him to go look for Shie, but found that the building was already empty. He asked the guard Sand Shinobi, but he didn't know where Shie went. Strange. Luo Sha thought for a while, but didn't think much more. Anyway, both Chio and Ebizo are dead. Whether Scorpion is dead or alive has nothing to do with him, as long as he doesn't jump out to prevent him from ascending to the position of Kage. Scorpion doesn't matter if he doesn't appear all the time. Boom. But just at this time, with an urgent knock on the door. A ninja from Sand Shinobi Anbu ran in a panic, and said in disbelief, Master Third Kage, something is wrong. Master Yikang came back with a large amount of Sand Shinobi, and arrested us Anbu indiscriminately. A lot of people have already begun to surround the Fengyin building. What? Yakura is back. What does she want to do? Does she want to rebel? Whoever dares to catch me, doesn't she want to hang out in Sand Shinobi Village? After hearing this sentence, advertisement Luo Sha, who had already made plans for his future, suddenly became terrified, jumped up from the chair with a face full of disbelief, walked to the window angrily, and glanced down. Result, don't see don't know, I was shocked when I saw it. It turned out that the Kage building was surrounded by Sand Shinobi before we knew it. Many of his Anbu subordinates have already been captured, and now Yikang leads a team of Sand Shinobi's Jonin into the Kage building. Obviously the visitor is not good. F*K. Wait a minute. How? So many Sand Shinobi came back all at once. Something's wrong. Didn't you say that most of the Sand Shinobi were captured? Why did Yikang bring so many Sand Shinobi back? What the hell is going on with all this? Luo Sha felt like he was going crazy. The humming sound kept ringing in his mind, and he froze in place. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of a door being kicked open, Yikang led a large group of people into Fengyin's office with their heads held high, ignoring Luo Sha who was full of doubts, and went straight to the main seat and sat down. From now on, I am the fourth Kage of Sengoku. A flash of arrogance flashed across Yi Kanchao's face. She raised her head slightly and said something calmly. Yakura, what do you want to do? After hearing this sentence, Luo Sha finally came to his senses, and after taking a deep breath, he growled coldly. Bold and reckless, what qualifications do you have to be Kage? Don't let me get up from that position. Yikang didn't panic at all, and said softly, I'm not qualified, so are you qualified? Presumptuous. Luo Sha was so angry that his body trembled unceasingly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Kage is for everyone to vote with a show of hands. It's not something you can become if you want to, and besides, you are still young, and you still can't grasp the position of Kage. Oh. Yikang glanced disdainfully at Luo Sha, who was furious, and said calmly, I can't handle it, can you? Now that my people have controlled the entire Sengoku, are you sure you want to vote with a show of hands? Certainly, Yikang still didn't say a word. She can even hold Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Isn't it easy to hold a small Kage position? Kr. Luo Sha trembled, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but saw that the team of Sand Shinobi Jonin who entered the office had already looked at him unkindly, expressing the meaning as very simple. If he dares to talk nonsense, the consequences will be serious. The next moment, Luo Sha's body trembled a few times as if out of breath. He understood everything. The Sand Shinobi in front of him had already betrayed, including Yikang must have betrayed. Otherwise, why would Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen let so many Sand Shinobi back unconditionally? In addition, the Sand Shinobi in front of him has completely ignored him, the captain of Anbu, and there is no respect or fear in his eyes. Even if he is a fool, he can guess what happened. What he just can't figure out is that Yikang is very loyal to Sengoku. He is regarded as a recognized model worker and hero. How could she be like this? Is she worthy of Sengoku's upbringing? Unbelievable. But the facts are all in front of him, and Luo Sha has no choice but to believe it. It's all over, the days of Sand Shinobi Village have completely changed. From now on, not only Kage, maybe even Sengoku, will gradually change into the shape of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Poof. Seems to be battered, I can't accept that I fell from the clouds to the bottom all of a sudden. Luo Sha spat out a big mouthful of blood, and after losing his mind, he leaned limply against the wall, his eyes blank for a while. As for resistance, he just wants to be Kage, but he doesn't want to die? Ye Kang brought back so many Sand Shinobi, and it was obvious that he was confident, he didn't dare to gamble with his life. More importantly, Ye Kang's aura seemed to be well hidden, but he could still perceive it, Kage level. Ye Kang had already broken through from Elite Jonin to Kage level. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Ye Kang smiled disdainfully, and didn't bother to look at Luo Sha anymore. After she led the Sand Shinobi army to control Sengoku at lightning speed. Only then did I know that Luo Sha not only didn't think about redeeming those captured Sand Shinobi these days, but also frantically eradicated Third Kage, Ebizo, and some of Chiyo's remaining under Sengoku's direct line, just to sit on the position of Fourth Kage. Now that she has been irrigated by Third Hokage, she has broken through that layer of film and reached the Kage level. So, when she returned to Sengoku, she definitely couldn't make Luo Sha wishful, so she just took advantage of the situation and took over Sengoku in its entirety. In a word, Fourth Kage, she is sure, no one can stop it. Moreover, Lord Third Hokage promised when he was with her. Once the 3 wars are over, Konoha Village will strengthen its cooperation with Sengoku to help her continue to strengthen the position of Kage. He also gave her the practice scroll of Sun, Moon, Wind, Flame, Water, Rock, Thunder, Breathing method, so that she can better cultivate her own lineage and improve the comprehensive strength of Sand Shinobi Village. Well, in vain, it seems that I thought of some bad pictures. Ye Kang didn't change much on the surface, but there was still some fluctuation in his heart. Third Hokage really didn't look like a man in his 50s. Too strong, too perverted. The next thing is very simple. After Anbu's captain, Luo Sha, lost the ability to resist, Hakura took control of Sengoku almost effortlessly 270, and in the end, he was unanimously elected as 4th Kage. So far, the wheel of fate begins to spin. Sengoku has gradually entered a new era. Sand Shinobi Village has a new Kage. It didn't cause any big waves in the ninja world, let alone set off any big waves. More specifically, the whole ninja world has been attracted by another big event. Just after the first wave of attack and the second wave of the Rock Shinobi army in the country of grass failed, the third Tsuchikage Onoki of Rock Shinobi Village was completely angry, and directly dispatched 10,000 Rock Shinobi to the country of grass with the momentum of black clouds overwhelming the city. Finally, before the large army of Konoha Shinobi from the country of grass could react, more than 10,000 Rock Shinobi surrounded Konoha Shinobi in the center. Once the news came out, the ninja world, which hadn't calmed down at first, shook once again. After learning that 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi sent more than 10,000 Rock Shinobi, many people took a few breaths of air conditioning in shock, their scalps went numb for a while. Because no one thought that 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi's temper would be so irritable. After the first wave of offense and the second wave of offense failed, he didn't talk nonsense. After a few days of rest, he immediately showed up. The whole card of the third wave of attack, Rock Shinobi with more than 10,000 players, mainly played with more than one player. The expression is very simple: no matter how strong your Konoha Shinobi's ninja killing team in the land of grass is, how powerful the evil eye, Uchiha Fugaku is, we Rock Shinobi are not afraid, and we will kill you with the sea of people tactics. Ever since, in this situation, countless eyes of the ninja world, including Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, Rain Shinobi Village and other forces, can't help but look at the country of grass, which is full of gunpowder and is about to explode. Everyone understands very well, a battle that is destined to detonate the entire ninja world is about to start. Whether Konoha Village can suffer its first defeat since World War III, and whether Iwagakure can show its prestige depends on the performance of tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi in the land of grass. Chapter 82 Tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi besiege. A golden Buddha shocked the audience. Country of grass, a plain, the camp of Konoha Shinobi fighters. Inside a large tent in the central area, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuchian, the young patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, Ino Shikacho, 3 new patriarchs Naruluju, Yamanaka Heiichi, Akamichi Choza, and Konoha Nurs, Brown Eyebrow Beast, might Daidu look sitting here seriously. No one spoke, making the atmosphere somewhat dignified. As for the reason, of course, their Konoha Shinobi fighters have been surrounded by tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi at lightning speed. No way, none of them thought, Rock Shinobi Village's third wave of offensive will come so violently. After tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi arrived in the land of grass, there was almost no rest, and they were suddenly dispersed in several directions, surrounded by the large force of Konoha Shinobi, and waited until the large force of Konoha Shinobi sensing ninja sensed something was wrong and wanted to break through, but found that it was too late. Tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi. Uchiha Fuchian took a deep breath, and said with a wry smile on his face, "Third Tsuchikage Onoki really paid for it." All right. After repelling the 2 waves of attacks from the Rock Shinobi army, Uchiha Fuchian breathed a sigh of relief. Especially during the second wave of war, his son also awakened the Mangekio Sharingan, and came directly to turn the tide, defeating the Rock Shinobi army. It can be described as an unexpected building. Certainly, there is also a small episode in this. Before the War of the Third War, due to the fact that the strength of the Uchiha clan was too weak, there was not even a single Mangekio Sharingan. With a feeling of uneasiness, he tentatively asked Lord Third Hokage how the 3-Tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can awaken as a Mangekio Sharingan. After all, Third Hokage is known as Doctor of Ninjutsu, and he must have researched on Sharingan. But I didn't expect that I really got an answer, that is, if a ninja of the Uchiha clan has experienced huge negative emotions such as witnessing the death of a loved one. Maybe there is a chance to awaken as a Mangekio Sharingan. Uchiha Fujian, who got this answer, was shocked to the point ultimate. Still others don't believe it. To this end, he also deliberately looked through the family history of the Uchiha clan. As a result, an astonishing fact was discovered. Anyone who awakens Mangekio Sharingan will inevitably encounter major setbacks. There are some careful considerations that are so frightening that Uchiha Fujian dare not announce this discovery, otherwise the Uchiha family will definitely mess up. Therefore, in the face of the second wave of attacks from Sarutobi Village, and the Konoha Shinobi army was in danger, Uchiha Fujian held down Might Dai, who was about to explode wildly, and took the initiative to fight against Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi. Immediately afterwards, at the critical moment when his life was in danger, Uchiha Fugaku awakened after being stimulated by Mangekio Sharingan. He admits that all of this is a gamble, but he was right. The only wrong bet is the third wave of attack. Shinobi Village will send tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi. This is to pile them up with crowd tactics? After all, whether it is Might Dai, Uchiha Fugaku, once the 8 inner gates or Mangekio Sharingan is used, the staying power is not good. Once the real man's time is over, it will basically be abolished. Yes. Naruto rubbed his head with some headaches, and said with emotion. The whole card hidden by Onobi really caught us by surprise. It is worthy of being third Tsuchikage. If the third Hokage-sama with super stamina is here, then there is no need to worry at all. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, and said unwillingly, if I didn't awaken Mangekio Sharingan, and my own ability is not enough, opening Mangekio Sharingan can't last long, so I won't be afraid of Rock Shinobi's siege? Youth is a hymn of passion, what are we afraid of? We just need to leave no regrets. After hearing this sentence, Might Dai Nong raised his eyebrows, suppressed some negative emotions in his heart, and said with enthusiasm, don't worry, Fugaku and I will explode wildly and cooperate with the ninja killing team. We will definitely kill a bloody road. When it comes to this, Might Dai also raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up, revealing his iconic big white fang. There is nothing to say. Anyway, with the fairy beans bestowed by Lord Third Hokage, he can explode twice insanely regardless of the consequences. The only consequence is that he may die after the second outbreak, but what does that matter? Woolen cloth. In order not to disappoint Master Third Hokage, he is fearless even if it is death. That's right. Hearing this sentence, Uchiha Fugaku also grinned, and said coldly, since Onobi wants to use the crowd tactics, then even if we suffer heavy losses, he will have to pay the bloody price. Good. I have no opinion either. It's impossible to admit love, Tiente, Rock Shinobi, it's over. Advertisement maybe it was infected by Might Dai. Uchiha Fugaku, Yamanaka Heiichi, Akamichi Choza and others all looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Since they were already surrounded by the large Rock Shinobi army, they could only surrender and admit defeat. It is impossible to admit defeat, even death is impossible. So, we can only fight with our backs, you guys? Naruto shook his head helplessly, spread his hands and said, then just do it if you don't accept life and death. You don't have to be so tragic, but just when everyone was full of enthusiasm, a slightly gratified voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the curtain of the tent moved. An afterimage flashed away, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing the Hokage imperial robe appeared in the tent. Call, finally arrived, after standing in the tent. Sarutobi Hiruzen twisted his body a little, he breathed a sigh of relief involuntarily. After leaving Mount Kikyo, he rushed towards the battlefield of the Country of Grass. On the way, he heard that 3rd Tsuchikage Onobi dispatched more than 10,000 Rock Shinobi, and announced that he would defeat Konoha of the Country of Grass at once. A large army of shinobi. This surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen, who heard the news. He remembered that the more than 10,000 Rock Shinobi in the original book were prepared for 3rd Hokage, and he directly exhausted the extremely powerful 3rd Hokage to death. Now, Iwagakure, who has been frustrated one after another, actually showed his cards ahead of time. It seems that he was cornered by the Konoha Shinobi army and wanted to use the crowd tactics to make a quick victory. Defeat the army of Konoha Shinobi in the Land of Grass. So, he was forced to speed up again. Fortunately, with his current physical fitness, he could barely feel tired from the continuous journey, so he finally arrived. Master Third Hokage is here. Seeing the sudden appearance of Third Hokage wearing the Hokage imperial robe, Uchiha Fugaku, Might Dai, Naruto and others in the tent were stunned for a moment, and then they all stood up excitedly from their chairs, their cheeks flushed. There was a look of joy and disbelief on his face. What? They are all discussing a last stand. Mrs. Third Hokage appeared like a savior. This happiness came a little too suddenly, right? Keep your voice down. Seeing that Uchiha Fujian and others were excited to speak out, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and made a whispered gesture, saying, you all keep a low profile, I want to surprise Rock Shinobi's army day. Oh, the voice did not fall. Uchiha Fujian, Uchiha Fugaku, Might Dai, Naruto and others in the tent immediately understood. After looking at each other, they showed a knowing smile. It seems that the arrival of Lord Third Hokage did not disturb the rock shinobi who surrounded them. That's just some good stuff. What is more than 10,000 rock shinobi? With the pervert-level physical fitness of Master Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm afraid he can hit 10,000 with one. Anyway, they are right now, they even have some expectations and excitement, let the siege of rock shinobi be more intense. The other side, the base of the rock shinobi army. Inside a tent in the central area, the captain of Iwagakure Anbu Dalyedian, 4 Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, the unparalleled shield of Tsuchikage Akatsuki, explosion-style Kuna and others all gathered together. Compared with the depression and low morale of the previous 2 failures. Now in Odin, Lao Zi, Han wearing a steam mask and others inadvertently smiled confidently, because, when tens of thousands of rock shinobi's cards were revealed, Iwagakure's power has already shocked the entire ninja world. After all, tens of thousands of ninjas, just standing there makes my heart palpitate. Not to mention going to besiege the large force of Konoha shinobi who only has more than 1,000 people. This time, we must let Konoha shinobi's army pay the blood of everyone, especially Uchiha Fugaku, and Lao Zi will snap his eyes off. It seems that he still has some grudges about being controlled by Mangekio Sharingan. Han made a hoarse voice. The incomparably cold voice was filled with anger towards Uchiha Fugaku. During the second wave of war, Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekio Sharingan just glanced at him. Advertisement just controlling him, it can be said that he has lost all face. Now it is time to get back the place. With so many of us, we don't have to worry about the explosion of Might Dai and the ninja team anymore. Onotien smiled coldly, and said in a deep voice. Once the battle starts, let Genin rush to the front and consume a wave first. We just need to make strong shots in critical moments. Good. Old Z's eyes moved, and he said confidently, facing the siege of our tens of thousands of rock shinobi, the large army of Konoha shinobi is hard to fly. Correct. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Ono Ten asked curiously, after being surrounded by us, didn't the Konoha shinobi army make any moves to break through? No, as soon as he got down to business, Kitu's expression became concentrated, and he said with a little doubt. At the beginning, the Konoha shinobi army sent people to break through tentatively, but now there is no response at all, and they are all huddled in the camp. Isn't it waiting for rescue? Carrie frowned, and subconsciously said, if we are really waiting for help from Konoha Village, then we still need to be a little bit more prepared. HMPH. Still want to wait for rescue? Ono Ten gave a cold snort, and ordered neatly. 2 hours later, we will launch an attack on the large army of Konoha shinobi fighters, trying to wipe them all at once. Good. Agreed. More than 10,000 rock shinobi should be rested and can start to attack. The voice did not fall. Old Purple, Han, Terracotta, Hunting. The others were taken aback for a moment, then nodded indiscriminately. There is nothing to say. Now is the time to let Konoha Village know how powerful Iwagakure is, and it is best to wipe out all the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army in the country of grass, so that the entire ninja world will be shocked. Shake it violently. Soon, 2 hours later, the tens of thousands of rock shinobi who surrounded the Konoha shinobi army all took action and began to besiege the camp of the Konoha shinobi army, intending to launch a full-scale attack. Such a big move, of course it can't be done quietly. So, almost at the time of Iwagakure's action, the scouts of the Konoha shinobi army quickly sent the information back to the camp, which immediately caused a commotion in the camp. Rock shinobi launched a siege. Speed up. Everyone take their places. Everyone, get ready to fight and follow orders later. Accompanied by urgent voices, the Konoha shinobi participants, Li Jiao, in the camp did not panic as imagined, but took action in an orderly manner. However, in such a tense situation, Uchiha Futian, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Heiichi, Akamichi Choza, Might Dai and other senior members of Konoha shinobi's team, their faces were very calm from beginning to end. If you look carefully, you can also see the schadenfreude in the eyes. Not only did they not issue any combat orders, but instead they ordered the Konoha shinobi to stay away from the tent in the middle when they gathered. At the same time, since there is no Konoha shinobi blocking, the encirclement circle of the rock shinobi army shrinks towards the camp of the Konoha shinobi army at a speed visible to the naked eye. If someone looks down at the ground from the sky, they will find tens of thousands of rock shinobi, like locusts crossing the border, roaring towards the camp of the Konoha shinobi army. In less than 20 minutes, under the leadership of Dalyedian, Lao Zi, and Han, tens of thousands of rock shinobi surrounded the camp of the Konoha shinobi army in the very center. About there, after the encirclement circle shrank to a suitable distance, seeing the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army still huddled in the camp, Ono Ten took a deep breath and said loudly, all rock shinobi obey orders. Attack the camp of the Konoha shinobi raiders, 1. Pity righteousness, the voice did not fall, when tens of thousands of rock shinobi wanted to launch the final attack. Accompanied by a wave of terrifying breath, I saw the tent in the center of the Konoha camp exploded suddenly, and a giant golden Buddha statue rose in the wind, and finally turned into a golden giant Buddha more than 80 meters high. Standing in the very center of the Konoha camp. Chapter 83 The Golden Giant Buddha. 4 tails and 5 tails, you are too strong. With the appearance of a golden giant Buddha more than 80 meters high. A terrifying breath swept out, covering the entire battlefield with lightning speed. A dead silence. Looking at this golden giant Buddha emitting dazzling Buddha light. On the battlefield, Whether it was the ninjas of Konoha Shinobi's army or the tens of thousands of ninjas of Rock Shinobi's army, they all froze at the same time, showing expressions of awe. There was only one thought in their minds, that is third here comes Hokage. Ah, Master Third Hokage is here. Ha ha ha, we don't have to worry about the siege of tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi at all. It's great. It's really good. A moment later, the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army were the first to react, their cheeks flashed with excitement, looking at the golden giant Buddha like a god. They were incomparably worshipped and shocked. They really didn't expect, Lord Third Hokage has already arrived at the large army of Konoha Shinobi in the land of grass. Even at the critical moment when they were besieged by tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi, they appeared like gods descending from the earth, imperceptibly moved the Konoha Shinobi who were ready to fight to the death, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Have nothing to say, here comes Optimus Prime from Konoha Village, and they have nothing to fear. You have tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi, and we have a golden giant Buddha incarnated by Lord Third Hokage. I want to see what you should do. Uchiha Fuden, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shirju, Yamanaka Heiichi, Akamichi Choza, Might Die and other high-level Konoha Shinobi fighters who had been waiting for such a moment finally didn't have to bear it anymore and showed their showdown directly. Smile. They did not expect, after the Rock Shinobi army surrounded them, they only rested for 2 hours before launching the siege. It's a pity. Your wishful thinking is crackling, but you still can't figure out that Lord Third Hokage has come to support you in advance, right? The other side, facing the 480-meter high golden giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage. Enochian, who had just given the order to attack, was stunned, and his whole body froze there as if he had been hit by a hold spell. Third Hokage is coming. Next to him, Lao Zi, Han, Kaito, and the other high-ranking members of the Rock Shinobi army all froze their expressions together, almost staring at the golden giant Buddha's eyeballs in front of them. How could they fail to recognize who this giant golden Buddha was? It is rumored that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha Village can transform into a golden giant Buddha after transformation. But, according to information gathered by Iwagakure, the golden giant Buddha transformed by Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha Village seems to be only 40 or 50 meters high. In just a few years, it has grown to more than 80 meters high? Could it be that the giant Buddha after this incarnation is still tall? Are you kidding me? A few seconds later, Ono Ten looked extremely unbelievable, and yelled at the sentient rock shinobi next to him. How did third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen come here? You don't even have a sense of this, are you all a bunch of trash? F. After hearing this sentence, the faces of the sensitive rock shinobi who had already been frightened turned pale. Looking at the golden giant Buddha that seemed to subdue the heaven and the earth, they opened their mouths, but they could barely speak. They don't know what's going on. As sentient ninjas, they have been closely sensing the situation of the Konoha Shinobi army camp. But, they didn't feel the fluctuation of the third Hokage's aura from the beginning to the end. If the golden Buddha hadn't appeared on his own initiative, they would not have known that there was a third Hokage hidden in the middle tent. Advertisement, this. The golden giant Buddha incarnated by third Hokage? How did he appear here? What should we do? Are we going to besiege? Bay? At this time, looking at the 80-meter high golden giant Buddha, tens of thousands of rock shinobi they also reacted in no particular order, and while trembling and frightened, they all couldn't help but let out an uproar of shock. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, these rock shinobi have already been familiar with the third Hokage in Konoha Village, and they also know a lot about the deeds of third Hokage. For example, some time ago, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen killed third Kage, Ebizo, Chio and other high-end Sengoku forces on the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, forcing the Sand Shinobi army to surrender and admit defeat. Now such a being can be called one of the most terrifying existences in the ninja world. They actually came to the battlefield of the country of grass. No matter how they think about it, they are all a little frightened. Originally, relying on their numbers, they were fearless, especially rock shinobi genin, who rushed to the front. They also had the consciousness to be cannon fodder. Just facing a giant golden Buddha with a height of more than 80 meters like a behemoth, why do you feel that being cannon fodder is useless? But while all the rock shinobi are still terrified, boom! With the sound of an earthquake, the golden giant Buddha in the form of Sarutobi Hiruzen twisted his huge body slightly, which immediately caused the ground to vibrate a few times, imperceptibly making tens of thousands of rock shinobi swallow their saliva carefully again. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The next moment, the giant Buddha transformed by Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at Inoden, Lao Zi and the others, and said, "That old thing Onogi didn't come in person, is it really disappointing?" You. Facing the golden giant Buddha openly called third Tsuchikage an old thing. Enochian, Lao Zi, Han, Akatu, Hunting, etc. The high-level leaders of the rock shinobi army were about to refute something, but their hearts trembled violently. Because, at this moment, they felt as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. Strands of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on their foreheads, and the hairs all over their bodies unconsciously rose. So strong. This is too strong, right? Just the invisible aura and a simple look in the eyes make people sweat, and even the cells of the whole body are trembling. In a split second, Enochian, Lao Zi, Han, Kitu, Hunting, etc. The high-level bodies of rock shinobi's large army were very stiff, and they were shouting and roaring crazily in their hearts. They knew that third Hokage was very strong, but they didn't expect it to be so ridiculously strong. Such a pervert, every word and deed after turning into a golden giant Buddha, gave them huge pressure, as if they might be crushed at any time. Lao Zi and Han are the most aggrieved, as Jinchuriki, it was the first time that they were suppressed so badly by a single person's aura. Why, you're too scared to speak. Seeing the cold sweat continuously overflowing from the foreheads of Inotion and others, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly startled, nodded in satisfaction, and said lightly, I'm ashamed to do what you say. Yes, after fusing the template of the peak Sengoku. He has completely mastered the form of Zone Human Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Giant Buddha. 80 meters is just a normal height. Now it seems. The 80-meter high golden giant Buddha is quite pervert, at least for a ninja with a crispy skin, it can be called an unsolvable big killer. Aren't we scared? Hearing this sentence, Ono Tien took a deep breath, suppressed the trembling in his heart, and said loudly, Third Hokage, I never thought that you would sneak into the country of grass. Actually, I have just arrived at Konoha Shinobi for a few hours. Sarutobi Hiruzen's incarnation of the golden giant Buddha said with a relaxed expression. By the way, I also ate something, took a bath, and waited for your delivery. Advertisement, snort. Third Hokage, isn't it a little too arrogant for you to wait for us to deliver the goods to your door? Ono Ten snorted coldly, and said in a deep voice, to say something bad, we have tens of thousands of rock shinobi going together, and you may not be able to finish all our rock shinobi before your strength is exhausted. Oh. The golden giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his huge Buddha head, scanned around, and said seriously, you are too exaggerated, just relying on you bastards, it should cost more to kill you all. Can't finish my layer of strength. What did you say? Ono Ten gritted his teeth, and said in an emphatic tone, Third Hokage, we have tens of thousands of ninjas. That's right, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. I mean you tens of thousands of rock shinobi are rubbish? It won't take much effort to kill you all. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Master Third Hokage, you are very strong, but, you can't be so arrogant? You say we are rubbish, then we have to see if you are as powerful and terrifying as the rumors say. Boom. With a majestic Koda chakra wave, wearing a pair of special steam armor, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han seemed to be unable to suppress his aggrieved heart, and immediately became angry, and directly entered the form of a pure white beast made of a dolphin and a horse. I'm not convinced either. Seeing that Han Du broke out, Lao Zi gritted his teeth, and his mind moved chakra of four tails. Boom. Another majestic Koda chakra wave, Lao Zi directly transformed into a huge red gorilla, and roared at Luolei's golden giant Buddha. Third Hokage, you may be strong, but, we are not vegetarians either. What are you guys? Don't you know that Lao Zi doesn't like to be interrupted when he's talking? However, facing the sudden outbreak of Lao Zi and Han, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had transformed into a golden giant Buddha, was furious. Almost without any warning, he stretched out two huge Buddha palms that covered the sky and grabbed 5 tails and 4 tails. Tailed Beast Bomb. Tailed Beast Bomb, facing the attack of the golden giant Buddha. Lao Zi and Han, who had entered the complete Tail Beast transformation, did not panic at all, and directly played 2 tailed beast bombs that contained the majestic ending chakra. Boom 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 boom, 2 deafening roars resounded. 2 Buddha palms and 2 tailed beast bombs collided suddenly, and a shock wave broke out that made the battlefield tremble. The powerful force even caused countless cracks to appear on the ground, and even the air began to distort and explode. However, it's powerful, but it's useless. The 2 giant Buddha's palms passed through the energy shockwave generated by the explosion and grabbed 5 tails and 4 tails fiercely. T-hash. The bodies of Lao Zi and Han who have entered the complete tail beast form flashed. Just want to escape, but how could the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen be able to fulfill their wish? The huge Buddha's palm instantly accelerated, turned into an afterimage, and directly grabbed the 5 tails and 4 tails who had tried their best to dodge into the Buddha's palm. 4 tails, 5 tails, you are too strong and must be suppressed. Chapter 84. No, you are not convinced. Kill 4 tails and 5 tails. Second watch, please subscribe. 4 tails, 5 tails, you are too strong and must be suppressed. With a sound like a bell, the shining golden giant Buddha held 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi in his left hand and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han in his right hand, standing there like an invincible giant, imperceptibly showing his strong Yamato overbearing to the fullest. The whole audience fell silent. From 5 tails Jinchuriki Han and 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi broke out into a complete tail beast state, and then was caught in the Buddha's palm by the golden giant Buddha like an eagle catching a chicken, and it took less than 30 seconds. The results of it: tailed beast weapons that are regarded as a country's military power, 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han were caught in the hands of the golden giant Buddha without any resistance. What's even more tingling is that the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage still said in front of so many people that 4 tails and 5 tails are too strong and need to be suppressed. This meme is still suppressing a hammer? If it hadn't been for seeing Lao Zi and Han being caught by the golden giant Buddha, they may all believe it. It really looks like 3 tails and 4 tails. They don't deserve to be suppressed. What? Master Lao Zi and Master Han don't even have the strength to resist after they're completely transformed into tailed beasts. No, can't you? At this time, tens of thousands of rock shinobi looked at the extremely unbelievable scene in front of them, and they couldn't help showing a bit of disbelief. Master Zi and Master Han who are completely beast-tailed. But Rock Shinobi Village's absolute high-end combat power, especially after it is fully transformed into a tailed beast, is the existence at the top even in the entire ninja world. But what about now? They were unconvinced and wanted to attack the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage after becoming a tailed beast, but they couldn't pretend to be coercive and were crushed instead, and were directly pinched by the Golden Giant Buddha backhand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inoden, Kitu, Kage, and other high-level members of the Rock Shinobi Village troop, their already ugly faces froze immediately, each clenched their fists, and couldn't help showing ghostly expressions. Originally, after Lao Zi and Han completely turned into tailed beasts, they were already ready for a full-scale attack. After all, no matter how strong the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage is, in the face of the full attack of the two-tailed beasts, he must be restrained a little bit, right? The fact is that they were severely slapped in the face, not to mention being restrained. If it wasn't for the explosion of the tailed beast bomb, I'm afraid there wouldn't be even a wave of waves on the battlefield. This gap is too big, as expected of Lord Third Hokage. Compared with the shock of tens of thousands of rock shinobi, the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army have full confidence in Lord Third Hokage, but, facing the Golden Giant Buddha holding a tailed beast in one hand, they still can't help showing a surprised expression. What? They all know that the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage is awesome, powerful, and pervert. But, is this too awesome? Just like slinging 9 tails back then, catching 4 tails and 5 tails is like catching a small p******, effortless, and it's so scary that it's ultimate. Calm. Don't get too excited, it's just a routine operation. At this time, the most calm and indifferent are Uchiha Fuden, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shirju, Yamanaka Heiichi, Akamichi Choza, Might Dai and other high-level Konoha Shinobi fighters. The moment when Third Hokage turned into a Golden Giant Buddha, they already knew the outcome of this battle. The siege of tens of thousands of rock shinobi is doomed to return in vain. Even if there are Jinchuriki from 4 tails and 5 tails, they can't change the fact that they are crushed. Cough cough. Why is this happening? The tailed beast bomb actually didn't do anything. Facing the Buddha's palm that looks like Wuji Mountain, I obviously tried to avoid it as much as possible. Why can't I avoid it? At this time, the most collapsed and hit is Lao Zi and Han after the complete tailed beast transformation. They have always been very confident in the abilities of 4 tails and 5 tails, especially after entering the complete tailed beast transformation. There will be a qualitative leap in ability and strength. So, after the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage publicly said that they are all rubbish. They are a little bit unconvinced. You can't be so arrogant and self-confident, Yamato, right? You don't take them seriously at all, it's unbearable. Alright. How unconvinced just now, how slapped in the face now. What's more, in the face of the tighter and tighter Buddha's palm, even if they tried their best to push the chakra of 4 tails and 5 tails, it seemed that there was no egg. The Buddha's palm, which was vaguely entangled with wisps of black energy, was completely motionless, without being affected in the slightest. Hey, Lao Zi, this Golden Giant Buddha is too strong. Hiss. Hiss, Han, think of a way, this time we seem to have kicked on the iron board. In the bodies of Lao Zi and Han, 4 tails and 5 tails also showed expressions of surprise, and they all made extremely urgent voices. If they had known that this Golden Giant Buddha was so strong, they would never let Lao Zi and Han rush call the tailed beast chakra. Well now, to be caught by the Golden Giant Buddha and say they are too strong is an insult to 4 tails and 5 tails. They are obviously weak, pitiful and helpless, However, the 2-tailed beasts were answered by the screams of old Zi and Han. Are you convinced? I asked you if you are convinced? The Golden Giant Buddha in the form of Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Lao Zi and Han who were struggling and screaming in his hands, and said violently, Lao Zi said that you are rubbish, that is rubbish, are you still convinced? Lao Zi even beat 9 tails violently. Where did you get the courage to enter the state of complete tail beast? Okay. You haven't spoken yet, are you? When it comes to this. The Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen accentuated the tone again, pinching the Buddha palms of 4 tails and 5 tails again increased the strength. Advertisement 2 miserable cries sounded again. After the complete epilogue, Lao Zi and Han could only keep rolling their eyes, struggling crazily all over their bodies. They felt that they were going to die, and they were going crazy, and they were screaming in their hearts. So bullying, the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage is an unreasonable pervert. You don't let go of your strength, how can we say that we are convinced? $3. You still don't open your mouth, then die for Lao Zi. The voice did not fall. The Golden Giant Buddha in the form of Sarutobi Hiruzen twisted his body violently, controlled the Buddha palms holding 4 tails and 5 tails, and slammed at the Rock Shinobi army. Not good, damn. Quick, get out of the way. Facing the sudden movement of the Golden Giant Buddha, Inoden, Kitu, Kage, and other high-level members of the Rock Shinobi Village troop had a sudden change of expression, and they all couldn't help but yell. However, it's too late. How could Wanming's Rock Shinobi retreat as soon as he said it, and he became a target directly. Rumble. Rumble. Next second, 2 deafening roars resounded. The 4 tails and 5 tails that were thrown out fell fiercely into the 2 phalanxes of the Rock Shinobi army, causing many Rock Shinobi who were not in a hurry to escape, to be crushed to death before they could make any screams. Even now, dense cracks appeared on the ground, spreading like spider webs. And the 2 terrifying collision shockwaves that erupted even sent hundreds of Rock Shinobi flying upside down, smashing them to the ground fiercely. For a while, the scene was extremely messy. Seeing this scene, The golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care so much. He waved two huge fists wrapped around the chakra armored color coat, and blasted towards the direction where 4 tails and 5 tails fell just now. Roar! We are convinced. We're really convinced. Lao Zi and Han, who were smashed to the ground without any resistance, just breathed a sigh of relief, and before they had time to see how many rock shinobi they had smashed to death, they saw 2 huge Buddha fists descending from the sky, and panicked, shouted. No. The golden giant Buddha in the form of Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "You are still not convinced." After hearing this sentence, Lao Zi and Han almost vomited blood in anger. Are they really convinced? They are not fools and idiots. They were hanged and beaten by the golden giant Buddha. If they are still not convinced, don't they intend to seek death? Just Third Hokage insisted that they were not convinced, which made them even want to die. Could it be that a person with big fists can really do whatever they want? Scorched River Great Eruption, Broken Horns. Ever since, in desperation, Lao Zi and Han could only bite the bullet and launch a counterattack. I saw the tailed beast chakra all over the body of Lao Zi, who was completely turned into a tailed beast, surged, using lava style to directly shoot out a huge volcanic magma shockwave that seemed to cover the sky, and bombarded towards the Buddha fist. The other side, the fully beast-tailed Han was not to be outdone, and as soon as he raised his head, the 5 giant horns on top of his head flickered with terrifying chakra waves, and he also headed towards the Buddha fist. Boom! The next moment, there was a crackling sound. The volcanic magma shockwave was shattered by the Buddha's fist like a bumper car. Countless magma splashed in all directions, forming a rain of magma that once again spread to most areas of the battlefield. And Inoden, Kitu, Carry and other high-level rock shinobi village troops, although they all took action, they have more than enough energy. There are too many rock shinobi, and the scope of the magma rain is too large. They can't take care of it at all. A series of screams sounded. Many rock shinobi who were slightly weaker were burnt to death before they could react. Only some rock shinobi who were slightly stronger used all kinds of methods reluctantly. With lingering fear, he escaped everything, certainly. There is also a small part of the magma rain falling towards the Konoha shinobi army. Fortunately, Uchiha Fujian and others had already taken precautions, and had people arrange a large barrier in advance, so that the magma rain did not cause any waves. Asking for flowers. No, on the battlefield, seeing that his attack was blasted into a magma rain, the completely tailed beast like Lao Zi yelled and shot a tailed beast bomb. Advertisement boom. Another sound of tailed beast bomb being bombarded by the Buddha fist. Immediately afterwards, in plain sight, the huge Buddha fist ruthlessly hit Lao Zi, who was completely transformed into a tailed beast. That mighty force, it directly bombarded the completely beast-tailed Lao Zi to the ground. On the other side, the completely beast-tailed Han with 5 huge horns containing majestic chakra also bombarded the Buddha fist on the other arm. The two collided, and a terrifying and incomparable energy shockwave erupted. Pity, after persisting for less than a second, Han's expression changed suddenly. Crack. Crack. This is the sound of the horn breaking above 5 Tails' head. Boom. In the next moment, under the terrified look of the completely beast-tailed Han, the huge horn on the top of his head shattered, and the huge Buddha fist directly bombarded it with terrifying power. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud rises. The completely beast-tailed Han was bombarded to an open space several hundred meters away, and the powerful explosion shockwave made the entire battlefield tremble a few times. Is this just the beginning? After Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into a golden giant Buddha exploded 4 tails and 5 tails again, his eyes flickered coldly, and he said surprisingly, "Since Onoki likes to use Jinchuriki so much, I will let 4 tails disappear completely with 5 tails for a while." After saying this sentence, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen once again raised his arms, and with a heartbeat, Sage Body's Chanla, Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were wrapped around the huge open Buddha's palm in an instant. Maybe it's too powerful, it made the space vaguely distorted. Old Z, danger, danger, damn it, Han, go kneel down and beg for mercy, or we'll all die. Feeling all this, 4 tails and 5 tails, who were the targets of the attack, immediately felt the breath of death. The instinct that belongs only to the tailed beast. Sending death signals to them frantically. Yes, not a breath of danger, but a warning of death. Will the tailed beasts die? They will definitely die, but their chakra will not disappear, and will slowly revive in a young state in a certain place. Just after the resurrection, the memory is gone. 4 tails and 5 tails really don't want to practice trumpet unless they have to. And Lao Zi and Han, who had been bombarded with some despair and confusion, heard the warning sound of the tailed beast before they could react, and they were shocked immediately. What? Even the tailed beast can feel the breath of death? No, we don't want to die yet. Master Third Hokage, we shouldn't interrupt, we admit defeat. I am convinced, we are really convinced, Lord Third Hokage, please give us a chance. For a moment, Lao Zi and Han panicked. They were punched by the golden giant Buddha. They were able to survive because of the near immortality of the tailed beast. Now that 4 tails and 5 tails told them that they were going to die, they no longer cared about it. Not to mention the severely injured body, they shouted indiscriminately. No. You are still not convinced. However, they were still answered by the indifferent voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Snort, since you dare to take the initiative, you have to pay the price? Clay figurines are also 3-point fire, not to mention he is the strongest Hokage in history. Don't you all rely on the characteristics of Tailed Beast's recovery and strong defense to be confident? Now Laozi is going to kill 4 Tails and 5 in front of everyone. Tails, let you know that Jinchuriki will die a terrible death too. Fistbone impact. In the next moment, the 2 giant palms of the Golden Giant Buddha fell into the air, and the powerful force made the air burst into a ray of light visible to the naked eye, forming 2 white shockwaves that seemed to be able to destroy the sky and the earth, heading towards a complete tailed beast. The old Z and Han attacked. Not good. Feel the trembling sensation from the soul. Lao Zi and Han were frightened and didn't have time to think about it. They urged chakra of 4 tails and 5 tails with all their strength, and put on a defensive posture. Boom. Boom. The moment the 2 of them had just put their defensive postures in place, 2 white shockwaves struck violently, and the powerful force bombarded Lao Zi and Han to the ground again, making 2 deafening roars. At the same moment, once again, 2 huge mushroom clouds appeared on the battlefield, and 2 incomparably majestic energy shockwaves erupted, causing the entire battlefield to tremble several times, and countless cracks visible to the naked eye appeared. Maybe the energy shockwave is too strong. Not only the entire battlefield was shaken, but even the country of grass was shaken, and the waves of air that were rolled up caused many rock shinobi who were already retreating to be sent flying backwards before they could react. 5th chapter 85 Killing, Retreating, Conqueror's Haki shocked the audience. Boom. 2 terrifying shockwaves continuously spread in all directions. Even the barrier covering the camp of Konoha shinobi's large army began to crumble, as if it might collapse at any time. Fortunately, Uchiha Fuchan, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shirju and others have already made preparations in advance and personally increased the supply of chakra, which stabilized the barrier slightly. But even so, most of the Konoha shinobi campers couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, and their bodies trembled a few times. No way, they also didn't expect that Third Hokage, transformed into a Golden Giant Buddha, would be so violent. After 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han were very unconvinced, they immediately crushed them with a thunderbolt. Even if Lao Zi and Han had already conceded defeat and surrendered, they didn't have any eggs use it, Tien crispy and sharp blast to kill it. The fullest performance of its own domineering and terrifying strength. Damn. Hurry up. Hurry up and save people, let all rock shinobi lean in one direction. How is it possible? How can the power of the last blow be so powerful? It has a feeling of destroying the world. Compared with Konoha shinobi, the large army can still rely on barrier protection. The rock shinobi army is very uncomfortable. 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han were hanged and beaten by the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage. Shinobi, and was forced to start an orderly retreat, withdrawing from the battlefield, so as not to be affected by the aftermath of the battle. It turned out well. The last blow, it set off an explosion energy shockwave that was even more terrifying than the tailed beast bomb explosion. Many rock shinobi were thrown out before they could react, although some Jonin of the rock shinobi army also made more than a dozen small defensive barriers, but a drop in the bucket? Tens of thousands of rock shinobi, scattered in different directions, it is impossible to take care of it. In a split second, at least 2,000 rock shinobi were thrown out without any resistance, and it is foreseeable that even if they survived, they would be injured and lose their combat effectiveness. This made Inoden, Kitu, Carry and other high-level members of the rock shinobi army continuously bleeding. They used tens of thousands of rock shinobi, but now they have become living targets. They are shooting themselves in the foot, up. To know, tens of thousands of rock shinobi is the secret weapon prepared by Iwagakure? It was originally planned to deal with the Third Hokage, but as a result, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Lord Third Tsuchikage adapts to the situation, and wants to use it to deal with the large army of Konoha shinobi from the Kingdom of Grass, and wants to use the tactics of the Sea of Grass to conquer the Kingdom of Grass. Konoha shinobi's army was wiped out. But everything counts, but without counting Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. It directly turned into a golden giant Buddha over 80 meters high, and exploded 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han at lightning speed, and caused such a large energy shockwave that they were too late rescued. At the same time, in the central area where the 2 energy waves erupt. Although 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han tried their best to mobilize the tailed beast chakra to resist, but it was useless. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who almost shot out with anger, their fate was already doomed. Old Z. I can't hold on any longer. Han, you have provoked a terrifying opponent, so let's give up. After 4 tails and 5 tails resisted for a few seconds, they all began to restrain their own tail beast chakra. Yes, they gave up resistance. This almost destructive force is no longer something they can resist, and if they continue to persist, they will only damage their own original strength, which is undoubtedly unacceptable to 4 tails and 5 tails. At worst, slowly reborn, they don't want to lose their original power and affect the quality of rebirth. As for Jinchuriki's death, there was no other way. After offending such a powerful opponent and implicating them, he deserved his death. Thinking of this, both 4 tails and 5 tails have some complaints and unhappiness in their hearts. Advertisement. The relationship between them and Lao Zi and Han has always been a mutually beneficial cooperation, but they did not expect to be brought into the fire pit by Lao Zi and Han together. Have you given up? Lao Zi and Han Jin, who were already in despair, showed bitter smiles of regret. If I knew today, why bother? Perhaps from the moment they took the lead in attacking Third Hokage, their fate was already doomed. Third Hokage is too strong and domineering, and they are so unscrupulous that they can't do anything about it in Ultimate. Do you regret it? Definitely, but there is no medicine for regret in the ninja world. After all, they paid the price with their lives. Master Third Tsuchikage, you miscalculated. Bang, bang. Accompanied by two crisp cracking sounds, after losing the defense of the tailed beast chakra, the four tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and the five tails Jinchuriki Han were swallowed by the terrifying shockwave, and they were wiped out without leaving any residue. Have both four tails and five tails given up? Sensing the disappearance of four tails Jinchuriki's old Z and five tails Jinchuriki's Han breath, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly withdrew his Buddha's palm. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh. He actually doesn't know how strong he is now, just that blow. He just tentatively used a part of Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Sage Body's Chanla, and a part of the energy of Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast hyphenation point Great Buddha form. The effect is not bad, not to mention destroying the world. Also let four tails and five tails go to respawn directly. At the same time, as the Golden Buddha stopped attacking, the crazily surging energy shockwave that made the entire kingdom of grass tremble also began to calm down. Finally, after 10 minutes, the dust that covered the sky and the sun on the battlefield gradually dissipated. Look around, I saw two bottomless huge potholes left on the battlefield. With these two potholes as the center, countless ravines and cracks continued to spread in all directions, devastated and in a mess, as if hit by a meteorite. Is it finished? Looking at the scene in front of me that can make countless people suffocate. A lot of Konoha shinobi's cheeks flashed expressions of extreme horror. Even Uchiha Fuchian, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shirju, might die, and others could not help showing a look of amazement. What else can I say? Lord Third Hokage, don't do anything. The first move would destroy the world, and it can only be said that four tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and five tails Jinchuriki died unjustly. Call. The energy blast subsided around the battlefield. Many of the remaining rock shinobi showed fear on their faces, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had completely lost the courage to fight against Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in their hearts. They are ready to consume their opponents as cannon fodder. But, facing the golden giant Buddha, which is more than 80 meters high and can destroy the world with a single gesture, they are really scared. To put it bluntly, they are not fools. The crowd tactics may be useful for Third Hokage, but it is absolutely useless for Third Hokage. Any consumption is meaningless. I didn't see even tailed beast bomb. Can't they cause any harm to the golden giant Buddha? If they perform ninjutsu, it's probably the same as tickling. It is finally over. The breath of four tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and five tails Jinchuriki Han disappeared, and they were blasted to death alive. Have the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki been killed? Advertisement on the other side. Inoden, Akito, Kari and other high-level members of the Rock Shinobi army also found that they could no longer sense the aura of Lao Zi and Han. They were trembling with fear, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and they swallowed uncontrollably. There was a turbulent wave in my heart, and I couldn't calm down at all. Died. Four tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and five tails Jinchuriki were blasted to death. Are these two Jinchuriki? It is the tailed beast weapon that Rock Shinobi Village has always been proud of, but now it is killed by even the tailed beast. They can't even imagine, after this news spreads throughout the ninja world, what kind of sensation will it cause, and what kind of impact it will have on Iwagakure. All retreat. But, just at this time, after Onoshin took a deep breath, he also reacted and gave a loud order. Just kidding, after killing the two Jinchuriki, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage didn't even fluctuate in breath. Ono 10 knew that the third wave of decisive battle launched by the Rock Shinobi army confidently should retreat in embarrassment. Well, telt, but the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is too pervert, and Iwagakure's crowd strategy is to properly deliver food. Walk, quick. Evacuate. Upon hearing these words, the frightened Rock Shinobi remaining on the entire battlefield began to evacuate in all directions without any hesitation. As long as they scattered, even if there was a large force of Konoha shinobi chasing them, there would only be a small number of Rock shinobi snares. Most were able to evacuate safely. Come when you want, leave when you want. What do you think this is? There was a trace of indifference in the eyes of the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a voice resounded through the sky, saying, "Since they are all here, let's all stay here." The voice did not fall, just in the next moment. Before those Rock shinobi who were frantically evacuated could react, a terrifying coercion so terrifying to the point of ultimate erupted from the golden giant Buddha, crushing it in all directions. This is Conqueror's Haki. It is also the invincible spirit unique to ninja. Boom! How horrible is Conqueror's Haki of Sarutobi Hiruzen nowadays? Just after it was cast, all the clouds in the sky were shaken away, and countless black lightnings began to flash in the air. The battlefield that had calmed down just now on 3.8 trembled violently again, causing the ravines and ravines on the ground. Started the second crack. Fear. Under such dreadful Conqueror's Haki, many Rock shinobi who were evacuating almost didn't react at all. They felt a sudden buzzing in their minds, and their bodies froze in place, unable to move. How can it be? And some Rock shinobi Jonin who were slightly stronger, after holding on for a second, their cheeks were covered with horror. They only felt that their minds were out of control for a moment, their minds buzzed, and their hearts were blank up. Ever since, in this situation, accompanied by the mighty Conqueror's Haki that makes the heavens and the earth tremble. The rock shinobi frantically escaping in all directions were all frozen in place one by one. Plop plop. After a few seconds, the sound of bodies hitting the ground sounded one after another, and countless rock shinobi began to fall to the ground one by one. Only Ono 10, Akato, Kara, and a very small number of people with a little firm willpower barely escaped the catastrophe, watching all this in horror. Chapter 86. The group is destroyed, the ninja world is shaken, and the third generation project with an invincible posture. Second watch. Please subscribe. Yes, just looking at everything in front of him with a look of astonishment that cannot be added. What's this? Momentum, how can it be so scary? At this moment, the very few rock shinobi, such as Ono 10, Akato, and Kari, who were barely awake, had strands of cold sweat unknowingly overflowing their foreheads, and their faces were full of expressions of panic and fear. They had been overwhelmed by this sudden, the terrifying aura that erupted that seemed to make the world surrender. Was frightened. After all, you can imagine thousands of rock shinobi. Almost in an instant, the shocked whole body stood stiffly in place, and then fell to the ground piece by piece without any resistance. Can't escape, there is no way to escape, tens of thousands of rock shinobi are just a joke in front of this overwhelming momentum. Miscalculated, Lord Third Tsuchikage completely miscalculated. Facing a strong man with terrifying power like Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called crowd tactics are useless at all. Thinking of this, a few rock shinobi, such as Inoden, Akatsuki, and Kari, are already dejected and desperate in Ultimate. In fact, before coming, Third Tsuchikage is already ready for Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed to the country of grass to rescue Konoha Shinobi's army. In his opinion, tens of thousands of rock shinobi can retreat safely even if they cannot be defeated. If they are lucky, they may be able to exhaust Sarutobi Hiruzen to death. After all, this lineup is more than enough to deal with Third Hokage, and it should also be able to deal with Third Hokage. The plan cannot keep up with the change. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, he turned into 17 golden giant Buddhas with a height of more than 80 meters. Brutally killed 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han with the power that seemed to destroy the world, and now broke out with an aura of coercion that would make the world submit, making countless rock shinobi have no chance to fight back. Spare strength. No need to think about it, they are proud of Rock Shinobi Village, and the confidentiality level is SSS level human C tactics, which is a complete joke for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your willpower is quite good, and at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, transformed into a golden giant Buddha, glanced at the few remaining rock shinobi such as Inoden, Akatsuki, and Kari, and said a word lightly. The voice did not fall, a more terrifying Conqueror's haki stormed out. The terrifying imposing pressure caused the air to explode directly, and precisely hit the bodies of Ono 10, Kitu, Kara and a very small number of rock shinobi. No. With an unwilling voice, a few rock shinobi such as Ono 10, Akatsuki, and Kara showed hideous expressions. Because, at this moment, they felt that their will was defeated by the fist of the golden giant Buddha, and there was a buzzing in their hearts, and even their souls began to tremble. Finally, after barely holding on for 3 seconds, Inoden, Akatsuki, Kari and a handful of other rock shinobi couldn't hold on any longer, completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. So far, advertisement Rock Shinobi's 10,000 strong army was almost wiped out. Hardly a single rock shinobi escaped. Laugh, and after all this is done. The golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly restrained Conqueror's haki. Silently, the battlefield in this area became calm again, as if nothing had happened, but the fact is that countless rock shinobi had been stunned and fell to the ground. Everyone passed out. How terrifying is the coercion of Lord Third Hokage. At this time, the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army were all dumbfounded watching this scene. They also didn't expect that even if Lord Third Hokage was strong, his aura was so strong that he defeated those rock shinobi who had already started to evacuate, and even Ono 10, without even moving. Akatsuki, Kari and a very small number of elite rock shinobi were all passed out by the distance. What a terrifying power this is, call. Yay, we won. As soon as Lord Third Hokage made a move, it really stabilized. With tens of thousands of rock shinobi, there is almost no strength left to resist. Lord Third Hokage is really too strong. Although Uchiha Fuchan, Uchiha Fugaku, Naruto might die and others were terrified in their hearts, but there was more excitement on their cheeks, and they felt more comfortable inside. Dog Days Third Tsuchikage Onoki mobilized tens of thousands of rock shinobi to the country of grass to besiege them. I thought I could crush everything with the crowd tactics. Well now. You dispatched tens of thousands of rock shinobi, we only dispatched Lord Third Hokage, and we broke the game directly. Tens of thousands of rock shinobi were wiped out in the land of grass, not only the entire ninja world, maybe even Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Hokage, and Third Mizukage would be severely shaken, right? Good, compared to the dumbfounded Konoha Shinobi fans. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has withdrawn from the state of the Golden Giant Buddha, is suspended in midair while stepping on the moonwalk, but nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is the first time he has used the Conqueror's haki with almost full firepower. The effect is still good, at least the few elite rock shinobi such as Inoden, Kitu, and Satoshi can't resist. Onoki, crowd tactics are useless to me. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curved slightly, and he muttered to himself. This is just a small amount of interest charge first, I really want to take a look at your distraught and impotent rage. Alright. if before transformation, facing the continuous siege of tens of thousands of rock shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely be the same as Third Hokage, and will be caught in a bitter fight until he is exhausted to death. It's a pity. Now that he has integrated the template of the peak Sengoku, the siege of tens of thousands of rock shinobi is a piece of cake, not to mention the top Conqueror's haki and other team battle skills. All listened to orders, not long after, seems to have reacted. Uchiha Fujian became excited with excitement, and ordered loudly, clear the battlefield quickly and capture all rock shinobi. Yes yes, advertisement brush, 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 one after another piercing sound resounded through the air. The eyes of the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army lit up slightly, and they flew out in no particular order. There is nothing to say, since Lord Third Hokage has suppressed everything, they should also go to clean up the battlefield, increase their own sense of participation, and go out to brag in the future. You can also say that I was in the battlefield of the country of grass, and Lord Third Hokage together, they killed tens of thousands of rock shinobi. The next thing is very simple, facing rock shinobi who had been stunned and passed out, the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi army easily captured the rock shinobi who fell to the ground one by one. So far, the rock shinobi army carrying tens of thousands of rock shinobi launched a third attack on the Konoha shinobi army in the country of grass. In the end, the rock shinobi army was defeated and captured. After Konoha Village won the Kikyo mountain battle, it once again won the grass country battlefield. Konoha 45 years, January 23rd, under the attention of everyone, Iwagakure dispatched tens of thousands of rock shinobi to launch the third wave of attack on the large army of Konoha shinobi in the Kingdom of Grass. Result: the final outcome of the battle was, the tens of thousands of rock shinobi who besieged Konoha shinobi were almost wiped out. 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han died. A series of stars and 5 stars that said they would not die were bombarded alive. As soon as the 707 news came out, the entire ninja world was once again shaken a few times. Many people's first reaction when they got the news was to be stunned, and the second reaction was to not believe it. What are you kidding? Tens of thousands of rock shinobi plus 2 Jinchuriki lost. How is this possible? In addition, both 4 tails and 5 tails were bombed, which broke the inherent cognition of many people. It turns out that the tailed beasts that claim to be immortal can also be bombed by people. But, finally, another message came out. It turned out that it was Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who appeared on the battlefield of Grass Country, incarnated as a golden giant Buddha over 80 meters high, and killed 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han. Overwhelming rock shinobi, the ninjas of the army were stunned. Quiet. As soon as the news came out, under the changing expressions of many unbelievable people, they all silently gasped, and fell into a silent sluggishness involuntarily. Do not believe? No, upon hearing the appearance of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone believed it. As for the reason, of course it is because, Nanobi, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has unconsciously left the impression of invincibility deep in the hearts of many people. Just thinking of Third Hokage killing Third Kage in Kikyo Mountain, forcing Sengoku to surrender and admit defeat, and letting tens of thousands of rock shinobi fall on the battlefield of the country of grass, many people still feel a little numb and unable to control themselves. Certainly, after shock and scalp tingling, countless people in the ninja world couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. After Sengoku, Iwagakure kicked the iron plate again. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is simply terrifying. Then who else can you stop Third Hokage, who is already invincible? Chapter 87 Onoki who vomits blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen, lousy didn't play with you. Third watch please subscribe. Iwagakure, inside the Tsuchikage building in the central area. In Tsuchikage's office, Third Tsuchikage Onoki looked at the map on the table calmly, and unconsciously set his eyes on the area of the country of grass. If he guessed correctly, the country of grass is currently in a one-sided encirclement and suppression war. To put it bluntly, more than 10,000 rock shinobi, together with 4 tails Jinchuriki Laozi and 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, as well as Ono 10, Kitu and other top combat forces, are so powerful that it is suffocating. He doesn't even know how the rock shinobi team should lose. Maybe if it weren't for the Konoha shinobi team, they would have been scared to pee? Pity. Onoki seemed to have thought of something, rubbed his rosacea nose, showing a helpless expression. Originally, he had to use the big move of crowd tactics as the last, but now he had to use it in advance, which would definitely make Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen mentally prepared in advance, and he would no longer be able to achieve unexpected effects. I really hope that Sarutobi Hiruzen can rush to the country of grass, so that more than 10,000 rock shinobi can definitely drag him to death. Onoki's eyes flashed with extreme confidence, and he muttered to himself, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Third Hokage, you are indeed very strong, but after all, you are mortals. In front of the absolute number of people, you can only follow the fallen like a swamp, being dragged step by step into the abyss. This time 3 battles, we Iwagakure will win. Thinking of this, Onoki also picked up the teacup on the table and slowly sipped the tea. Now that everything is ready, the only thing he owes is Dongfeng. As long as the good news from the country of grass comes back, he can completely relax. As for why he is confident, of course it is because in addition to the more than 10,000 rocks sent out by Rock Shinobi Village this time, Iwagakure also secretly stayed with more than 10,000 rock shinobi. This is his real trump card. At the beginning of World War III, see Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen so pervert. Onoki spent a lot of resources, time, and energy on the basis of more than 10,000 rock shinobi that had already been cultivated, and trained thousands of rock shinobi, and worked hard to gather more than 23,000 rock shinobi. Now is the time to enjoy the joy of the harvest. Sudden. While third Tsuchikage Onogi was drinking tea and thinking about the bright future, Huang too, who was wearing a red ninja hat and had the same big nose as Onogi, rushed into Tsuchikage's office in panic, and said in disbelief, "Father, there is urgent information from the front line." Onoki frowned, and reprimanded subconsciously. "Wangtu, why are you so frizzy when you were such a big man? Isn't it because our ninja army crushed the Konoha Shinobi army from the Kingdom of Grass? Why bother? Excited and long-term, learn to be calm." Advertisement when it comes to this, Onoki also emphasized his tone, saying, "At any rate, you are also a senior executive of Iwagakure. If you can't even handle things without panic, how can you convince the public?" "Father, after hearing this sentence." A look of urgency flashed across Huang Tu's panicked cheeks, he really wanted to cry. If it was good news, of course he could remain calm, but the bad news came from the front line like a bolt from the blue. He really couldn't calm down anymore, even now he still couldn't believe it. Snort. Seeing that Huang Tu was hesitant to say anything, Inomu snorted coldly, and said with hatred, "Speak if you have something to say, and fart if you have something to say." "Father, do you have to be mentally prepared?" Facing the somewhat angry Onoki, Huang Tu suppressed the huge waves in his heart, and said cautiously, "The Kingdom of Grass. The country of grass, on the battlefield, something went wrong." "There is a problem?" Onoki glanced at Huang Tu suspiciously, and subconsciously guessed, could it be that the Konoha Shinobi army made a desperate fight, causing our rock shinobi army to suffer heavy losses? "Yes, no." Huang Tu nodded first, then quickly shook his head. "Huang Tu, what do you mean?" This time Onoki was a little confused, nodding and shaking his head again. "What do you mean?" In fact, as long as the Konoha Shinobi army can be completely wiped out, he can still accept some casualties in the rock shinobi army. After all, quantity does not equal quality, and he knows the quality of more than 10,000 rock shinobi. Therefore, seeing Huang Tu panicked in such a panic, his first reaction was that the rock shinobi army suffered heavy losses. Huang Tu hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and then said in a tone of extreme horror and disbelief, "Father, our tens of thousands of rock shinobi are almost wiped out, and even Lao Zi and Han were killed. Oh no Tien, because all the top officials of the Uchiha were captured." Onoki was taken aback for a moment. Immediately, the pupils of the eyes flickered with complete disbelief. "What are you kidding? The entire army of tens of thousands of rock shinobi was wiped out, Lao Zi and Han were dead, and Ono 10 and others were captured. How is this possible? No matter how hard the Konoha shinobi are, even if the third Hokage arrives in time for reinforcements, it is impossible, unless Konoha Village transfers the Konoha shinobi troops from the Kingdom of Tang and the Kingdom of Waves." Advertisement. But is that possible? The Cloud Shinobi Army and the Fog Ninja Army are not fools. Once the large force of Konoha shinobi is transferred away, I am afraid that they will take advantage of the victory and pursue it immediately. No. A few seconds later, Onoki gritted his teeth with a livid face, and said decisively, "Wangtu, are you joking? Our Iwagakure suffered such a heavy loss. What about the casualties of the Konoha shinobi army, and how many ninjas did they use?" "The Konoha shinobi force had few casualties." Wangtu gritted his teeth, and said with a tone of extreme horror, "Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has rushed to the battlefield of the Grass Country. He directly transformed into a golden giant Buddha more than 80 meters high, and exploded the completely tailed beast. Old Z and Han used their aura to stun all the rock shinobi on the battlefield, including Inoden, Kitu and others." If what happened before just made Onoki unbelievable, then the following sentence directly made Onoki, who has always believed in the will of the stone, perseverance, steadfastness, directly break the defense, and the humming sound in his mind kept ringing like thunder, and he was anxious under that. He couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood. Poof! Accompanied by the sound of blood spraying on the desk. Onoki's face was extremely pale. Even if he was sitting on a chair, his body was a little crumbling. His heart was no longer as calm and proud as before. He has exhausted all his tricks. I think I have everything under control. This good time. Tens of thousands of rock shinobi were suddenly mobilized to besiege the Konoha shinobi army in the country of grass. The results of it? Thousands of calculations did not count that Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength had grown to such a terrifying level. He directly transformed into an 80-meter high golden giant Buddha and blew everything up with absolute power. Unbelievable. It's really unacceptable. 3. Onoki himself thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that tens of thousands of rock shinobi would lose so badly. Even Lao Zi and Han died. Onoden and others were even captured. Poof. Still can't seem to figure out why. While Onoki looked pale, he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood again, and immediately put his hands on the table, opened his mouth stained red with blood, and let out a roar of extreme grief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, old man, Lao Zi didn't play with you. Chapter 88 comparable to Senju Hashirama? Onoki's determination, one more begging to subscribe? Sarutobi Hiruzen, old man, Lao Zi didn't play with you. This roar is full of different emotions such as aggrieved, uncomfortable, shocked, fearful, trembling, etc., directly expressing Onoki's incomparably complicated mood at this moment. He really didn't expect that the third wave of the Country of Grass's decisive battle would be defeated so badly. Almost wiped out, it is to kill him. After living for so many years, this is the first time Onoki has encountered such a shocking thing. If Huang Tu was not his own son, he might have thought that someone was joking with him. Do you have to believe it now? Dripping blood, when I think of so many rock shinobis falling into the sand in the land of grass. Onogi's heart is dripping with blood. You have to know that so many rock shinobi were cultivated by Rock Shinobi Village after spending a lot of manpower, material resources and resources. Now it's all a stepping stone for that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just thought of, now the whole ninja world is watching the Rock Shinobi Village joke. Onogi's heart that had just calmed down, began to faintly become anxious again, wanting to vomit blood. Tolerate. I must be patient. But, Onogi deserves to be the Tsuchikage who actually held the highest power in the land of land for the longest time in the history of the ninja world. 930 Even though his heart had already set off turbulent waves and collapsed, he still forcibly calmed himself down by relying on his amazing wolf stone. Call. And looking at Inomu who gradually calmed down from the brink of collapse, Huang Tu's trembling heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. He just hesitated. I was afraid that my father would not be able to accept it. Now it seems that there is no need to worry about everything. As long as my father can cheer up again, then Iwagakure Sky will not collapse. Huang Tu, tell me all the information from beginning to end. Advertisement. I do not know how long it has been. Onoki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth belatedly, and gave an order in an indifferent tone. Yes. After hearing this sentence, Huang Tu didn't dare to have any hesitation, and hurriedly spoke. Just started. Onoki's expression is well controlled. But, as Huang Tu narrated some things that happened on the battlefield bit by bit, even Onoki, who had been prepared for a long time, his expression began to freeze gradually, because a rare ray of fear appeared in his heart and fear. Because, listening to Huang Tu's voice, I do not know how it is. Onogi recalled the fear of being dominated by the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is probably already comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. At the next moment, a thought suddenly flashed in Onogi's mind, and he was so frightened that his whole body was sweating coldly, and the chakra all over his body surged uncontrollably. Obviously he had lost his composure. At first, Onoki lived through the era of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Now judging from the terrifying strength shown by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is really possible to be comparable to the original Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of rock shinobi, the two ending Jinchuriki, and Ono 10, Wong, etc. The top management will never lose so badly, no. I can't let Sarutobi Hiruzen be so arrogant. We must find a way, otherwise the entire ninja world will return to the era dominated by first Hokage Senju Hashirama. In the next second, Onoki's cold and gloomy expression was changing, his fists were clenched loosely, loosened and clenched again, and his whole body was in a state of trembling. Before, he knows Sarutobi Hiruzen is strong, but I didn't expect that I had grown to the level of first Hokage Senju Hashirama without knowing it. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen is allowed to go on so unscrupulously, I am afraid that the whole ninja world will tremble under the power of Konoha Village. Sarutobi Day, BHBI, cut, you forced me to, advertisement. I do not know how long it has been. There was a gleam of coldness in Onoki's eyes, and he muttered to himself. Our Iwagakure is definitely not your opponent, but if you add Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure, we can beat you ruthlessly. Suppress it hard. Yes, Onoki is joining forces with Cloud Shinobi Village 3rd Hokage and Kirigakure's 3rd Mizukage. Originally, the major ninja villages were full of evil intentions. Even after the Third World War, it seems that everyone is working together to contain Konoha Village, but, in fact, they are also guarding against each other. Now, and beware of a hammer. The strength of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is too terrifying. If you don't unite, everyone can only be defeated individually. Sengoku is an obvious example. If you unite, you may be able to fight with your back and suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen severely. Huang Tu, you send a message to 3rd Hokage of Cloud Shinobi Village and 3rd Mizukage of Kirigakure, and tell them that if they continue to fight on their own, the entire ninja world will return to the era dominated by Konoha Village. They should and don't want to live in the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen from now on. Now that the decision has been made, Onoki didn't have much to say, so he directly ordered Huang Tu. Yes. Huang Tu widened his eyes, showing a surprised expression. Obviously did not expect, the proud father actually wants to unite Cloud Shinobi Village's 3rd Hokage and Kirigakure's 3rd Mizukage to fight against Konoha Village's 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go. Onoki took a deep breath, waved his hands and said in a cold voice, no matter what, I will make Sarutobi Hiruzen pay the bloody price. Understood. Huang Tu didn't dare to hesitate, turned around and left Tsuchikage's office hastily. Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if you are very strong, but what should you do in the face of the alliance of our 3 major ninja villages? I, Onoki with 2 scales, will fight you to the end. Watching Huang Tu leave from the back, Onoki clenched his fists, and a gleam of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Certainly, Onoki still didn't say a word, that is, he was scared to pee by a look from Uchiha Madara at the beginning, and he has been living in the shadow of Uchiha Madara these years, and sometimes his nightmares are the shadow of Uchiha Madara. Now, the opportunity has come. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is defeated once, then the demons of so many years will disappear. Chapter 89 Raikage's thoughts, Mizukage's anger, the cooperation of the 3 major ninja villages, making waves again, second more begging for subscription. Cloud Shinobi Village, on that towering mountain peak, in Raikage's office. Ha 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 ha. It really makes me laugh, Onoki's carefully prepared secret weapon was crushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tens of thousands of rock shinobi were almost wiped out, Jinchuriki of 4 tails and 5 tails were blasted to death, Ono 10, Kitu and other high-level officials were all captured. I'm afraid that old guy Onoki has already vomited blood from anger, right? It's just that this Sarutobi Hiruzen is too strong, right? The incarnation of the golden giant Buddha sweeps away everything, and it's already vaguely invincible. Can I really beat that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen? Third Hokage looked at the intelligence documents in his hand. At the beginning, he was still looking at Iwagakure's jokes happily. He felt very comfortable and happy in his heart. He liked Onogi's incompetent and furious appearance, but the smile on his face gradually froze, and fear emerged in his heart. Too strong, although unwilling to admit, but Third Hokage knew very well that if he faced thousands of rock shinobi directly, he would most likely be exhausted to death. Now the golden giant Buddha transformed by Sarutobi Hiruzen can blow up everything with a destructive force. Unafraid of thousands of rock shinobi and 2 Jinchuriki. He can't do it, uncomfortable? Thinking of this. Third Hokage no longer had the intention to laugh at Onogi, but fell into a moment of silence. All the time, he is so proud that he thinks he is an invincible existence. Even if he lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen in World War II, it was only because he couldn't master the lightning-style body training secret technique, but he didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would become more terrifying and pervert after a sudden transformation, which made him feel at endless pressure. The Kingdom of Grass has won a big victory in the battlefield, and the battle between the Kingdom of Waves and the Kingdom of Tang will be damned next. Third Hokage's eyes flickered uncertainly, and he murmured worriedly, on the battlefield of the Tang dynasty, the Konoha shinobi army led by Hitaki, Namikaze Minato, and Jiraiya has stabilized the situation and started to counterattack. Sarutobi Hiruzen is here to support, and Cloud Shinobi executives such as I, Tutai, Killer Bee, etc. are in danger? No, you can't just sit and wait like this. Next moment. Third Hokage took a deep breath, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Yes, he still decided to go to the battlefield of Tang country. Now the situation is tense. The Konoha shinobi army is in a period of great momentum after successive victories in Kikyo Mountain battlefield and Grass Country battlefield. If he doesn't go to sit in the country of soup himself. I'm afraid it wasn't for I, Tutai, Killer Bee couldn't hold on at all. Damn. Boom. A few seconds later, Third Hokage seemed to have thought of something, and patted the table angrily. The powerful force directly caused the desk to be shattered and scattered all over the floor. Nimas, if it weren't for the evil eye, Uchiha Fugaku that suddenly appeared on the battlefield of the country of grass, and the yellow flash, Namikaze Minato that appeared on the battlefield of the country of soup. Their second wave of offensive might have been successful long ago. Where is the need to launch a third attack? It's all right now. It won't be so easy for Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village to think about Konoha Shinobi's army after Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has dealt with the Kikyo Mountain battlefield. Iwagakure confidently dispatched tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi but was wiped out by the group as a lesson from the past. Master Third Hokage, I have received information from Iwagakure. Suddenly, when Third Hokage was in a state of desperation, a ninja from Cloud Shinobi Embu rushed in through the door and knelt down on one knee to report. What's the matter? Third Hokage frowned, and said subconsciously, could it be that Onogi from Iwagakure surrendered? No. The Cloud Shinobi Embu ninja said with a hint of urgency, Third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure wants to cooperate with you against Konoha Village, against the main generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing this sentence, Third Hokage couldn't help showing a disdainful expression. During World War II, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Rain Shinobi Village, and Senagakure had worked together, and they were only a little short of killing the Konoha Shinobi army in the Land of Rain. That led to a failure. As for the source of internal strife, there are two old things, Third Tsuchikage Onoki and Hanzo of the Salamander. Now that he is here to cooperate again, he is really thick-skinned. Master Third Hokage, the ninja from Cloud Shinobi Embu hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly, Third Tsuchikage of Rock Shinobi Village Onoki also brought you a sentence. Explain? Third Hokage showed a look of interest. He wanted to take a good look at what Onoki was going to do. If you don't want the ninja world to return to the era dominated by First Hokage Senju Hashirama, then Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure must cooperate. Otherwise Iwagakure can only smash the cans and smash the spearhead at Cloud Shinobi Village. That Cloud Shinobi Embu ninja suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly reported. The voice did not fall. An uncontrollable aura surged from Third Hokage's body, and his whole body was like a volcano about to erupt, extremely manic. Threaten. He was slapped in the face by Sarutobi Hiruzen. How dare the naughty Onogi threaten him? Also broke the cans and smashed. Advertisement, do you deserve it? Lousy wasn't scared too much. Just thinking of the history when the ninja world was dominated by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Third Hokage was still extremely upset and uneasy. Because Onoki's meaning has been expressed very simply. The subconscious meaning is that the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen has begun to be comparable to Senju Hashirama. If it is not contained, this era will completely become the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay. Tell Iwagakure that I would like to cooperate with them against Konoha Village. After being angry for less than 3 seconds, Third Hokage added, Third Hokage cannot be allowed to be so arrogant. The entire ninja world does not allow someone as powerful as him to exist. Okay. Looking at Third Hokage, who was still angry at one moment, and calm at the next moment, that Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja looked a little silly, and strands of cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. After nodding, he hurriedly left. I entered the film calendar public housing. Onoki, with your P********* G nature, in addition to contacting me, you must have also contacted Third Hokage, maybe even Hanzo of the Salamander in Rain Shinobi Village was contacted by you. After that Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja leaves, Third Hokage folded his hands on his chest, with a look in his eyes that had already seen through everything. If it is usual, he will certainly not be threatened by Onoki. Now, the ninja situation is too serious for Cloud Shinobi Village. Plus he doesn't have the confidence to win against Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, if you want to cooperate, then cooperate, if Konoha Village can be destroyed first. Iwagakure, who is half disabled, and Kirigakure, who lost the 7 ninja swordsmen, are nothing to worry about at all. Then Cloud Shinobi Village must be the one who won the final victory. After all, he, Third Hokage, will have the last laugh. This time we are united again. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what will you do? Infighting during World War II, the 3 wars will definitely kill your Konoha Shinobi army at one time, so that there will be internal strife. The real war has just begun, we'll see who is afraid of whom. At the same moment, Kirigakure, Central Region. In a large meeting room on the top floor of the Mizukage building. Third Mizukage, Genshi of the Elders, the new leader of the 7 ninja swords, Onito Manzuki, the head of the Wei Yoruichi clan, the head of the Onito clan, and other high-level Kirigakure, all gathered together. As for the reason, of course it's because they also got what happened on the battlefield of the Country of Grass. Shocked. Definitely a shocker. Originally, after they learned that Rock Shinobi Village sent tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi and Jinchuriki from 4 Tails and 5 Tails, they all gasped in horror, trembling at the fact that Iwagakure had secretly cultivated so many Rock Shinobi shock. But did not expect, it was not long before the trembling. I was completely stunned by what happened on the battlefield of the Country of Grass. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into a golden giant Buddha, crushing everything with a destructive momentum, killing 4 Tails and 5 Tails Jinchuriki, and suppressing countless Rock Shinobi by virtue of his momentum. So, in desperation, they chose to hold a meeting to discuss whether it is necessary to participate in the Third War. Yes, after witnessing the terrifying strength of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elders in Kirigakure, Yuenchi, began to back down, and the meeting was held to vote by show of hands, to see who agreed to continue to participate in the war and who opposed continuing to participate in the war. Everyone knows the specifics. Anyway, I don't agree with participating in the Third World War. It's good to close the village like World War II. Seeing that no one was talking, Master Yuan took a deep breath, and added earnestly, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is too strong and too perverted, plus the Jonin knife. The 7 people were blown up by a 10,000 years genin. I think there is no longer any need for Kirigakure to participate. I don't agree with. Hearing this sentence, the patriarch of the Wei Yoruichi clan smiled disdainfully, and retorted violently. Even if Konoha Village is very strong, we can't give up without a fight. I agree. The patriarch of the Minazuki clan glanced at the crazy head of the Yoruichi clan, thought for a while before slowly saying, Konoha Village is not only strong in Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also high-end fighters such as Hitaki Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, etc. The strength is not weak, and we really don't need to participate. I agree. I object. I agree. In the conference room, the senior management of Mist Ninja Village voted with each other, asking for flowers. But, when the results are about to come out, boom! An Anbu ninja of Mist Ninja knocked on the door of the meeting room. Please come in. Advertisement displeasure flashed across Third Mizukage's cheek, and he said softly. The voice did not fall. After the Anbu ninja of the Mist Ninja pushed the door and entered, he knelt down on one knee and said very respectfully, Master Third Mizukage, Master Yuenchi, Iwagakure has important information to pass on to the bandit. Say. Third Mizukage and Yuenchi made voices at the same time. Snort. In the next moment, Third Mizukage and Yuanshi looked at each other, and broke into cold sweats of disdain again. With a sound, turning his head abruptly, Third Tsuchikage Onogi wants to cooperate with us Kirigakure to fight against Konoha Village. The Anbu ninja of the Mist Ninja did not dare to hesitated cautiously, and then continued. I also said that if we Kirigakure do not cooperate, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village will first destroy our Kirigakure before going to Konoha Village for the final battle. Presumptuous. Third Tsuchikage is Onogi trying to stand up in order us to cooperate? Damn. Is this a cooperative attitude? Are you still paying attention to us Kirigakure? Upon hearing this sentence, the senior executives of Kirigakure in the meeting room are a little upset. Nimas. This Onoki is obviously asking for help, but he doesn't kneel down, insisting on using a tone of threat and order, really treat them as Kirigakure to be bullied. Alright. Seeing the righteous indignation of the crowd, Third Mizukage also looked very bad, and said in a deep voice, we don't need to discuss the issue of withdrawing from the Third World War. Whether it is Konoha Village, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure will not let us go. 0.0 When it came to this, Third Mizukage took a deep breath, and said surprisingly. So, we are still preparing to cooperate with Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village to fight against Konoha Village together. Oh, yes. Master Yuan couldn't help sighing, and said, it seems that Onogi is determined to have us, and Kirigakure has no choice. In fact, from the moment we announced our participation in the Third World War, we really There is no way out, and the arrow is on the string and has to be fired. For a split second, the senior executives of Kirigakure in the conference room seemed to have thought of something, opened their mouths, and wanted to refute something, but fell into silence one after another, feeling helpless in their hearts. More uncomfortable, aggrieved, but powerless. On one side is Konoha Village. On one side are Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. Before I knew it, Kirigakure really didn't have a choice. Only by cooperating with Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village against Konoha Village may there be a first-line chance of winning, otherwise, whether it is against Konoha Village or Cloud Shinobi Village alone. And Iwagakure, both must lose. Okay, we cooperate. A moment later, a cold look flashed in Third Mizukage's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. You sent a letter to Iwagakure, saying that we, Kirigakure, are willing to cooperate and jointly deal with. Looking forward to Konoha Village. Yes. The Anbu ninja of the Fog Ninja walked out of the meeting room with his head down, not even daring to breathe. Just at that moment, he could clearly feel the undisguised fury of Master Third Hokage and Master Yuenchi, but fortunately he held back at the last moment and made a plan to cooperate with Iwagakure. Instruction. After the Anbu ninja left, Third Mizukage slowly got up and said with a gloomy expression. We Kirigakure are not vegetarians. After dealing with Konoha Village, we will. There will be a civil war between the three major ninja villages. At that time, let Onogi see the strength of our Kirigakure, and we must make him unable to eat and walk around. Good. The senior executives of Kirigakure in the conference room nodded with a cold smile and said nothing more. Cooperation is cooperation, right? Anyway, Konoha Village has become a big trend now. There is no chance without cooperation, and there are still some opportunities for cooperation. Once you can really beat Konoha Village, well, they won't show mercy to Rock Shinobi either. Ever since, in this situation, a day later, without any sign. Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure issued a statement almost at the same time that the three major ninja villages will cooperate to fight against Konoha Village. As soon as the news came out, just now, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped out tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi in the grassland battlefield, killed 4 tails, 5 tails, and detonated the ninja world. Once again, the turbulent waves set off, can't calm down at all. So many people in the ninja world couldn't help flashing a thought in their minds. Konoha Village has the absolute upper hand in the 3 battles. There will be waves again. Chapter 90 The Cowardice of Hanzo of the Salamander, a ninja coalition with over 20,000 people. Konoha Village has the absolute upper hand in the 3 battles. There will be waves again. Originally, after Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into a golden giant Buddha and crushed tens of thousands of Rock Shinobi, and killed 4 tails Jinchuriki and 5 tails Jinchuriki. Everyone thought that the situation of World War III was basically clear. Just like the first Ninja War and the second Ninja War, the third Ninja World War will end with the victory of Konoha Village. Senagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Kirigakure will become the stepping stones of Konoha Village. But did not expect, at such a critical moment, Iwagakure's third Tsuchikage, Cloud Shinobi Village's third Raikage, and Kirigakure's third Mizukage announced neatly that the 3 major ninja villages would unite against Konoha Village, which undoubtedly made the already clear situation confusing again. To know, neither Iwagakure, Kirigakure, nor Cloud Shinobi Village are fuel-efficient lamps. Now it is unprecedented to openly unite against Third Hokage. The power that will explode is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Especially with the support of the so-called strongest third Tsuchikage Onoki in history, the strongest third Raikage in history, 703, and the strongest third Mizukage in history, the terrifying lineup is even more unimaginable. Perhaps Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is already invincible, but the combination of opponents cannot be underestimated. Ever since, in this situation, the entire ninja world became silent at once. Many people know that the ninja world is about to break out a super decisive battle with the largest scale among the 3 wars, the most top-level combat forces participating, the most ninja villages participating, and the largest number of people participating. And this battle, it will also determine the future direction of the entire ninja world, who will be the biggest winner in the 3 wars, and which ninja village will be the #1 ninja village in the future. So that, countless people in the ninja world waited and waited. Focusing on Konoha Village, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure. Unknowingly, the 3 wars entered a period of final decisive battle. Rain Shinobi Village, because the climate is in the perennial rainy season. So, Rain Shinobi Village's buildings are mainly made of steel, and there are also quite a few stone materials. Many large and small steel pipes are erected inside and outside, forming a unique landscape that is unique in the entire ninja world. At this time, on a giant inland lake in Rain Shinobi Village. A steel building, inside the heavily guarded castle like an isolated island. The demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, was looking at the invitation in his office, sneered, and finally crushed the invitation and threw it into the trash can. Yes, advertisement. This invitation letter was sent to him by Onoki. I want him to lead the ninjas of Rain Shinobi Village to the Kingdom of Tang to participate in the final battle of the 3 wars. As long as they can win Konoha Village and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Rain Shinobi Village will be promoted to a higher level and have better development. For this flatbread, Hanzo of the Salamander doesn't want to eat it. With age, now he no longer wants to participate in the 3rd ninja battle. I just want to guard my 1-acre 3-point land and enjoy the happiness. More importantly, he has a psychological shadow on Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the decisive battle that took place in the Land of Rain in World War II, even though Rain Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Sanagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village made a fool of themselves, Sarutobi Hiruzen fought back and led the Konoha Shinobi army to win the final victory. That is to say, from that time on, he was completely convinced by the beating. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen has achieved a transformation, and he is invincible on the battlefield. Just thinking about it makes his scalp numb for a while, and he can't help himself. Moreover, who knows if this cooperation will lead to internal strife in the end. He doesn't want to make trouble for nothing and make himself suffer. It is safest to stay in the castle that I built specially in Rain Shinobi Village. It's just, the Shaoji mercenary organization is a time bomb like Scourge after all. The next moment, Hanzo of the Salamander seemed to have thought of something, and undisguised coldness flashed in his eyes. On the side of the couch, how can you allow others to sleep soundly? This Akatsuki mercenary organization is a small organization established in the Land of Rain after World War II. At the beginning, Hanzo of the Salamander didn't take Shaoji's mercenary organization seriously at all, but, as time went by, Shaoji's mercenary organization gradually grew stronger. It has become a major force second only to Rain Shinobi Village. Although the leader, Yahiko, promised Rain Shinobi Village that the Akatsuki mercenary organization will not seek to rule the Kingdom of Rain, but only wants to change the country and build up the hope of world peace through communication between people, bridge. But, in Hanzo of the Salamander's view, the so-called Bridge of Hope for Peace is just a big joke. The Shaoji mercenary organization is not credible, and he will not believe it. I dare not participate in the third battle, but I should be able to deal with you, little Kami, right? Thinking of this, Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help laughing teasingly, and spit out a few mouthfuls of purple poisonous mist. His eyes flickered in the poisonous mist. He's sure to make a move, but, just to be on the safe side, I still have to pull in a strong foreign aid. However, what the Hanzo of the Salamander did not discover was, after he spit out the poisonous mist, a small white thing slowly sank into the floor in a shadow in the corner of the office and disappeared. The other side, after Third Tsuchikage, Third Hokage, Third Mizukage issued a statement of cooperation. Fear of delay will change, almost without any hesitation. He acted with lightning speed, advertisement without any cover-up, and without sneaking around, under the attention of countless people in the ninja world, he rushed to the country of Soup with a large army. Yes, the three major ninja villages decided to fight it out in Yuno country and Konoha Village. In the end, the 10,000-strong rock shinobi troop led by Third Tsuchikage, the 4,000 cloud shinobi troop led by Third Hokage, the 4,000 mist shinobi troop led by Third Mizukage, and the 3,000 cloud shinobi troop stationed in Yuno country. When the troops converge, a large ninja coalition force with more than 20,000 ninjas was directly formed. Boom! As soon as the news came out, many people who were waiting to see. They all gasped in shock, their hearts trembling to the extreme. Yes, it's the extreme tremors. Everyone knows that Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, all have their own heritage and proud capital. It's good now. Before Tang Zhuguo's decisive battle started, they were stunned in shock. In fact, Iwagakure killed more than 10,000 rock shinobi on the battlefield of the country of grass, and those who were captured were captured. They all thought that Iwagakure was already seriously injured, but the result was good. Third Tsuchikage Onoki led more than 10,000 rock shinobi. Derive how unbelievable is this? Think carefully. Iwagakure secretly prepared more than 20,000 ninjas for the Third Ninja World War, which is simply scary. And Cloud Shinobi Village is not inferior. Third Hokage brought more than 4,000 Cloud Shinobi, plus the more than 3,000 Cloud Shinobi left behind by the country of grass. There are almost 7,000 Cloud Shinobi. The most important one is Kirigakure's Third Mizukage, who only brought more than 4,000 Fog Ninjas. In a split second, as a gathering place, the country of Soup is full of gunpowder. Even if the fight hasn't started yet, just the more than 20,000 ninjas of the Ninja Alliance, as well as the top combat power of Third Tsuchikage, Third Hokage, and Third Mizukage, are enough to erupt an invisible deterrent force. However, in the face of the Ninja Alliance composed of the 3 major ninja villages that are pressing every step of the way, from beginning to end, there is no movement in Konoha Village. Not only did most of the Ninja 4.8 teams in the Land of Waves show no signs of being transferred, even the army of Konoha Shinobi from the Land of Grass who had just won the army of Rock Shinobi showed no signs of supporting the army of Konoha Shinobi from the Kingdom of Tang. At this moment, many people are confused and puzzled when they see it. What's the situation? Now the 3 major ninja villages have been assembled. It is time to launch an attack on the more than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi of the Konoha Shinobi army left behind by Yunoguo. Why hasn't Konoha Village mobilized all fronts, including the ninjas who stayed behind in Konoha Village, to the country of Tang for the final decisive battle? It's broken, or have you given up on the battle line of Tang Dynasty? I don't know, and everyone can't understand what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd in Konoha Village. Only a very few people thought of a possibility, but they shook their heads in disbelief and horror. They didn't think there was such a possibility. Konoha Village should also be waiting to make a big move, but they don't know when they will show their swords. Chapter 91 Tsuchikage, Hokage, Mizukage's self-confidence. The 3 major ninja villages must win. Second, more begging for subscription. At the same moment, country of Soup, the camp where the Cloud Shinobi army is stationed. Because Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are all gathered here, which makes the camp where they are stationed expand outward by nearly 2 kilometers. Inside a tent in the central area, Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, Future 4th Hokage I, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, Tutai, Wangtu, Ghost Lantern Moon, Wei Yoroichi Clan Chief, 6 Tails Jinchuriki and others all gathered together. At this time, if anyone was here, they would definitely be terrified and horrified. It's true that these people in front of you are almost gathering the existing high-end combat power of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village, and they are all gathered together for the same goal. Even if you think about it, it will make people tremble endlessly. Onoki, I didn't expect that you Iwagakure don't have a lot of cards, do you? Seeing that everyone was silent, Third Hokage picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea before saying meaningfully. More than 10,000 rock shinobi were destroyed by the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen group, and now they have brought out more than 10,000. Your name is rock shinobi. You are really hiding something very deep. After hearing this sentence, Onoki rubbed his rosacea slowly, looked at Third Hokage with a smirk, and retorted. There are many things you didn't think of. Do you need to tell you one by one? Okay. Third Hokage didn't hesitate at all, and said softly, then you can tell me well. Snort. Onoki snorted coldly, and said meaningfully, to tell you the truth, these rock shinobi are all prepared for you and Third Hokage, but the plan can't keep up with the changes, and you escaped a catastrophe. Do you think I'm afraid? A strange color flashed in Third Hokage's eyes, and he still pretended to be calm and said, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is not afraid, and I am not afraid. You have tens of thousands of rock shinobi, and you can't break my defense at all. Maybe it can't break your defense, but it can exhaust you to death. Onogi smiled disdainfully, and made up a little more slowly. VR. Upon hearing this sentence, Third Hokage's expression changed suddenly, and he opened his mouth, wanting to refute something, but 17 found that he didn't have the confidence to refute. Because, if he really faced the siege of tens of thousands of rock shinobi, he might die from exhaustion after a few days and nights of fighting. Kai tactics to deal with him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's incarnation of the Golden Giant Buddha is too strong, which led to being forced to invite Cloud Shinobi Village and Kirigakure to cooperate. So close, Onogi is really an old coin. Thinking of this, a wisp of cold sweat appeared unconsciously on Third Hokage's forehead, and he felt a burst of rejoicing in his heart, thanks to the strong rise of Third Hokage, otherwise he might not be killed by Onoki. However, what Third Hokage doesn't know is that, in the original book, in order to free his companions, he fought alone against more than 10,000 rock shinobi, and died of exhaustion after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. You can rest assured that since we have cooperated, we will definitely attack Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen unanimously. Seeing that Third Hokage's expression was not right, Onoki smiled coldly, and said through gritted teeth. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen killed so many rock shinobi in our rock shinobi village, and also captured Inoden, Kitu and others, no matter what, must be paid in blood. When it comes to this, Onoki couldn't help clenching his fist. Clay figurines are also 3-point fire, not to mention he, Third Tsuchikage, this time must make Sarutobi Hiruzen pay a bloody price, break the inner demons of these years, and rescue those captured rock shinobi by the way. Are you sure there will be no internal strife? Looking at Third Hokage and Third Tsuchikage who were talking to each other, Third Mizukage, who had been silent all this time, thought of something, and said softly, although I did not participate in World War II. But I heard that in the decisive battle in the Land of Rain, you had serious internal strife, so you gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to lead the Konoha Shinobi army to the final victory. After this sentence, the faces of Third Tsuchikage and Third Hokage are not very good looking. If you beat a snake, you will not die, but you will suffer from it. That internal strife was the most serious mistake they made in these years. Every time they think about it, they regret it, especially after Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved a big transformation and once again rose strongly, he regrets it even more. More importantly, since that time when a large force of Konoha Shinobi was pitted in the Land of Rain. Sarutobi Hiruzen put them in a grudge. After the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen suffered from a chronic disease and became weaker with the passage of time, they didn't take it to heart at all. What now? Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen, who achieved a big transformation, is getting more and more terrifying. Already liquidated a third Kage, Onoki and Third Hokage are not at all cowardly on the surface, but in fact they are still panicking in their hearts, which is one of the reasons why Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi reached a cooperation so easily this time. Otherwise, it would never be possible for Third Hokage and Third Tsuchikage to temporarily put aside their previous animosity and conduct all-round cooperation with the violent temper of Third Hokage and Third Tsuchikage. After defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen this time, we directly invaded the Land of Fire and plundered Konoha Village. A few seconds later, a gleam of wisdom flashed across the cheeks of Third Tsuchikage, and he said, once Konoha Village's savings for so many years are looted by us, there is no need for internal strife, right? Good. Ken. The corners of the mouths of Third Hokage and Third Mizukage slightly curved, and they immediately showed knowing smiles. Yes. What caused the outbreak of World War III? It's not that the economic development of the major ninja villages is unbalanced, internal conflicts have intensified, and it broke out as a last resort. As long as you plunder the richest Konoha village, you may be full of food, and you are afraid that the benefits will be distributed unevenly. As long as you are full, it is definitely more impossible to fight among themselves. And listening to the conversation of Third Tsuchikage, Third Hokage, Third Mizukage. At the beginning, I, Killer B, Tutai, Wangtu, the Patriarch of Wei Yoroichi, Six Tails Jinchuriki, etc. were still trembling for a while, fearing that Third Tsuchikage and Third Hokage would break up if they disagreed, until finally they talked about dividing up the spoils. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If we can temporarily put aside the conflicts between Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure, and reach a cooperation intention, then the affairs of the Ninja Alliance will basically be stable. Don't be so optimistic, the premise of all this is to be able to defeat Konoha Shinobi's army. But, at this very moment, Gaidong Manue grinned, showing sharp teeth, and said slowly, Third Hokage is not a fuel-efficient lamp, especially after turning into a golden giant Buddha, it is not so easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? A gleam of pride appeared on the cheek of Third Hokage, and he said confidently, the combination of the strongest Tsuchikage, movie, and Mizukage in our history, coupled with so many high-end combat power, and the two forces of the Ninja Alliance, there are more than 10,000 ninjas, can't they cure one Sarutobi Hiruzen? If I really lose, then I will admit it, and I am willing to call that old man of Third Hokage the new god of ninja. But, is this possible? After saying this, Third Hokage spread his arms out and shook his head proudly. Any ninja, even a strong one, has a limit. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen already has an invincible posture, so their Lord Da Ninja Village was forced to unite shamelessly. One ninja village cannot win, two ninja villages cannot win, can't the three ninja villages unite not win? Really, even if Third Hokage was killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have accepted his fate. The ghost lamp is full of the moon, your worries are unnecessary. At this time, Third Mizukage also shook his head very calmly, and added, Third Hokage is very strong, but we are not vegetarians. If we unite as one, we still have great opportunities. Certainly, Third Mizukage did not say a word, even if you lose. Kirigakure will also suffer much less damage than Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village. This time he only brought more than 4,000 mist ninjas. On the one hand, it was an excuse to guard against the large army of Konoha Shinobi from the Kingdom of Waves, and on the other hand, it was to save some vitality for Kirigakure. If we don't even have the courage to fight, why should we unite? Onoki smiled coldly, and said calmly, 3 world wars have been going on, and we have no way out. This will be our last chance. No matter whether we succeed or not, we have to make the last attempt. All right. Ghost Lantern Full Moon shrugged shrugly, and wisely chose not to speak. Indeed, this is the last chance of the 3 major ninja villages. The fight hasn't started yet, so who knows who will win. Correct. Suddenly, Third Mizukage seemed to think of something, and asked, has there been no reinforcements in Konoha Village yet? No. Hearing this sentence, Tudai shook his head with a serious face, and said in a puzzled tone, it's strange to say that the Konoha Shinobi army in the country of Tang did not make any moves from the beginning to the end, and Konoha Village didn't seem to send anyone. Reinforcement means the large force of Konoha Shinobi fighters from the country of Unoha was abandoned by Konoha Village, right? I couldn't help showing a thoughtful expression, and made an astonishing guess. Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato has the Flying Thunder God, which can transfer Jiraiya, Hitaki Tsukumo and other high-level executives away, so strategically abandon the more than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi in Tango country and let them fend for themselves? Advertisement? No way. It seems. Is there really such a possibility? Seeing that our 3 major ninja villages are suddenly united in Unoguo, Konoha Village may want to avoid the edge for the time being. Stupid. B*****************. D. If it's true, wouldn't the ninja coalition formed by our 3 major ninja villages in Tango country form a lonely one? It's okay if you don't guess. When you guess I, Killer B, Ghost Lantern Moon, Huang 2, the patriarch of the Wei Yoruichi clan, etc. in the tent, their hearts sank a little, and they couldn't help but let out a sound of exclamation. I agree with what I said. They have formed the Ninja Alliance, which has attracted much attention. If Konoha Village does not accept the move, it will be the end of the CAF. Shouldn't it be possible? Seeing that everyone was not calm, Third Hokage's eyes flickered, showing a slightly thoughtful look, and said, based on what I know about Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will not give up a Konoha Village ninja easily, let alone let more than 2,000 those named Konoha Shinobi are waiting to die in Uno country. That's right. Third Tsuchikage Onoki agreed very much, and said, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's urine, the Konoha Village occupies the. When you have an absolute advantage, you will not give up easily. He may have come to Tang country. Something's wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have come to the land of soup. In vain, the eyes of Third Hokage and Onoki flashed. They stood up from their chairs abruptly, and said something in unison. Ha 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 ha. The next moment, Third Hokage and Onoki looked at each other, and they couldn't help but burst out laughing. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. They have dealt with 707 Sarutobi Hiruzen for half a lifetime, and they are very clear about Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrogant and unscrupulous nature, especially after the transformation. It becomes more and more serious. You can do whatever you want, and you have reached ultimate. So, he will definitely come to Tango country. In other words, he has sneaked into the camp of Konoha Shinobi's army without knowing it. Only in this way can it explain why there is no movement in the Konoha Shinobi army of Tang country, and why they are so confident. You two really have a good understanding, don't you? Third Mizukage glanced at Third Tsuchikage and Third Hokage, who stood up, and said with a smile, I also think that Third Hokage should have come to Tango country, now. Maybe it's just waiting for our ninja coalition to show their swords. Humph, humph, was teased by Third Mizukage. Third Hokage and Third Tsuchikage each snorted coldly, and then sat down in mutual displeasure. There is no such thing as a tacit understanding. They were just in love with each other just now, and they couldn't help it. After this cooperation is over, they will resume their mutual hostility. Position. Then get ready to fight. A few seconds later, Third Hokage took a deep breath and said, as soon as we make a move, as long as Third Hokage is in the country of soup, he will definitely show up. This time, let Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen know the terrifying strength of our 3 ninja villages combined, and teach Konoha Village a good lesson, Third Hokage said coldly. Said, the history of the ninja world will definitely be rewritten in the hands of our 3 ninja villages. Make it or break it. Onogi's body slowly floated up, and he said in a serious tone, now the whole ninja world is paying attention to the Tango Kingdom battlefield. I hope we can unite as one and strike at once. Destroy the Konoha Shinobi army. Good, no problem. No matter how strong Third Hokage is, we will not be cowardly. The joint action of our 3 major ninja villages will definitely defeat the Konoha Shinobi army and shake the entire ninja world. Let Konoha Village try the taste of failure, our ninja alliance will win. Soon, with Tsuchikage, movie, Mizukage's statement. I, Killer B, Ghost Lantern Full Moon, Huang 2, Wei Yoroichi clan's chief, and others showed confident smiles in no particular order. There is nothing to say, under the leadership of the strongest Third Hokage in history, the strongest Third Mizukage in history, and the strongest Third Tsuchikage in history, most of Konoha Shinobi from the country of soup. The team is done, and they have confidence in the more than 20,000 elite ninjas of the Ninja Alliance. This time, the 3 major ninja villages will win. Chapter 92 Jiraiya. Teacher, how strong are you? Sarutobi. Under 6 paths, are you invincible? Third watch begging to subscribe. At the same time, when the entire ninja world is in a state of panic when the 3 major ninja villages join forces. Country of soup, the front camp of Konoha Shinobi fighters. But it was a piece of calm and breezy, without any tense and depressing atmosphere. As for the reason, of course Konoha Shinobi fans have absolute confidence in Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagakure have united to form a ninja coalition with more than 20,000 people, even if Third Tsuchikage, Third Hokage, and Third Mizukage have all united, they don't take it seriously, let alone a little bit fear and apprehension. Joke, Kikyo Mountain Battle and Grass Country Battle. Third Hokage Master Sarutobi Hiruzen crushed everything with an absolutely invincible attitude. Now on the battlefield of the Tang Dynasty, the opponents are very powerful, and they are the unprecedented coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, but they still have absolute confidence in Lord Third Hokage. So, not only are many Konoha Shinobi without fear. On the contrary, in the depths of my heart, there is some vague anticipation. Since the death of Master First Hokage Senju Hashirama, Konoha Village's dominance over the ninja world has plummeted. Say something bad, First Hokage if Senju Hashirama had not died, even if it gave 10 courage to the other 4 major ninja villages, they would never dare to break out in World War I, World War II, or even World War III. And once the super decisive battle of Tango Country this time, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can crush everything, defeating Third Tsuchikage, Third Mizukage, defeating Third Hokage. A new, ninja god, will be born in Konoha Village. Konoha Village will regain its dominance over the ninja world. More importantly, Third Hokage Master Sarutobi Hiruzen has secretly arrived at the front camp of the Konoha Shinobi army in the land of soup after the ninjas of the 3 major ninja villages gathered together. This is also the direct reason why everyone has no fear even though there are only more than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi in the camp. Anyway, Lord Third Hokage is here, afraid of a hammer. Certainly, in order to give a big surprise to the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages. Even after learning that Lord Third Hokage had arrived, the Konoha Shinobi members in the camp did not make any noise. They still pretended to be abandoned by Konoha Village as usual. At this time, inside the tent in the center of the camp, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya one of Sanin, and Bu's Captain Hitaki Sakumo Golden Flash Namikaze Minato and others all gathered together. All right. After resolving the matter of the battlefield in the country of grass. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen led Uchiha Fuchian, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shirju and others stay there to deal with those captured rock shinobi, and clean up the mess in the country of grass. He walked slowly towards the country of Tang. Anyway, he has already started, so he will penetrate all 4 fronts at once, so that Third Hokage and Third Mizukage can also feel the fear of being dominated by the large army of Konoha Shinobi. Result, he was only halfway there. I heard that Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure jointly issued a statement to carry out all-round cooperation and fight against Konoha Village together. After learning that this news has spread throughout the entire ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first reaction was to be stunned for a moment, and the second reaction was to reveal a smile. He is still worrying about how to spend the shortest time to make Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure admit defeat, and liquidate Third Tsuchikage Onoki and Third Hokage, and now a triple blessing comes directly. Hokage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, the 3 of you are doing well together? It would be even better if the Shiin, Hanzo of the Salamander from Rain Shinobi Village is called up to form the F4 of the ninja world, then I will be able to kill you all at once, and K you all. As for fear, that is nothing at all, but there is still some excitement and expectation. In the Sengoku period, there were rumors that the Buddha of Sasada, 2 people destroyed the 4 countries, the fire matched the tree world, and the world was full of leaves. Now he can make a Chandla armed color Dao Buddha, it should still be possible, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, the last time he was on the battlefield in the country of grass, he still hadn't played to the fullest. It just so happens that Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure have united and assembled most of the power of the three major ninja villages. This time they should be able to play to the fullest. What are you afraid of? Just do the shit and it's over. Ever since, with excitement, Sarutobi Hiruzen speeded up to the battlefield of Tango Country. And, out of his confidence in his own strength, he did not mobilize the ninjas left behind in Konoha Village, as well as the Konoha Shinobi troops from the Land of Waves and the Land of Grass. After all, in the face of absolute strength, in fact, there is not much use in having too many people, and on the contrary, it will become a burden at certain times. Sarutobi-sensei, are we really not going to call in some Konoha Shinobi people? Jiraiya looked at Third Hokage, who had regained the heroic appearance of the ninja hero, in front of him. After thinking for a while, he still had some worries and said, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, the three major ninja villages unite, and the comprehensive strength that erupts is absolutely it's going to be scary. No need. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the cup and took a sip of hot water and said in a soft voice. With the current strength of the teacher, he should be able to crush everything, and besides. Even if you want to mobilize people, it is too late. Third Tsuchikage, they must have already guessed that I have arrived in Tang Country, and they should attack us in the next day or two. Alright. Jiraiya smiled in amazement, and said embarrassingly, I also want Minato to use the Flying Thunder God technique to shake up some high-end combat power. It seems unnecessary. It's really not necessary. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up, and he said domineeringly. If even I can't figure it out, bringing Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku and others with Flying Thunder God won't help much, it's just a drop in the bucket. Mr. Sarutobi, how strong are you now? Hearing this sentence, Jiraiya could no longer suppress her inner doubts, and asked very curiously. Is it true that, as rumored, it is comparable to the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara? Old Madara is not counted, and first Hokage Senju? Hashirama already? Advertisement brush, after this sentence. Hitaki Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato and others looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in no particular order. Obviously everyone was very curious. How strong is Third Hokage? Should be comparable to the first generation project? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, and then said slowly, Sensei, in today's ninja world, under 6 paths, I should be considered invincible. Certainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has a word left. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are so perverted and powerful because of the blessing of chakra energy from Indra and Ashura. And, he Sarutobi Hiruzen, it all depends on my own hard work, and a little blessing from Cheat. Call. The voice did not fall, there was a sound of sucking air from inside the tent. Hitaki Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya and others couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, with horrified and shocked expressions on their cheeks. F*K. Lord Third Hokage claimed to be invincible under the Super Shadow during World War II. After the transformation of the three wars, it directly raised a level and became invincible under 6 paths. Then, now it seems that the large Sand Shinobi army in the Kikyo Mountain battlefield and the Rock Shinobi army in the Country of Grass wasn't the army wronged? Let's go. Sudden, while Hitaki Tsukumo and others were still in a state of shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have sensed something in his knowledgeable color tyrant, Qian Wanghao. Slowly got up and stretched, and said lightly. A little earlier than I imagined, the coalition formed by the 3 major ninja villages has already advanced to the camp of our Konoha Shinobi army to prepare the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army for battle. What? Already started marching towards our camp? Okay. Then I'll notify you immediately and let our people enter the fighting state. After hearing this sentence, Hitaki Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya and others came back to their senses immediately. Without questioning anything, they hurriedly arranged. Compared with the rain just now, obviously after knowing the true strength of Lord Third Hokage. Hitaki Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya and others still had a little bit of worry in their hearts, but they all settled down and disappeared. Lord Third Hokage, when did you become the god of ninja world? Maybe today. Chapter 93 Tsuchikage, Raikage, Mizukage, get out of here. Soon, under the arrangement of Hitaki Tsukumo, Jiraiya et al. More than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi fighters in the camp wanted to attack head-on in the direction of the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages. Yes, just strike out without fear, even if there are more than 20,000 ninjas and more than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi in the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, they are not afraid of death at all, and there is a feeling that there are 2,000 against 20,000. Actually, when Hitaki Tsukumo and others arranged to attack, many perception-type Konoha Shinobi users are a little confused. What's the situation? They haven't sensed any movement from the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, and even the scouts haven't sent back any information? But, after hearing that it was Master Third Hokage, many perceptual Konoha Shinobi immediately stopped questioning it. Alright. They don't question the other side, the scouts of the 3 major ninja village coalition forces who have been paying attention to the Konoha Shinobi army. But there are some fools stuck, they still haven't figured out what's going on. The ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army began to leave the camp, and almost all of them made 390 moves, rushing towards the camp of the 3 major ninja village coalition forces. They were so scared that they hurriedly passed the information back to the camp of the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, which directly caused a shock in the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages that had just advanced not far. Nimas, they're only just getting ready to take on the Konoha Shinobi army. Result: a large force of Konoha Shinobi fighters rushed towards them without fear of death. What's the situation? Obviously they had cleared the surrounding Konoha scouts before they decided to do it, so it should be impossible to send the news back immediately. What made the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages even more angry and aggrieved was that the more than 2,000 Konoha shinobi did not retreat, but rushed towards them like eggs hitting a stone. Who gave them this courage? Doesn't this look down on them too much? Advertisement: Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is definitely in the army of Konoha shinobi. As for Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, Yuenshi, Tutai and others, they came to an astonishing conclusion through this matter, that is, their guesses were correct, and Third Hokage had already arrived in Tangzi, country is coming. Because, after the three major ninja villages decided to cooperate, BHDI just shared some intelligence information about the collected Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the end, an astonishing conclusion was drawn. After Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed, not only his physical fitness was perverted, his strength became stronger, but his perception also became quite terrifying, which was more perverted than many perceptual ninjas. Now, the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages have just advanced, and the large force of Konoha shinobi began to counterattack without warning, which proves this point. Ever since, in this situation, the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages are no longer afraid of arguing. Under the leadership of Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage and others, they headed towards Konoha shinobi with great fanfare. After about 20 minutes, more than 2,000 ninjas from the Konoha shinobi army and more than 20,000 ninjas from the three major ninja villages confronted each other on a large plain. At the forefront of the Konoha shinobi army, Hitaki Sakumo, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato and others are standing at the front. At the forefront of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, there are Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, Tutai, Yuenshi, Killer Bee, Ghost Lantern Moon and others. And look around, more than 2,000 Konoha shinobi in front of more than 20,000 ninjas from the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages. There is really something small, not only the small number of people, but also the imposing coercion exuded invisible, which was also suppressed a bit. Although the more than 2,000 Konoha shinobi members are very confident and have a fighting spirit, but in the face of the absolute difference in numbers, they are still at a disadvantage in terms of imposing coercion. Quiet. The whole plain is a piece of silence. Perhaps both sides know that the biggest decisive battle of the three wars is not only of great significance, but also will determine the victory or defeat of the four ninja villages and the future direction of the ninja world. Virtually, making the air gradually heavier, almost suffocating. Brush. But when the two sides were in a delicate confrontation. Advertisement: a person wearing a white Hokage robe, a red ninja suit, and a Hokage hat stepped on the air and appeared at the very center of the battlefield at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom. With the appearance of this figure, the whole battlefield. It exploded instantly. I'm coming. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is coming. More than 2,000 Konoha shinobi gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing Hokage's royal robe, with admiration and excitement in their eyes. There is nothing more reassuring and exciting than seeing Lord Third Hokage. Invisibly, it makes the already high momentum, it has reached a higher level, indistinctly contending with more than 20,000 ninjas from the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages. Compared with the high momentum of the Konoha shinobi army, the more than 20,000 ninjas of the three major ninja villages coalition forces suddenly fluctuated in their hearts the moment Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared. After all, in front of me, this is the World War II. The Nino, who started to dominate the Third War again, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? The glorious battles of Mount Kikyo and the Country of Grass are still vivid in my mind. Even though there are many people in the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, many ninjas still tremble slightly in their hearts. Third Hokage appeared. Sure enough, the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen has already arrived in the country of soup. Everyone, get ready to fight. We are going to defeat the Konoha shinobi army here. Don't worry, the coalition of our three major ninja villages will definitely have the last laugh. You have to believe in the combined strength of the three major ninja villages. After sensing all this, the expressions of Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, and Third Mizukage all change. They did not expect that the mere appearance of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would cause the three major ninja villages coalition forces to become unstable, and they spoke one after another to encourage them. As expected, after hearing the words of Mizukage, Movie, Tsuchikage, the ninjas of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages forcibly suppressed the tension and fear in their hearts, and their self-confidence was lifted up. Pity just pulled up, with a faint voice. However, the entire battlefield fell into silence once again. Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, you three get out of here? Chapter 94 Aggrieved Hokage, I want to hit you all with 1 second watch, please subscribe. Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, you three get out of here? A calm voice came from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, resounding on the battlefield like thunder, causing the entire battlefield to return to a state of silence in an instant. And the ninjas of the three major ninja villages who had already suppressed the fear and throbbing in their hearts. Those who were directly shocked by this sentence broke their defenses, and the self-confidence that had finally been raised in their hearts was forcibly hit again, with a look of surprise and disbelief on their cheeks. What's the situation? They know that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is overbearing and unscrupulous. But I didn't expect that I just showed up, so violent and arrogant, without giving Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Hokage any face, just opening my mouth to let Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, get out, isn't this too contemptuous? Even the senior leaders of the 3 major ninja villages, including Tutai, Killer Bee, Yuenshi, and Ghost Lantern Moon. They were all stunned at this moment. This is the first time they have seen anyone dare to talk to Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onogi, Third Mizukage like this. This is unimaginable in Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, matter. To know, as a filmmaker, in the major ninja villages, they're like emperors, existence. Now Third Hokage doesn't say anything, but when he says nothing, he puts Tsuchikage Mizukage in his eyes, isn't it? It's really deceiving people too much. Third Hokage, are you looking down on us, Lord Third Hokage? HMPH. Third Hokage is really too proud. He thinks that he has a little strength and looks down on Lord Third Hokage, Lord Third Tsuchikage, and Mizukage Yins. After a few seconds, some elite ninjas from the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages. After recovering, then he couldn't help but clench the kunai in his hand and muttered in a low voice. His words were very unhappy and angry. In their opinion, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and movies are all the strongest existences in history. Now that people look down on them like this, isn't it just slapping Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure in the face? Good. Get out. Get out. Tsuchikage, Mizukage, movie, Third Hokage-sama told you to get out? Compared to the anger and aggrievedness of the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, the more than 2,000 ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army were slightly taken aback for a moment, and then boiled up in no particular order. As expected of Third Hokage-sama, it's still a familiar formula, it's still a familiar taste. Cool. It's so cool. In the face of the menacing coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, Lord Third Hokage did not hesitate at all. Even in the face of Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, and Third Tsuchikage, who are known as the strongest in history, they are as strong as ever and Haki is awe-inspiring. Shut up. Hearing these words, Third Hokage, who was already extremely angry, showed a furious look, and with lightning-style chakra surging all over his body, he roared. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you really as arrogant as ever? Okay. Really good. Third Tsuchikage Onogi's body also floated up, and he said with a livid face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you really think that we can be defeated? Or do you think that the coalition forces of our 3 major ninja villages are vegetarians? Third Hokage, it's true that being famous is not as good as seeing it. You are so defiant that you have come to ultimate? Third Mizukage looked gloomy, and said in a cold voice. At any rate, we are also the supreme leader of a ninja village, but you really didn't pay us any attention by asking us to get out. Angry. Definitely very angry. Originally saw Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appear. Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, Third Tsuchikage couldn't help showing a look that had already seen through everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old man, had really come to Tango country, but he didn't expect Third Hokage to say that when he opened his mouth. Seeing so many people on the battlefield tell them to get out. This shit has some slaps in their faces, is it tolerable or unbearable? I'm just unscrupulous, so what? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms in midair, let out a disdainful voice, and said in a deep voice. During World War II, I was not strong enough to sanction you. This time, the Third World War will wipe you out completely. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his right hand and made a hook to Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onogi, Third Mizukage. The meaning is very simple, you can do it, free little trash. Damn it, I can't take it anymore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you really think you are invincible? I want to see how strong you are, brush, the next moment. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the grumpy Third Hokage subconsciously entered the lightning-style chakra mode, bathed in lightning all over his body, then flashed into the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye, concentrated a large amount of lightning on 4 fingers, and then slammed forward to Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest one side. Hell spike 4 hands. Click. Advertisement, maybe it's too powerful. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, in plain sight, Third Hokage's incomparably powerful 4-handed hand held a large amount of lightning and ruthlessly bombarded Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. The dazzling thunder and lightning erupted into a palpitating energy shockwave, and the manic power of thunder and lightning shattered Hokage's imperial robe in an instant, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was stronger than Third Hokage and entwined with armament Haki and the body of Conqueror's Haki. Looking closely at Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stronger than his own. Third Hokage was obviously taken aback for a moment, he couldn't believe it, but he felt envious and jealous. What the hell, Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old man, used to be a skinny monkey. He didn't dare to confront him head-on in battle. Now he's better. After his body has undergone a transformation, his figure is even better than him. How dare you fight him? It is really arrogant to step on the air and suspend in midair without moving, and let him attack. He is going to teach Sarutobi Hiruzen a good lesson today. No matter how strong your defense is, it is useless in the face of absolute attack power. With the continuous surge of lightning-style chakra all over the body of Third Hokage. The 4 fingers attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest continuously flashed dazzling thunder light, illuminating half of the sky. The powerful lightning force made the air tremble constantly, and gave Third Hokage half of his body shrouded. Fear. If Third Hokage doesn't make a move, it is extremely terrifying as soon as it is shot, and the power to explode the lightning-style chakra mode is brought into full play. However, seemingly terrifying, as Third Hokage who made an attack, his face changed from calm and confident at the beginning to shock and then to disbelief and horror. Because, accompanied by his hell-stabbing attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen hardly reacted at all. Even if he poked all 4 fingers until it was about to smoke, he still didn't break Sarutobi Hiruzen with a little bit of defense. The energy wrapped around Sarutobi Hiruzen's body and shining with black metallic luster just blocked his attacks. No, I do not believe this is absolutely impossible. It seemed that some could not accept it. Third Hokage was furious, and a more terrifying lightning-style chakra wave erupted out of his mind. He still didn't believe that he couldn't break Sarutobi Hiruzen's defense. Yes, in the past, he relied on his body with extremely strong defenses to blow up one ninja after another. It's good now, Sarutobi Hiruzen repays him in his own way. It was difficult for Third Hokage to accept the feeling of déjà vu, just suspend it in midair and let him attack with Hell Spike and 4-punch hands. Scoff. Scoff, as the lightning-style chakra becomes more majestic. The power erupting from the 4 fingers of Third Hokage is becoming more and more terrifying. But, Third Hokage is still as stable as an old dog, without any intention of fighting back. It seems that you attack casually, and if you break the defense, I will lose. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. As time goes by second, at the beginning, the ninjas of the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages were still very much looking forward to and excited, and they were still shouting for Third Hokage crazily. Especially seeing that Third Hokage used his unique move, Hell Thrust, 4 pentacles as soon as he made a move, he didn't even dare to blink his eyes, fearing that he might miss something exciting. It's a pity. As much as the expectation, the disappointment is as great. No matter how Third Hokage attacks, it seems that the defense of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has not been broken. Especially as time goes by, the expressions on the cheeks of many ninjas from the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages have gradually become dignified. F***K. What's wrong? How so? Idiot. B*************D. Third Hokage's physical fitness is too strong, right? Third Hokage's proud Hell thrust 4 pens, but it didn't break through the defense of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this too unbelievable? No. Can't you? Killer B, Tutai, Gaidang Manue, Yuenshi and other senior leaders of the 3 major ninja village coalition forces almost all showed the look of seeing a ghost, and they couldn't believe what they saw at all. Ask for flowers. They knew that after Third Hokage achieved a transformation, his physical fitness became very strong, but this has become too scary, right? Joke. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen actually used Third Hokage's most proud way, watching his body hardwired Third Hokage's full-fire Hell Thrust Sibin Kanshu. Think carefully, this is really tingling. Another monstrosity than Third Hokage's body? Advertisement Third Tsuchikage Onogi looked extremely heavy, and had a vague premonition in his heart. But, things have come to this stage, and the arrow is on the string and has to be launched. Iwagakure has no way to retreat, so he can only bite the bullet and confront Sarutobi Hiruzen to the end. Are things a little serious? Third Mizukage's pupils kept flickering, and he muttered to himself. Third Hokage's first attack was frustrated. This is not a good sign. As expected of Third Hokage, relying on the body can resist the attack of Third Hokage. On the other side, the more than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi fighters in the Konoha Shinobi fighter army couldn't help showing a happy expression, looking at the third generation who was still bursting into lightning-style chakra crazily. Movies are full of drama. Third Hokage, your body is pervert. But, Master Third Hokage is more perverted than your body. This feeling of using all your strength but being unable to break the defense should be uncomfortable. The same is true, at this time, after being unable to attack for a long time, Third Hokage began to feel a little uncomfortable and wanted to cry. Zero he really didn't expect. One day, I will not be able to break through a ninja's defense. Have you played enough? Sudden, just at this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who never fought back, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said softly, Third Hokage, your attack power is very strong, but it's really a pity that you can't break my defense. Alright, now Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is not the same as before. Especially with the blessings of Sage Body, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, it's normal for Third Hokage's Hell Thrust 4 pens to be unable to break the defense. You're less complacent. Third Hokage glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about the same height as him, and almost vomited blood angrily as if he had thought of something. Because, the words Sarutobi Hiruzen said were what he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen during World War II. Relying on his strong body, he resisted a lot of ninjutsu, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen returned it to him intact. Your ability to stay in the air is pretty good. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said something meaningful. Third Hokage was at a loss for words. In fact, he couldn't hold on any longer. After a few minutes of staying in the air, his attack power began to weaken continuously, and his body had a tendency to fall. I'll give you a ride, but before Third Hokage could react, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been motionless all this time, slapped his backhand with lightning speed. No. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack, Third Hokage wanted to dodge subconsciously, but found that he couldn't launch it in midair. Song Nang watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack. A slap was thrown on his left cheek. Snapped. A clear voice sounded. Under countless gazes, Third Hokage, who claims to be the strongest in history, possesses the strongest shield and strongest spear. It was thrown flying by Sarutobi Hiruzen's slap, and crashed to the ground dozens of meters away. The powerful falling force directly smashed a big hole on the ground, sending out. There was a deafening roar. Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, after hitting the ground, Third Hokage, who was bathed in lightning-style chakra, made a furious sound, wanting to fly out of the pit. Boom. He is fast, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is faster. As a result, just as Third Hokage flew out with the constantly surging lightning-style chakra, he was kicked out by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and smashed hard into a place more than 1,000 meters away. In the dense forest, the powerful force caused the battlefield to vibrate a few times, and a small mushroom cloud appeared. And after kicking Third Hokage away, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care so much. He stood in the center of the battlefield in a blink of an eye, looking forward to Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, Tutai, Yuenshi and others. Said, "Did you come one by one, or all together? I am in a good mood today, and I want to beat you all alone." Chapter 95 Shameless, Conquerors Haki suppresses the audience. Did you come one by one, or all of you together? Today I am in a good mood, and I want to beat you all by myself. After this sentence, Third Tsuchikage, who was still immersed in the horror of being kicked away by Third Hokage Onoki, Third Mizukage, Killer Bee, Tutai, Yuenshi, Ghost Lantern Moon and others, all had their expressions on their faces froze. There was uncontrollable anger and shock in his eyes. What? Did they hear correctly? Third Hokage actually said that he wanted to beat them all by himself. This. What kind of self-confidence is this? And the rhythm of the three major ninja village coalition forces of more than 20,000 of them is completely ignored in the words? Still in a good mood. Doesn't it mean that if you are in a bad mood, you want to sweep the entire ninja world alone? Arrogance, the tone is simply too big, does Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen really think he is invincible? Third Hokage, you hit us all one by one? A few seconds later, Third Tsuchikage Ono, 23, took a deep breath, and said with an extremely cold face, "The coalition forces of our three major ninja villages have more than 20,000 elite ninjas. Do you think Third Hokage can do whatever he wants if he can't break your defense?" Snort. Third Mizukage snorted coldly, and said in a very unhappy tone, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are indeed very strong, even Third Hokage's physical fitness is not as good as yours. You can't look down on us like this, can you? Damn it, I can't bear it anymore, Third Hokage doesn't take us seriously. Idiot, B**************************** D, is Third Hokage alright? Who does Third Hokage think he is? Isn't it too confident to let the coalition forces of our three major ninja villages fight him alone?" With the beginning of Third Tsuchikage and Third Mizukage, Killer Bee, Tutai, Yuenshi and others also made their voices angrily, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, full of resentment. As for the more than 20,000 elite ninjas of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, they showed very dissatisfied expressions in no particular order. Yes, Third Hokage is strong, but they are the elite forces of the three major ninja villages. Even if one person spits, they may be able to drown a cage-level strong man. Each person has more than 20,000 ninjutsu. Art, why look down on them? Why look down on them? F***K, Third Hokage-sama is too awesome, isn't he? It's not just awesome. Is this what you mean by single-handedly challenging the three major ninja village coalition forces? At this time, the more than 2,000 ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army, after the initial stun, also showed expressions of astonishment. They also didn't expect that Lord Third Hokage would say such a sentence after kicking Third Hokage away. And in the central area of the battlefield, advertisement. Shut up all of them. Hearing these voices, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and said coldly, "If you want to fight, hit them. What are you talking about so much? I said one person will hit you all, and one person will hit you all. It's shameless to give face, there are so many people. Does so many people have a fart?" When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone is obviously cold and angry. Nimas, did you really show your face? The crushing victories at the Kikyo Mountain battlefield and the Grass Country battlefield can't stop your mouths? Are you still questioning? He also said that I am arrogant and look down on you, so Lousy will let you see what it is to really look down on you. What is the real unscrupulousness, and what is the real freedom to do whatever you want? The voice did not fall, without any sign. A nearly suffocating aura swept out from Sarutobi Hiruzen, suppressing the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages at lightning speed. Crack. Crack. It seems that the imposing coercion is too strong. Even the clouds in the sky were washed away in an instant. As for the ground of the battlefield, centered on Sarutobi Hiruzen, it began to shatter inch by inch in all directions, with countless cracks like spider webs appearing. Not good, everyone be careful, this is Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura of coercion. Everyone cheer up, as long as we work together, we will be able to crush his aura and coercion. Perceiving this imposing coercion that seemed to make the world submit, Third Tsuchikage Onoji's expression changed suddenly, and he gave a few loud orders without any hesitation. With Onoki's voice, the more than 20,000 ninjas of the three major ninja villages seemed to have rehearsed a long time ago. A wave of fighting intent erupted one after another. The fighting intent of a ninja was very weak, but when more than 20,000 ninjas erupted together, a monstrous fighting intent suddenly burst out, bombarded towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's Conqueror's Haki. After a few seconds, the Conqueror's Haki that belongs exclusively to ninja collided with the monstrous fighting spirit of more than 20,000 ninjas. Boom! In a split second, countless black lightnings appeared in the sky, and countless cracks visible to the naked eye appeared in the air, which made the entire battlefield vibrate invisibly, and the whole world was surging. If there are people from Pirate World here, they will be surprised to find that this is a collision of Conqueror's Haki, which is rarely seen in New World. The only difference may be that one of them is not Conqueror's Haki, but belongs to the fighting momentum of more than 20,000 ninjas broke out. Advertisement. Seeing that he resisted Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura that would make the world surrender, Third Tsuchikage Onogi clenched his fists fiercely, showing an extremely excited expression. Learn from mistakes. More than half of the tens of thousands of ninjas on the grass country battlefield were stunned by Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura. Therefore, after the large forces of the three major ninja villages arrived in Yuno country, Onogi discussed with Third Hokage and Third Mizukage, and planned to unite more than 20,000 ninjas to erupt their fighting spirit and fight against the mighty power from Sarutobi Hiruzen, pressure. For this reason, they even specially rehearsed in a small area. Now it seems, the effect is still very good. At the very least, Sarutobi Hiruzen's imposing aura was resisted. However, happy for less than a minute, Third Tsuchikage Onogi, Third Mizukage, Uenshi, Tutai, Killer Bee and others changed slightly. Because, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura seems to have increased a lot. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura and Coercion, carrying a more terrifying force, defeated the fighting aura that belonged to more than 20,000 ninjas alone. Immediately afterwards, the undiminished effect of the undiminished power is on the body of a famous ninja. Many ninjas with slightly inferior strength felt a buzzing sound in their heads before they could react, and their hearts were blank. The slightly stronger ninjas were not as comfortable at 3.7, their faces showed a frightened look, as if they had seen some horrible picture. After holding on for more than 10 seconds, there was a buzzing sound in their heads, it also gradually became blank. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Conqueror's Haki lasted about a minute. After Haki, the entire battlefield is completely silent, it seems that even the breathing of the ninja can be heard. Sudden a breeze blows gently, plop, plop. Many unconscious ninjas from the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages began to fall one by one, just like the domino effect. In the end, of the more than 20,000 ninjas of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, there were only more than 1,000 shivering ninjas standing on the devastated battlefield with cold sweat on their foreheads. Chapter 96. It's a matter of life and death, second watch begging for subscription. After momentum collision, between heaven and earth, it became calm again, just looking at the ninjas falling one by one. The remaining more than 1,000 ninjas of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages all fell into a state of trembling and extreme horror. What a terrifying aura of coercion is this? The monstrous fighting spirit of more than 20,000 ninjas erupted collectively. Was unexpectedly crushed by the aura and coercion erupted by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the price of being defeated, of the more than 20,000 ninjas of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, there are only more than 1,000 ninjas who were barely awake. The rest of the ninjas were all stunned and fell to the ground. Quiet. The entire battlefield once again fell into absolute silence. Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage, Killer Bee, Tutai, Uenshi, Huangtu and others, looked at the ninjas who were stunned by the momentum of Third Hokage. Their faces were full of horror and fear, except unbelievable, just a burst of scalp numbness. Unbelievable, they really couldn't believe what they saw. With the lessons learned from the Rock Shinobi army in the country of grass, the more than 20,000 ninjas of their three major ninja villages have all rehearsed in advance, which increases their ability to withstand the pressure of the aura. He tentatively erupted his fighting spirit to fight back. It's good now, more than 20,000 ninjas from the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages erupted in a monstrous fighting spirit. In the face of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's majestic coercion that seemed to rule the world and make all things surrender, he was so vulnerable that he didn't last long before he was crushed by a blow. In other words, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen alone defeated the momentum of more than 20,000 ninjas. The other side, Gulu. Did Master Third Hokage stun so many ninjas just by his aura without doing anything? There are many people in the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, but, is there a fart for it? There are only more than 1,000 ninjas left in the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, and now, our Konoha Shinobi army has more people than them. Third Hokage Sama's words are true, he really wants to fight all three ninja village coalition forces by himself. Seeing such a scene, after the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army swallowed carefully, their eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. They did not expect, after a wave of almost earth-shattering imposing coercion collided, would be such a result. Advertisement: the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages suffered heavy losses. Since the last time one person beat more than 10,000 rock shinobi's big victory. Once again, Master Third Hokage accomplished the amazing feat of fighting against more than 20,000 ninjas by himself. Only Jiraiya, Hitaki Tsukumo, Namikaze Minato and other high-level Konoha shinobi fighters can maintain basic composure, but their eyes are also full of shock. Obviously the scene just now, even they didn't think of it. Is Sarutobi sensei already so powerful? A gleam of admiration flashed across Jiraiya's wretched cheeks, and she sighed in amazement. It turns out that teacher Sarutobi said that he is invincible under 6 paths, and it is true. Third Hokage should be comparable to First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Next to him, Hitaki Tsukumo played with the white fang in his hand, and sighed with a relaxed expression. After this decisive battle, a new god in the ninja world was born. In fact, for Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Tsukumo has always been full of admiration and love in his heart, especially after the matter that the Konoha elders got him. He became even more devoted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, Master Third Hokage, this is too strong. The invisible aura is so terrifying. Namikaze Minato looked adored, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the center of the battlefield without blinking, and muttered to himself in an adoring tone. It seems that I will redouble my efforts in cultivation. After claiming the title of Golden Flash a few days ago, Namikaze Minato was still a little ecstatic. Now that he has witnessed Third Hokage's Supreme Kamui, he admits that he is not strong enough and there is still a long way to go. At the same moment, why is the aura so terrifying? It feels even scarier than the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Third Tsuchikage Onogi's face was a little hideous, and his heart was extremely angry and cold. He wanted to drink a lot of anger, but found his body was trembling slightly. It was scary, because, just at that moment, he actually recalled the hopeless and powerless fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara back then. The situation is not good. Third Mizukage wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and after recovering, his expression was cloudy and uncertain. An ray of fear finally flashed deep in his heart. Yes, he is the strongest Mizukage in Kirigakure history. I was a little scared by the domineering aura that erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old man after transformation, is very strong, even if his physical fitness is pervert, but even with his aura, he can be so strong. Does this ninja have to be confused with other ninjas? Didn't you say you have a lot of people? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the very center of the battlefield calmly, glanced indifferently around the more than 1,000 ninjas still standing in the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, and added, the number should not be too many now, right? Joke, today's Sarutobi Hiruzen has perfectly combined the aura of Nino with the peak Sengoku template Conqueror's Haki, and directly raised Conqueror's Haki to a super state. With one blow, the overwhelming fighting spirit of more than 20,000 ninjas was defeated. It can be described as an easy thing. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing this sentence, Third Tsuchikage Onogi took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and roared. Okay. It's really good, I didn't expect your aura to be so terrifying, no wonder be so confident. Ha ha ha, Onoki. You have a lot of things that you didn't think of. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up, he stretched his waist, and said with some emotion. To tell you the truth, I've been waiting for this day for too long. Getting old and weak, I can only endure it. Now I just want to get back the place of World War II and World War I. Konoha Village has already won the Second Ninja World War, what more do you want? Third Tsuchikage Onogi's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you want to get back the field, just come. Anyway, I also want to avenge the tens of thousands of rock shinobi on the battlefield of the country of grass. I also want to avenge the 7 ninja swordsmen. Third Mizukage thought for a while and said something with a cold face. And brush, there was a crackling sound. I saw Third Hokage, who was just kicked away, flying from a distance surrounded by lightning, and said in a cold voice unwillingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, before the start of the Third War, you killed us Cloud Shinobi more than 100 elite ninjas, and captured 350 Jinchuriki from Erway by wooden golem. I must ask you for an explanation today. So many years, the two tales have not yet appeared in the ninja world. Even a fool would know that it was a pretense that Konoha Village advertised that wooden golem was killed by Third Hokage. He must have been captured by Konoha Village. He kicked and flew out. New and old grudges must be settled together. With Tsuchikage, Mizukage, movie words, 3 frightening chakra fluctuations spread out, and the contradiction pointed directly at Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. No way, through the first confrontation just now. Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and movies all know the horror of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the arrow has to be launched. Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure have no way out. They can only grit their teeth and continue to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen to the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to say so much, and there was a trace of indifference on his cheeks, and he said simply and neatly, today it is a matter of life and death. After this sentence, a wave of chanla that was terrifying to ultimate erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the eyes of everyone, the majestic chakra coat formed by armament haki covered Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. The powerful force caused the air to burst, and even the entire battlefield trembled violently a few times. Fear. This is the first time that Sarutobi Hiruzen fully stimulates the chanla power of Sage Body. Just broke out, it has already changed the color of the world. Even the entire battlefield seemed to be affected. Chapter 97. Battle of the Peak, Third Hokage. How can chakra be so scary? Perceiving the scalp-numbing chakra fluctuations on Sarutobi Hiruzen, Third Hokage cursed in a low voice, and could only grit his teeth and say in a deep voice. Now we have no way out. As long as the 3 of us work together, there will still be some hope, otherwise, I will all die. Good. Third Tsuchikage Onogi nodded and said, this time, the 3 of us will do it together. Okay. Alright. Third Mizukage hesitated for a moment, but also nodded compulsively. It was a matter of victory and death. This Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously didn't want to let them go. He could only suppress the fear in his heart, and was forced to fight to the end. Water-style lightning water dragon bomb. The next moment, Third Mizukage's Shuanghu hands quickly formed a seal, and while chakra was surging, he spit out a water dragon more than 50 meters long formed by water flow. Crackling. After the water dragon appeared, Third Hokage, who had been prepared for a long time, mixed a large amount of lightning-style chakra on himself with the water dragon, forming a hydroelectric dragon, and ruthlessly bombarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth-style Gangly-style technique. Onoki didn't stay idle either, quickly formed seals with his hands, summoned a giant rock monster, and also attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your seals are too slow, let's see mine. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Lightning-style Thunder Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mean to make a seal at all. With a light clap of his hands, Chanla spit out a 100-meter-long Water Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and Earth Dragon. After the fusion of Water Dragon and Thunder Dragon, forming a hydroelectric dragon more than 100 meters long, while the Earth Dragon bombarded the rock monster. After a few seconds, accompanied by a roaring sound, the more than 100-meter-long hydroelectric dragon exploded the 50-meter-long hydroelectric dragon shot by Mizukage. It turned into countless charged water droplets and scattered on the battlefield, while the rock monster was even more vulnerable. It was directly blasted by the Earth Dragon and turned into countless rock fragments. What? You don't even get a seal? I still don't believe it. Let's perform ninjutsu attacks together. Chakra is so majestic, it makes the power of ninjutsu even more powerful. Seeing this scene, Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, Third Mizukage looked more dignified. Among them, Onoki and Third Mizukage avoided the aftermath of the explosion with a flash of their bodies. After looking at each other, they began to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen in two directions. They still don't believe it, the two of them perform ninjutsu together. Sarutobi Hiruzen can keep up, you are a ninjutsu professor, but we have a good grasp of water style, earth style, right? Water style Shui Chongbo, water style Great Waterfall Technique, water style Water Column, earth style Iwasku, earth style Tyrone Gun. Accompanied by the constant surge of chakra, Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage's Schwamhusho have turned into afterimages, constantly displaying a water style and earth style, causing the entire battlefield to be in turmoil for a while. Unfortunately, Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage cast very fast. As the opponent, Third Hokage performed faster and did not even seal, so that when Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage finished performing a series of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen also finished performing them. Yes, think the same ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed and explosive momentum fluctuations are completely exploded. Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage. Boom. Another explosion roared again. All kinds of messy water style and earth style ninjutsu collided continuously, and a terrifying energy shockwave broke out, making the battlefield that was already full of ravines even more broken. After only holding each other for less than a minute, all the water style and earth style cast by Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage were blown away by the water style and earth style cast by Sarutobi Hiruzen. To escape the aftermath caused by Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage retreated hundreds of meters in embarrassment. Seeing this one-sided scene, many people on the battlefield were stunned for a while. Especially Killer Bee, Yuan Shi, Tutai and others showed the look of seeing a ghost. How could this happen? How did Third Hokage practice? Every ninjutsu has reached the level of Muji, and its power is even greater than that of Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage. Could it be that this is the famous ninjutsu professor in the ninja world? Gold content? How can it be? How can Sarutobi Hiruzen be so proficient in ninjutsu? How did he cultivate advertisement and on the battlefield? Third Mizukage and Third Tsuchikage Onogi felt like he was going crazy. The two of them displayed their proud water style and earth style, but they were crushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen with both hands. This made both of them feel a deep sense of frustration and powerlessness. Onoki. But, at this moment, the Third Hokage, who did not move and was bathed in the lightning-style chakra, roared. Earth-style super-weighted rock technique. Hearing this voice, Onoki had no time to think, and cast an earth-style ninjutsu at Third Hokage's fist without any hesitation. Aggravated rock lateral bolt of pain. Chop, crackling. After receiving Onogi's blessing, Third Hokage, who had been waiting for an opportunity, turned into an afterimage and exploded towards Sarutobi Hiruzen at a lightning speed. Well done. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind moving, Armament Haki, Conquerors Haki, and Chanla wrapped around their fists, and attacked without hesitation. Boom. Almost blinking, the fist of Third Hokage bombarded Sarutobi Hiruzen's fist, and an extremely terrifying energy shockwave erupted, perhaps because the power was too strong, the air was like a mirror. How can it be? After a few seconds of confrontation, Third Hokage, whose whole body was constantly roaring with thunder and lightning, watched Sarutobi Hiruzen catch the punch he had accumulated for a long time, showing a look of incomparable surprise. Immediately afterwards, Third Hokage couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fist suddenly erupted with a more terrifying wave of power. Boom. There was another roar. Third Hokage, whose body was entwined with terrifying lightning fluctuations, was blown out by another punch, and hit the ground hard, directly smashing out a huge pothole and erupting to work. Is there anything impossible? Looking at the mushroom cloud rising in front of his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't show any surprise expression. He remembered that in the original book, Fourth Hokage used this trick to bombard Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, but, facing him now, some are not enough to see. Dust escape. Boundary stripping technique. Seeing that the Third Hokage was blown away, Onogi Chakra seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, folded his palms together, and opened a cube transparent enchantment between his palms. Laugh. There was a crackling sound. The white beam of light bombarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with the power to shatter everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he saw Onoki's dust escape, and glanced at the fists entwined by Armament Haki, Conquerors Haki, and Chanla, and punched backhand, facing the incoming white beam of light. He wants to face Onoki, the dust escape that he was so proud of exploded alive. There was another cracking sound, since the white beam of light was smashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's punch. The aftermath of that powerful force centered on Sarutobi Hiruzen, once again swept out in all directions, detonating the entire battlefield. Dust done. Was blasted by the fist. Third Tsuchikage Onoki was completely dumbfounded, Raikage was sent flying, and he cast Dust Escape. These are one of the steps of their plan. It turned out well, the plan cannot keep up with the change. Raikage's aggravated rock lateral bolt of pain. Chop was blown away, and his Dust Escape was blasted by Sarutobi Hiruzen with his fist, which is incredible. To know, Dust was eliminated as bloodline, but possesses the power beyond the limit of Shueiji. Well now, Sarutobi Hiruzen exploded with just one punch, isn't it so pervert? Hellspike 1 Kanshu. The attack here had just come to an end, and the fourth Raikage, who was bathed in the lightning-style chakra, flew out again, attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen at lightning speed. Again, the warm-up is over, and I will give you a little bit of difficulty? Without any sign, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body rose against the wind, directly turning into a golden giant Buddha more than 80 meters high, standing in the center of the battlefield. Advertisement. F*K. Third Raikage watched Sarutobi Hiruzen transform into a golden Buddha. There was no time to break, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and stab one of Chakra's fingers, which was covered with terrifying thunder, hard on the Buddha's chest covered with a black substance. Poof. A clear voice sounded, Hellspike Yi Yaikwan stabbed the golden Buddha's chest, and a terrifying energy shockwave erupted, causing the air to burst. But, that's all, the Hellspike Yichenshu did not break through the defense of the golden giant Buddha. Why? Third Raikage felt that he was about to collapse, and the successive attacks were like hitting an iron plate. The feeling of being unable to break through the defense was really uncomfortable. Are you ready to accept death? The golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a sound like a bell. Not good. In an instant, Third Raikage felt as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. The cells in his body were frantically warning, and the hairs all over his body suddenly sprouted, but, when he wanted to retreat, he realized that it was too late. Boom. A clear voice sounded, the Third Raikage is held in the hands of the golden giant Buddha like a fly. Let me go. Third Raikage yelled, and the lightning-style chakra all over his body surged crazily, bursting out with dazzling lightning light, trying to break free from the comfort of the Buddha's palm. Pity, but it's of no use. On the contrary, with the struggle of Third Raikage, the palm of the Buddha became tighter and tighter. Crack. 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 This is the sound of bones breaking. Ah! Third Raikage screamed a few times, the lightning-style chakra on his body collapsed abruptly, and strands of blood burst out. Began to flow down the corner of his mouth, but Third Raikage didn't mean to beg for mercy. Because, he knows very well Sarutobi Hiruzen will not let him go. Third Kage has been liquidated, and his third Raikage, Wang Wanghao, will definitely be liquidated as well. Just he still can't figure out why. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old man, has already started to go downhill and suffered internal injuries. Why did he suddenly achieve a transformation and participate in the third time with an absolutely domineering attitude? Ninja World War. Uncomfortable, unwilling, resentful, regretful, aggrieved and other emotions are constantly emerging in the heart of Third Raikage. Not good. Killer B, let's do it right away. Seeing this scene, he was belatedly reacting. He never expected that the battlefield would change so rapidly. The last moment he was still using Hell Thrust, Yi Guanshu's 3. Dame Raikage, the bone broken by the golden giant Buddha in the blink of an eye. Quick. Stupid. Hole, that's outrageous. After hearing this sentence, Killer B also seemed to have reacted, and chakra surged all over his body, wanting to commit crimes. Don't avenge me. However, just on the Earth platform, Killer B is preparing to attack Ling. With a voice of despair, in plain sight, the body of Third Raikage was crushed alive by the golden Buddha. This moment, whether it is the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army, or the remaining more than 1,000 ninjas of the 3 major ninja villages, including Onoki, Third Mizukage, Yuenshi, Ghost Lantern Moon, Wangtu, etc. People are almost always buzzing in their minds, and their hearts are blank. And Killer B, and Tudai stood there with sluggish faces, their bodies trembling unceasingly. Chapter 98 Amid defeat, destroying Third Mizukage, the audience suffocated, one more begging to subscribe. Time goes back to 30 seconds ago, facing the palm of the golden-haired Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Raikage's body built by the lightning-style body forging secret technique gradually couldn't bear it anymore. Not only the bones began to break, but even the internal organs began to shatter little by little, and cracks began to appear on the bronze-colored skin. It's over. I didn't deserve the loss. The old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed stronger than me. Can't beat at all. The so-called strongest shield and strongest spear are just a joke. Sarutobi Hiruzen should have reached the level of the legendary ninja gods Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, right? At the last moment of death, Third Raikage's already distorted cheeks are rare without struggle and pain, instead there is some freedom and relief. In fact, after learning that Sarutobi Hiruzen has achieved a transformation, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was very strong, but out of his self-confidence and pride in Raikage, he never put Sarutobi Hiruzen in his eyes. Even if there is a gap, it will definitely not be very big, so, this time the 3 major ninja villages unite. he confidently believes that dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen should not be a big problem. Ideal is full, the reality is very cruel. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength turned out to be comparable to that of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, perhaps surpassed. That's all, winner takes all, loser for Ko. This era belongs to the era of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't avenge me. The next moment, Third Hokage resisted the severe pain in his body and spat out a big mouthful of blood before making the last hoarse sound. Poof. The voice did not fall with a crackling sound. In plain sight, the Third Hokage, known as the strongest in history, fell into the hands of the Golden Giant Buddha. As expected of Third Hokage, seeing that Third Hokage did not beg for mercy from the beginning to the end, the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen let go of the Buddha's palm, allowing Third Hokage to fall to the ground as a mass of 060 mud. Winners and losers, the weak prey on the strong. He was only a little bit stronger to crush Third Hokage. If he was weaker, Third Hokage would still not let him go. At the same moment, time seems to freeze at this moment. Faced with this terrifying scene, many people on the battlefield had expressions of disbelief and horror on their cheeks, buzzing in their minds, and their hearts went blank. Died. The strongest Third Hokage in history was crushed to death by the strongest Third Hokage in history. Ah, my Lord Father is dead, after a few seconds. With a cry of pain, Ai recovered from his sluggish complexion and couldn't help but knelt down on the ground trembling. He never imagined that his invincible father, whom he admired so much, would suffer such a miserable defeat, being crushed to death by the giant golden Buddha. Master Third Hokage. The earth platform showed an extremely painful expression, and the whole person fell into a burst of sadness. Idiot. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* sweat, and he wanted to twist his body, but found that he had froze in place at some point. Ah, Master Third Hokage is dead. What to do? What to do now? Some of the remaining Cloud Shinobi in the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages couldn't help swallowing while trembling in their hearts, looking at the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, full of fear and fear. Too strong. The golden giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage is so pervert that even Third Hokage was crushed. As for the surviving ninjas of Kirigakure and Iwagakure, as well as Yuenchi, Wangtu, Gaidang Manue and others, they all fell into silence after recovering, with expressions of horror and disbelief remaining on their cheeks. Advertisement they did not expect, in the blink of an eye Third Hokage was killed. Certainly, on the battlefield, the most excited and happy Konoha Shinobi army ninjas. They were also taken aback just now, and their expressions were extremely shocked and horrified, but after recovering, they were filled with excitement and pride. Lord Third Hokage is worthy of being Lord I of the third generation. Dealing with Third Hokage, who is said to be the strongest in history, is as easy as killing a dog. Cool. Hitaki Sakumo, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato and other high-level members of the Konoha Shinobi team looked at each other, each can see the proud look in their eyes. This is the strength of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama, the new god of ninja is about to participate. Not ready to do it together? Sudden, just at this time. Third Tsuchikage Onoki took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said loudly, Third Hokage is dead, but he lives in our hearts forever. Everyone listens to my order and launches an attack on Third Hokage together. Kill him. Revenge for Lord Third Hokage. B****************. D. Stupid, let's avenge Lord Third Hokage together. With the beginning of Third Tsuchikage Onoki, I and Killer B were the first to react, and the chakra in their bodies began to surge wildly. They would not admit defeat, but would inherit the will of Third Hokage and continue to fight Third Hokage to the end. Bang. Bang. However, just after I is ready to enter lightning-style chakra mode and Killer B is ready to fully tail beast. The earthen platform, which had not moved at all, seemed to have thought of something. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he slashed heavily at the necks of I and Killer B without warning. Tutai, you. Why? I and Killer B were suddenly hit hard, and their bodies froze in place. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but they found that their heads were blank, so they hit the ground heavily and passed out. Sorry. Tutai glanced at I and Killer B who were in a coma, showing a helpless expression. Before coming, Third Hokage discussed with him. Once things develop in an uncontrollable direction, even if he died, must make the choice that is most beneficial to Cloud Shinobi Village. Now that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the form of a golden giant Buddha is unrivaled, he can't let I and Killer B go to die. Well, the sudden turn of events stunned countless people. Everyone looked at the earth platform with puzzled eyes. At the critical moment, they shot I and Killer B. Isn't this a traitor? Only Third Tsuchikage Onoki and Third Mizukage suddenly changed their faces as if they had thought of something. Master Third Hokage, we at Cloud Shinobi Village admit defeat. We will sign all the unequal treaties that should be signed, and we will pay all the war money that should be paid. Losing his dignity, he begged for mercy loudly and admitted defeat. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details. Now that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is in full bloom, CCBB, as long as we can reduce our losses and go to Yinkun to lose face, so what? What? Cloud Shinobi Village surrendered. Are you kidding? Cloud Shinobi is the first to admit defeat because there are still so many high-end combat powers that haven't been upgraded? If Cloud Shinobi admits defeat, what should we Mist and Rock Shinobi do? After this sentence, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen has not responded yet. Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, the remnants of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages, can't keep their composure. They let out a series of uproars and look at the earth platform with anger and confusion. They are traitors at critical moments. This royal platform is really not a good thing. But the remaining Cloud Shinobi were lost and at a loss. Third Hokage is dead. Master Tutai knocked I and Killer B unconscious, and then chose to admit defeat. Should they be obedient? Tutai, do you know what you're talking about? At this time, Third Hokage looked extremely ugly, and asked involuntarily, don't you know that we haven't lost yet, and there is still a chance to avenge Third Hokage? Advertisement. Tutai glanced at Third Hokage with dead eyes, and said flatly, we, Cloud Shinobi Village, have surrendered. You. Third Hokage was at a loss for words, and when he was about to say something, but found that Master Yuan had already walked in front of Six Tails Jinchuriki, Ghost Lantern Manue and others at some point, and said loudly, Master Third Hokage, we Chong Yinkan have also decided to admit defeat. Master Yuan. How dare you, peeved, accompanied by an exasperated to ultimate voice. Third Hokage's heart surged a few times, and he couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of hard work. The strongest Third Hokage in history was actually backstabbed. The old B*** D Yuan Shi stabbed him fiercely from the back at a critical moment. Judging from the looks of Six Tails Jinchuriki, Ghost Lantern Moon and others, it was obvious that he also acquiesced in the decision of the B*** D Yuan Shi. Third Hokage, this matter was decided by us together, so I'm sorry. Master Yuan didn't panic at all. Instead he said in a deep voice, Third Hokage is really too strong. There is nothing wrong with surrendering if you can't beat it. I can know that there are tigers in the mountain. I will go to the mountain with the tiger, and leave the fog ninja to die in vain. Joke. After Third Hokage died, Master Yuan, Gaidang Manue and others no longer have the confidence to continue to fight against the giant Buddha in front of them. Haven't they seen the lessons learned from the Third Hokage? Even the Third Hokage can't break the defense, and they probably can't break it either. Moreover, even if there are many people, there is no chance of winning in the face of absolute power. Therefore, with the beginning of the earthen platform, Master Yuan made a decision that went against Third Hokage's will almost without any hesitation. Third Hokage, are you ready? Hearing the sound of Tutai and Yuanshi admitting defeat, Sarutobi Hiruzen's incarnation of the Golden Giant Buddha's expression did not change at all, and his eyes fell on Third Hokage's body. Now that he has teamed up with Third Hokage and Third Hokage, I'm sorry, but he must be killed and liquidated. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Be stared at by the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The chakra in Third Hokage's whole body was frantically sending him dangerous signals, as if every cell in his body was trembling crazily. No. I also admit defeat. Third Hokage yelled with a broken face, but found that the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of letting him go. Run. Brush. Crucial moment. Third Hokage flew away in different directions after splitting up several water bodies. Using the water avatar in front of me, isn't it a trick? The Golden Giant Buddha in the form of Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out its huge palm, flashing white fluorescent light, and slammed into the air, forming a huge shockwave, roaring towards one of Third Hokage's clones. This is the sound of air bursting. No. Third Hokage, who was already running away, felt that his body was locked, and at the critical moment of life and death, he also knew that he could not escape, so he had to cast several water styles while chakra surged at high speed, trying to resist. Boom. A roar sounded, one by one water style was bombarded abruptly. In the end, the majestic shockwave ruthlessly struck Third Hokage, blasting him to death in his desperate eyes. Why? If I knew it earlier, I shouldn't have been easily coerced and lured by Onogi to form the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages? Isn't it Mizukage and Kirigakure? Why'd I want to get involved in this muddy water? It's all because I'm too greedy. Unlike Third Hokage, at the last moment, Third Hokage felt extremely regretful in his heart, but unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the ninja world. He can only watch his body being swallowed by the shockwave. Ever since, in this situation, faced with the scene of blowing up the strongest Third Hokage in history, countless people in the entire battlefield were once again suffocated in horror. Chapter 99 Tyrannical Onoki, the allied forces of the three great ninja villages surrendered. Yes, just terrified to the point of suffocation. From Tudai's unexpected announcement of Cloud Shinobi Village's surrender, to Yuanshiu's surprising announcement of Kirigakure's surrender. And then Third Hokage was blown away by the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it took less than 2 minutes. Before many people could react, they saw that the so-called Third Hokage, who was known as the strongest in history, was swallowed by the powerful energy shockwave shot by the Golden Giant Buddha and flew out, hitting the ground hundreds of meters away. The ground trembled a few times, kicking up a lot of dust. A little perception, you can find that the breath of Third Hokage has disappeared. Very obvious, the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage blasted Third Hokage to death with one blow. After Third Hokage was killed, Third Hokage could not escape the fate of being crushed, and died without a place to bury him. In a split second, the remaining ninjas of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages are a little bit silent. Especially Mist Ninja, those who were terrified had difficulty breathing. What is this? The front foot Master Yuan took the initiative to admit defeat. Third Hokage was killed by Third Hokage on the back foot. Third Hokage-sama is dead. It's dead. Even the mighty third Mizukage-sama was killed. After a few seconds of silence, many remaining Kirin could not help but let out an uncontrollable exclamation, and what's more, while their eyes were dull, their bodies trembled and they sat on the ground, their cheeks full of bewilderment and confusion, at a loss. They have been frightened by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's unscrupulous, ruthless behavior. Especially when they think that Elder Yuan has already surrendered in advance, after they managed to escape with some difficulty. For some reason, they still feel a little lucky in their hearts. In the face of the absolute difference in strength, perhaps it is best to admit defeat as choice. As for the death of Third Mizukage, there is really no other way. Haven't you seen the death of both the strongest Third Kage and the strongest Third Hokage in history? Well, Third Mizukage, you can rest easy. As long as I'm with Kirigakure, the sky won't collapse and everything will be fine. A look of lingering fear flashed across Yuenshi's old face, and he couldn't help sighing heavily. He and Third Mizukage had fought for power and profit for most of their lives, and suddenly saw Third Mizukage killed. A little bit of luck and joy. This Third Mizukage was dead, and almost led Kirigakure into the abyss, but he had the foresight to admit defeat in advance. Otherwise the consequences are not very serious. Third Hokage is really strong. Master Third Mizukage was killed just like that, and the sky in Cheyenne Village has changed repeatedly. Standing behind Yuenshi, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon, the patriarch of the Wei Yoruichi clan, Six Tails Jinchuriki and other high-ranking members of the One-in Army, suppressed the fear of the Third Hokage in their hearts. Their eyes flickered a few times, but deep in their hearts were think further. Master Yuan admits defeat, make Kirigakure basically withdraw from the three wars. But, inside Kirigakure, the power transition has just begun. Because of Third Mizukage's death, and visibly, the Elder Master Yuan became the #1 person worthy of the name of Kirigakure. Even if Yugura, the candidate of 4th Mizukage, succeeds in the position, he is afraid that he will be suppressed by the Yuenshi to death. Coupled with the faction of the major blood successor limit families, there will definitely be a bloody storm. Certainly, it's useless to think so much now, I still have to pass this level first. Facing the terrifying Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, their three major ninja village coalition forces have completely kicked a piece of iron. Even if they admit defeat, they will definitely bleed profusely. Call. The earth platform not far away inadvertently clenched its fists, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He conceded defeat too timely. If I and Killer B were allowed to take action, with Third Hokage's unscrupulous character of doing whatever he wanted, I and Killer B would definitely die, and the rest of the Cloud Shinobi on the battlefield would be affected. Thanks for admitting defeat in advance. The fact is also true, originally many Cloud Shinobi were full of aggrieved and angry about the behavior of knocking out I and Killer B and then admitting defeat. As long as they can avenge Third Hokage, they're not afraid of death. But, seeing that Third Mizukage was killed, his angry heart immediately calmed down as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. They admitted that they had spoken too loudly and irrationally just now, and it would be wise for Master Tudai to admit defeat. Another Third Mizukage, the strongest in history, died. First kill Third Hokage, then kill Third Mizukage, now only 1/3 Tsuchikage is missing. F*K. Master Third Hokage is asking for a rhythm of 3 in a row? In stark contrast to the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages are the ninjas of the Konoha Shinobi army. After the initial shock, they reacted in no particular order, with excited expressions on their cheeks. Unlike Konoha Village, which won the Second Ninja World War by relying on its background. In the Third World War of Ninjas, the script was completely changed, and almost all of them were crushed one-sidedly. Master Third Hokage, who has achieved a super transformation, is invincible and invincible, showing his terrifying strength to the fullest. Foreseeable, advertisement after this decisive battle in the country of soup, the history of the entire ninja world will be completely rewritten. From now on, as long as Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama lives, Sanagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village will never dare to go one step further. Just like when first Hokage Senju Hashirama was still alive, the ninja world will enter a long period of peace. No, Third Hokage is dead, and Third Mizukage is also dead? Why? Why did this happen? First Cloud Shinobi surrendered, and then Mist Ninja surrendered again. In the end, it turns out that the clown is me? What to do now, and at this very moment? The most collapsed and desperate is Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Originally, they still had so much high-end combat power left, and they were really desperate to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen to the end, and they still had a chance of winning. At the critical moment, Tudai knocked out I and Killer B chose to bow their heads and admit defeat but gave him a blow. Yuenshi violated Third Mizukage's will and voluntarily surrendered, which directly added fuel to the fire and became a crushing death. The camel's last straw caused Third Mizukage to flee in a hurry, and was killed by the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. One ebb and flow, Konoha Shinobi's army must be getting more and more powerful. The coalition forces of their three major ninja villages fell apart, and now only he and Iwagakure's ninjas are left to fight against Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Tsuchikage, are we not afraid of death? Wu Ninja and Cloud Shinobi both surrendered, and we, Rock Shinobi, will not surrender either. The will of the stone cannot be shaken. Even if we die, we will fight against Konoha Village to the end. But, just when Onoki fell into the abyss of despair, some of Iwagakure's elite ninjas, headed by Huang Tu, looked at each other, and each could see the resolute look in their eyes. Are you scared? They must have been terrified. Especially after seeing Third Hokage and Third Mizukage killed by the Golden Giant Buddha incarnated by Third Hokage. The anxiety in his heart became more and more intense, making Ling Wei tremble. But, there is no way. Third Tsuchikage Lord Onoki is Iwagakure's god, worshipped and loved by countless rock shinobi. Crucial moment, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, everyone must stand up. Snort. After hearing these words, Third Tsuchikage hasn't responded yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who turned into a golden giant Buddha, snorted coldly, and turned his huge Buddha eyes to look at the elite ninjas of Iwagakure headed by Wangtu. It's about this time, still so brave. It seems that the lesson of the deaths of Third Hokage and Third Mizukage has not been learned at all. Grunt. 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 In an instant, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who turned into a golden giant Buddha, did not speak. The elite ninjas of Iwagakure, headed by Huangtu, felt a terrifying pressure invisibly, and cold sweat began to appear on their foreheads. Some of the weaker ones couldn't help swallowing. You really won't admit defeat. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who turned into a golden giant Buddha, said softly, "In this case, then I can only let you go down to accompany Third Hokage and Third Mizukage first." Damn, Wangtu, shut up. Rock Shinobi Village admits defeat. Rock Shinobi Village is convinced that they lost. Sensing the undisguised killing intent on the golden giant Buddha, Third Tsuchikage Onogi stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen in a flash and hurriedly confessed. Joke, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi have thrown in the towel. Only relying on the remaining elite rock shinobi might not only pose no threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also be completely wiped out, which is unacceptable to Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Huangtu's cheek showed an expression of incomparable pain. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that the golden giant Buddha suddenly burst out a terrifying aura of coercion aimed at him. Just for a moment, Wangtu's body trembled a few times as if struck by lightning, as if he saw some horrible picture. He opened his mouth and spat out a big mouthful of blood, and then, there was a buzzing in his mind, and he completely lost consciousness, fell to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't involve others in the fights and grievances between us. Seeing his son vomiting blood and comatose due to the shock of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Third Tsuchikage Onoji's eyes were tearing apart, and he said loudly, "The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. I, third generation, can afford to lose." "You can afford to lose?" The golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. "Onoki, you are no longer qualified to say this." Advertisement Onoki was suddenly at a loss for words, and his wrinkled cheeks showed a grieved and helpless expression. How many years, been Tsuchikage for so many years? It's been a long time since he heard anyone dare to say that about him? Now being so despised by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Onoki recalled the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara back then. More importantly, and third generation like a shadow. He still hasn't figured out why. How did Sarutobi Hiruzen become so scary after achieving metamorphosis? During World War II, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very strong, but even if they lost, Konoha Village paid a heavy price. Stone Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't bother to say so much. He retreated from the state of the golden giant Buddha as soon as his mind moved, stepped on the moonwalk and suspended in midair, and looked down at Onoki indifferently. Onoki's heart was shocked, and he immediately felt a ray of ominous premonition. He folded his hands together without any hesitation, and chakra formed a white cylindrical knot in his hand while surging. Kai launched towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Laugh. There was a sound of air bursting. The white cylindrical enchantment flew out at a lightning speed. "Onoki, your dust is useless to me." Glancing at this white cylindrical enchantment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart moved. He waved his fists that were entwined by armament haki, Conqueror's haki, and Chanla, and bombarded him head-on. And go. Boom. A deafening roar sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen punched the barrier that separated the opponent into an atomic state and wiped it out, and a terrifying energy shockwave broke out, causing the entire battlefield to shudder. It trembled a few times. Damn, although anticipated. Third Tsuchikage Onoki cursed secretly. This Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical fitness is even more pervert than that of Third Hokage, and even the upgraded version of Dust Dungeon has no effect. But, just when Third Tsuchikage Onogi wanted to attack again. But he found that the cells in his whole body were frantically warning, and then he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping on the air, and his body appeared in front of him as if teleporting. "Sun slap Tien-shi." Snapped, a face-slapping voice sounded. Third Tsuchikage Onogi only felt that half of his face was gone, and the dust escape that his hands were performing was forcibly interrupted, and his body was directly blown out. Crack. Crack. However, Third Tsuchikage Onogi's body just flew out. The figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen also disappeared, in plain sight. Constantly slapping Third Tsuchikage Onogi's face, making Onogi fly backwards like a sandbag. "Onoki, it's all over." Boom. Finally, there was a crackling sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed Onoji's short body from midair to the ground, causing the battlefield to tremble a few times again. "Aren't you afraid of death?" In midair, after Sarutobi Hiruzen blasted Onogi with a punch, he glanced at the remaining elite rock shinobi, and said, "All those who are not afraid of death stand up for me, otherwise, all. Let me put down the kunai, and squat down with my head in my hands." Gulu. The voice did not fall. The foreheads of those rock shinobi elites were covered with cold sweat, and they swallowed saliva tremblingly, and the image of Third Tsuchikage being brutally tortured still remained in their minds. Finally, I don't know who was the first to throw away the kunai in his hand. With the first person, immediately there is the second person, the third person, the fourth. In a short while, the remaining elite rock shinobi, together with Mist Ninja and Cloud Shinobi, all lost their weapons, and they all chose to give up resistance and surrendered voluntarily. The 100th Sheet Ninja World Explosion. With the rest of the Rock Shinobi Elite, Mist Ninja Elite, and Cloud Shinobi Elite surrendering. Across the battlefield, even though there are more than 1,000 elite ninjas in the three major ninja coalitions who have not passed out, no one dares to make a move. Third Hokage Kamui of Sarutobi Hiruzen, for a while. It shocked the whole battlefield, let more than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi members of the Ninja Alliance see their blood boiling. Once upon a time, have they ever seen such a shocking scene? Third Hokage Master Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his own power, he made all the coalition forces of Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure surrender. How terrifying and frightening is this? Say something bad, after the death of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, their Konoha village has not been as majestic as Haki. Even if it is second Hokage Senju Tobarama, it is not enough to oppress the other four major ninja villages. Now third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has unknowingly led Konoha village back to the pinnacle of the Sengoku period. The strongest Hokage in history, there will be no dispute about, 870. Yes, facing this scene, more than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi players automatically default to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen as the strongest Hokage in history. As for first Hokage, sorry, once the Emperor and the courtiers. If you can be revived and fight Lord Third Hokage, we can honor you as the strongest Hokage in history if you win. Now, Lord Third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in history. Konoha's ninjas all support, no one objected, won. Ha ha ha, we also won the Battle of Tang Country. Third Hokage-sama after realizing a big transformation is really awesome. I really didn't expect that we, together with Lord Third Hokage, would defeat the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages. From today onwards, our Konoha village is undoubtedly the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is the ninja god. Soon, with excited and proud voices resounding throughout the battlefield. More than 2,000 Konoha Shinobi practitioners in the Konoha Shinobi army had undisguised smiles on their cheeks, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was floating in midair while stepping on the air, full of crazy admiration and fanaticism. Yeah, advertisement Namikaze Minato couldn't help but clench his fist excitedly, looking at third Hokage as if looking at a god. He's the man who wants to be Hokage from now on. To practice harder, strive to become a Haki like Hokage like third Hokage one day. Mr. Sarutobi, you have really changed a lot. Jiraiya let out a sigh, and also showed a sincere smile. The ninja who crosses the ninja world evolves into the god of ninja. Then he, as an apprentice, can also get a lot of credit, and can boast to the outside world that I am an apprentice of god of ninja. I think it should be a better source. Thinking of this, inadvertently, Jiraiya's smile turned into a wretched smile. His masterpiece, Intimate Paradise, was published on the eve of the Third World War, and it has been greatly sought after. He plans to make persistent efforts after the end of the Third World War and create a series, or Intimacy Tactics. It's done. Prepared to clean up the mess. The corner of Hitaki Tsukumo's mouth curved slightly, and he began to think about how to deal with those surrendered Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, Mist and Dirt. Fight, usually the winner takes all. Senagakure has surrendered, and now Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Kirigakure have surrendered as well. This time, the three battles. Konoha Village will be full again, but the other four ninja villages will have a period of tightening their belts. At the same moment, in a large pit in the central area of the battlefield. Poof. There was a sound of vomiting blood. I saw third Tsuchikage, whose whole body was bloody, with only his last breath left, in the ruins at the bottom of the pit, his eyes without any expression. Are you going to die? After living for so many years, I deserve to die. After all, I still underestimated the strength of the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turns out that the three major ninja villages are not his opponent. Forget it, winners and losers, the stronger the third Hokage, the more peaceful the ninja world will be from now on. And at the last moment before dying, third Tsuchikage Onoki showed a ray of relief on his blood-covered cheek. Over the years, he appeared to be tenacious with the will of the stone, but in fact he had been indulging in the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara. Now that third Hokage killed him, he could be regarded as saving him from the side. As for hate, third Tsuchikage Onoki and not much. It's just that his skills are inferior to others, he can still lose, and death is also due. Because if Sarutobi Hiruzen loses, it will definitely be even worse, and Konoha Village will also be even worse. He, third Raikage, and third Mizukage will not show mercy. Everyone is fighting for their respective ninja villages. Thinking about advertisement, Onoki's breathing gradually stopped, his life passed away, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Third Tsuchikage is dead, and at the moment of Onoki's death, some remaining sentient ninjas of the three major ninja village coalition forces on the battlefield trembled a few times, and the last little hope in their hearts completely disappeared. A big battle caused the death of third Raikage, third Mizukage, third Tsuchikage, who are said to be the strongest in history. Thinking about it, there are still some scalp numbness. Call. As for Tutai, Yuenshi, Ghost Lantern, Full Moon and other three high-level ninja village coalition forces, they sighed all kinds of things in their hearts, and then they didn't even dare to breathe. They had already surrendered, and they were supposed to be prisoners of Konoha Village. It can only be done step by step. In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the complete news of Onogi's aura, stretched his waist very satisfied, and immediately felt refreshed, and some old things that had been suppressed in his heart for many years completely disappeared. Cool. It's so comfortable. After realizing a super big transformation, he eliminated the Uchiha expansion faction internally, pushed Konoha F3 to the end, and concentrated all rights. Externally liquidated Third Hokage, Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage, Third Mizukage, and led Konoha Shinobi. The large force of the winners won 3 hearty victories. What Sarutobi Hiruzen expects even more is, the Third Ninja World War and the 3 battles in the original work seem to result in the final victory of Konoha Village. In fact, the 3 wars are already 2 different development trajectories. Many battles have changed, and the fate of many people has also been changed, such as, Third Hokage, Third Kage, Third Mizukage died in his hands. Ono Kibun could survive to the 4th Ninja World, but also died in his hands weight in hand. So, once the system settles, Sarutobi Hiruzen will have a substantial increase in strength. The plot hasn't started yet. I'm afraid it's 6 paths already? No, I'm old and strong. I cut off Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto and others. Do they really have the plot of the original book? Thinking of this, a smile flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. But 4.3 the 6 paths level is not the end. He will work hard to become stronger. After all, the blood of the Otsutsuki family is very important, but, in the biography of Fu Ren, without Otsutsuki in your body, you are not qualified to stand at the top of the ninja world, not to mention the heaven-defying magic. He didn't want to be like Fu Ren. Everything changed when he woke up, from existence to nothing, and he became number 1 on the pain list. Konoha 45 years June 13th, under the attention of the public, the 3 major ninja villages gathered more than 20,000 ninjas to fight the final decisive battle of the 3 wars with the Konoha Shinobi army in Unoguo. Result. But it ended with the death of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 3rd Hokage, and 3rd Mizukage, and the surrender of the ninjas of the 3 major ninja village coalition forces. As soon as the news came out, the entire ninja world exploded in an instant. Chapter 101 The God of Ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Madara and Black Zetsus aggrieved. As soon as the news came out, the whole ninja world exploded in an instant. Yes, after news of the situation on the Uno country battlefield spread, the entire ninja world boiled and shook almost instantly. Countless people who are paying attention to the battlefield of Tang Kingdom, the first reaction when they hear the news is to show an expression of disbelief, and the second reaction after being shocked is to not believe it. What are you kidding? Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village, the 3 major ninja villages united, assembled more than 20,000 elite ninjas, plus the leader who is known as the strongest in history, 3rd Hokage, 3rd Mizukage, 3rd Tsuchikage. How could it be possible to be alone by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? What about people crushing? Rumor, it's totally impossible. Yes, they also know that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is very strong and pervert, and won the Battle of Kikyo Mountain and the Battle of Grass Country with overwhelming momentum. But, the opponents on the battlefield of the Tang Dynasty are not ordinary goods, are they? The unprecedented combination of the 3 major ninja villages, with such a terrifying comprehensive strength, no matter how you think about it, you will not lose. But, after confirming again and again, countless talents in the ninja world couldn't help gasping, and fell into an absolutely dumbfounded silence. Real. Turns out everything is true, and the specific battle situation on the battlefield of the country of Soup is far more unbelievable than imagined. More than 2,000 Konoha elite ninjas in Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato, the captain of Konoha and Buhitaki White Fang hardly did anything. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen killed 3rd Hokage, 3rd Mizukage, 3rd Tsuchikage with his powerful power, and stunned more than 20,000 ninjas with the momentum of King's Landing Ninja World, leaving only 8,000 or so. Finally, this more than 1,000 ninjas were frightened and chose to surrender. Shock. Incredibly shocking, after learning the specifics of what happened on the Tango Country battlefield. Even those who were nearly numb after being shocked by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous record of 22 kinds, felt turmoil in their hearts again. No one really thought of it. Ninja. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen defeated more than 20,000 coalition forces composed of the 3 major ninja villages by himself, and even brought the strongest in history 3rd Hokage, 3rd Mizukage, and 3rd Tsuchikage to death. This. What kind of terrifying strength is this? No wonder. The 3 major ninja villages will simply surrender and admit defeat. The opponent is really terrible. More importantly, with the death of 3rd Hokage, 3rd Mizukage, 3rd Tsuchikage, 3rd Kage, who are known as the strongest in each ninja village, who else in the ninja world can be the opponent of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? There is none left. Think carefully. It seems that there is really no one in the ninja world today who is the opponent of 3rd Hokage. Even if it is the demigod of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, and the old Madara, who showed up in Konoha Village with a clone a few years ago, I am afraid that it is not Sarutobi Hiruzen's opponent. Ever since, in this situation, countless people in the ninja world subconsciously think that the title of ninja is no longer worthy of the current 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the so-called demigod title is worthy of Fe. Finally, a title that has been dusty for a long time has been restarted. That is, God of Ninja, at first, during the Sengoku period. First Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara started their own era and suppressed the entire ninja world with their own power. Now, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has dominated the Third Ninja World War with his powerful strength, and has once again been recognized by countless people in the ninja world. He deserves the title of Ninja God. As for the strength of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, First Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no one knows. But, in today's ninja world, there is no doubt that Third Hokage is the strongest. So far, the name of the Ninja God, it spread in all directions with lightning speed. In a sense, the ninja world has entered the era of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, or this era, unknowingly belongs to Konoha Village. At the same time, under that unknown underground place in the ninja world, Madara-sama, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure's coalition was defeated, and even Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, Third Tsuchikage Onobi were mercilessly killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. White Zetsu lowered his head cautiously, suppressed the horror in his heart, and said in disbelief, "The ninja world has entered the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he has also won the title of God of Ninja." God of Ninjas. Advertisement. After hearing these words, Uchiha Madara, who was about to die and became older, suddenly opened his eyes, his deep eyes flickered with nostalgia, and murmured, "I haven't heard this title for a long time. No, it is really fate to think of being succeeded by Sarutobi Hiruzen." Alright. The three major ninja villages formed a coalition. Uchiha Madara already guessed the result. The only unexpected thing is that Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have become stronger and more terrifying. He killed more than 20,000 elites of the three major ninja village coalition forces, and killed Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, and Third Tsuchikage Onoki. Now that he has reached the strength of an ultimate, even he can't keep calm anymore. Uchiha Madara, also willing to call Sarutobi Hiruzen the God of Ninja. Certainly, and that's all, after awakening the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara, who has mastered the power of 6 paths, has no feeling for the title of God of Ninja. Under 6 paths, they are all ants. Sarutobi Hiruzen is perverting again. As long as he faces him who has Rinnegan in his peak period, he can only be beaten. Senju Hashirama, you miscalculated, Konoha Village has changed. But, suddenly thought of something, a smug smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's old cheeks, and he said lightly, "What this Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has done has not inherited your will of fire at all. The style of behavior is quite similar to my old style, unscrupulous, do whatever you want. You were too indecisive back then, far less decisive than Sarutobi Hiruzen." Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's heart feels comfortable all of a sudden. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not follow the old path of Senju Hashirama, which proves that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama have miscalculated in many places. Now that the Senju clan has been rebuilt and the Uchiha clan has been reused, it has violated their will. Cool. A happy arc appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth inadvertently. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama of Dog Day, Konoha Village have already begun to change their names, and the successors of the Will of Fire you have selected are changing Konoha Village and even the entire Shinji step by step. Master Madara, all our plans have been disrupted. White Zetsu hesitated for a moment before adding in a low voice, "The Third World War is drawing to a close. Except for the project of the Kingdom of Rain, which is still going on normally, the rest of the plans are almost at a standstill, especially Uchiha Obito, who just graduated. Didn't find an opportunity to design, well." The smile on Uchiha Madara's cheek suddenly froze. Nima's, White Zetsu doesn't say it's okay. As soon as Uchiha Madara said it, he was angry and unhappy with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Originally, his plans were all under his control, but he didn't expect that after Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved a big transformation, it triggered a series of chain reactions, and many plans were forced to be suspended or stagnated, especially the 3 wars. It's only been a few years since it started and it's coming to an end. If it doesn't work, find a chance to kidnap. A few seconds later, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and said confidently, "The conventional method won't work, so we will use an unconventional method. Besides, Kirigakure's Yugura has already been controlled by me. After the 3rd war, it is not it means the war will end." Clear. White Zetsu nodded thoughtfully, correct. Uchiha Madara moved his eyes and ordered, "Rain Shinobi Village's plan is accelerated." Good. White Zetsu replied disdainfully. "The cowardly Hanzo of the Salamander has found a foreign aid, and is ready to start attacking the Akatsuki mercenary organization. After going through this incident, I think Nagato will give up those ridiculous ideals in his heart." Huh. Nagato can't escape my palm. Rinnegan is subtly influencing him every moment. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and said disapprovingly, "If you use my Rinnegan, you have to serve me. From the moment he owns Rinnegan, the gear of fate has been in my hands." AJ. White Zetsu didn't say much, and his body sank into the ground. Peeved. After White Zetsu left, a blush flashed across Uchiha Madara's old cheeks, and he spit out a big mouthful of blood. "My body is getting weaker and weaker, my time is running out?" Soon, Uchiha Madara adjusted a little bit. The look is extremely ugly and shadowy. Since he went to Konoha Village with his avatar to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen a few years ago, his body has been going from bad to worse, even with Geto statue, some of them can't hold on. So, sometimes he's thinking, what method did Sarutobi Hiruzen use to make himself achieve a big transformation, and his strength is getting more and more terrifying. Can't figure it out, Uchiha Madara who has lived for so many years. Advertisement for the first time, I feel that I can't see through Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. This Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more elusive than his best friend, Senju Hashirama. Whatever secret you have, there is no effect in the face of absolute power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there will be a war between us. To tell you the truth, today's ninja world does not need someone as awesome as you to exist. Thinking about, there was an undisguised killing intent in Uchiha Madara's eyes. When the plan is almost completed, he will try to exchange with Sarutobi Hiruzen for a limit 1-for-1 exchange with the idea of dying together, or beat Sarutobi Hiruzen to a serious injury. Otherwise, a ninja god, at its peak stands in the ninja world. It will be like a mountain that will crush many people out of breath, and the Eye of Return plan will never be implemented. Seems to have made up his mind, the pipe connected to the ghetto statue behind Uchiha Madara started to run crazily again. At the same moment, ninja world, a mysterious place. Black Zetsu looked up at the moon in midair, with a look of surprise on his swarthy cheeks. Like Uchiha Madara, he didn't figure it out, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What happened in the world to achieve such a huge transformation? All his confident plans were disrupted. How could there be such an anomaly in the ninja world? A ray of doubt flashed in 860's black eyes, and he felt helpless in his heart. The feeling of being out of control really made him very unhappy. Nima's Sarutobi Hiruzen is in his 50s, it was just out of control, which made Black Zetsu a little caught off guard, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to cry. At the beginning, when Uchiha Madara's avatar made a move, he actually observed secretly, but he didn't expect that the transformed Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so terrifying. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be enhanced every moment. In the 3 battles, he won the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, the Grass Country battlefield, and the Tang Country battlefield with absolute crushing momentum, especially the victory in the Tang Country battlefield, which made Black Zetsu tremble for a while. Shocked. It's good now, the third war came to an end, a new ninja god appeared in the ninja world. This makes Black Zetsu as uncomfortable as eating shit. If he had known that Sarutobi Hiruzen would have such a transformation, he should have seduced Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's good now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is only in his 50s, so he is definitely useless even if he is bewitched. Could it be that Otsutsuki Hagoromo is behind it? No, something is wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't seem to have any Otsutsuki Hagoromo aura on him. Why? Could it be someone else from the Otsutsuki clan secretly helping Sarutobi Hiruzen? Black Zetsu seemed to have thought of something, first nodded, then shook his head hastily. Judging from the current intelligence, the rise of Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be related to his damn big brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo, which proves that Sarutobi Hiruzen also has a big secret. As for whether there are other Otsutsuki people, he is not quite sure. Guess. Not really, if there are other Otsutsuki people who make troubles, the chakra of his big brother who doesn't recognize his 6 relatives will definitely fluctuate. Damn. I do not know how long it has been, unable to understand, Black Zetsu couldn't help but clenched his fists, and didn't bother to think so much. Ever since his mother Otsutsuki Kage was sealed, he has been working under the watchful eye of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and absolutely will not allow any mistakes, no matter Sarutobi Day. There is no secret in Zan's body, as long as he hinders his plan to save his mother, he must die. HMPH. Let's wait and see. Black Zetsu let out a cold sweat, and a ray of eyes that had seen through everything appeared in his eyes. Next, his pretense is that Madara created himself, completely becoming the shadow of Uchiha Madara. No matter how many accidents, the great plan to save the mother has to be carried out continuously, and whoever blocks it will die. Chapter 102 Hanzo of the Salamander in Danzo Rain Shinobi Village. That steel castle on a giant inland lake, at this time. In one of the castle's offices, demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander is sitting with a man wearing an animal mask. Call. I really didn't expect that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so terrifying. He killed Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki on the battlefield of Yuno country. Fortunately, I didn't participate in it, otherwise it would be miserable. After the transformation, this Sarutobi Hiruzen is really too strong and pervert, stronger than it was in World War II. With a sound of gasping for air, Hanzo of the Salamander wearing a snorkel looked at the latest intelligence document in his hand, with an undisguised expression of shock and horror on his cheeks. As a demigod recognized by the ninja world, of course he knows how terrifying the strength of the Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, and Third Tsuchikage, who are known as the strongest in history, is. It's good now, it was actually cleaned up by Sarutobi Hiruzen all at once. Thinking about it, his scalp felt a little numb. Originally, from Hanzo of the Salamander's point of view, even if the coalition formed by Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure cannot win, they will certainly not be at a disadvantage. The fact is that he slapped him hard in the face. The coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages were defeated, and even Third Hokage, Third Mizukage, and Third Generation Meta Onoki died. Hearing the trembling voice of Hanzo of the Salamander, the person wearing the animal mask snorted coldly, suppressed the emotional fluctuations in his heart, and said in a low voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is a betrayer of the will of fire, and has failed the trust and expectations of First Hokage and Second Hokage, sooner or later one day will pay a tragic price. Even if he led Konoha Village to 3 victories, he would never get my approval and support. 21. When it comes to this, there was obviously something wrong with the tone of the person wearing the animal mask, as if he was full of anger and displeasure towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, when is the time for revenge, why bother? Hanzo of the Salamander shook his head slightly, and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't kill you, which proves that the bond between you is still there. As long as you bow your head and admit your mistake, I believe that Third Hokage is still willing to entrust you with important tasks. Yes, the person wearing the animal mask in front of me is Shimura Danzo. A long time ago, Hanzo of the Salamander met Shimura Danzo, and there are still many cooperation projects between the Root and Rain Shinobi Village, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen pushing Konoha F3 to the end, the new boss Tsunade took the lead, and the Root and Rain Shinobi the partnership with Village was broken. This time, in order to ensure that he could deal with the Akatsuki mercenary organization in a safe manner, he secretly contacted Shimura Danzo to see if he was interested. Joke, advertisement: a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if he is dismissed, Shimura Danzo must still have some of his own team, which he can use. Result: Shimura Danzo expressed great interest, taking advantage of the decisive battle at the Battle of Uji that attracted the attention of the entire ninja world. He took some of his loyal followers and secretly left Konoha Village when Tsunade wasn't paying attention. He didn't kill me, he just wanted to insult me, laugh at me, tease me, and make me feel more pain alive than dead. It's never possible to bow your head and admit your mistakes. I, Shimura Danzo, the steadfast successor of the Will of Fire, will never bow my head to Sarutobi Hiruzen, even if he is Hokage. Boom. It seems that the more I talk, the angrier I get, and the more I talk, the more aggrieved and uncomfortable. Shimura Danzo stood up abruptly from the chair. The cheeks under the animal mask were full of ferocious expression, and he patted the table angrily. He will never forget the way Sarutobi Hiruzen beat him, insulted him, and looked down on him. When he fell to the bottom, he still said in his ear, "I am Hokage and I can do whatever I want," which makes Shimura Danzo feel like dead ash, completely gave up root control. You make me regret this miserable life. He's had enough, and he doesn't want to be hypocritical anymore. Therefore, he has been forbearance and pretending to be ordinary all the time, just wanting to secretly find a suitable time to defect to Konoha Village, and when he becomes stronger, he will return strongly, stepping on the head of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said with his head held high, "Third Hokage, do you regret it?" It just so happened that Hanzo of the Salamander invited him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the battlefield again. Such a golden opportunity, he agreed without thinking. Well, looking at Shimura Danzo, who lost his composure, Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help but sighed and didn't say anything more. He also thought that after Shimura Danzo confessed his mistake to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would also use Shimura Danzo as a pedal to admit his mistake. After all, during World War II, the battlefield of the Land of Rain, he did a lot of things really unethically, and even made things worse and broke his promise. Especially after seeing that Third Kage, Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki were all liquidated, as a semi-god, he still felt a little frightened. Now it seems that it is impossible to use Danzo as a pedal. I can only figure out a way for myself, and the only thing that reassures Hanzo of the Salamander is Rain Shinobi Village did not declare war on Konoha Village, and it was very prescient that it did not participate in the Third War. I think Sarutobi Hiruzen should not be so unstructured to make a big move against the Land of Rain. Is it true what you said about the Rinnegan? The next moment, Shimura Danzo did not want to continue the topic of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said with a gloomy face, "The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths are really in the eyes of Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki mercenary organization? Definitely, advertisement when it comes to business." Hanzo of the Salamander's face also became serious, and said, "It is true that this matter does have the eyes that only the legendary Sage of Six Paths has, Rinnegan." Good, very good, received an affirmative answer. Shimura Danzo showed an excited expression on his dark cheeks, and clenched his fists excitedly. Rinnegan is the goal of his collaboration with Hanzo of the Salamander. As long as you get the Rinnegan, which is more terrifying than the Mangekio Sharingan, then you will have a chance to turn around, kill back to Konoha Village, step on Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it will be just around the corner. Our biggest problem now is how to take down the Shoji mercenary organization with the least cost. A few seconds later, Hanzo of the Salamander took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "You also know that the Shoji mercenary organization, as the second largest force in the Kingdom of Rain, must have two brushes. If you force it, there may be strong resistance." Shimura Danzo smiled disdainfully, and said meaningfully, "Isn't the leader of the Akatsuki mercenary organization determined to create world peace without relying on extreme force? Now that the three wars are coming to an end, you can deceive them and say that you want to borrow them the strength of the power, put forward a peaceful negotiation proposal to the three major powers of fire, wind, and earth, and lead them into an ambush circle." Upon hearing this sentence, a gleam flashed in Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes, and said, "Conan, one of the leaders of the Shoji mercenary organization, has been secretly captured by us, and may be used to threaten Nagato and Yahiko at that time. It is perfect awe." "How did you catch it?" Shimura Danzo asked subconsciously. "We got the information, so we smashed Nuo Dejao to destroy a stronghold of Shoji's mercenary organization, just in time to catch her." Hanzo of the Salamander frowned, and said slowly, "As for this information, I don't know who passed it to us. Maybe it is the enemy of the Shaosai mercenary organization." "Horse?" Shimura Danzo obviously has some unbelief. "What are you doing so much? Let's get rid of Shoji's mercenary organization first." After Hanzo of the Salamander thought for a while, he said in a deep voice, "As long as our Rain Shinobi Village can destroy the Akatsuki mercenary organization and you can get Rinnegan, then everything will not be a big problem, and no one will pass on the information. Important." "Good." Shimura Danzo couldn't help showing a smile. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." In the next second, Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo seemed to think of something again, looked at each other, and couldn't help but let out an uncontrollable laugh. This time, they must have a double happiness. Chapter 103 Yahiko, Nagato's Decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo is bound to die. Rain Country, a secret station of Akatsuki's mercenary organization. In an office in the central area, Nagato and Yahiko, the two leaders of the Shoji mercenary organization, sat there with serious faces. Is it true that you don't accept Uchiha Madara's invitation to collaborate? Nagato picked up the cup and took a sip of hot tea. A strange color flashed in the deep Rinnegan, and he sighed. That's the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Cooperating with an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years, the water is too deep, I'm afraid we won't be able to grasp it. Hearing this sentence, Yahiko frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, besides, our Akatsuki mercenary organization just wants to build up the relationship between the Kingdom of Rain and other countries through communication between people. It is just a bridge of hope for the peace of Dainen Village. There is no need to cooperate with Uchiha Madara. Yes, just a few days ago, a man wearing a mask and claiming to be Uchiha Madara found them very abnormally, and wanted to cooperate with their Akatsuki mercenary organization and work together to achieve peace in the ninja world. At the beginning, Yahiko and Nagato were very surprised and unbelievable. They also heard the news that Uchiha Madara was not dead yet, but they did not expect that one day they would receive an olive branch thrown by Uchiha Madara. Nagato is very positive about the cooperation, and thinks it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, after careful consideration, Yahiko simply refused. He almost guessed why Uchiha Madara found the Akatsuki mercenary organization, and 80% of it was for Nagato's Rinnegan. It turned out to be so. The water for this cooperation is very deep, and they may not be able to win Uchiha Madara. Alright. Nagato shrugged helplessly, and said in a deep voice. Then reject Uchiha Madara's invitation to cooperate. I believe that with our own efforts, we can also realize our dreams. Yahiko nodded, and then seemed to think of something, and said with a little worry. Is there no news about Conan? No. Hearing this sentence, Nagato's Rinnegan flashed a cold look, and said through gritted teeth. If I find out who did it, no matter who it is, they will have to pay the bloody price. Damn. Yahiko clenched his fists. He couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. One of their secret strongholds was taken over by mysterious forces. The people in the stronghold were either killed or taken away. It just so happened that Conan was in that base and was also captured. It was already the next day after they got the intelligence news, and when they rushed over, they found that everything was too late, especially after a night of rain. They couldn't find any clues. As a result, even if they mobilized all the forces of the Shao 950 mercenary organization, they could not find any intelligence clues about Conan. It's like disappearing out of nowhere. Could it be Rain Shinobi Village? A few seconds later, Nagato's Rinnegan flickered and said, We, the Land of Rain, did not participate in the Third War. It is impossible for the 5 great ninja villages to take action against our Shoji mercenary organization. The biggest suspect may be Rain Shinobi Village. No. Impossible. Yahiko shook his head bluntly, and said in a slightly adoring tone, as a demigod recognized in the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander has a broad mind and pattern. Let our Akatsuki mercenary organization develop and grow in the Land of Rain. The best proof. When it comes to this, Yahiko couldn't help adding a sentence, saying, if he wants to do it, he can do it when the Shoji mercenary organization is established. Why wait until now? Is that so? Nagato showed a puzzled expression. Somehow, he always feels that something is wrong. What exactly is wrong? I can't tell. Boom. But while Nagato and Yahiko were still reeling from Conan's disappearance, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Nagato restrained his expression and said something quietly. I saw a Jonin from Shoji's mercenary organization push the door in excitedly, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming, Master Yahiko, Master Nagato, Rain Shinobi Village sent an invitation letter for cooperation. Cooperation invitation letter? The voice did not fall. Both Nagato and Yahiko showed puzzled expressions and subconsciously looked at the Jonin of the Akatsuki mercenary organization. That's right, it's an invitation letter for cooperation. The Jonin of the Akatsuki mercenary organization slightly suppressed his excitement and said in disbelief, the demigod of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander made a strong statement and wanted to unite the power of our Akatsuki mercenary organization to present a peaceful negotiation proposal to the 3 major powers of fire, wind, and earth. What? Hanzo of the Salamander wants to cooperate with our Akatsuki mercenary organization to propose a peaceful negotiation proposal to the 3 countries of fire, wind, and earth? Bang. Bang. The next moment, advertisement both Yahiko and Nagato stood up from their chairs with expressions of disbelief. They did not expect, when the 3 battles were coming to an end, Rain Shinobi Village actually agreed to cooperate with them. In fact, after the outbreak of the Third World War, Yahiko and Nagato have been in regular contact with Rain Shinobi Village, wanting to cooperate with Rain Shinobi Village, in case the 5 major ninja villages burn the flames of war to the border of the rain. CCCH, inside, at least there is still power to defend and resist. Jia was rejected by Shuan. According to Yinkun, the 3rd battle is the stage of the 5 great ninja villages. The country of Rain did not participate in the war, so it is destined not to be the main battlefield, so there is no need to worry. The same is true, the 3 wars have completely become the one-man show of the 5 great ninja villages. The country of grass, the country of waves, and the country of Tang, like the country of Rain during World War II, were reduced to battlegrounds between great powers. The country of Rain was lucky enough to escape. It's all right now. With the surrender of the 3 major ninja village coalition forces, the 3 wars are coming to an end, and Hanzo of the Salamander issued a cooperation invitation letter, which directly hit Nagato and Yahiko. One is caught off guard, and no one knows what kind of medicine is sold in Hanzo of the Salamander's gourd. Is something wrong? Yahiko thought for a while before ordering. Pass the invitation letter up, I want to have a good look at it. Yes. The Jonin of the Shaoji mercenary organization handed over the invitation letter in his hand, consciously bowed his head and slowly left the office. Next, the office is no longer the place for him to stay. What is the specific content of the invitation letter is not what he should know. Yahiko looked at the invitation letter in his hand, was silent for a while, and then suddenly realized, and then handed the invitation letter to Nagato, who was already impatient. I see. Nagato took a quick glance, and then said slowly. It turned out that Hanzo of the Salamander was afraid that Konoha Village would settle accounts for some things about World War II, so he invited our Shaoji mercenary organization to cooperate. The so-called Fire, Wind, and Earth, the three major powers, put forward a peaceful negotiation proposal, which is actually mainly to propose a peaceful negotiation proposal to Konoha Village, and the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth are secondary. The Battle of the Land of Rain during World War II was indeed a fierce battle. The joint layout of Senagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Rain Shinobi Village almost wiped out the large army of Konoha Shinobi in the Land of Rain. In the end, at this juncture, internal strife broke out. Yahiko showed a weeping expression, and said with a sigh, Third Hokage, who has achieved a great transformation, has already liquidated Third Kage, Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage, and only one demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is missing. No wonder he is so hurry up and invite our Akatsuki mercenary organization to cooperate. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, very strong and pervert. Nagato's Rinnegan couldn't help showing a look of admiration, saying, during World War II, he achieved the title of Ninja, who shocked the ninja world. The four great ninja villages have achieved the prestige of the god of ninja. However, as long as I can grow up, one day I can reach the level of Third Hokage, and rely on my own strength to forcibly end the three wars and achieve peace in the ninja world. After saying this, Nagato's rippling Rinnegan undisguisedly erupted with palpitating power. He is a man with the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths, combined with his powerful vitality and chakra. As long as he can grow up, he might not be able to cross the ninja world like Sarutobi Hiruzen, and use his fists to achieve peace in the ninja world. The three wars can end so quickly, and peace in the ninja world is about to be restored, which is the most obvious proof. Ha ha ha, Yahiko didn't know what Nagato was thinking, and said with a chuckle, Nagato, after you become stronger, the Akatsuki mercenary organization will depend entirely on you, and I will always trust you. No problem. Nagato and Yahiko looked at each other. Immediately, he couldn't help laughing with a sympathetic understanding. In order to maintain the peace of Rain Shinobi Village, we agreed to cooperate with Hanzo of the Salamander, and we happened to seek the help of Rain Shinobi Village to find information about Conan in the Land of Rain. After a while, Yahiko took a deep breath, and added in a firm tone. This time, our Shaoji mercenary organization cooperates with Rain Shinobi Village, and we must perform well, even if we pay some price, but as long as the peace of the Rain country can be realized, it will be worth it. Can. Nagato hesitated for a moment, but subconsciously agreed. There are many things to choose from. Now Konoha Village is at the top, and Third Hokage is the new ninja god. So, make a peaceful negotiation proposal to Konoha Village. It is almost impossible not to show a little sincerity. The only thing Nagato couldn't understand was that everything was in his and Yahiko's plan, why he always had an inexplicable feeling, as if something bad was about to happen. Should it be caused by the anxiety caused by Conan's disappearance? Nagato closed his Rinnegan, rubbed his temples, and secretly found an acceptable reason for himself. Yeah. The first step for Akatsuki's mercenary organization to enter the ninja world is to contact Konoha Village. Yahiko didn't notice Nagato's intention, but couldn't help but clenched his fists and said, Conan, this time we will not only try our best to find clues about your disappearance, but also lead the road mercenary organization to a new level, floors. Country of Soup, after the final victory of the Konoha Shinobi army. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen became famous in the whole ninja world and won the title of God of Ninjas, but even the ninjas with the Konoha Shinobi army all showed excited expressions. Compared with the fierce and tough battles in World War II, World War III was really not too much fun for them. The local wars gave them a chance to exercise, and the final decisive battles were almost all in the light of Lord Third Hokage. One, let them all win some or none, so. When capturing the ninjas of the coalition forces of the three major ninja villages. Advertisement. Almost every Konoha Shinobi player held his head high, his eyes filled with a proud expression, and when he met some unconvinced captives, he slapped him. Nimas, the awareness that if you lose, you will lose. If you are not convinced, you should be tougher. Don't surrender even if you die. Certainly, after winning Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, Iwagakure. Last but not least finishing touches, and that is to talk to Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, Iwagakure about signing a peace, unequal, treaty. Fortunately, although Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, and Third Mizukage are dead, there are still some high-level people who can be called on the battlefield of Yuno country. In the end, under the double pressure of absolute power and those ninjas who were captured, facing some unequal treaties proposed by Konoha Village, the soil platform of Cloud Shinobi Village, and the Yuenshi of Kirigakure. The lowest of Iwagakure can only be recognized by pinching the nose. The weak have no right to speak, they want to eat flesh and drink blood from Konoha Village through 3 battles. Why doesn't Konoha Village want to take over the 4 great ninja villages to make themselves stronger? Only, led by Third Hokage, finally, or Konoha Village won. Winner takes all. Even if Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure are unhappy and unwilling, they have to watch Konoha Village collect resources. This is the cruelty of war. It can be predicted that from now on, as long as Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen survives for a day, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure will all behave in order and dare not have extra thoughts. Let alone start a war, just like the ninja world during the reign of First Hokage. At this time, the camp of the Konoha Shinobi army, Jiraiya, Hitaki Sakumo and others are still finishing the finishing work in a hurry, perfecting and supplementing some details of the unequal treaty. As Sarutobi Hiruzen of Third Hokage, it is very easy. Are you leisurely waiting in a tent in the center waiting for the plot change system to settle the 3 battles? After Third Hokage, Third Tsuchikage Onoki, and Third Mizukage were killed, and the 3 major ninja villages surrendered, the Third Ninja World War can basically be declared. It's over, about 3 years earlier than in the original book, and the Great Haka Battle of World War III has also undergone earth-shaking changes. So, you don't need to think about it all. The reward for the plot change system this time is at least 1 S-level open black lens bracket reward lucky bag gift pack close black lens bracket. The 3 wars are over, and the next is the beginning of the real plot change? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the health-preserving tea from the cup, his eyes flashed with anticipation, and he muttered to himself. Compared with the original book, World War II and World War III have all been changed. There are many, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. When it really reaches the beginning of the plot, I am afraid that it will develop in an unknown direction. There is also Uzumaki Kushina. If Uchiha Makoto is cut off by him, I am afraid that he will directly reward an SS rank, reward the lucky bag big gift bag factory. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another sip of health tea. A person in his 50s needs to take good care of his body, otherwise he will lose control of many things. Whoosh! Sudden, a sound of space fluctuation sounded. I saw Namikaze Minato appearing in the tent with a dignified expression, and said an astonishing report. Master Third Hokage, Shimura Danzo led 3 teams of root ninjas from Konoha. The village is missing. According to Tsunade-sama's latest investigation clues, it seems that he has gone to the Land of Rain. What? After hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply, and then he couldn't help showing a playful smile. After all, he is still too soft-hearted. Do you regret not letting Shimura Danzo give up? At first, he didn't kill Shimura Danzo, it wasn't a woman's kindness. After all, he who has achieved a great transformation, has 1,000 ways to kill Danzo, just to let Shimura Danzo experience the feeling that living is more painful than dying. Now it seems that he was thinking too much, even knowing that he led the Konoha Shinobi army to continuous victories, could not stop Shimura Danzo's strong-willed heart. That's all, you. If you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Chapter 104 Sarutobi's Decision, Desperate Yahiko and Nagato. Nothing more. If you want to die, then I will fulfill you. The era when I hate you and regret it will eventually pass completely. Master Hokage, do you want me to lead some Konoha elite ninjas to the Land of Rain secretly? Namikaze Minato thought for a moment, then said slowly. Shimura Danzo left Konoha Village this time, and took away a lot of confidential documents about Konoha Village and a large number of ninjutsu scrolls. It is basically confirmed that he defected to Konoha Village. After hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a chuckle, and said softly. The situation in Rain Shinobi Village is more complicated, and you still can't grasp it now. Forehead, Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, and then said a little unconvinced. Master Third Hokage, I have confidence in my own strength, even if I meet the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, I can guarantee that I will retreat unscathed. Minato, you are still too young. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry either, instead he said meaningfully. Your Flying Thunder God technique is really powerful. Hanzo of the Salamander may not be able to do anything to you, but what if you meet Uchiha Madara? What? Uchiha Madara? Master Third Hokage, do you mean that the elderly Madara is in the Land of Rain? At first Namikaze Minato didn't pay much attention. But, as soon as I heard the word Uchiha Madara, I couldn't help showing an incredible expression. Say something bad. Now, after he has learned Sage Mode, he is still very confident in dealing with the Hanzo of the Salamander at the end of his peak. Even if he can't beat him, he can withdraw. But if he is dealing with an old Madara, it is really some of them have no confidence. The demigod and ninja god seem to be only 1.5 words apart, but in fact the real gap is probably not that one is underground and the other is in the sky. The gap is huge. In addition to living for so many years, does anyone know if old Madara has any terrible backhands? That's right. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up slightly, and he nodded. Uchiha Madara's backhand is in the Land of Rain. It just so happens that the Third War is coming to an end, so let me go to the Land of Rain myself. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of something, and said, Minato, if you have time, you should focus on bringing along your own disciples Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Lin. Ah! Advertisement. Hearing this sentence, Namikaze Minato touched his head in embarrassment, and said without thinking too much, after the start of the Third War, my thoughts were all on the battlefield of Tango Country, and I will take them with me next time. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say much. Now the plot of the 3 wars has basically changed beyond recognition. Third Tsuchikage Onoki is dead, Iwagakure has also surrendered, and the Kana Bichou in the original book will definitely not happen. Therefore, he does not know whether Uchiha Madara has changed his plan or whether he still puts his mind on Uchiha Obito. If so, let Namikaze Minato shift his focus, at least to protect Uchiha Obito and change his fate. Third Hokage-sama, if there is nothing else, I will go to teacher Jiraiya first. Now that the news has been brought, Lord Third Hokage will go to the Land of Rain himself. Namikaze Minato has nothing to worry about, and plans to assist Jiraiya, to see if there is anything else he needs to do. As for worrying, stop kidding God of Ninja Third Hokage to the Land of Rain. Isn't it a dimensionality reduction blow? Even if the elderly Madara stays behind, he may only be crushed one-sidedly. He has confidence in Lord Third Hokage. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand calmly. Laugh. The voice did not fall, a spatial fluctuation is generated. Namikaze Minato disappeared into the tent. I originally wanted to wait for the system to sell the rewards, but now it seems that I have to go to the Kingdom of Rain to sell everything before I can get the rewards. After Namikaze Minato left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed a gleam of coldness, and he muttered to himself. Hanzo of the Salamander, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Madara, I just happened to be bored, so I came to play with you guys. For the Rain Country, Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan is to take a break to collect the rewards from the system before going. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander, one of the F4 in the ninja world, should also be liquidated, and he will be sent to accompany 3rd Kage, 3rd Tsuchikage Inogi, 3rd Raikage in general. Now the system is not responding for a long time. That proves that the 3 wars are not yet completely over, and Shimura Danzo has created another defector. No way, he can only reluctantly go there, just to add to the Uchiha Madara. If you dare to use your avatar to make troubles in Konoha Village, I'm sorry, in order to change the plot, Lousy is quite vengeful. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The real fun has only just begun. A few days later, Rain Country, a hilly area near Rain Shinobi Village. The gloomy sky is covered with dark clouds, and the pattering raindrops are constantly dripping. I saw Yahiko and Nagato standing in the rain, looking at the surrounding root ninjas and Rain Shinobi with ugly expressions, their eyes filled with disbelief and anger. They were ********. Almost all members of the accompanying Akatsuki mercenary organization were killed. They managed to escape the siege with difficulty, but were still surrounded by root ninja and Rain Shinobi who had ambushed in advance. Why? Yahiko looked at more and more Rain Shinobi around him, the veins on his cheeks were exposed, his 2 fists were clenched, and he knew that he was already on the verge of madness and collapse. 0. It never occurred to him. I and Nagato happily arrived at the meeting place with the elite of the Shoji mercenary organization to discuss cooperation with Hanzo of the Salamander, only to find out that this was a trap. Why did I want to use their power to attack the 3 major kingdoms of fire, wind, and earth? Proposing a peaceful negotiation proposal is even more false, to trick them into taking the bait. The real purpose of Hanzo of the Salamander is to destroy the Akatsuki mercenary organization and capture Nagato's Rinnegan. Uncomfortable, it is extremely unacceptable. Yahiko thought of many possibilities but never thought of such a possibility. Hanzo of the Salamander taught him a good lesson, he paid a bloody price for his untruth and innocence. Damn it. Nagato also showed an angry expression. He had a premonition that something was wrong, but he didn't expect that Hanzo of the Salamander would be so shameless, without any credibility at all, and tricking them into killing them was even more despicable to Ultimate. What to do? The next moment, Nagato and Yahiko couldn't help but look at each other, and each could see the despair in their eyes. The development of things was too unexpected for them. Facing so many Rain Shinobi, as well as Hanzo of the Salamander and others who were coming, even Nagato with Rinnegan is an Alexander for a while, let alone Yahiko, who has already been overwhelmed by the behavior of Hanzo of the Salamander. The blows were all scattered. Chapter 1, Chapter 5 Nagato broke out, the despicable Hanzo and Danzo, that man is here. Second watch, please subscribe. Well, come with hope and enthusiasm, but I found that everything was a lie, just a trap carefully designed by the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. This made Yahiko and Nagato suffer a lot in their hearts. They just wanted to build a bridge of hope for the peace of the Land of Rain and the major ninja villages for communication between people. Difficult. Why? With drops of rain falling. Nagato and Yahiko were bathed in the rain, with hideous and painful expressions on their cheeks. Obviously, ambushed this time, the blows and injuries to them were enormous. Even though the raindrops hit their faces, they didn't feel anything anymore, only anger and aggrieved. At the same time, watching Yahiko and Nagato stop running. The surrounding Rain Shinobi and Root Ninjas couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and spread out in all directions to prevent accidents from happening. In order to hunt down Nagato and Yahiko, they also died a lot of people, especially Nagato's pair of Rinnegans, which caused them great trouble. Now that they don't run away, they can quietly wait for the arrival of Lord Hanzo of the Salamander. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. As time goes by second, apart from the sound of raindrops, no one spoke, which virtually made the atmosphere of the scene more and more heavy and depressing. Yahiko, I will fire without any scruples later, and you will stay away. 17. It seemed that the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Rinnegan, who was hiding under Nagato's hair, suddenly had a glimmer of power in his pupils, and said in a deep voice, since Hanzo of the Salamander dares to trick us, he must be made to pay the price. Nagato, calm down. Hearing this sentence, Yahiko's expression changed suddenly, and he said worriedly, with your current strength, it is really a little bit reluctant to use Rinnegan's real energy. There is no need to kill the enemy once and lose 800. 887. No. I don't have a choice. Nagato smiled coldly, and said with killing intent. If you can't escape, then you can only go on a killing spree, and kill all the ranged shinobi and root ninjas in front of you, as well as the Hanzo of the Salamander who are about to catch up. Damn. Yahiko opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. They are now desperate, not desperately, what else can I do? Living is the most important thing. Just thinking that once Nagato used the Rinnegan, his life force would be drained, Yahiko still felt a little unbearable and annoyed. Rinnegan is very strong, but ever since Nagato used it accidentally, not only did he seem a few years older, but even his body was weak for half a month. He and Conan, very few people let Nagato use Rinnegan. The side effects are too great, they were afraid that Nagato would use Rinnegan frequently and die young. Now Nagato wants to use full firepower, which means that he will not worry about his body's endurance, and will explode wildly and desperately. Hear the conversation between the two. The surrounding range shinobi and root ninjas, who were already very nervous, subconsciously entered the state of fighting, watching Nagato with vigilant eyes, fearing that Nagato would have a crazy outburst if he disagreed, so they could only fight hard. He rushed forward desperately, dragging Nagato and Yahiko. Brush. 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 Sudden just when the situation is on the verge of breaking out. A sound of breaking through the air resounded from a distance. This made range shinobi and Genbu ninja, who have always been nervous, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Demigod Hanzo of the Salamander has arrived with his men. The same is true. I saw Hanzo of the Salamander, Shimura Danzo leading more than 500 range shinobi flying over from a distance. When they saw the intercepted Nagato and Yahiko, Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo's eyes were completely blank. A few strands of excitement and teasing appeared undisguised. Run. Why don't you run away? Falling into their well-designed trap and wanting to get out, isn't it a joke? Certainly, think so. Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo are not to be taken lightly. After arriving at the scene, just let range shinobi surround this area with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They're going to shut down and beat the dogs. Hanzo of the Salamander, why are you doing this? At this time, seeing Hanzo of the Salamander chasing after him, Yahiko took a deep breath and roared angrily. Didn't you want to use the power of our Akatsuki mercenary organization to propose to the 3 major kingdoms of fire, wind, and earth together? A peaceful negotiation proposal? Doing it to us now will do all harm and no benefit? Ha 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 ha, on the side of the couch, how can you allow others to snore and sleep? Upon hearing this sentence, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was wearing a snorkel mask, let out a hoarse laugh, and said, what kind of thing is your Shaoji mercenary organization, and you deserve to be on an equal footing with our range shinobi village? Now that the third war is coming to an end, I need to take the initiative to bow my head and confess to Konoha Village. I believe that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will give me a face. When it comes to this, Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help but said proudly, I'm a demigod in the ninja world, so I should still have some face. That's how it is. Yahiko laughed miserably, and couldn't help retorting in a cold voice. Third Hokage, as the new ninja god, will give you a demigod face? All right. He finally understood why. It turns out that Hanzo of the Salamander did not believe in their mercenary organization from the beginning to the end. In the past, facing the broad mind and big pattern of their Shaoji mercenary organization, they were all pretending. Fake. Advertisement. This demigod is too fake, also worthy of comparison with God of Ninja Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? What did you say? Hanzo of the Salamander froze when he heard the words, and said coldly, Yahiko, do you understand the gold content of my demigod? Don't know. Yahiko shrugged disdainfully, and said in a deep voice, I only know the gold content of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the god of the ninja world, and I also know that you, Hanzo of the Salamander, offended Third Hokage in World War II. With Third Hokage's domineering character, you absolutely is fleeing from disaster. What did you say? Hanzo of the Salamander suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said stiffly, I have offended him, but I am also a demigod anyway. In a real fight, it is not certain who will win. Yeah? Yahiko showed a hint of sarcasm, and said in a soft voice, you have inconsistent words and deeds, and you have no credibility at all. You are not qualified to compare with the god of ninja Third Hokage. All right, now that we have seen the ugly face of Hanzo of the Salamander. He is too lazy to pretend, broken cans, afraid of a hammer. Demigod. A coward with age and duplicity trash. Are you looking for death? Hanzo of the Salamander let out a hoarse roar and said, Yahiko, you're still stubborn when you're about to die. After I kill you too, I will uproot the Shaoji mercenary organization in the Kingdom of the Rain. Nemas, Hanzo of the Salamander knew that as he grew older, he became afraid of death and submissive. But when someone really broke the veil of hypocrisy and cowardice in front of him, Hanzo of the Salamander was not a little annoyed. Come. Yahiko was not cowardly, and suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said, do it if you have the ability, who is afraid of whom? Okay. It's really good. Hanzo of the Salamander laughed out of breath, took a deep look at Yahiko, and said in a tone full of murderous intent, it seems that I haven't done anything for a long time, and the ninja world has forgotten the horror of me. Demigod. Hanzo of the Salamander. Ready to do it. Wait a minute. The next moment, just as Hanzo of the Salamander was about to give an order, Shimura Danzo, who had been silent all this time and kept his eyes on Nagato, said seriously, Nagato, there seems to be something wrong. Hanzo of the Salamander showed a puzzled expression, and looked at Nagato, who lowered his head with fierce eyes, and subconsciously released the aura that belonged exclusively to the half-god, without concealing it. Accompanied by a wave of terrifying aura permeating the air. Many range shinobi and root ninjas around couldn't help showing expressions of lingering fear. Nagato, who kept his head down all the time, trembled a few times, and Rinnegan, who was covered by his hair, gradually began to function unconsciously. At this time, if someone could see Nagato's expression clearly, they would find that Nagato's cheeks were full of hideous colors. It seemed that some power erupted from Rinnegan, which made him unable to bear it. HMPH. It's okay, I was obviously frightened by my aura. Hanzo of the Salamander snorted coldly, and said confidently, in the face of absolute power, even having the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths, Rinnegan is useless. Joke, although he is now at the end of his peak. But, the aura that belongs exclusively to the half-god has not weakened much. To put it bluntly, his aura is enough to deter some Jonin and even elite Jonin. Looking at Nagato, whose body was trembling, Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed a ray of greed. Really, Rinnegan is at Nagato, it's a waste. The pearl is cast in the dark, only he is worthy of Rinnegan. And when he thinks that after owning Rinnegan, he will return to Konoha Village and take back everything he lost with an extremely domineering attitude, Shimura Danzo has some anticipation and excitement in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this time lousy is going to F***K you all at once. Bring Konoha Village back to normal and bask in the true wolf fire. However, just when Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo wanted to do it, Nagato, who had lowered his head and trembled all the time, suddenly raised his head. A pair of Rinnegans shining with purple light stared at Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo. Seeing this, Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo's pupils shrank instantly, and their bodies subconsciously stepped back a few steps, with expressions of extreme shock and horror flashing in their eyes. What? How could it be possible? Because, at that moment just now, they actually sensed an incomparably terrifying majestic coercion from Nagato. In the face of this contemptuous coercion, even the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander felt a shudder. I was actually scared. Shimura Danzo's complexion also became gloomy. In the instant just now, he and Hanzo of the Salamander were actually frightened, which made his heart yearn for Rinnegan more and more invisibly. Nagato, do you want to die? In the next moment, Hanzo of the Salamander regained consciousness. Afterwards, he flew into a rage and said, you are doomed, no one will be able to save you today. Damn you all. Damn, pity. At this time, Nagato seems to have fallen into madness. Even if the red hair was wet by the rain, it began to flutter unreasonably. Shenluo Tianzheng, boom, the voice did not fall. Advertisement. A majestic fluctuation of pupil power erupted in vain from the purple Rinnegan. Immediately afterwards, a repulsive shockwave visible to the naked eye centered on Nagato and Yahiko. It swept out in all directions, causing countless raindrops that were falling to be blown upside down. Click click. This is the sound of the earth collapsing and cracking, and even the air has countless cracks visible to the naked eye. It seems that in front of this force, it seems that no matter what was bombarded. Not good. Retreat. Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander's expressions changed suddenly, and they retreated quickly without any hesitation. Needless to say, those range shinobi and root ninjas also started to lose their heads. Back quickly retreated. However, although many range shinobi started to retreat in the first place, there are still some range shinobi, because the distance is too close, facing the shockwave of repulsive force, they were directly blasted out, and smashed hundreds of meters hard. Outside the ground. Boom, after a few seconds. A deafening roar resounded, with Nagato and Yahiko as the center. A large-scale explosion shockwave was sent out, causing this area to vibrate violently several times. Is this the power of the legendary Rinnegan? It's too strong, it's really scary, after the explosion is over. Looking at the huge pothole with a diameter of more than 10 meters in front of him, many range shinobi and root ninjas who had evacuated far away couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The scene in front of them was so shocking and unbelievable. Because, no one thought, if Nagato didn't make a sound, he was already a blockbuster, and he immediately released a big move, as if to destroy everything. Rinnegan's power is so strong. Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander glanced at each other, and each could see the seriousness in their eyes. They admitted that they underestimated Nagato and Rinnegan, as expected of the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths. The power that erupted made them tremble with fear. Ha ha ha. But, next second, Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help showing expressions that everything was under control. Let's break out. The crazier Nagato explodes, they will become more desperate and collapse after a while, but they still have a secret hole card. Bring people up. 4.6 The corners of Hanzo of the Salamander raised his mouth slightly, and gave an order. Yes. After hearing this sentence, without much hesitation, several range shinobi brought out Conan, who was covered in detonating charms all over his body, from behind. Conan? So Conan was kidnapped by range shinobi village? Damn it. Hanzo of the Salamander, are you despicable and shameless, a demigod in the ninja world? Yahiko, who was still surprised by Nagato's outburst, was shocked when he saw Conan being brought out by range shinobi, and couldn't help but cursed. By all means, it never occurred to him, Conan's disappearance is actually caused by range shinobi village. This old man, Hanzo of the Salamander, really doesn't even have any face. Conan. Nagato, who had already started to fall into madness, looked at Conan, who was covered in detonating charms all over his body, and somewhat regained his sanity. He knew that he could not attack anymore. Otherwise, my dear friend Conan is bound to die without a burial. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Yahiko and Nagato's powerless look, Hanzo of the Salamander stretched his waist, couldn't help laughing, and said, Nagato, aren't you very good? Continue if you have the ability. Continue to attack? Cool. He just likes to see his opponents look helpless and furious. Nagato, did you detain Rinnegan? Or should we kill this woman? Shimura Danzo didn't care so much, and threatened coldly. I hope you don't challenge our bottom line. I'm only counting to 3 anyway. Speaking of which, Shimura Danzo also showed a confident smile. No need to count. Pity. Confidence is no more than 3 seconds. A voice very familiar to Shimura Danzo resounded. 6th chapter 106 Suppress the audience. How do you want to die? One more begging to subscribe. No need to count. Brush, there was a crackling sound. I saw a man wearing a Hokage imperial robe, who had already stepped on the moonwalk at some point, floating above the sky not far away. Maybe it's because the breath on my body is too strong. It also automatically formed a protective cover, isolating countless drops of rainwater. Most afraid of the sudden silence of the air, at the scene, Rain Shinobi, Genbu Ninja, Hanzo of the Salamander, Shimura Danzo, Nagato, Yahiko, and even the captured Conan all widened their eyes, and Jonin couldn't help showing a look of horror and disbelief. So much so that almost everyone's body froze in place in an instant. Even if raindrops fell into their eyes, there was no reaction. No way, no one thought. Just killed 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 3rd Mizukage, 3rd Raikage, and defeated the 3 major ninja village coalition forces with a devastating force. 3rd Hokage, which is now recognized by countless people in the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is actually alive, appeared before them 24. How can it be? But, looking at the iconic Hokage royal robe, do they have to believe it or not? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has really come to the land of rain. The expressions of Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo changed again and again. Strands of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on their foreheads. Didn't they expect it? By all means, I didn't expect a big problem at the critical moment. Especially Shimura Danzo, the whole person is a little foolish and sluggish. When he heard the familiar voice, he felt that something was wrong, and when he looked up, it was true, that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had betrayed the will of fire, do whatever he wants. 1 second, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. Advertisement as time goes by, except for the sound of raindrops, it was as if time and space had stopped, and there was no sound. It seemed that even now, everyone still couldn't believe what they saw. Ah, 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage is here. God of Ninja. God of Ninja, how did Sarutobi Hiruzen come to the land of rain? It's over, it's all over, finally, after reacting. Rain Shinobi and the ninja at the roots, whose faces were already pale with fright, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was suspended in midair on the moonwalk, and they all made panicked sounds. Among them, the ninjas at the root are the most fearful and uneasy. This time they left Konoha Village with Master Shimura Danzo. On the one hand, it was because they were loyal to Shimura Danzo. On the other hand, they also had their own ambitions. Can a bicycle be turned into a motorcycle? But did not expect, not long after they arrived in the land of rain, Lord 3rd Hokage came. Is this the rhythm that will make them angry? Is this 3rd Hokage? At this time, Conan, whose whole body was entwined with the detonating talisman, also reacted belatedly. A flash of excitement flashed in his light orange pupils. She seems to be saved. In fact, Conan did not expect that his whereabouts would be leaked inexplicably, and he would be captured by Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato, that's what she can't stand. So, she secretly made up her mind to die. Once Shimura Danzo starts counting, she just bites her tongue and kills herself so as not to affect Nagato and Yahiko. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha Village came, which undoubtedly made the situation a huge turning point. What? 3rd Hokage is coming. Wouldn't that mean we're saved, and Conan is saved too? On the other side, after the initial shock, Yahiko took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. His mind couldn't help running wildly. The appearance of 3rd Hokage is definitely not a coincidence or accident, or it was to liquidate the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, either to clean up Shimura Danzo, another cleansing portal. Anyway, judging from the information collected by the Akatsuki mercenary organization, Shimura Danzo has been beaten to the end long ago, but now he suddenly came to the land of rain to do things. Obviously there's a big problem. However, advertisement Yahiko didn't find out, after the appearance of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nagato's Rinnegan uncontrollably showed a few wisps of unnatural color. And in that unknown underground place in the ninja world. My grass, how did Sarutobi Hiruzen come to the land of rain? The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, Uchiha Madara, who was properly influencing and controlling Nagato, was dumbfounded and stunned, with a puzzled look on his old cheeks. Nima's, the most critical moment of the plan, the shit-stirrer Sarutobi Hiruzen actually came, which made Uchiha Madara feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. It stands to reason that after defeating the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, the newly promoted ninja god, Sarutobi Hiruzen should return to Konoha Village to enjoy the fruits of victory, accept the worship and love of Konoha Village ninjas, and indulge in the cheers and joy of heroes? If you are full and have nothing to do, come to the land of rain. Won't you make things difficult for him? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I hope you don't force me? 123. A gleam of coldness flashed deep in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He couldn't bear it any longer. On Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was deflated one after another, and now even the most important step of his plan was about to be disrupted. I'm sorry then, just to give you a taste of the true power of the Rinnegan. At the same moment, Shimura Danzo, Hanzo of the Salamander, long time no see. In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, then looked at Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander with half smiles, and said calmly, "It seems that I came at the wrong time?" Faced with such a half-smile look, all of a sudden, Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo couldn't help trembling, as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. Cold sweat overflowed uncontrollably from their foreheads, and the hairs all over their bodies suddenly began to feel pain in their hearts. Panic. Ruined. This is the most direct response of Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo. The next moment, looking at Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo who were terrified, Sarutobi Hiruzen added an amazing sentence. How do you want to die? Chapter 107. Don't give me face, kneel down and kill Hanzo of the Salamander. How do you want to die? A seemingly flat voice rang out. Falling on the ears of Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, it was like a thunderclap resounding. The trembling Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo only felt that the cells in their bodies began to tremble crazily, and even their souls couldn't help trembling a few times. Danger. Extremely dangerous. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show any killing intent. But the word, death, but it made Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo tremble with horror. What's more, when things have developed to this point, you don't need to think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Land of Rain specifically to deal with them, and asked them how they want to die, which means that Third Hokage is here for real, no show mercy. What to do? Now how to do? Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo were distraught, regretting it ultimate. Miscalculated, none of them expected that after Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen won the title of God of Ninjas, he would suddenly come to the Land of Rain to find work, and they still seemed determined to eat them. As for why regret, among them, what Hanzo of the Salamander regretted was that he contacted Shimura Danzo, and seduced Sarutobi Hiruzen with fire. But Shimura Danzo regretted that his head was hot. He knew that Hanzo of the Salamander had offended Sarutobi Hiruzen during World War II, so he went to the Land of Rain to seek Rinnegan, rice. However, neither of them found the reason from themselves. Cooperating in a panic is not profitable. If you encounter something, you will regret it. How can there be such a cheap thing? Gulu Gulu. Watching Third Hokage ask how Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo are going to die. The Rain Shinobi and the Root Ninjas at the scene had no intention of resisting, and swallowed their saliva cautiously, not even daring to breathe. God of Ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's not something these youngsters can shake. We can only see how Lord Hanzo of the Salamander and Lord Shimura Danzo will respond. Yeah. A gleam of joy flashed across Conan's pretty face, whose whole body was wrapped in detonating charms, and he looked at Third Hokage's eyes, just like looking at a savior. As expected of the God of Ninjas, too domineering, too confident, too G unscrupulous. As soon as they appeared, the invisible power scared the Rain Shinobi and Root Ninjas on the scene to pee, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Even the bodies of Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo trembled in fright. I'm afraid I can just lie down and win? Yahiko was in the same mood as Conan and immediately relaxed. But, demigods are worthy of being demigods. Hanzo of the Salamander took a deep breath, clenched the sickle with chains in his hand, barely suppressed his inner palpitations, and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I admit that I offended you and hurt Konoha Village during World War II, but you don't have to be so deceptive, do you? I'm just bullying too much, so what? The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up, and he said with a relaxed expression, I still like the way you were unruly during World War II and didn't take anyone seriously. Damn. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is determined to eat himself. Hanzo of the Salamander's already gloomy cheeks became more and more cloudy, and he roared impotently and furiously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am also a man who is called a demigod by the ninja world. Don't you really think you can beat me? The voice did not fall. A majestic chakra wave erupted from Hanzo of the Salamander's body, sweeping away in all directions. Nimas, the tiger does not show its power. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? You are the god of ninjas. I'm still like a demigod. Everyone is a god. Can't you speak well? I admit that I have made a mistake and bowed my head. You are still clenching. You are too bullying, right? Good. Since you want to kill me, then I won't be cowardly anymore. TNT is over. In fact, as a person who acts extremely cautiously and is afraid of death, the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, Hanzo of the Salamander wanted to evacuate, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura was locked on him all the time, forcing him to bite the bullet and stay in place. I'm going to die now. I don't want to be caught without a fight. I can only grit my teeth and fight back. That's right. That's what I'm going to do with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hanzo of the Salamander who was bursting out with a powerful aura, and said calmly, From now on, there will be no demigods in the ninja world. Good. Really good. Hanzo of the Salamander laughed angrily, quickly tore off his ventilation mask, and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me test whether you are worthy of the title of God of Jonin. Scoff. Scoff. With the ventilation mask bar ripped off, Hanzo of the Salamander sprayed out a large amount of purple poisonous mist with each breath, continuously spreading towards the surroundings. Oh no. Lord Hanzo of the Salamander is going berserk and won't even wear his mask. Quickly withdraw quickly, the air here will soon be heavily polluted with poison. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the surrounding range shinobi almost changed wildly, and they immediately fled crazily into the distance with horror on their faces. Hanzo, you. Shimura Danzo looked extremely ugly, opened his mouth, but found that he was too close to Hanzo of the Salamander, and the unpleasant smell of the poisonous mist had invaded his nasal cavity, so he could only shut his mouth and retreat quickly. He did not expect Hanzo of the Salamander actually used this method of killing 1,000 enemies and harming 800, without even reminding him. Advertisement, what a plastic friend. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't hide if you can. The next moment, Hanzo of the Salamander laughed ferociously, and ordered, everyone listen to the order, and detonate all the detonating symbols placed in this area for me. Do it. After hearing this sentence, many of the range shinobi who had already retreated changed their expressions, and some of the city's ninjas began to seal their hands. Yes, to design Yahiko and Nagato, they have buried a large number of detonators in this area. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is suspended in midair, but once there is a large-scale explosion, coupled with the poison of Lord Hanzo of the Salamander, it will definitely seem to be slightly affected. Not good. Conan. Yahiko, who was already relieved, suddenly changed his expression, shouted loudly, and rushed to Tien Doctor. Don't act rashly, Yahiko. However, just at this time, Nagato Rinnegan, who had been silent all this time, fluctuated a few times, as if he saw something, and said in a deep voice. Both of us are surrounded by detonators. Once we leave, the consequences will be very serious. What? Yahiko was stunned for a moment, and when he looked down, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It turned out that at some point, under the washing of the rain, many detonating symbols buried in the ground were exposed out of the area. In other words, he and Nagato have been in the scheme of Hanzo of the Salamander. Even if Third Hokage didn't show up, just because of Nagato's crazy outburst, I'm afraid the end would be disastrous, and both legs being blown off would be the lightest consequence. Still can't escape this catastrophe? Conan was also taken aback. Immediately, Chao's face was covered with ashes, and her whole body fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. I thought I was rescued, but I didn't expect that Hanzo of the Salamander would detonate all the detonating symbols like a boat sinking. She might be blown to pieces, right? Hanzo of the Salamander, why are you doing this? In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a light smile, and said, forget it, let me show you what the god of ninjas is, Li Huang. The next moment, without any sign, an aura of terror to the ultimate burst out from Sarutobi Hiruzen, formed a monstrous wave that made the heavens and the earth surrender, and the space trembled, sweeping madly in all directions. Maybe it's too strong, air burst, numerous cracks visible to the naked eye appeared. The sky that was originally covered with dark clouds and raining lightly was immediately disintegrated by the impact, and strands of sunlight shone down, making this area shrouded in sunlight. No doubt, this is the Conqueror's haki of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the god of ninjas. If it doesn't break out, it's alright, and once it breaks out, everything will be suppressed. Ever since, under the coercion of this terrifying momentum, the expressions on the faces of many range shinobi, who were about to seal seals, froze, and they felt a sudden buzzing sound in their minds. After persisting for less than a second, their minds were completely blank. Plop, plop, accompanied by the sound of bodies falling to the ground. Those range shinobi who were about to detonate the detonators began to fall one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 range shinobi fell to the ground. Faced with such a terrifying scene, those range shinobi and root ninjas who had already evacuated for a certain distance had expressions of extreme horror and trepidation on their faces, especially many range shinobi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief deep in their hearts, feeling very grateful. They also wanted to seal the detonation talisman just now. But, held back, now it seems, luck is really good. Those range shinobi who were about to detonate the detonating charms were precisely suppressed by Third Hokage's terrifying momentum, and even the clouds in the sky were completely smashed. Is this the aura of the ninja god? Seeing that the range shinobi around him fainted uncontrollably, Conan was very pleasantly surprised to find that the seal on his body had been lifted. With a thought, he twisted his body and took off the detonating charms one by one. Only then retreated at an extremely fast speed. Nagato, Yahiko, speed. Conan yelled at Nagato and Yahiko, who were still in a state of confusion, and said urgently, although no one has detonated the detonator, but Hanzo of the Salamander is still spraying poison and retreating at a fast speed. Good, we know. Brush, brush. Yahiko looked happy, and his body flew out. Cool. Third Hokage is worthy of being the god of ninjas. It really lives up to its reputation, cow. Just relying on a single imposing coercion has already overwhelmed the audience. Didn't you see the Hanzo of the Salamander who was spraying poison and the Shimura Danzo who was retreating? The expressions on their faces were distorted. It was obviously affected by the coercion of the Third Hokage. Looking at the back of Yahiko's retreat, Nagato's expression changed a little. Advertisement. I lowered my head and tried not to look at Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and followed. Actually, if Yahiko and Conan observe a little more carefully, you will find that Nagato has changed a bit. To be more precise, the current Nagato has been controlled by the influence of Uchiha Madara's arrangement in Rinnegan. My aura has been defeated. How can I have such a terrifying aura? Hanzo of the Salamander, who was spewing purple poisonous mist in the arena, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's explosive momentum crushing the entire arena. Cold sweat, disbelief and distorted expression on his cheeks. What? He had experienced ninja's aura during World War II, and it was comparable to him at his peak. Isn't it so perverted at all? Now that he has become the god of ninjas, the aura and coercion have changed too much. As a demigod, he is a little terrified and trembling inside. Distressed panic. Operator F*K. Shimura Danzo's retreating body also froze in place, his face distorted with horror and horror. He also didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old man, was several times more powerful than when he suppressed Konoha F3 last time. Big. What to do? What should I do now? I feel that my body is not listening, and there is a humming sound in my mind. Shimura Danzo was really sad and wanted to cry. He just wanted to get back everything he had lost. He didn't want to succumb to the power of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he didn't want to repeat the conversations he has. Well now. It's all over. Shimura Danzo, seems doomed. Shimura Danzo, Hanzo of the Salamander, your will is not bad. And at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen in midair glanced at Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo indifferently, and said in an astonishing voice, "Quick! Kneel down to this old man." Boom. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Conqueror's haki went all out to suppress Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo. Third Hokage, you. Hanzo of the Salamander, who was struggling to hold on, hadn't finished speaking, so his heart trembled for a moment, as if seeing some horrible picture. His body shook a few times. He really wanted to persevere, and tried his best to mobilize the aura and coercion that belonged exclusively to the half-god. It's a pity. It's useless. He is old, his strength is not at the peak, and the power of a demigod is not as good as before. More importantly, since the end of World War II. His heart began to be timid and afraid of death. As a result, after holding on for 10 seconds, Hanzo of the Salamander's body began to lose control, and he could only watch his body kneeling on the ground in extreme collapse. Ah! Hanzo of the Salamander roared unwillingly. He never thought that he would end up like this. Third Hokage is really too insulting. The other side, Shimura Danzo was even worse than Hanzo of the Salamander, Nuoma Zhao. He couldn't hold on for just 3 seconds, and his body trembled and knelt on the ground. He could only shout habitually, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will regret it of." "I'm Hokage." After hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen in midair said very calmly. After this sentence, Conqueror's haki just disappeared. It seems like nothing happened. In fact, from the cloudless sky, the sunlight shining down, those range shinobi who fell unconscious, and Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo kneeling on the ground, all proved the just. Everything is not a dream. God of Ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just relying on his own imposing coercion, even the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander was suppressed. Invisible power. In an instant, the audience was shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me go, I really know I was wrong. But, just at this time, the cowardly and fearful Hanzo of the Salamander finally stopped pretending, knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. At this moment, he was afraid and didn't want to die, so he didn't care about the dignity and face of any demigod, as long as he could live, kneel down. Forehead, faced with this scene, the remaining range shinobi, the root ninjas, Konan, Nagato, Yahiko, and even Shimura Danzo were a little dumbfounded. Demigod. Is that all? It's time to end. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not moved at all, and said, Third Tsuchikage, Third Kage, Third Raikage are all waiting for you. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen, give me a chance. Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes flashed a trace of fear, and before he could finish speaking, he found that Sarutobi Hiruzen had disappeared in midair. Pooh. A clear voice sounded. Hanzo of the Salamander discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had appeared in front of him at some point, and a kunai pierced through the armor and pierced straight into his heart. Chapter 108. The audience was shocked, sending Danzo one last ride, one more begging to subscribe. Kr. Sensing that his specially made armor was easily pierced, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was kneeling on the ground, showed an expression of disbelief, looked down, and his pupils contracted a few times extremely quickly. Because, this kunai is his own, to be more precise, he fought against Sarutobi Hiruzen in World War II. This kunai was pierced into Sarutobi Hiruzen's left arm by himself. Just if he remembers correctly, the tip of this kunai had been broken during the duel, so could it cut the iron like mud and break the defense of his special armor? Return it to its original owner, this penny will be returned to you. Seemingly seeing Hanzo of the Salamander's doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding his breath, slowly withdrew his right hand, added calmly, Who said you can't break your defense without the tip of a knife? Cough cough. Cough cough. After hearing this sentence, Hanzo of the Salamander coughed fiercely, purple poisonous blood continuously overflowed from the corner of his mouth, regret and bitterness flickered in his eyes. Since World War II, as he grows older and his strength weakens, he is very cautious and afraid of death, so he assigns himself a 24-hour rotating guard. But did not expect, in the end, it fell into the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, 230. Why? Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already started to go downhill, achieve a transformation? Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely hide in Konoha Village just like him. How could World War III end so quickly under such circumstances, and how could he die? No, I'm not reconciled. Even if it's death, I'll drag it back. Sarutobi Hiruzen, since you stand in front of me so confidently, I want you to die without a burial. The next moment, Hanzo of the Salamander's ashen cheeks flashed a ray of madness. Ignoring the pain from his heart, he stood up while the chakra surged all over his body, and vomited directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the purple poisonous gas with blood in it, he swung the sickle smeared with poison violently in his hand. Why bother? Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged his shoulders indifferently. It was nothing more than a fatal blow, and he didn't bother to fight back, so let you be even more desperate. With a fluctuating breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is covered by the translucent Chandla armed color coat. Puff Kai. Puff Kai. Advertisement. This is the sound of purple poisonous gas mixed with blood colliding with Chandla armor color coat. Except for the white smoke, it did not cause any harm to Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. Swordsmanship. Not reconciled. Hanzo of the Salamander crazily waved the sickle with the chain in his hand. This is the last blow of his overdrawn life, and also the last dance before death. He doesn't believe that he can't break Sarutobi Hiruzen's defense. However, ideal is full, the reality is very skinny. Clang. A clear voice sounded, the sickle with the chains attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely, and a terrifying collision shockwave broke out. But, that's all, still failed to break the defense of Sarutobi Hiruzen's Chandla armor color cloak. I lost. And this was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes began to lose their luster, his consciousness began to become blurred, a large amount of purple blood overflowed from his chest, and he revealed a tragic smile. He was not wrong. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed deserves the title of God of Ninja, much stronger than his peak period. Boom. With the sound of a body hitting the ground. Hanzo of the Salamander fell to the ground, and chakra gradually weakened and disappeared. Died? Demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is dead? Seeing Hanzo of the Salamander lying on the ground lifeless, everyone at the scene showed expressions of disbelief. Yes, everyone knows that Third Hokage is very strong and pervert. But, Hanzo of the Salamander, CEDB, is a demigod recognized by the ninja world after all? But it was crushed by Third Hokage from the beginning to the end. Isn't the gap between demigod and ninja god too big? It is simply the gap between heaven and earth. In short, it's not that Hanzo of the Salamander is too weak. But as the opponent Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is too strong. Master Hanzo of the Salamander is dead? Ah. Advertisement, what are we still resisting? Let's surrender as soon as possible. After a while, the remaining Rain Shinobi reacted. The last bit of self-confidence in their hearts was crushed. They all sat down on the wet ground with their legs weak, and their faces were full of despair. It is the fear of Third Hokage. Let's just wait and see. After the ninjas at the root looked at each other, they gave up resistance in no particular order. Have nothing to say, this time, they gave it a go, and it was a complete failure. Not far away, Konan, Yahiko's expression was a little dull, as if he couldn't believe it and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. The mighty demigod in their eyes, Hanzo of the Salamander, was killed so simply and neatly. Even at the last moment, Hanzo of the Salamander begged for mercy without face and dignity, but failed to change his fate of being crushed by the god of ninjas. Hanzo of the Salamander, is this dead? On the other side, Shimura Danzo, who was kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes, and there was no other emotion in his heart except despair. Resigned, even Hanzo of the Salamander was crushed to death. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was just like a salted fish on a chopping board, being slaughtered at will. Uncomfortable. Just shy of getting the Eye of Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan. Now, with the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he hastily headed to the Land of Rain this time, which is considered a failure, and he can only accept the fate of death. As for begging for mercy, Shimura Danzo has lost all illusions. This time, his reckless defection to Konoha Village has basically touched the bottom line of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it is impossible to be forgiven. Get one. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Hanzo of the Salamander who fell on the ground without any surprise, and turned his gaze to Shimura Danzo. Joke, with his current strength, dealing with a half-god, who is not in his prime, Hanzo of the Salamander is basically a breeze, without any difficulty at all. Now it's time to deal with Shimura Danzo, let him go last time. I want him to feel that life is more painful than death. Now that he is looking for death, then he can only be sent for the last time to let him know the power of Hokage. Chapter 109 Shimura Danzo. Seppuku before, it's all my fire and you regret it. From now on, there is no such saying anymore. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a smile. Dying. Is there still no escape after all? Facing the indifferent eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled suddenly. The cold sweat on his forehead began to overflow again, and the body that had stopped trembling just now began to tremble violently again. In a trance, it seems that even the cells of the whole body are trembling uncontrollably. Give him a crazy warning. Damn, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really comparable to First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Why does a traitor to the will of fire like Sarutobi Hiruzen still achieve a transformation, becoming stronger and more perverted, while I, the inheritor of the pure will of fire and the spirit of Second Hokage, have to be crushed pressed to kill? It's not fair. It's really not fair. Sensing his out-of-control physical state, Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up, but found that his body was so stiff that he couldn't control it at all. He could only rage in his own heart, with unwillingness, anger, and resentment shining on his cheeks, aggrieved and so on with different looks. Yes, in fact, he still has 2 whole cards that kill the enemy by 1000 and lose 800. But, the spirit was crushed, and the body was suppressed by the invisible coercion of Third Hokage, which made Shimura Danzo's heart more grieved and uncomfortable than eating shit and drinking urine. Shimura Danzo, are you doomed to die here? Perhaps the only thing that comforted Shimura Danzo was that he died at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo, you still have cards, right? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think too much, stood in front of Shimura Danzo with a flash of his body, and said softly, your body should be engraved with the imprint of Uchiha Kageme's Mangekio Sharingan. It should be in your hand too. You? After hearing this sentence, Shimura Danzo's eyes and pupils contracted violently a few times, revealing a ghost-like expression, and a turbulent wave was set off in his heart, which could not be calmed down at all. What's the situation? Advertisement. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen know his cards? Something wrong. These 2 whole cards are what he has prepared for a long time. Even the last time Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped him to the end, he didn't reveal it. This time he defected from Konoha Village to the Land of Rain, so he took it out for emergencies. Where can I expect? He thinks he is an unknown whole card. It was actually pointed out directly by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made Shimura Danzo unable to accept it at all. He felt that everything about himself seemed to be seen through by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he lived in the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen all his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a soft voice, Shimura Danzo, your little thoughtfulness, I know it deserves it just by looking at it. Ha ha ha. So you know all about it? Shimura Danzo showed a helpless and desolate smile, and couldn't help but let out a roar of unwillingness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo is your dearest friend, are you so cruel? A lot of things in the past, even if I did something wrong, you can turn a blind eye and close one eye. At that time, I naively thought that you were a Konoha bathing in the sun. I am a root buried deep in the ground. With our 2 swords combined, we will definitely be able to bring Konoha Village to a peak. When it comes to this, Shimura Danzo couldn't help showing nostalgia, and then changed the subject and asked rather unwillingly, but, since you have achieved a big transformation, especially after the Hitaki incident after that, you changed, became strange and scary to me, and our Konoha F3 drifted away. Why? Can you tell me why? Obviously, after knowing that he was doomed. Shimura Danzo finally vented out the unwillingness and doubts that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Even if he dies, Sarutobi Hiruzen's conscience must be condemned. Yes, you are my dearest and dearest friends. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, changed the subject abruptly, and said coldly, it's because you are my friends that you can't tell the difference between the big and the big, so it's even more damning. After all, this old man is Third Hokage. Joke, still the same sentence, seeking flowers, 0. Advertisement. In the past, there was no absolute strength. Many things he can only take one step at a time, after the system awakens and has strength. If as Third Hokage, you can't do whatever you want, let Konoha Village go from prosperity to decline like in the original book, from a king of glory to bronze, then it's better to find a piece of tofu and crash it to death up. Pukai. The voice did not fall. Shimura Danzo spat out a big mouthful of blood in a panic. Dearest and dearest friend, it's even more damning. Can this be something that a person can say? What makes Danzo vomit blood and want to die is that he is about to die, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hokage's power overwhelms him. Hokage. He wants to be Hokage too. But, second Hokage Senju Tobirama didn't choose him? What can he do? It's good now. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the position of Hokage, which caused him to be suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a lifetime, and he was crushed by the word Hokage until his death. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will regret it. The next moment, Shimura Danzo reluctantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once again let out his unwilling voice, First Hokage and Gondai Hokage will not forgive. Take it, and return it to you. Speaking of which, Shimura Danzo also threw out 2 Sharingan, followed by another kunai. Puff. A clear voice sounded. Shimura Danzo, who was kneeling on the ground, took out kunai and stabbed it into his stomach fiercely, and he committed seppuku directly. Snort. Even if he dies, nor let Sarutobi Hiruzen come to kill. He's going to kill himself, to vent out all the negative emotions in the heart. As for the resistance, let's forget about a death blow. Because, after Hanzo of the Salamander was killed in seconds, he knew that the seal of Raizeixiang and Uchiha Kageme's Mangekio Sharingan had no threat to the current Sarutobi Hiruzen, so it may be self-inflicted humiliation, it is better to show one's ambition by death. Chapter 110. Old Madara, you little trash. Yes, it's just to show one's ambition by death. Shimura Danzo, even if he died, would make Sarutobi Hiruzen regret it. However, to the dismay of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him who committed seppuku, showed a very sad smile, and said with a chuckle, Shimura Danzo, I am Third Hokage, without my permission. You can't die yet. Ha ha ha. Shimura Danzo sensed the gradually fading vitality, and showed a smug smile, feeling comfortable in his heart. Ultimate. He finally won Sarutobi Hiruzen, it looks like. It is an extremely wise choice to show one's will by death. Without your permission, can't die. Save me if you have the ability. Eat this thing for me. September 47 inches. However. Just at this time, before Shimura Danzo could react, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out and pinched his mouth, and threw a fairy bean into it. No. Shimura Danzo thought Sarutobi Hiruzen fed him shit or something and was about to spit it out. But found, the fairy beans melt in your mouth, immediately. Under Shimura Danzo's unbelievable look, the wound of his seppuku was recovering little by little, and even the lost vitality began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shimura Danzo widened his eyes, completely stupefied. F*K. What kind of panacea did Sarutobi Hiruzen give him, so terrifying? A wound from seppuku healed in the blink of an eye, and all the hidden wounds in his body were healed. No wonder Uzumaki Mito recovered so quickly at the beginning, so it was like this. He figured it out all at once. Just what does Sarutobi Hiruzen mean by saving him? Could it be that his heart softened? Really, advertisement, he was right. Sarutobi Hiruzen still has feelings for him, he still has. Remember me, you regret it. Laugh, with a crackling sound. I saw a kunai lightly across Shimura Danzo's neck. Pooh. This is the sound of continuous blood spurting from the neck. You. Shimura Danzo, who was still immersed in fantasy, froze all of a sudden and subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover his neck, but he couldn't do it anyway. Invisibly, the eyes looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen once again fell into unwilling despair and anger. He guessed wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally had no feelings for him, and he would kill if he said so. Only, this. What is this? He wanted to commit seppuku, but he was saved and killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Killed himself after being alive, was brought back to life, and now is going to die again? Shimura Danzo, what kind of virtue and ability? Even if it is to torture and beat people, it doesn't have to be like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old thing, slapped his face invisibly, making him commit suicide without peace. Shimura Danzo showed a helpless and furious expression. He did not expect, Sarutobi Hiruzen will F*K him like this. Can a Hokage really do whatever he wants? In the end, Shimura Danzo, who was in endless anger and unwillingness, still didn't say anything, and the soldiers with their heads knelt on the ground and couldn't die anymore. Shimura Danzo, is really dying. Quiet, the audience was dead silent. Looking at Shimura Danzo covered in sunlight and kneeling on the ground. The expressions of the remaining rain shinobi, the root ninja, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan froze in no particular order, and their eyes flickered with extreme horror and disbelief. Obviously, everyone did not expect, after the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander was dealt with, Shimura Danzo was easily killed by Third Hokage. Even if Shimura Danzo chose to kill himself by harakiri, he was saved, and then, Third Hokage personally killed Shimura Danzo. The target is one that makes Shimura Danzo's death unhappy. Think carefully, this Nima is a little scary. Advertisement. Lord Hanzo of the Salamander is dead, and Shimura Danzo is also killed. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is too powerful, too scary, too pervert. Admit defeat, Rain Shinobi, all admit defeat. After a few seconds, after the remaining Rain Shinobi on the scene came back to their senses, there was almost no hesitation. They all put down their weapons and simply surrendered. They are not fools and fools, even the demigods Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo are dead. These little kami, they have no other choice but to admit defeat. Ruined. After the ninjas of the root looked at each other, they could see the bitterness and helplessness in their eyes. Take the lead. Master Shimura Danzo is dead, they give it a go. Is it a fight for loneliness? A mistake would cause eternal hatred, and they could only wait for Master Third Hokage to deal with it. Grunt. Is this how Third Hokage behaves? Yahiko swallowed cautiously, looked at the dead Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, couldn't help shivering. He has fought against Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, and knows how powerful they are, but now he is easily crushed by Third Hokage. It can only be said that it is not Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo who are too weak, but Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is too powerful to be worthy of God of Ninja. Too overbearing. A ray of undisguised admiration flashed in Conan's light orange pupils, and he secretly revealed his two fists. This is her savior? So domineering, so handsome. Only Nagato, do not know when, lowered his head again. So much so that no one saw the hideous and proud look under his red hair. 4.1. Done. Seeing the dead Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched leisurely. He just gave Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo a ride ahead of time. The two gangsters, fighting against the Akatsuki mercenary organization, were completely manipulated by Uchiha Madara, especially Shimura Danzo, who must have come for Nagato's Rinnegan, but you didn't realize it was Rinnegan's idea. Uchiha Madara wants your life. Old Madara, you little piece of trash, why don't you get out? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered an astonishingly loud shout. Chapter 111 The Idiot Madara, show up, one more begging to subscribe. Old man Madara, you little trash, why don't you get out soon? The voice did not fall. The remaining Rain Shinobi, Genbu Ninja, Yahiko, and Konan were all stunned, and showed puzzled expressions in unison. What's the situation? Third Hokage is calling old Madara to come out. Wait a minute, elderly Madara wouldn't be the so-called legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara? Sudden, as if thinking of something, Yahiko and Konan showed horrified expressions. According to the information they collected, the elderly Madara does not seem to be dead. A few years ago, she used her avatar to go to Konoha Village to do things, but was crushed by the Third Hokage. After disappearing for a few years, she unexpectedly appeared in the Land of Rain. Still around here? Thinking of this, Yahiko and Konan glanced around with vigilant eyes. Lord Third Hokage can't be lost for no reason. Now that he said so, Uchiha Madara is very likely to be around here, or lurking among those Rain Shinobi and Root Ninjas. At this time, not just Konan and Yahiko, even the remaining Rain Shinobi and Genbu ninjas thought of who the elderly Madara was, and they all showed puzzled expressions. After looking at each other, doubts flickered in their eyes. Third Hokage is fine, as soon as I said that everyone looked like an old Madara fake. At the same time, under that unknown underground place in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are really deceiving people too much, you dare to call me a little trash? Uchiha Madara, who was paying attention to the situation in real time through Nagato, had an undisguised coldness and anger on her old cheeks, and the anger in her heart reached an uncontrollable level. He was still enjoying watching the play, especially after Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Shimura Danzo back to life. His eyes lit up slightly, and he finally knew why Uzumaki Mito didn't die. Sure enough, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who did it, and I thought that after taking care of the demigods, Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen would do something to Nagato's Rinnegan. Once hands-on, he will control Nagato to counterattack with the momentum of thunder and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. But did not expect, Sarutobi Hiruzen would actually tell him to get out. Is something wrong? It should be impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to know that Nagato's Rinnegan is mine. Advertisement, could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen is cheating? He deliberately tried to see if I was in the land of rain? Sudden, Uchiha Madara seems to have thought of something. After suppressing the anger in his heart, he subconsciously showed a thoughtful expression. K. He almost got scammed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very unreasonable in doing things. Fortunately, he has reacted, otherwise he would have really been tricked by him. How? Uchiha Madara, are you still afraid to show your face? Don't you think I don't know that you gave Rinnegan to Nagato, and you hid in the dark to lay out the entire ninja world? But, just after Uchiha Madara thought he had seen it all. By controlling Nagato, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen full of laughter and sarcasm sounded in his mind. Quiet. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. Uchiha Madara is a complete idiot to ultimate, perhaps too horrified and unbelievable, her old body stood up tremblingly. Nimas, how did Sarutobi Hiruzen know? He awakened Rinnegan, apart from him and White Zetsu, there is absolutely no third person in the ninja world who knows. Now it's all over. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen actually knew, this is completely impossible? White Zetsu can't betray him, he can't possibly betray himself, can he? Think carefully for a while, even Uchiha Madara has a creepy feeling. To put it bluntly, he has planned for so many years, and he has never encountered such a frightening and stabbing thing. Damn, what's going on? Uchiha Madara, who knew the time was running out, let out a low voice, and a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. Since you see through everything, then I will control Nagato to confront you, lest you go too crazy. Alright, advertisement now that it has been broken by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Madara knows that what he is hiding is just deceiving himself. Or simply admit it neatly, let's see what Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to do and how he found out. Certainly, in the deepest part of my heart, Uchiha Madara has listed that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is more dangerous than First Hokage Senju Hashirama. To know who he left behind in the Land of Rain, also knowing that the Rinnegan was his, was not normal by any means. The other side, with the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Numerous horrified eyes on the scene focused on Nagato, who kept his head down all the time. What's the situation? Rinnegan is actually the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara's. This. What a terrifying and shocking ninja mystery is this? What is the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara trying to do? Rinnegan gave Nagato. What is he trying to do? So that everyone's cheeks they showed puzzled, shocked, and unbelievable 363 expressions in no particular order. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, at this very moment. The most unbelievable ones are Konan and Yahiko. How did the two never think that Nagato's Rinnegan is actually Uchiha Madara's? Reminiscent of Uchiha Madara working with them as a masked man, this seems to be something wrong. But, thinking of the days when Nagato and them got along day and night, the two still have some differences unbelievable. At the next moment, Yahiko said urgently, You should say something quickly and explain to Lord Third Hokage that the Rinnegan is your own, not Uchiha Madara's. Shut up, however, what answered Yahiko was an indifferent voice. Next second, in full view, Nagato raised his head slowly, ignored Yahiko and Konan, and directly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with Rinnegan. Without any symptoms, an aura of disdain for the world swept out. No doubt, elderly Madara shows up controlling Nagato using Rinnegan. Chapter 112 Uchiha Madara, that's it? Second watch please subscribe. No doubt, elderly Madara shows up controlling Nagato using Rinnegan. With Uchiha Madara completely dominating Nagato by leaving behind in Rinnegan. As a result, Nagato's temperament has undergone an earth-shaking transformation in the blink of an eye. Not only is he gazing at the world with his gestures, but he also seems to have a taste of dominating the entire ninja world. Madara is full of flavor and very offensive. Damn it. No way. What, Nagato, the boss of Akatsuki's mercenary organization, is Uchiha Madara's reign? This is too unbelievable. The Akatsuki mercenary organization is actually Uchiha Madara's backer in the ninja world. No wonder Nagato has Rinnegan, that's why. If it's because of Uchiha Madara, then, it all makes sense and makes sense. Watching Nagato undergo a metamorphosis, those remaining rain shinobi on the scene, after the ninjas at the root were stunned for a moment, they couldn't help but let out a series of horrified exclamations. No way, they did not expect. The so-called old Madara unexpectedly controlled Nagato, one of the leaders of Akatsuki's mercenary organization. If it was not broken by Third Hokage, I'm afraid everyone will still be kept in the dark. Are you kidding me? Nagato has long been controlled by Uchiha Madara? At this time, Yahiko was the most collapsed and unbelievable. He stared dumbfoundedly at Nagato standing behind him, who seemed to be able to suppress everything, and he was dumbfounded. He thought of many possibilities. I just didn't expect that Nagato was Uchiha Madara's follower in the Land of Rain. Actually, at first he wanted to refute Third Hokage. But, seeing Nagato who has achieved a transformation, he opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. What Third Hokage said is true. In normal times, he never knew that Nagato still had such a majestic momentum. Now that such a transformation has taken place, there is only one reason, and that is being controlled by Uchiha Madara. No way? Conan next to him trembled, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. There was an undisguised look of shock on his pretty face, obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. Elderly Madara unknowingly took control of Nagato. How unbelievable is this? She wants to believe it or not. But, Nagato, who has become like a god in front of me. Invisibly, it gave people a feeling of being strange and repelling others thousands of miles away, which made her have to believe it. Nagato, what's the matter with you? Uchiha Madara, give us back the real Nagato. The next moment, after Conan and Yahiko looked at each other, they couldn't help but clench their fists, and couldn't help but let out an extremely angry scolding sound. Hearing this sentence, Uchiha Madara, who was controlling Nagato, snorted coldly, without looking at Yahiko and Conan, and said in a low voice, "If you cooperated with me earlier, maybe there would be no such thing today. What did you do to Nagato?" Yahiko took a deep breath, barely suppressed the emotional fluctuations in his heart, and said harshly, "If he has any troubles, I will not let you go." Yeah? Nagato, controlled by Uchiha Madara, smiled disdainfully. A pair of purple Rinegons flashed a terrifying pupil power fluctuation, and was about to teach the young Yahiko and Conan a lesson, but found that Nagato's will was constantly resisting, as if warning once he makes a move, the consequences will be very serious. Ridiculous fetters. Advertisement sensing Nagato's will to resist. Uchiha Madara smiled coldly, and didn't bother to do anything to Yahiko and Conan. Anyway, I will keep you for now, and there is still a little effect. As expected, when I lost my mind to attack Yahiko and Conan, Nagato's consciousness lost its response, and Uchiha Madara's control of his body was no longer blocked. Ever since, in this situation, Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other. A ninja god from the Sengoku period, a new god of ninjas, no one wants to speak. But it made the atmosphere in this area become awe-inspiring and dignified. Click. This is the sound of invisible imposing pressure colliding. Perhaps it was too strong, and two waves of air visible to the naked eye erupted directly, centered on the two people, and rolled away in all directions. Isn't that too scary? Sensing this terrifying momentum collision, even Rain Shinobi and Genbu Ninja, who had already retreated a long way, showed trembling expressions, and there was only one thought in their hearts, that is the confrontation of the ninja gods. It was really scary to the point of ultimate. It was just simple. The confrontation gave people a feeling of heaven and earth falling apart. Withdraw. Conan and Yahiko also came back to their senses. After hesitating for a few seconds, they retreated without looking back. Now that Nagato has been controlled by Uchiha Madara, they can only hope that Third Hokage Master Sarutobi Hiruzen, as long as they can defeat Uchiha Madara, Nagato may be able to regain his consciousness. Field. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara are still facing each other. Just started, both are evenly matched, especially Uchiha Madara under the blessing of Rinnegan. The momentum is getting stronger and stronger. There is quite a feeling of suppressing Sarutobi Hiruzen's momentum. It's a pity. What disappointed Uchiha Madara was that even with the blessing of Rinnegan, the stalemate was only maintained for less than 5 seconds, and his aura was crushed by the aura of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How can it be? Nagato, controlled by Uchiha Madara, took 4 or 5 steps back with a trembling body, and a flash of surprise flashed in Rinnegan. To know, did he use some imposing coercion that only 6 paths level can use? Still failed to suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's incredible. Uchiha Madara, your momentum is too weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't show any surprise, and said lightly, even if you have Rinnegan, it's nothing more than that. Alright. Today's Sarutobi Hiruzen, after merging the template of the peak Sengoku and owning the sage body, the strength has almost reached the ultimate of a super shadow peak. Even if Uchiha Madara uses a little 6 paths level momentum, it is difficult to pose any threat to him. Unless Uchiha Madara returns to a peak form, plus Rinnegan. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen will be ready to fight, now? An elderly Madara controlling a half-grown Nagato. Negative, advertisement. Even with the blessing of Rinnegan, he doesn't take it seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are so arrogant. Hearing this sentence, Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, looked cold and unwilling, but still said indifferently, I never thought that you would have grown to this extent in just a few years. When it comes to this, Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, had a condensed tone, and said proudly, I thought that after the era of Hashirama and the ninja world would gradually wither, but I didn't expect that there would be a number 1 person like you in the ninja world. I, Uchiha Madara, willing to admit that you are the ninja god of this era. Sorry, I don't need your acknowledgement at all. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly, I am the god of ninjas. Nagato, controlled by Uchiha Madara, suddenly became speechless. He also wanted to praise Sarutobi Hiruzen as a senior, but he didn't think that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't appreciate it at all, and said that he was the god of ninjas. At this time, he didn't take him into consideration at all, and didn't give him any face rhythm? Good. Worthy of being the third Hokage of Konoha Village. A few seconds later, Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, laughed out of breath, and didn't bother to say anything nonsense, and said straight to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how do you know that Nagato is my follower in the Land of Rain? How do you know that I have evolved the eternal Mangekio Sharingan into Rinnegan? You guess, Sarutobi Hiruzen said something calmly with deep eyes. Snort, is Uchiha Madara really old and confused? I also asked him how he knew, isn't there something wrong with his brain? He is a time traveler, how could he tell Uchiha Madara the truth, so, let's guess slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you really think you are invincible in the ninja world? The voice did not fall. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had suppressed his inner anger forcibly, could not keep any composure at all. You are the ninja god. Laozi was also the god of ninjas? Lived for so many years, it was the first time he met someone who was so reckless, unscrupulous, arrogant, and didn't take him seriously at all. At any rate, Hiyuzibo Madara was also a man of the Sengoku period, a man who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Never had he been ignored and looked down upon like this. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nagato, and said lightly, in the ninja world at this stage, I am an invincible existence. Ah, well, it's really good. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you forced me to do this, so don't blame me for being rude. Today, I want to let you know what is the real ninja god and what is the real power of Rinnegan. The next moment, accompanied by several cold voices. Nagato, controlled by Uchiha Madara, burst out a burst of Rinnegan pupil power that seemed to destroy the world. Immediately afterwards, poof, Nagato's body turned into white smoke and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to blow Nagato to pieces with one blow, was stunned for a moment, and immediately showed a trace of stunned and disdainful. At the same moment, Rain Shinobi, Genbu Ninja, Yahiko, and Konan, who were still waiting to watch the peak showdown of the ninja gods, were all dumbfounded watching this scene, and a cry from the soul couldn't help but uttered in their minds. Uchiha Madara, that's it? Inside. Chapter 113 Fist is the last word, one more begging to subscribe. Uchiha Madara, that's it? No way, sudden coquettish. It flashed the waist of everyone on the scene. It directly made countless people on the scene look stupid, and they couldn't keep calm, showing incredible and shocked expressions. Originally, everyone saw the madness and coldness of Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara, coupled with the monstrous power of Rinnegan. They all thought that the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara and Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have an earth-shattering battle of gods, to prove who is the real child of the times and who is the god of ninja. So that, everyone is ready to watch this battle that is destined to be passed down through the ages. But did not expect, at the last critical moment, Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara actually lost the chain, and was scared by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and ran away without looking back. Pretending to be the most cowardly, admitting to being the most cowardly, Uchiha Madara's behavior of running away from the battle is invisibly showing her timid and cowardly appearance to the fullest. In an instant, legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, the domineering, powerful and invincible image that stood in everyone's hearts for tens of hundreds of years collapsed immediately. Actually, if anyone else, facing the thriving Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, everyone can figure it out and understand. After all, there are lessons learned from Third Kage, Third Tsuchikage, Third Raikage, Third Mizukage, Half-God Hanzo of the Salamander, etc. Everyone knows that the current ninja world Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has unknowingly become too powerful, say no solution. But, the problem is, this time the person running is Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara. Ever since I learned that Uchiha Madara is not dead, and has lived from Sengoku to the present, everyone thinks that Uchiha Madara behind the scenes has some kind of plan and conspiracy. Even a few years ago, a clone of Uchiha Madara was doing things in Konoha Village, and was bombarded by Third Hokage with a thunderbolt. Everyone did not lose confidence in Uchiha Madara, thinking that he was hiding something. Advertisement. Now everyone finally understands that Uchiha Madara has indeed hidden a hand, hiding the reverse summoning technique that caught Third Hokage by surprise. No way? Sitch, the legendary Uchiha Madara has escaped? Even with Rinnegan, don't you have the courage to fight against Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? It's so intimidating, no wonder Uchiha Madara lost to First Hokage Senju Hashirama, and after so many years in the ninja world, now he confesses to Third Hokage and escapes like a bereaved dog. It's really eye-opening. A moment later, there was an uproar of disdain and disbelief at the scene. Obviously, in the face of Uchiha Madara, who didn't even have the courage to make a move and turn around and ran away after accumulating for a long time, everyone still can't accept this fact. Among them, Rain Shinobi cursed Uchiha Madara in a low voice, thinking that Uchiha Madara is a deceitful person who controls Nagato in a majestic manner, and exudes an aura of contemptuousness in every gesture, full of force, but in the end he ran away without daring to put a fart. It was even worse than a silver gun and a wax head, and it was a shame to throw it home. Damn. Third Hokage is awesome, even Uchiha Madara is scared away. Wait a minute. Nagato. Nagato seems to be taken away by reverse summoning, what should I do? At the beginning, Yahiko couldn't help but clenched his fist excitedly, but, after thinking of something, he suddenly showed a panicked expression. Uchiha Madara ran away, and took Nagato away, what should I do? Ah. Nagato was captured by Uchiha Madara. Next to him, Konan clenched his fist tightly with silver teeth. A bitter expression appeared on his pretty face. She had thought of many possibilities, but she never thought that Uchiha Madara, who has lived for so many years, would be so cowardly, even if she wanted to run away without face and dignity. How can there be any legendary ninjas? Look. Uchiha Madara, as expected of you, you are really flexible. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nagato, who was reversed summoning, and after a moment of astonishment, he shook his head calmly. There was no fluctuation in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh. He is too careless. Actually, he should have thought earlier. Uchiha Madara, who is now in his dying years, dare not confront him head-on. The appearance with great fanfare this time is just a sham on the outside, pretending to be calm, but in fact, the heart is so virtuous. As for why appear, advertisement definitely for Nagato. More precisely, to protect his own Rinnegan, after all. In case Rinnegan should fall into his hands, that will undoubtedly cause a big problem, and it will cause a series of chain reactions. It's a pity. What Uchiha Madara doesn't know is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has no interest in the so-called Rinnegan, especially Nagato's pair of Rinnegans who don't know how much Uchiha Madara left behind. Otherwise, the first time I saw Nagato, he will do it to Nagato, so that Uchiha Madara has no chance to control Nagato. #J. Uchiha Madara, I want to see what you do next. You are incompetent and furious. Are you vomiting blood from being hit again? By the way, there is also that black Zetsu hiding behind the scenes, who must have been scared by my sudden appearance in the rain country in a cold sweat. Thinking of this, the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth can't help showing a radian. Today's Uchiha Madara is addicted to the lies woven by black Zetsu and can't extricate herself. She even loses her dignity and face. Gave up so many things, unknowingly, perhaps even Uchiha Madara himself did not discover. He is no longer the Madara who made the whole ninja world dance. Little Madara, no matter what you calculate, Sarutobi Hiruzen will smash it to pieces. Fist is the last word. I will give you a good lesson, tell you what is unscrupulous, the strongest third Hokage in history who can do whatever he wants. Chapter 114 Rain Shinobi Village surrenders, shocking the ninja world. Alright, with increasing strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is too lazy to think about many things, and no matter how many plots have been changed, anyway, as long as the strength is strong enough, no conspiracy will be of any use. At the same moment, with Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara disappearing by reverse summoning. After the initial horror and shock, this area returned to a silent silence. After looking at each other, many remaining rain shinobi and root ninjas put down the kunai in their hands in no particular order, gave up resistance simply and neatly, and completely surrendered. Joke, things have progressed to the present, even if they are fools and idiots, they all know that surrender is the best choice. Didn't you see that the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander was instantly killed? Shimura Danzo was killed, and the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara didn't dare to confront the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Anyway, no matter what third Hokage wants to do with them, there is nothing wrong with them showing their correct attitude first. Finished. Yahiko and Konan each showed a happy and helpless expression. What happened this time was full of twists and turns. I thought that Akatsuki's mercenary organization was doomed, but I didn't expect third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to descend on the land of rain in the form of a god. Killed the demigods Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo in a devastating manner, and exposed Uchiha Madara's conspiracy to control Nagato. Have to say, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is almost the equivalent of reborn parents to the Akatsuki mercenary organization. The only pity is that Nagato was taken away by Uchiha Madara. Yahiko and Konan had no choice but to pray secretly that Nagato is well, and they will work hard to become stronger. Try to save Nagato from Uchiha Madara as soon as possible. Root Ninja. But, just at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his indifferent eyes to those root ninjas who had given up resistance. Following Shimura Danzo to start a business, these root ninjas undoubtedly have great ambitions. After all, knowing that Konoha Village is powerful and Sarutobi Hiruzen is powerful, they defected to Konoha Village without hesitation. It must be said that they are brave. It's just a pity. They got the wrong guy. Starting a business with an old coin like Danzo is doomed to end in failure and tragedy from the very beginning. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen does not appear, these root ninjas are just used as cannon fodder and consumables. However, facing the indifferent eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, those root ninjas were all so frightened that their faces were extremely pale, their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their eyes showed a look of horror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably a few times, and they knelt down on the ground in no particular order. Ruined. Lord Third Hokage is going to kill them. Never mind. Seeing the root ninjas trembling with fright, their faces ashen ashes, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and lost interest in doing it, and said softly, "You all go back to Konoha Village to accept the crime, and I have to move." Advertisement. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. The Genbu ninjas who were already ready to face death felt the almost suffocating pressure on their bodies disappear, just like the rain after a long drought, all showed extremely surprised expressions. Then, flying towards the direction of Konoha Village without any hesitation. They knew very well that if they returned to Konoha Village to accept the crime, it would mean that Lord Third Hokage bypassed their lives. Anyway, as long as you can live, you should suffer some punishment. As for not returning to Konoha Village, forget it. After witnessing Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's frightening and ultimate strength up close, even if they were given 10 more guts, they would not dare to submit. You two. Come here. After the ninjas at the root left, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Yahiko and Konan, and gave a flat order. Ah! Asterisk 3. After hearing this sentence, Yahiko and Konan were shocked immediately, and flew out in a flash. Master Third Hokage! Master Third Hokage! A few seconds later, Yahiko and Konan appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen one after the other, with a look of awe and admiration on their cheeks, and made a disturbed voice. Konan seemed to have thought of something, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Hanzo of the Salamander is dead, Rain Shinobi Village has no leader, and you don't want the land of the rain to fall into war, do you? The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Yahiko and Konan, and said meaningfully, in order to maintain the peace of the Rain Country, Akatsuki Mercenary Organization will take over the Rain Shinobi Village. Ah! The voice did not fall, both Yahiko and Konan's eyes froze, as if they didn't believe what they heard, and their cheeks were full of doubts. What's the situation? This blissful happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? Originally, Yahiko and Konan are ready for the war in the Kingdom of Rain. After all, the death of the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, caused the Kingdom of Rain to lose a figure who was like a pinnacle of calming the sea, and no one had to think about it to know that the Kingdom of Rain would fall into unprecedented chaos. Well now, Third Hokage directly appointed their Akatsuki Mercenary Organization to take over Rain Shinobi Village. This is undoubtedly a festival to support the Akatsuki Mercenary Organization to become the 10th largest force in the Kingdom of Rain. More importantly, with the god of ninja Third Hokage handpicked. That means that no one in the ninja world will dare to attack the idea of the Country of Rain, and the Country of Rain can directly achieve a long-term peace. Rot. Advertisement? How? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said, you don't want to? Willing. After Yahiko nodded hastily, he said worriedly, Master Third Hokage, I'm afraid that our Akatsuki Mercenary Organization will not be able to suppress the situation. Yes? Konan also said with a worried face, although our Shaoji Mercenary Organization claims to be the second largest force in the Land of Rain, it is actually still some distance away from Rain Shinobi Village, the number one force in the Land of Rain. If you rush to take over everything, it is very likely that something will go wrong. With me here. Why are you worrying so much? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head indifferently, and said confidently. You only need to do your job well, and don't worry about the rest. Understood. Okay, Lord Third Hokage. Yahiko and Konan understood each other in seconds, and at the same time with a hint of joy on their faces, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief deep in their hearts. Have nothing to say, with the words of Master Third Hokage, they can be regarded as having a bottom line in their hearts. All Rain Shinobi obey orders. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to the remaining Rain Shinobi in the distance, and ordered. From now on, your bosses will be Konan and Yahiko from Akatsuki, do you understand? B9J. 8887. Got it, accompanied by one after another excited voice. I saw a man named Rain Shinobi whose cheeks were full of joy after the catastrophe. Very good, they don't have to die, as for Konan and Yahiko organized by Yishao. Can they still wish it? Even an idiot can see that Konan and Yahiko hugged the thigh of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can be foreseen that the Kingdom of Rain will definitely develop better and better from now on. In addition, their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, is dead, and they recognize the boss again, without any psychological pressure in their hearts. Done. Seeing this scene, a slight arc appeared on the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. This trip to the Land of Rain has yielded a lot for him, and now it's up to Uchiha Madara to show his sword with incompetence and fury. Konoha 45 years October 25th, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has not been awarded the title of God of Ninja for a few months, appeared in the Land of Rain. Killed the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander in a devastating manner, tortured and killed Konoha Renren, the leader of the original root, Shimura Danzo, a member of the Elders, and finally shocked the old Uchiha Madara. As soon as the news came out, the ninja world, which had just calmed down a little bit, set off a turbulent wave again, and it couldn't calm down at all. Chapter 115 Shocking. Aggrieved Uchiha Madara. One more begging to subscribe. As soon as the news came out, the ninja world, which had just calmed down a little bit, set off a turbulent wave again, and it couldn't calm down at all. No way, no one thought, after the 3 battles were almost over, Konoha Village won a big victory and became the final winner. Third Hokage, who had just won the title of God of Ninja, was not idle. Instead, he went to the Land of Rain, killed the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander in King's Landing Ninja World, and killed Shimura Danzo, who had defected not long ago. What is important is that Uchiha Madara's follower in the Land of Rain was also found. Shocked. Extreme shock, after learning about the series of domineering actions of Third Hokage in the Land of Rain. While many people were horrified, they couldn't help but gasped, they didn't know what to marvel at anymore. More importantly, after learning about 400, Uchiha Madara controls Nagato, who owns Rinnegan, pretends to be the most cowardly, recognizes the most cowardly, and runs away without even daring to move his hands. Most people's first reaction is disbelief. The second reaction is that the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. Even in the Sengoku period and First Hokage created an era of legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, after having the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan, facing the ninja god, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is now in full swing. Properly lowering his head and raising his head, he confessed. Ever since, in this situation, God of Ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping on Uchiha Madara. Invisibly, his power in the ninja world has become more powerful and palpitating, quite a taste of being invincible in the world. More than this, it has begun to call the current ninja world the era of the newly promoted ninja god, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Certainly, the Akatsuki mercenary organization has taken over Rain Shinobi Village. The news that Konan and Yahiko have become the new leaders of Rain Shinobi Village has also been learned by major ninja villages, forces, countries, etc. Originally, after learning that the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander was dead, facing this piece of fat that fell from the sky in the land of rain, everyone was still a little bit ready to move, especially after signing a series of unequal treaties. Just now the Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Cloud Shinobi villages all have the idea of sending people to the Kingdom of Rain to plunder secretly. Advertisement mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. Konoha Village doesn't look down on them, and they won't dislike them. However, after learning that Konan and Yahiko were handpicked by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Cloud Shinobi Village and other forces restrained their minds at once, and never dared to call Rain Shinobi Village's attention again. Joke, after witnessing the terrifying power of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if they were given 10 more guts, they wouldn't dare to touch the bad luck. It's better to suffer a little bit than get angry and lose their lives. Then they will regret it. At the same moment, under that unknown underground place in the ninja world. Cough cough. Cough cough. Damn, Sarutobi Hiruzen, one day I will make you pay the ordinary price. Winning or losing for a while doesn't mean anything, we just see who can have the last laugh. If it weren't for the sake of the overall situation, and the current plan has not been completed, I will definitely fight you this time. Even if I can't win, I will trade with you to the limit. How high you are lifted now, the harder you will fall later. Uchiha Madara is the man who has the last laugh. Accompanied by the impotent and furious sounds of vomiting blood. I saw Uchiha Madara, who was about to die, sitting on a stool, with an expression of anger and aggrieved flashing on her old cheeks. It seemed that her mood fluctuated too fast, and she kept coughing and vomiting blood. Her vitality was at an extremely high-speed disappearance. But whenever Uchiha Madara is dying, the ghetto statue behind will transmit a large amount of energy, giving Uchiha Madara barely a last breath. Master Madara, even if Nagato's chess piece is very important, you don't need to save him. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was already exhausted, White Zetsu hesitated for a moment, and then said in puzzlement. With the help you left behind in Rinnegan, there is no need to worry that Rinnegan will not return to its original owner. Cough cough. I can't hold on for long, Nagato is still worth using as a pawn. More importantly, I was just worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be crushed after getting Rinnegan, and he showed up and shot out of no choice. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara coughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and let out a somewhat aggrieved and helpless voice. Actually, after hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew that Nagato was his backup. He knew something was wrong. To be on the safe side, he could only control Nagato to show up, pretending to fight a battle, but actually retreating strategically. Because, now he is very old, and he controls Nagato, who has not yet grown to a full body. Even with Rinnegan's blessing, 99% of them can't defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is it's not alarmist talk, and it's just the fact that it's the fact that others will destroy their own prestige. So, Uchiha Madara can only pretend to be a big bully and run away like a stray dog. The serious consequence was that he was ashamed, his reputation accumulated over the years was ruined, and he completely became a stepping stone for Third Hokage. One thought here. Uchiha Madara spit out another big mouthful of blood under the panic. How many years, even in the Sengoku period facing First Hokage Senju Hashirama. He had never received so many insults and blows. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen taught him one lesson after another, and his face was constantly slapped. DJB, White Zetsu originally wanted to refute. But, seeing Uchiha Madara who was vomiting blood in anger, she immediately lowered her head, and consciously stopped talking. He admits that his thinking is too simple. In 5.1, with Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's unscrupulous character, relying on his own strength to do whatever he wants, he got Rinnegan. I'm afraid it's really possible to crush it directly, and he won't use it by himself at all. Just thinking that Uchiha Obito's plan hadn't succeeded yet, and Nagato's plan had died. White Zetsu still has some unwillingness. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is like Master Uchiha Madara, constantly disrupting their deployment plan, and knowing many secrets that only they know. If this continues, Master Uchiha Madara, can the Ear Eye project really succeed? For the first time ever, White Zetsu has some doubts and no confidence. Chapter 116 White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, Madara for the first time ever. White Zetsu has some doubts and lack of confidence. It is really since the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha Village achieved a transformation. Not only has it changed the structure of the ninja world, it has affected many things virtually and disrupted most of their plans and deployments. It is understandable once or twice, and now almost every plan has been affected, so that White Zetsu himself has some doubts, whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is deliberately targeting Lord Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu, are you suspicious of me? Looking at the silent White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's deep eyes flashed a look that had already seen through everything, and said meaningfully, I made you, and you have doubts about me. It's a bit ridiculous to think about it. Master Madara, I didn't mean that. Boom, with a kneeling sound. White Zetsu looked a little flustered, and knelt on the ground without hesitation, looking very terrified. As a living body, created by Uchiha Madara with Rinnegan, on the surface it seems that a look of Uchiha Madara can put it to death. In fact, it is actually a human being immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times, and now it is inherited by Otsutsuki Kagaya while controlled by Black Zetsu. The reason for pretending to be controlled by Uchiha Madara. Just to keep everything in Uchiha Madara under Black Zetsu's control. Now if Uchiha Madara let it die with a heartbeat, but it doesn't die, then everything will be exposed, and that's the end of the paper. Snort. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara didn't have that in mind. I just snorted coldly, and didn't bother to look at this waste thing like White Zetsu. He admitted that the current self was indeed suppressed by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face was slapped, and the two chess pieces Uchiha Obito and Nagato also had big problems. But, how about that? As the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara didn't care at all. Even if he retreats without a fight this time, and his fame is ruined, he doesn't care. Victory or defeat is not just a matter of time, but who can have the last laugh. Advertisement. Everyone knows that he lost to first Hokage Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End. Actually, Senju Hashirama has been dead for tens of hundreds of years, and he is still alive, which proves that Senju Hashirama is actually the loser. He is the one who laughs the final winner. So, now facing the invincible Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is still very confident. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen's insults and provocations to him, he wrote them all down in his little notebook, and when Project Tsuki no Mi succeeds, that's when he, Uchiha Madara, will be proud and feel ashamed. Call. Seeing that Uchiha Madara did not intend to kill it, White Zetsu, who was kneeling on the ground, gradually relaxed his panic expression, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief deep in his heart. Almost leaked, thanks to Uchiha Madara, this idiot is still conceited and arrogant as always, thinking that everything is under his control. As everyone knows, I am just a fooled and limp clown. What about a legendary ninja? To be honest, compared with Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is really a gap of one day. Okay, you can come out now. The next moment, a smile flashed across Uchiha Madara's wrinkled cheeks, and he gave a feigned order. Master Madara. I saw a dark thing coming out from the ground in the shadows, and said very respectfully, Nagato is almost done. I have integrated some of my consciousness into his body, and with Rinnegan, it will gradually change subtly. Nagato, let him despair of the ninja world, so that the ninja world can feel the pain. Good. After hearing this sentence, a smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's old face, and said, after Nagato is done, we will proceed according to the original plan. Yes, this dark fellow in front of me, it is a living body recreated by Uchiha Madara using Yin-Yang Dun to improve work efficiency. I don't know if it's an illusion, advertisement anyway, this Black Zetsu is much smarter than White Zetsu, and he does things steadily. Uchiha Madara has already planned that if he can no longer support himself one day, this Black Zetsu will take his place and continue to complete his layout and plan. Clear. Black Zetsu nodded obediently, actually. What Sarutobi Hiruzen did in the Land of Rain also shocked Black Zetsu a lot. Like Uchiha Madara, he also doesn't know how Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Nagato's Rinnegan is Uchiha Madara's. What made him even more terrified was that Uchiha Madara jumped out on his own initiative, as if he wanted to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen, which undoubtedly disrupted his plan. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Uchiha Madara hadn't been overwhelmed by anger, and after pretending to be a coercion, she ran away shamelessly. After bringing back Nagato, Uchiha Madara also created him very well. This is undoubtedly great news for Black Zetsu. From now on, he finally doesn't have to hide behind the scenes to organize the entire ninja world, and can also show his face in another way. About Third Hokage 933, don't worry about it for the time being. After I get rid of Uchiha Obito, I will use my last strength to fight him. At this time, Uchiha Madara pondered for a while, and then said with some pride, killing is definitely not killing him, but I will injure him severely, so that you can facilitate the next plan. When it comes to this, Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something, and added, now we have no extra time to guide slowly. Uchiha Obito still adopts the same method as Nagato, forcibly integrating some of Black Zetsu's consciousness, and subtly changing his original will. Good. New. Both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu showed extremely respectful expressions. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is not seriously injured, then execute Plan C, and you control Nagato to use the Rinne Tensai technique to revive me. A few seconds later, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed a gleam of coldness. There is a Sarutobi Hiruzen in the peak period, you can't collect tail beasts, only when I recover to the peak, maybe I can punish him. Chapter 117 Determination, Kaharu and Homura trembling, subscription required. Certainly, Uchiha Madara did not say a word, that is, at that time, he can only make a quick decision with the fastest speed, compulsively collect the 9-tailed beasts. Otherwise, invoke Chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, and that's more trouble. Over the years, Uchiha Madara has been hiding in the dark to lay out the layout, just want to be foolproof. Otherwise, even if he is old, with the blessing of Rinnegan, he can still collect the 9-tailed beasts with great power, and execute Project Tsuki no Mi without any scruples. Yes, what he worries about is Chakra of Sage of Six Paths. At first, after dying of old age and awakening Rinnegan, he felt that Chakra of Sage of Six Paths existed in the entire ninja world in a very peculiar way. That is at that moment, only then did he know that the founder of the ninja school, that is, the ancestor of the ninja, Sage of Six Paths may not be dead yet. Once he openly collects 9-tailed beasts and revives 10 tails, he may attract the attack of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra. That's why. He's been hiding in the dark for decades with the same layout. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized his transformation in his 50s, and he disrupted everything as if he was born out of nowhere. Then there is no way, even at the risk of being discovered by the Sage of Six Paths chakra, he must be resurrected so that the Eye of Temporary Project can have a chance to continue. In other words, that is, there is no turning back when the bow is opened, and he has no way to retreat, so he can only make dangerous moves. Good. New. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu made another respectful voice. On the surface, neither White Zetsu nor Black Zetsu had any abnormal expressions. In fact, in the depths of their hearts, Black Zetsu also agreed with Uchiha Madara's approach. Messed up. As for whether his two stupid big brothers will find out, that was out of his control. In order to save his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, he was willing to take a big risk like breaking the boat. Advertisement, alright. The next moment, Uchiha Madara rubbed his cheeks wearily, and ordered, "You guys go and prepare first, next, our real test and battle has just begun." Scoff. Scoff. Accompanied by two voices, the bodies of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu sank into the ground. Call, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you forced me to do this. You must have used some special means at the Nani Shrine to know something. It doesn't matter, no matter how much you guessed, it doesn't matter anymore. I will let you know whether you laugh first or not, and the last laugh is the last laugh. After Black Zetsu and White Zetsu leave. Only then did Uchiha Madara close his eyes silently. He had to get ready for the last dance of death. This strategic retreat was just a temptation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wait for me to attack forcefully and fight with you to the limit. Change it. Can't change, it doesn't matter, I still have a whole card, and when I am resurrected and recovered to the peak, I will completely crush you and let you know the gold content of a legendary ninja. Ha 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 ha. Now, let the life force of Geto statue come more violently. At the same moment, when the whole ninja world is shaking. Konoha Village, as the ninja village who had the last laugh in the Third Ninja World War. After learning what happened in the Land of Rain. Even some numb civilians, ninjas, businessmen, etc. who were shocked by the amazing achievements of Third Hokage in the three wars, all set off turbulent waves in their hearts, and they couldn't calm down at all. It never occurred to them. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who just led Konoha Village to 3 victories, went directly to the Land of Rain without even returning to Konoha Village. He also killed the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, tortured and killed Shimura Danzo who had defected from Konoha Village, and even found a Nagato who owned Rinnegan behind Uchiha Madara in the Land of Rain. Third Hokage-sama is worthy of being the newly promoted ninja god. Even the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is not his single enemy, and he was crushed alive. Advertisement, old Madara is deflated again, Lord Third Hokage is awesome. Ha ha ha, when I think of the old Madara pretending to be aggressive and running away in embarrassment, I can't help but want to laugh out loud. Shimura Danzo, who defected, thought that he would be able to sit back and relax by escaping to the Land of Rain, but now that he is brought to justice, he deserves to be blamed. Ever since, in this situation, many civilians, ninjas, businessmen, etc. in Konoha Village couldn't help but exclaim proudly. What else can I say? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama is awesome, it's over. At this moment, in the hearts of most commoners, ninjas, merchants, etc. in Konoha Village, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has surpassed First Hokage Uchiha Madara, becoming the undisputed strongest Hokage in history. At this time, in a small office in Konoha Village Mission Hall, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, who have already passed through the Board of Elders, are in this office. Call. It's a good thing I didn't accept Danzo's invitation, otherwise the problem would be troublesome. Alas. Shimura Danzo is dead, what a pity, it's better to die than to live. If he insists on defecting to Konoha Village, he's hitting himself at the gunpoint. Forget it, we still work hard and enjoy our old age, there is no need to fight for power and profit. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is an invincible existence. Lee Nuahao, after Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura learned of what happened at Rain Shinobi Village. At first I shuddered, then I let out a sigh, and finally, under the lesson of Shimura Danzo, I resolutely made up my mind, I won't do anything for the rest of my life. Before Shimura Danzo defected, he came to invite the two of them, saying that after defecting to Konoha Village, the mountains are as high as the birds, and the sea is as wide as the fishes. As long as they work hard to accumulate strength, they will one day return to Konoha Village as kings, get back everything that was lost. Now it seems, lost is lost, they don't have any superfluous thoughts. We can simply mourn Shimura Danzo who was brutally murdered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Village. Chapter 118, Conan's dedication, S+ reward, kneeling to subscribe. The ninja world is still shaking continuously, but, as the Land of Rain that caused this turmoil, it has achieved a peaceful reunification unprecedentedly. With the invincible will of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Akatsuki mercenary organization took Rain Shinobi Village into its pocket like a snake, and then some forces, large and small, have been annexed. If some forces are really uncooperative and disobedient, they will be eliminated directly. Ever since, after such a situation, the Land of Rain has entered an era that belongs exclusively to the Akatsuki mercenary organization. The names of the leaders Konan and Yahiko have begun to emerge in the ninja world. At this time, Rain Country, on a tower in the central area. Boom. With the sound of a door opening, I saw Konan walking out with his head down, his clothes disheveled, his face flushed, and he left the tower with a few flashes. Call. A few minutes later, Conan returned to his residence, sat limply on the chair, his eyes gleamed with happiness and excitement, and his mind was full of the scenes that just happened. Lord Third Hokage is really too strong and too violent. Where does he look like someone in his 50s? The false Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is strong, powerful, and easily 947 made the Kingdom of Rain realize the peace that fans dream of. The real Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is unscrupulous, Haki is awe-inspiring, he can do whatever he wants, even she, the leader of the Akatsuki mercenary organization, has gradually fallen. This time, with the opportunity of reporting work. She originally just wanted to express her admiration with Sarutobi Hiruzen like a surging river in her heart. But she didn't expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes, and she could not help but indulge in the iron-blooded tenderness of Lord Third Hokage. In the end, she had a good and in-depth communication with Lord Third Hokage after falling into the trap. Thinking of this, Conan's cheeks Jonin couldn't help flashing a few blush. She admitted that she was a little addicted to it. Advertisement. As for regret, I don't regret it at all, but I still have some secret joy in my heart. Is this the ninja god recognized by the ninja world? Moreover, all the time, she is always happy with the situation. After meeting Nagato and Yahiko, she was gradually influenced by them. She wants to change the country and build a bridge of hope to world peace through communication between people. The results of it? The Shaoji mercenary organization developed into the second largest force in the Kingdom of Rain after going through ups and downs. But he was taught a good lesson by the cruel world. It was directly beaten back to the prototype by the demigods Hanzo of the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, and even Nagato was controlled by Uchiha Madara. Had it not been for the arrival of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen like a god, the Akatsuki mercenary organization would have been uprooted long ago, with not even a scum left. Prestige. The only pity is that Nagato was captured by Uchiha Madara and could not share the joy of the success of Akatsuki's mercenary organization. Nagato, we will vigorously develop the Akatsuki mercenary organization and strive to rescue you one day. After a few seconds, Conan clenched his fist helplessly and muttered to himself, now the backstage of our Akatsuki mercenary organization is the god of ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even the legendary ninja. Uchiha Madara has returned to its peak, we will not be afraid. Certainly, Conan and Yahiko also had the cheek to ask Third Hokage to save Nagato. The answer he received was that Nagato, who has the physique of the Uzumaki family, would not be in danger for the time being. Once Uchiha Madara appeared, Lord Third Hokage would kill him with a thunderbolt. So, Conan and Yahiko also figured it out. In addition, the world of Jonin is too big, trying to deliberately find someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack, so it is better to develop the Shaoji mercenary organization and wait for the elderly Madara to show up. DBAA, at the same time, on a tower in the central area. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his waist flatteredly, his whole body felt so comfortable. Ultimate advertisement he did not expect, now that his own king, Haki, is so terrifying. Conan was subdued by his mature aura without knowing it, and offered himself at the slightest disagreement, which really surprised even Sarutobi Hiruzen. But I was just surprised, is there any reason for the stomach not to eat the meat delivered to the mouth? In the original book, Conan is a tragic character. Even if he prepares 600 billion detonating symbols, he cannot escape the fate of death. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen also came to help others. After changing a lot of plots, he changed the fate of Conan, Yahiko, and Akatsuki's mercenary organization. System, you can start settlement, but, after a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. This trip to the Land of Rain, he is right, when Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara fled in a panic, the system's long-lost prompt sounded in his mind. You don't need to think about it all, this time he will definitely gain a lot. Ding. Ding. Since the host has changed a series of major plots, the plot change system is summarizing and summarizing. Please wait a moment, host. Please wait a moment, host. As the system prompts, on the translucent screen that only Sarutobi Hiruzen can see, pictures began to flicker one by one. For example, Kikyo Mountain wins, Third Kage is blasted to death, Fourth Kage Yukura takes the position. Third Hokage punches 4 tails and kicks 5 tails on the battlefield of Grass Country, suppressing tens of thousands of ninjas by himself. Victory over 20,000 ninjas from the coalition forces of the 3 major ninja villages, killed Third Raikage, Third Tsuchikage, Third Mizukage. The Kingdom of Rain killed the demigods Hanzo of the Salamander, Shimura Danzo, etc. One by one, the system is summed up in an orderly manner. Ding. Ding. The summary and induction are over, the changes to the plot of Host have reached the S+ level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S+ level random open black lens bracket reward lucky bag gift package close black lens bracket. Ding. Ding. S+ level, reward lucky bag gift package, is generated, is the host open. Chapter 119 Horrible Rewards, ding. Ding. S+ level, reward lucky bag gift package, is generated, is the host open. Along with the system prompt, it was still a familiar scene. I saw a golden gift bag flashing on the screen, and a virtual finger was constantly flashing, beckoning Sarutobi Hiruzen frantically to click to open the gift bag. F*K, okay. This time it's actually a big gift bag from S+. It seems that it is worthwhile to completely change most of the plots of the 3 wars. The rewards I got this time are even better than the first time I got the 9th level reward spree. Listening to the system prompt, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and then showed an excited expression. Cool, it's so cool, you know, when the system was activated, summarizing some of his plot-changing behaviors in the past 40 years, he only got an S-level gift package. Well now, after the end of the 3 battles, he directly obtained a big gift package of S+. No need to think about it, he will know that this time he won the reward, which will definitely make his strength achieve another earth-shattering transformation. System. Open the S+ level, reward lucky bag gift package for me. After a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, reached out and clicked on the lucky bag gift bag with great anticipation. Boom! There was a crisp bursting sound of the lucky bag. I saw a dazzling purple light burst out from the S+ level, reward lucky bag gift package, and a series of flashing things of different colors floated in front of Sarutobi Nishin at an extremely fast speed. Congratulations to host for obtaining perfect level lightning style ninjutsu experience package, lightning style Chidori, Thunderbeast chasing Fang, Chidori sharp gun, lightning style Thunderball, lightning style chakra mode, lightning style false darkness, etc. Congratulations to host for getting perfect level Yin Dun cultivation experience package. Congratulations to host for getting perfect level Yang Dun cultivation experience package. Advertisement. Congratulations to host for getting perfect level Yin Yang Dun cultivation experience package. Congratulations to host for getting perfect level Flying Thunder God technique training experience package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the awakened state of the perfection level zone human fruit phantom beast great Buddha form. Congratulations to host for obtained a perfect Tensagen, absorbing Tensagen pupil power can become stronger. I rely Yin Dun, Yang Dun, and Yin Yang Dun, plus the perfect level Flying Thunder God technique and the awakened state of the perfect level Great Buddha. Is this the rhythm of a super transformation based on the current stage? This. Just combine a few experience packs, I'm afraid you can reach the 6 paths level. The plot has not even started yet, but I'm already a 6 paths level powerhouse. Don't say I've survived until the passionate Fu Renchuan. I'm afraid that even those guys from the Otsutsuki clan can blow up one by one, right? Okay. Taking a rough glance at the reward panel that only he can see, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheeks were filled with uncontrollable excitement. This time, the random rewards of the S+ level, reward lucky bag gift pack, are absolutely perfect, and they are just right for him now. Needless to say, lightning style, he already has fire style, water style, wind style, earth style. Now that lightning style is here, Yin Dun is here, and Yang Dun is also here. When the experience packs of lightning style, Yin Dun, and Yang Dun are fused together, it will be a breeze to fuse the chakra of the 7 attributes. In other words, he will break through to the 6 paths level. It is almost a 100% thing. Not to mention there is also the perfect level of Yin Yang Dun, which is a secret technique belonging to the sage of 6 paths, which can create everything from nothing and give life. Plus a perfect level of Flying Thunder God technique. It can be said to be an icing on the cake, completely making up for a shortcoming of Sarutobi Hiruzen today. Yes, just to make up for a shortcoming, for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed has been very fast, almost comparable to teleportation, but compared with the movement of Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, it is still a little less coquettish, especially the long-distance movement, especially there's a big difference. Once the Flying Thunder God technique of the perfect level is now fused, it means that Sarutobi Hiruzen can also move for a long distance. As for the perfect level Tensagen and the awakened form of the perfect level zone human fruit phantom beast great Buddha form, you can know without thinking about it. After the fusion, it will definitely be terrifying, and the strength will skyrocket again. Ask for flowers. In other words, if he breaks through to the 6 paths level with his current background, displays the awakened Buddha form, and cooperates with the perfect level Tensagen, he will definitely not lose to Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Yishi, Otsutsuki Peach type, Insutsuki type, etc. 6 paths level guys. Not inferior to Uzumaki Fu, who has a Otsutsuki living in his body. Alright, advertisement. If it is said that Hokage Ninja's later stage competition is the blood of the Otsutsuki family. So, to Fu Renchuan, there is not a single Otsutsuki in the body. You are ashamed to say that you are a protagonist and a fake. Now, once Sarutobi Hiruzen integrates these rewards, there is basically no need to lie to anyone, and you can do whatever you want. 0. Sage of 6 paths, even if you make another shot, you won't be able to stop me. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, a gleam of coldness flashed in his eyes, and muttered to himself. The original power of 8 tails, if I guess right, should be you right? At first, at the time of the decisive battle between Konoha Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi in World War II, Sarutobi Hiruzen fought against Third Hokage and 8 tails Jinchuriki 1 against 2. Although they narrowly defeated Third Hokage and 8 tails Jinchuriki, they suffered heavy losses. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that he would be fine after a period of cultivation, but as time went by, he realized that something was wrong. The ray of original power that 8 tails Jinchuriki penetrated into his body would be eliminated no matter what. No. This is totally against common sense, so there is only one truth. That is the legendary ninja sage of 6 paths who has died secretly. At last, if it wasn't for the awakening of the system and the reward of fairy beans, I'm afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen would have died slowly while alive. As for the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably had some guesses. It was nothing more than some of his actions, which had already surpassed the control of Sage of Six Paths, and he made a secret move. Chapter 120 The Six Paths Brothers Plan, Luxurious Data Panel. At that time, after reaching the invincible under the super shadow. In order to make a breakthrough, I not only secretly studied some forbidden technique, including impure world reincarnation, ghoul sealing, etc., I also secretly searched for some collective truth about the Otsutsuki clan. After all, just knowing the plot is not enough, still need to find some specific information. Among them, he found the passage from the earth to the moon, that is, the ruins of the Otsutsuki family on the moon on the earth. Probably not the Sage of Six Paths, but the Black Hands of Otsutsuki Hamura. Are you afraid that I will discover the secrets of the moon? Or are you afraid that I will know that there are Otsutsuki people living on the moon? Sudden, as if thinking of something, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and immediately fell into a state of thinking. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo must not know about 930 as a time traveler. The only possibility is that they learned that he was investigating something after the incident about the Otsutsuki clan. I couldn't sit still. Especially Otsutsuki Hamura certainly didn't seem to want him to find out that the Otsutsuki clan lived on the moon. So, in this situation, unknowingly, the next Black Hand made him fall into the trick unknowingly and began to gradually go downhill until he died, which seemed to make sense. As for Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo dead? Don't be kidding, after reaching the Six Paths level, you are basically in the realm of immortality. Living for hundreds of thousands of years is just like playing. The only possibility is that after sealing their mother Otsutsuki Kage, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo hid in suspended animation in order to avoid the pursuit of the Otsutsuki family, leaving only their own chakras floating around the earth and the moon. Silently maintaining and monitoring the earth and the moon. Certainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen has another bold guess. That is, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo should play a big game. On the chessboard, Ashura, Indra, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Otsutsuki Toneri, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Otsutsuki Kage and others are all chess pieces. Advertisement yes, even Black Zetsu is a pawn. Over the years, Black Zetsu has been doing things secretly instigating Ashura and Indra, bewitching Uchiha Madara. As the founder of the ninja sect, Otsutsuki Hagoromo could not have known it. The only explanation is that these are all under their control. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen investigated the ruins of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon on the earth, and then let Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo there is a sense of loss of control. However, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo probably never dreamed that. Travelers generally have cheats. Cheat woke up a little late, he didn't wake up until he was close to 50 years old. But, awakening early is not as good as awakening cleverly. Awakening when he has already started to decline is undoubtedly still possible, and it directly allows Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength to achieve an earth-shaking transformation. The only thing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand was, why didn't Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo take action after he discovered the great transformation? Especially after he led Konoha Village to a crushing victory in 3 games, there was still no movement from Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. This is completely unreasonable, HMPH. No matter what conspiracy you have, as long as I break through to the Six Paths level, your chakra spread all over the ninja world should be able to sense it. I do not know how long it has been, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but snorted coldly and was too lazy to think about it anymore. Anyway, in one sentence, regardless of whether Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo took action, his breakthrough to the Six Paths level was already unstoppable. Not relevant. Everyone is happy if the water in the well does not interfere with the water in the river. Related, then I'm sorry, even Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he would defeat them all at once with the power of thunder. System, I want to take a look at my property panel. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not choose to fuse, but with a thought, he silently ordered. Since the system awakened, advertisement after looking at his attribute panel, he almost didn't check it. He only knew that he was getting stronger. Now is the time to take a good look, after all. I will soon break through to the Six Paths level. The attribute panel will definitely undergo an earth-shaking transformation compared to what it is now. Ding. The host's property panel is being generated. Ding. The property panel is generated. Host, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Age, 52 years old. Height, 199 centimeters. Original, 163.1 centimeters. Chakra attributes. Wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability. 1. Fire style, perfect mastery. Water style, perfect mastery. Wind style, perfect mastery. Earth style, perfect mastery. Lightning style, perfect mastery. Yin escape, yang escape. Yin-yang escape is about to be mastered to perfection. 2. Compound ninjutsu, perfect level mastery. Earth dragon flame style, lightning water dragon bomb, Rui stick blast, 5 release Dalian bomb technique, etc. Open black lens bracket 3 close black lens bracket seal type, perfect level mastery. Zombie seal, 5 elements unseal, 3 party seal, 4 red yang formation, etc. Open black lens bracket 4 close black lens bracket time and space type, perfect mastery. Summoning ape king ape demon, Vajra prison wall, hand of ape demon, etc. Open black lens bracket 5 close black lens bracket auxiliary type, Perfect Mastery, Body Flicker Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Telescope Technique, Wa Shuriken, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Charm Detonation, Shuriken Giant Body Technique, etc. Open black lens bracket 6 close black lens bracket illusion, skilled, open black lens bracket 7 close black lens bracket armament hockey, super, observation hockey, super, conquerors hockey, super. Note: the levels of conquerors hockey are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced. 8. Marine Marshal Sengoku's template, unlock 100% fusion. Note: the perfect level of zone, Ren fruit, fantasy beast species, and the awakening state of the Buddha form will be fused soon. Open black lens bracket 9 close black lens bracket the perfect level Tensagen is about to be merged, absorbing Tensagen's pupil power becomes stronger by 2.0, and the perfect level flying thunder god technique training experience pack. Open black lens bracket 10 close black lens bracket Taijutsu, 8 inner gates, Grand Master, Marine 6 styles, Perfect Master. 11. Ken. After briefly glancing at his luxurious attribute panel, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a surprised expression. He did not expect that he had grown a little taller, and some of the newly rewarded abilities had not yet started to be integrated, and there were prompts on the attribute panel. Okay, we can find a place to start fusion and breakthrough. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the expectation and excitement in his heart, and his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the office in a flash. Chapter 121 Hamura and Hagoromo's Plan. First update, please subscribe. At the same moment, in a different space in the ninja world, I saw a person with 2 horns on his head, coffee-colored hair, wearing a white coat, 6 black jade-shaped patterns on his chest, a red swirl-shaped logo on his back, and a 6 paths tin staff in his hand, sitting in the air. Yes, this person is the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kage, the elder brother of Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who inherited the mother Otsutsuki Kage, Rinnegan, and also the ancestor of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the founder of the Ninzong, Sage of 6 Paths. Sudden, just at this time, along with a burst of space fluctuations, a person with 80% similarity with Otsutsuki Hagoromo appeared in this different space. Look around, the visitor's eyes are not Rinnegan's ripples, but white eyes with white pupils. Obviously, this is the second son of O2 Otsutsuki Kage, the younger brother of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who inherited the blood succession boundary of his mother Otsutsuki Kage White Eyes, and is the ancestor of the Otsutsuki family and descendant group Hyuga family on the moon Otsutsuki Hamura. The existence of the Third Hokage has affected the balance of the ninja world. Don't we really suppress it secretly? Otsutsuki Hamura glanced at his elder brother, Sage of 6 Paths, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and said, there must be a big secret in this Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. His strength has undergone an earth-shaking transformation in a short period of time, and he is still in control. The Third Ninja World War is coming, we must find out, otherwise, once Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen breaks through to the 6 Paths level, the consequences will be serious. When it comes to this, Otsutsuki Hamura couldn't help but added, saying, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has discovered the passage from the earth to the moon, that is, the ruins of the Otsutsuki family on the moon on the earth. If he reaches the moon, a lot of things will happen. It leaked. Haha. 6 Paths are all ants. Without my permission, do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen will break through to the Keto level? After hearing this sentence, Otsutsuki Hagoromo opened his own Rinnegan, and said dismissively, Sarutobi Hiruzen has achieved a sudden transformation, and it really caught me off guard, but, that's all. Advertisement all right. For Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He has always been confident that everything in the ninja world is under his control, including the so-called Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the stupid third brother Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. The only thing that surprised him was that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually eliminated the original power of 8 tails in his body, and his ability and strength had undergone an earth-shaking change, from being invincible under the Super Shadow to being under the 6 Paths invincible. To some extent, his strength has surpassed Madara and Hashirama during the Sengoku period. The reason why he didn't take action again, I just want to see how far Third Hokage can grow. Now it seems, become the new ninja god, it should be the limit that Sarutobi Hiruzen can reach at that level. But, Otsutsuki Hamura frowned, and then said slowly, with the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming the god of ninja, the situation in the ninja world will change again. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not die for a day. Sanagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, Iwagakure will not. The plans of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara will also be greatly affected when they come forward. As soon as this sentence came out, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also fell into silence involuntarily. At the beginning, Otsutsuki Hamura secretly attacked Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Third Hokage, 8 Tails Jinchuriki fought, and injected a ray of original power of 8 Tails mixed with the power of 6 Paths into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. I acquiesced, but I didn't expect that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen actually fought back. Now listen to the meaning of Otsutsuki Hamura. He couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to secretly attack the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It doesn't really make much sense to agree or disagree. As Otsutsuki Hamura said, the ninja world doesn't need someone as awesome as Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to exist permanently. His existence has disturbed ninja in a sense. The development of normal order in the world has disrupted the normal development trajectory of the ninja world. More importantly, as a chess player, he also didn't like a chess piece that was out of control. Brother, we already know the ultimate that Sarutobi Hiruzen can reach, and it's time to deal with it. Looking at the silent sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hamura added without any hesitation. I know you don't want to interfere with the operation of the ninja world, but the existence of Sarutobi Hiruzen has already affected the plan will affect the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. Advertisement, number 7. After hearing this sentence, Otsutsuki Hagoromo thought for a moment and then said slowly, there must be a secret in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let's try to find out his secret this time. Alright, in fact, even now, Otsutsuki Hagoromo still hasn't figured it out. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly undergo a major transformation, become able to transform into a golden giant Buddha, and develop 210 some other cultivation systems? It's time to find out the hidden secrets of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I understand, brother. Otsutsuki Himura's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'm actually very interested in Sarutobi Hiruzen's transformation. Otsutsuki Hagoromo nodded, and said in a deep voice, try to make a quick decision when you do it, and don't expose your existence. Under the 6 paths are all ants. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very strong, but facing me at the 6 paths level, I can only be crushed. Otsutsuki Hamura patted his chest and said confidently, brother, just wait for my good news. But the voice did not fall, accompanied by a strange chakra wave from the earth to the different space. The expressions of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo suddenly changed. After the two looked at each other could see the horror and disbelief in their eyes. How can it be? Someone breaking the 6 paths level. Chapter 122 Fusion of 7 Attributes, Truth-Seeking Ball, kneeling to subscribe. How can it be? Someone breaking the 6 paths level. Both Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are a little confused. It stands to reason that without their consent, it is impossible for the ninja world to produce a 6 paths level powerhouse. Even if Uchiha Madara evolved Eternal Mangekio Sharingan to Rinnegan, it was actually the result of Otsutsuki Hagoromo turning a blind eye. It's good now, some people in the ninja world are breaking through to the 6 paths level, and there are simply some people who can't believe it. Otsutsuki Hagoromo felt like his face was going to be swollen. He vowed to say that all under 6 paths are ants. Without his permission, no one can break through to 6 paths. Result, it took only 3 seconds to speak harshly before he was slapped in the face. It's not Sarutobi Hiruzen, is it? Otsutsuki Hamura seemed to have thought of something, and said surprisingly. Except for Sarutobi Hiruzen who is at the peak of Super Shadow, I can't think of another person who can break through to the 6 paths level. Absolutely impossible. Everything in the ninja world is under my control. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength reaches the peak of Chawing, there is absolutely no chance to break through to it without the Sealing Technique Yang Power and Sealing Technique Yin Power, bestowed by me, 6 paths level. In the next second, Otsutsuki Hagoromo could no longer remain calm, stood up abruptly, clenched the 6 paths tin stick in his hand, and lightly pointed towards the void, and a ninja scene appeared on the void, and then as the distance gets closer and closer. Finally, under the gaze of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, I saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was performing chakra fusion of the 7 attributes in a rare deep mountain forest in the land of rain, among which the chakra of the 5 attributes of fire, water, thunder, earth, and wind are surrounding the V*** and the sun chakra. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How dare Sarutobi Hiruzen perform 7 attribute chakra fusion? Isn't he afraid of death? Is this Sarutobi Hiruzen just looking for death? Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that the fusion of the 7 attributes of chakra is that simple. It's really a fearless one who doesn't know. 11 Advertisement. Looking at the scene in front of me, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expressions changed suddenly, and they roared in anger. Neither of them thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so bold, rashly carrying out the chakra fusion of 7 attributes. It was completely desperate. Boom. Seems to confirm the statement of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The 7 attribute chakra had just merged, and a terrifying energy shockwave erupted, and the powerful force directly sent Sarutobi Hiruzen flying. If you want to die, we don't need to take action. Without the guidance of the power of 6 paths, without the power of yin-yang escape, how can Sarutobi Hiruzen break through to the 6 paths level? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was blown away by the shockwave of the 7 attribute fusion explosion, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo couldn't help showing a playful smile, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief deep in their hearts. They were really afraid if Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded in breaking through to the 6 paths level with his own efforts. Now it seems that they are overthinking. Without the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, it is almost impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to achieve a big class leap. XR. 3 times, 10 times, with more fusion explosions. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo became more and more comfortable, especially after seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had started to get hurt. They shook their heads disapprovingly. This Sarutobi Hiruzen, really overreaching ultimate. Delusions break through to the 6 paths level by fusing the chakra of the 7 attributes. It's all right now, I don't need them to take action, I will be killed by myself. The power of the 7 attribute chakra fusion explosion is terrifying. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen's physical fitness has reached an ultimate, there will be times when he can't bear it. Boom. Another explosion sounded. On the screen, Sarutobi Hiruzen's right arm was directly blown off, and the blood flowed profusely, which was very miserable. Destroyed. There is no need for us to do it secretly. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo grinned, and their expressions relaxed immediately. They really did whatever they wanted. In order to break through to the 6 paths level, Sarutobi Hiruzen courted death by himself. This. Can't blame them at all. Body. Advertisement only. After a few seconds, the smiles on the faces of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo froze, and the pupils of the eyes flickered with surprise. Because, after Sarutobi Hiruzen's right arm was broken by the bomb, it recovered miraculously, as if it was not injured, which is very strange. Brother, this seems to be yin-yang escape? The next moment, Otsutsuki Hamura suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said in an unbelievable tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen be so proficient in yin-yang done? It is completely impossible? I don't know either. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's Rinnegan finally showed a horrified expression. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen's show also shocked him. Yin-yang done is a technique that creates everything from nothing and gives life. It is one of the secret techniques that he is proud of. Now it is good. This fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know when he learned it. It is completely wrong. Possible thing? At the same time, after using yin-yang done to recover his arm, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have sensed the peeps of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and directly stretched out, Qian Wanghao, his intact arm, and gestured a few times with his thumbs down in midair. The meaning expressed is very simple, you guys too lil trash, is it cool to observe secretly? Immediately afterwards, after many failures, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have found the perfect ratio for the fusion of the 7 attributes of chakra, and started to fuse again. As the chakra of the 7 attributes gradually began to rotate and merge, and gradually formed a black Uzumaki. After more than 10 seconds, black Uzumaki began to shrink sharply. Finally, a pitch black sphere appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No doubt, this is the truth-seeking ball. Rain. Chapter 123 6 Paths Mode. 6 Paths brothers who are not calm, begging to subscribe. The moment the truth-seeking ball appeared. The 7 attribute Sage Body Chitara in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body has achieved an earth-shaking transformation, starting from the power of Chitara to gradually transforming into the power of 6 paths. Yes, is to start the next transformation, well known. Under normal circumstances, users of the truth-seeking ball can be divided into 3 categories. The first type is made by using the chakra of its own 7 attributes. The second type is made by using Tenseigen and Rinnegan. The third type is obtained by fully learning the 6 paths magic. In addition to the first category, the second and third types both rely on external forces to make themselves enter the 6 paths mode. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose the first category, which is to use his own 7 attributes chakra to create a truth-seeking ball to make the final breakthrough, which can be regarded as a dangerous move. In short, he admitted that he was gambling, but, after constant experiments and attempts, he succeeded in gambling in one go. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, as time goes by. 3 minutes later, all the chakra in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body completed a super evolution, completely transforming into the 6 paths calendar. Boom! There is no sign of 203, accompanied by a wave of aura that shocked the world and space. The Hokage God robe on Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into the 6 paths God robe. 9 black spheres began to appear behind him, and a 6 paths tin staff specifically used to show off appeared in his hand. There is no doubt that this is the legendary 6 paths mode. Sure enough, relying on your own strength to break through to the 6 paths level is the best choice. Aware of the state of your body, advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. It was pretty much what he expected. His 6 paths mode relied entirely on his own strength, so it was completely different from 6 paths Naruto, 6 paths Madara, 6 paths Obito and others. In addition, his own physical fitness is extremely pervert. With the blessing of the awakened zone fruit, phantom beast species, and giant Buddha form ability, he has almost immortality the moment he breaks through to the 6 paths level. The immortal 6 paths body is something that 6 paths Naruto, 6 paths Madara, and 6 paths Obito do not possess. This is a successful breakthrough. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, touched his chin and murmured, I just don't know how strong I am in the 6 paths, Aji, level. Compared with Otsutsuki Kage, Otsutsuki Shiba, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, stronger and weaker? Alright, just broke through to the 6 paths level. Sarutobi Hiruzen is confident that he can be comparable to, or perhaps even stronger than, veteran 6 paths level experts such as Otsutsuki Kage and Otsutsuki Shiba. As for characters such as Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Jinshiki, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Sarutobi Hiruzen is confident that he can defeat them. As for how strong he is, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not sure yet. He may have to find someone to fight with to find out. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo should have witnessed the whole process of my breakthrough to the 6 paths level, but I don't know if they will show up. After a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, a hint of sarcasm flashed on his cheeks. He just gave Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo a thumbs-down gesture, full of mockery, and the clay figurines are also very angry, not to mention the legendary Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen is looking forward to the appearance of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo in anger. As long as you dare to show up, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to F*** K Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hamura in one go. Damn it, did I give you face back? At first, the original power of 8 tails mixed with the power of 6 paths, but it made Sarutobi Hiruzen suffer a lot. If the system hadn't awakened, even as a time traveler, in the face of absolute strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have been able to escape the same fate as in the original work. So, now that he has strength now, he doesn't bother to keep a low profile anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have reached the 6 paths level before the plot even begins. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, what do you think? Before, advertisement Ninja World is your two brothers' private land. In the Ninja World, do whatever you want. Now, I'm sorry, the Ninja World is my private territory, the Third Hokage. The plot of the 3 wars has been greatly changed, and the subsequent plots will definitely undergo a series of transformations. The legend of the hot-blooded Fu Ren may simply disappear. Come to think of it, there is still something to look forward to, right? Sudden, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of something, and there was some vague longing in his heart. By changing the plot, you can gradually become stronger. He has now completely changed the plot of the 3 battles. He has even broken through to the 6 paths level. Without thinking about it, he knows that there will be continuous rewards later, and he will continue to do so one by one. Get stronger and stronger. At the same time, no way. Absolutely impossible. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen, how did he know how to escape from yin and yang? He also broke through to the 6 paths level by fusing the 7 attributes of chakra? No. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. It's too much to bully. Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Dog Day is really unscrupulous to ultimate. Did he really think that breaking through to the 6 paths level would make him invincible? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen's calmness and calmness. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo in that different space can no longer maintain their calmness and composure. The two of them never expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen had successfully fused the 7 attributes of chakra and learned yin-yang escape, especially when they thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's triumphant expression of thumbs down from the air. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo's my heart feels as uncomfortable as eating shit. They felt that their faces had been swollen. What Sarutobi Hiruzen did was completely beyond their expectations. For the first time in history, both Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo felt a sense of being out of control. Brother, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be killed. Soon, after Otsutsuki Hamura reacted, he clenched his fists and couldn't help but said in a cold voice. We can't bear it any longer. We must make Sarutobi Hiruzen pay a bloody price and let him know that he has offended us, as a result of. Chapter 124. Sage of 6 Paths appears. Please subscribe. Anger. Otsutsuki Hamura is extremely angry. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior of breaking through to the 6 paths level, Otsutsuki Hamura is still in a state of confusion and speechlessness. He can't figure out why Sarutobi Hiruzen can escape from yin and yang and directly break through to the 6 paths through the fusion of chakra with 7 attributes. Level. Now, seeing such a rampant and arrogant Sarutobi Hiruzen, he really didn't want to keep a low profile anymore, and wanted to use thunder to completely suppress the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because all fools know that as Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes stronger and stronger, his actions will definitely become more pervert and unscrupulous, and he will not take them seriously at all. More importantly, from then on, judging from Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior just now, he should know that they are still alive and are secretly observing the entire ninja world. Scary to think about this. There's something about this that makes Otsutsuki Hamura's scalp tingle. Can't do it myself. Well, after hearing the words of Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo took a deep breath, suppressed the emotional fluctuations deep in his heart, and sighed. I am too conceited, thinking that everything in the ninja world is under my control, but I did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was born. Being different has led to the current consequences. When talking about this, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's tone was obviously angry and aggrieved, and he added, This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen taught me a good lesson, even my face was swollen. He thought of many possibilities, I just didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to grow up so fast. He was originally very confident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had reached the top of the Super Shadow Peak and would not be able to break through to the 6 paths level, but the fact hit him hard in the face. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already become a blockbuster without even making a fuss. Breaking through to the 6 paths level, he immediately lost control and even mocked them in turn. This made the Sage of 6 Paths, who had ruled the earth for so many years, unable to remain calm as they should be. And calm down. Brother, we can no longer allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to become stronger. Should we take action? Otsutsuki Hamura didn't care so much anymore and said in an angry tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen has broken through to the 6 paths level and has completely lost control. Now is the best time to take action. Go and see his strength. Otsutsuki Hagoromo pondered for a moment, then said with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. No matter what secrets Sarutobi Hiruzen has, I have to tell him that this ninja world is not as simple as he imagined. Good. Otsutsuki Hamura clenched his fists and said excitedly. Let's do it together. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen breaks through to the 6 paths level, it will be useless and can only be sealed and suppressed. Let's go. Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't say much, and said in a calm tone. It's time for people to know our horror after not showing up for so many years. Advertisement before the words fell, along with 2 slight spatial fluctuations. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo disappeared into the different space. At the same moment, Ninja World, is this the 6 paths level? Feeling his physical condition, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a very satisfied expression. As expected, after breaking through to the 6 paths level, his strength and ability almost achieved a huge transformation. What's even more frightening is that he can no longer imagine how powerful it would be to use the Awakened Zone, Human Fruit, and Phantom Beast Buddha form in the 6 paths mode. The plot hasn't even started yet, and I've already reached the 6 paths level. Thinking about it, there's still something to look forward to. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen held the 6 paths tin staff in his hand, showed a meaningful smile, and murmured to himself, "After returning to Konoha Village this time, I will cut off Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto directly." Joke, in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice. He was not strong enough and had no time to practice, so he had no time to talk about bullshit love stories. Now I have strength, of course you can do whatever you want, right? Moreover, both Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto have feelings for him. He can't let others down, right? Wait a minute. Can you finally bear it and show up? Sudden, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still deep in thought, seemed to sense something. His expression became serious, and his body disappeared in a flash. "Please give me flowers, soon," advertisement. Thousands of meters in the sky, without any warning, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Otsutsuki Hamura, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo all appeared here, confronting each other in the air, and no one spoke, making the atmosphere at the scene more solemn and depressing. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. As time goes by, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Otsutsuki Hamura, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo just looked at each other, with a feeling of being competitive with each other. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have any feeling, even some want to laugh. Point 0 When other people see Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, they may not be able to remain calm, especially when facing the legendary sage of 6 paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo who has long since died. Unfortunately, he Sarutobi Hiruzen, I have been mentally prepared for a long time. Not to mention, back then, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were behind his back, trying to trick him unknowingly. But his memory is particularly deep, right? It's better not to show up, now that it has appeared. Let's settle the old and new grudges together, fearing a hammer. As for repaying the thighs of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, just like Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the original work, forget it, right? If the system does not wake up, he could still think about it reluctantly. Now, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo really don't deserve it. The other side, compared to the extremely calm Sarutobi Hiruzen, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo look very calm on the surface, but deep down they can no longer remain calm. Something's wrong, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen knew they were still alive. But, shouldn't we be surprised when we suddenly see their true bodies? Why are there no reactions at all? For a time, it made both Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo uneasy. Chapter 125. A fig leaf, please subscribe. For a time, it made both Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo uneasy. Damn it, are they here to cause trouble for Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be waiting for them on purpose, which made Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who were already sure of victory, have the illusion that they were the prey. Ever since, in this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Otsutsuki Hamura, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo fell into a strange atmosphere. It seemed that no one spoke, but in fact an invisible momentum confrontation had begun. 2 old coins, I want to see what medicine you are selling in your gourd. At this moment, the most calm and relaxed one is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The appearance of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki 473 Hagoromo was basically within his expectation. He has unabashedly broken through to the 6 paths level. If Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo continue to hide behind the scenes and have to endure it no longer, then it will really become a shame. So, after his breakthrough, showing off your cards right away is the best option. As for talking, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo don't talk. He couldn't speak, so they were just confronting each other. If the emperor wasn't in a hurry, the eunuchs would be. Who was afraid of whom? As expected, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of speaking, Otsutsuki Hamura, who had some uncontrollable feelings, finally couldn't help but burst out. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what do you want to do? Advertisement. Accompanied by an angry voice, I saw Otsutsuki Hamura take a deep breath, and roared with a cold face. Your unreasonable behavior has disrupted the normal development law of the ninja world. Now that you have broken through to the 6 paths level, will you let us go? In your eyes? What do I do? After hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled disdainfully and said quietly, Otsutsuki Hamura, don't talk about yourselves so high and noble. Do you think I don't know that you tricked me behind my back? The power of 6 paths contained in the original power of 8 tails should be yours, right? When talking about this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a sarcastic expression without concealing it, and said, Why, now that you see me breaking through to the 6 paths level, can you finally help yourself and take the initiative? Haha, your existence has disrupted the normal order of the ninja world, and death is the best destination. Otsutsuki Hamura's expression turned slightly cold, and he said without hesitation, The existence of our 2 brothers is to allow the ninja world to develop on a normal track, so I am very kind to you secretly. I just didn't expect that you were here. After achieving a transformation, it was out of control and directly beyond our control. Regret. It's better not to say. As soon as I mentioned Otsutsuki Hamura, I felt a little regretful. If they had known today, why would they bother with it? After this Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved a transformation, They thought that everything was under control, but they did not expect that the reality would slap them hard in the face. It's good now. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to stand up and be the master, but even they were ignored. Thinking about it, Otsutsuki Hamura still felt a little unwilling and resentful in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Otsutsuki Hamura, do you really think you are the savior? You stabbed and sealed your mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, in the back to become the ruler of the earth and the moon. Now, don't you find it funny to say that the existence of you two brothers is to allow the ninja world to develop on a normal track? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen people putting gold on their faces like you, so you're not ashamed? You are so hypocritical and shameless, do you still have any shame? Seeing Otsutsuki Hamura's shameless look, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to laugh to the ultimate. He didn't expect that even now, Otsutsuki Hamura still looked aloof, arrogant. He also liked to stand on the moral high ground. Isn't it funny that what you do gives you justice? What does it mean that his existence has affected the normal development pattern of the ninja world? They are obviously afraid that his emergence will affect their rule of the earth and the moon, so they have to say that they are so selfless, which is really disgusting. Advertisement, that's right, it's just disgusting. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what did you say? Damn, how do you know about Otsutsuki Kagaya? Are you also our stupid mother's trump card in the ninja world? When the mask of hypocrisy is ruthlessly torn apart. Otsutsuki Hamura, who could not keep calm at first, suddenly became more and more angry. Buzz. Accompanied by a terrifying aura fluctuation. The terrifying aura and coercion erupted by Otsutsuki Hamura made the whole space tremble a few times, and it felt like he was going to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen if he disagreed. Next to him, Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had been silent all this time, could not help but frown. Something's wrong. How did this third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen know that he and Otsutsuki Hamura sealed the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya? Damn it. It feels like there are more secrets in Sarutobi Hiruzen than you think? Ha 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 ha. Facing the explosive pressure of Otsutsuki Hamura, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no feeling at all. He couldn't help laughing and said, I not only know that you stabbed your mother in the back, but also that you used Six Paths planetary devastation sealed his mother in the moon. The 3.7 Geto statue is the body of 10 tails, and 1 tail to 9 tails were created by Otsutsuki Hagoromo dividing 10 tails. Correct. You haven't dared to show your face these years. Are you afraid that the Otsutsuki clan from outer space will come to your door? So, you have been hiding behind the scenes and making various arrangements? Black Zetsu, Indra, Ashura, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and others are actually just chess pieces in your hands. Now that everything has been revealed, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no intention of hiding it. The theme was clearly clarified, and the last fig leaf of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo was torn off. Chapter 126 Compromise. Please subscribe, VR. Impossible. Impossible. How do you know so many secrets of the ninja world? Even the Otsutsuki clan from an alien planet know that you. There is definitely something wrong with you. There is definitely something wrong with you. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that they were still alive, it only made Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo feel shocked and unbelievable. Then when they heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had always pretended to be calm, could no longer remain calm and confident. Damn it, even the Otsutsuki clan from an alien planet know that. If Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have a big secret, even they wouldn't believe it. What left Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo speechless was that they didn't sense the blood aura from the Otsutsuki clan in Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. As the sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura know many secrets about the Otsutsuki clan, such as, members of the Otsutsuki clan use wedges to reincarnate and resurrect, and are existences beyond death. They have always been planted on alien planets. The main purpose of the sacred tree is to devour all life and harvest chakra fruits. Therefore, they cannot kill their mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, so they can only use Six Paths planetary devastation to seal her away. As for the reason why they have not shown up in recent years, Sarutobi Hiruzen also guessed correctly, but he was afraid that the head of the Otsutsuki clan would find the location of the earth. The purpose of dividing the chakra of 10 tails into the 9-tailed beasts is to prevent the Otsutsuki clan from sensing the huge chakra aura of 10 tails. Anyway, in one sentence, on the one hand, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo want to maintain their rule over the earth. On the other hand, they are afraid that the Otsutsuki clan from the alien planet will come to their door to confiscate the chakra fruit. It's really damn. A few seconds later, Otsutsuki Hagoromo clenched the Six Paths tin stick in his hand with a gloomy expression. In addition to anger and frustration, there were waves of fear in his heart. He really didn't expect that, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom I have always underestimated. It was so terrifying and frightening that it could be said that it was a blockbuster without even making a sound, and it caught him by surprise. More importantly, his plan was originally flawless. For the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Hagoromo is a bit scary and creepy. So, advertisement the layout has been carried out over the years. Originally, as long as the real Lord of Destiny appears, everything can be solved easily. He, Sage of Six Paths, just needs to appear at the last moment like a god, and he can basically stabilize the overall situation and control everything. Now it's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen is an anomaly, he knows so many secrets, and he has a complete fight with them. So that, in a trance, Otsutsuki Hagoromo had an unreal feeling. What's going on? Who is Sarutobi Hiruzen, however? Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo will never know. Sarutobi Hiruzen just awakened the memory of his past life and possessed a cheat. Reality before Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved his first transformation. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not take action to nip the danger in the bud. As the plot continues to change, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength continues to grow, and the subsequent situation is basically doomed. Especially after Sarutobi Hiruzen broke through to 6 pads level. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo completely lost their last chance. Now, everyone is at the 6 pads level, who is afraid of whom? Haha, there's more you don't know? Facing the incompetent and furious Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth curved slightly, and he said calmly. A wise man will make mistakes after all his calculations. You will still make miscalculations after all. You. After hearing this sentence, Otsutsuki Hamura's anger could no longer be suppressed, and the power of 6 pads in his body began to surge crazily. Is it tolerable or intolerable? This Sarutobi Hiruzen has touched their limits again and again. Sarutobi Hiruzen must pay a bloody price to let him know that your uncle will always be your uncle, even if he breaks through to 6 pads level, they can only be crushed. Hamura, wait, but, advertisement just at this time. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was also in a state of anger, frowned, as if he thought of something, and said quietly. Brother, why don't you take action yet? Otsutsuki Hamura roared with a ferocious expression, and roared. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks he has seen through everything, and keeps hitting us in the face. I really can't bear it anymore, I must let him know the strength of our 2 brothers. Well, Hamura, isn't the time right now? Once we break out into a war, not only will the earth be devastated, but even the ninjas of the Otsutsuki clan will be able to sense the specific location of the earth. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression changed, and he sighed heavily and then said with a cold face. You don't think about our layout over the years, just 10 episodes of Dongshuo Z. Silence. After this sentence, Otsutsuki Hamura, who had been furious for a long time, froze. He was stunned in place, and his heart was entangled. Too difficult. This multiple-choice question was really too difficult. He no longer knew what to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly broke through to the 6 pads level, which really hit their weak point hard, making them afraid of wolves and tigers. No matter how angry or irrational they were, they would not dare to take action easily. Because the consequences after taking action are not something they can afford. Damn, what should we do now? Sarutobi Hiruzen is aggressive, should we just give in? After a few seconds, Otsutsuki Hamura clenched his fist hard and made a few unwilling sounds. Have nothing to say, he still doesn't want to give in and give in. I want Sarutobi Hiruzen to know why the flowers are so red. Let's negotiate. Otsutsuki Hagoromo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen already has the power to talk to us as equals. We can only compromise. Chapter 127 Lessons, please subscribe. Let's negotiate. Otsutsuki Hagoromo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen already has the power to talk to us as equals. We can only compromise. No, impossible. Why should we compromise with Sarutobi Hiruzen? I don't agree. Otsutsuki Hamura showed an expression of disbelief and looked at Otsutsuki Hagoromo as if he had seen a ghost. He never thought of it. The proud elder brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo would actually take the initiative to compromise with a weakling. Isn't this a way of disregarding one's own face and dignity? Unacceptable. Is there really something he can't accept? To know, they are the most powerful beings in the ninja world. Even their mother, Otsutsuki Kage, was sealed by them. It's good now. The eldest brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo actually had to compromise with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just broken through to the 6 pads level. This made Otsutsuki Hamura really unable to accept it, and besides being angry, he was in disbelief. However, what disappoints Otsutsuki Hamura is that, faced with his anger and displeasure, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression did not change at all. Instead, he slowly said, You should not object to what I decide. Do you understand? Brother, you used to be someone who wouldn't be threatened. Otsutsuki Hamura took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen may be very strong, and the Otsutsuki clan may sense the aura of our war on earth, but we 2 brothers join forces. We really don't have to worry so much. If gods stand in the way of gods and Buddhas, they will kill Buddhas. Are you afraid of a hammer? All right, now Otsutsuki Hamura is obviously a little angry. It smells like a broken jar, and the meaning is very simple. That is, we can even seal Otsutsuki Kage, who is as strong as our mother, so we don't have to worry about it so much. We can just explode with full firepower, and that's it. After all, afraid of wolves before and tigers behind. Advertisement, not the way their 6 pads brothers behave. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to show off and tear off their last fig leaf, then I'm sorry, they can only kill Sarutobi Hiruzen forcefully to ensure the peace and stability of the ninja world. As for the 10 tails chakra aura on Earth being sensed by the Otsutsuki clan in outer space, there is nothing you can do. After hiding for so many years, if you really can't avoid it, then fight them to the end. Anyway, after powerfully sealing his mother Otsutsuki Kage, Otsutsuki Hamura is very confident in his own strength and ability. Especially for his eldest brother, Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he is even more confident that he has reached an ultimate. Others don't know, but he knows that his eldest brother, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is stronger than his mother, Otsutsuki Kage, who was originally sealed. It was much more powerful. If the eldest brother, Sage of Six Paths and Mother Otsutsuki Kagaya were to fight again, he would not need any cooperation. Only Sage of Six Paths alone would be able to seal away the mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now, everything is over. He was slapped in the face by Sarutobi Hiruzen like crazy, but he still had to lick his face to compromise with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It really made Otsutsuki Hamura feel like eating shit and drinking it, the feeling of peeing. Well, looking at the angry and aggrieved Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo sighed and shook his head helplessly. Why wasn't his heart filled with anger? Why didn't he want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly? But, as the founder of the ninja sect, and the ancestor of countless ninjas, he had more to consider. More importantly, he didn't want the Otsutsuki clan in outer space to feel like a snipe and a clam after they sense the earth. Fight, and the fishermen will gain. So, no matter what, if you can endure it, you have to endure it. If you can't, you have to endure it. At least, he, Sage of Six Paths, came to be a fisherman. More importantly, after Sarutobi Hiruzen broke through to the Six Paths level, Otsutsuki Hagoromo vaguely sensed a dangerous aura in Sarutobi Hiruzen. This feeling was just like when he faced his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Exactly the same. Ever since, in this situation, Otsutsuki Hagoromo is even more unwilling to take risks. It's okay if he wins, but if he loses, he may not be able to accomplish anything. This is something he doesn't want to risk. Otsutsuki Hamura, there is nothing wrong with you listening to me. After a few seconds, Otsutsuki Hagoromo calmed down his expression and said seriously, for many things, you can't do whatever you want. We must consider the overall situation and weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. It is not advisable to be blindly carried away by anger and do things regardless of the consequences. Do you understand? Advertisement when talking about this. Otsutsuki Hagoromo couldn't help but tone it a little more intensely. The meaning is very simple. If you don't understand, I can explain it to you. If you really insist on having your own way, then I'm sorry. The consequences will be very serious. In other words, if you are obedient, everything is easy to say. If you are not obedient, just wait for a beating. Brother, before the words fell, Otsutsuki Hamura still wants to struggle a few more times. But I found that Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression gradually became indifferent and cold. In an instant, as if he thought of something, my whole body was shaken all of a sudden. If his memory was correct, he had seen this look when he sealed his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. In short, if he disobeys, Otsutsuki Hagoromo was afraid that he would not attack his brother. Jiao Jiao. Okay, brother, I understand, don't worry. The next moment, Otsutsuki Hamura almost didn't hesitate at all, and said hurriedly, my little brother, I will follow your lead, and I will carry out whatever you say. Seeing Otsutsuki Hamura becoming well-behaved, Otsutsuki Hagoromo nodded with great satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. At first, he was able to seal his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, without recognition, seize the 10 Tails sacred tree, and become the ruler of the earth. Now, once Otsutsuki Hamura disobeys and goes against his will, then he will be sorry. He will let Otsutsuki Hamura know that your eldest brother will always be your eldest brother and beat you to the ground. Chapter 128. Conditions, Battle, 1000-layer cake in the ninja world, please subscribe. Call. Seeing that my elder brother is satisfied, Otsutsuki Hamura finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed suddenly. At this time, if someone has clairvoyance, you will find. It turned out that unconsciously, Otsutsuki Hamura's back was already wet with cold sweat. Obviously, facing Otsutsuki Hagoromo who has entered a state of disownment. Even Otsutsuki Hamura, who is a biological brother, does not dare to show his strength. I could only lower my head and hurriedly give in, not daring to go against Sage of Six Paths' will and ideas. Snort. Looking at the respectful Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo showed an expression that meant you were wise. I would just give you a little face at ordinary times. But at the critical moment, if you still want to stand up and be the master, then I'm sorry, I won't even give you any face. Haha. Plastic Brotherhood, faced with this scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't show any surprise. It's like watching a play, just watching Tensutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo where dogs bite dogs. Anyway, for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it doesn't matter whether Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo have to compromise or face each other head-on. After breaking through to the Six Paths level, he just wanted to do whatever he wanted. It would be even better if he could defeat Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hamura at once. As for attracting the attention of the Otsutsuki clan in outer space, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention at all. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hamura didn't know anything about Otsutsuki Hamura in outer space. But, don't you understand Sarutobi Hiruzen as a time traveler? Again, the Otsutsuki clan comes from a distant alien planet. They have a lifespan of thousands of years and can use wedges to reincarnate. They are existences that transcend death. They have only one purpose, which is to devour the life of the planet. After achieving their purpose, they will leave and go to the next planet. In the original work, the people of the Otsutsuki clan who appeared one after another are nothing more than Otsutsuki Ashiki, Otsutsuki Taoshiki, Otsutsuki Jinshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Shibahu. The most powerful among them is Otsutsuki Shiba. He was born with 3 eyes, the Byakugan, the Rinnegan and an unknown eye technique. For thousands of years, Shiba continued to eat the fruits and continued to evolve, and eventually he became a being similar to a god. 043. What's even more frightening is that Juju possesses a lot of terrifying power and does not need any seals at all. He can cause a big storm by waving his arms lightly, and can cause strong thunder and lightning by making a roar. These abilities are like miracles and are called magic. It is a pity that such a person who can be called a god died for unknown reasons, leaving only his body. His powers of clairvoyance, omnipotence and reflection were transplanted to Ada and Diamond respectively by Amadu. So, now that we know some of the trump cards of the Otsutsuki clan in outer space in advance, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't have much worry and fear anymore. If you dare to come to Earth, then Laozi will crush you all at once. The Otsutsuki clan? It's just a joke. Laozi will not be afraid. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let's cooperate. Sudden, just at this time. Otsutsuki Hagoromo turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said quietly, since you already know that we are still alive and know about the Otsutsuki clan in outer space, you must also understand that our biggest enemy is the Otsutsuki clan in outer space, right? Both parties will benefit from cooperation, and both will suffer from separation. Why don't we cooperate and strive for the greatest benefits? When talking about this, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also added meaningfully, the Otsutsuki clan in outer space has collected a lot of chakra fruits over the years. Once we can get those chakra fruits, our strength will become stronger. No doubt, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who chose to endure it no longer, chose Akatsuki to be moved by emotion and reason, and wanted to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to cooperate. As for whether it is sincere or not, well, looking at this situation, it is actually obvious that I just want to temporarily stabilize Sarutobi Hiruzen. Cooperate? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Otsutsuki Hagoromo indifferently, and said with a bit of evil humor. If you want to cooperate, you have to give me the control of the moon and the earth, okay? Alright. Not giving Otsutsuki Hagoromo any face. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, he poked at the weakness of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. What he expressed was very simple, that is, cooperation is okay. Then you have to give up your right to rule the earth and the moon. As expected, after this sentence, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo fell into silence for a while. In advertisement, Otsutsuki Hamura's face became increasingly livid. Obviously, the anger in his heart was uncontrollably rising again. If it weren't for his eldest brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo, I'm afraid Otsutsuki Hamura would have exploded again. Even so, Otsutsuki Hamura was also very uncomfortable. They wanted to compromise, but Sarutobi Hiruzen repeatedly touched their limits and slapped them in the face again and again. This undoubtedly made him feel aggrieved and uncomfortable, going crazy. How many years has it been? He has never met such a person who behaves well and doesn't give them face even though they get a good deal. It's good now. After Sarutobi Hiruzen broke through to the 6 paths level, he didn't give them any face at all, and he didn't take them seriously at all. He also said that he wanted the dominion of the earth and the moon. This is really not true. The law was discussed. At first, in order to gain control of 10 tails, the earth, and the moon, they just braved the injustice of the world and stabbed their own mother in the back. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Well now, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants the controllers of the earth and the moon just by opening his mouth. This is undoubtedly a lion's mouth, and there is no sincerity in cooperation at all. It's a pity. Otsutsuki Hamura is very angry, like a volcano about to erupt, and has reached the edge of eruption, but, as Otsutsuki Hagoromo of Sage of 6 Paths, his expression after feeling angry, he quickly calmed down, and there was no trace of anger at all. What other conditions are there? The next moment. After thinking about it for a second, Otsutsuki Hagoromo said something shocking again. The meaning expressed is very simple. In addition to the right to rule the moon and the earth, what other conditions are there? Let me explain it all at once. After hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no reaction yet. Otsutsuki Hamura couldn't help but widen his eyes and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. What's the situation? What exactly is going on? Faced with such rude and even slap-in-the-face cooperation conditions, his eldest brother, Sage of 6 Paths, actually agreed to it. He couldn't understand it. He really didn't understand it. Why? What exactly is the big brother thinking in his heart? No, none of this is real. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Otsutsuki Hamura fell into a dazed state on the surface, but deep down he was shouting crazily. He really couldn't imagine that after taking over the moon and the earth, Sarutobi Hiruzen would become how crazy and rampant. What Otsutsuki Hamura cannot accept even more is that he couldn't tolerate the fact that the country he had worked so hard to take away from his mother was just given to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I was just warned by Big Brother, Sage of 6 Paths. Although Otsutsuki Hamura was screaming crazily in his heart, he did not dare to make any sound. He could only look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to hear what excessive conditions Sarutobi Hiruzen would put forward. I want to fight with you in a different space. To the surprise of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost didn't hesitate at all. After looking at Sage of 6 Paths indifferently, he said something surprising. After this sentence, quiet. What I fear the most is the sudden silence of the air. Not only Otsutsuki Hamura, but also Otsutsuki Hagoromo is a little stunned. Obviously, they also didn't expect, at such a critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen made another condition to fight them in a different space. This is so G drowsy. I'm giving you a pillow. It's such a coincidence, isn't it? They were worried just now that if they fought on Earth, too much noise would not only cause damage to the Earth, but also allow the Otsutsuki clan in outer space to sense the specific location of the Earth. It's okay now. Once you go to a different space, are you still afraid of a hammer? No matter how big the noise is, it will not affect the Earth and the Moon. Even if it is sensed by the Otsutsuki clan in outer space, they will only know the location of that alien space. Ever since, in this situation, both Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo had expressions of disbelief on their cheeks. Very scary, even now, they still haven't figured out why Sarutobi Hiruzen would add such a request. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think this is true? After a few seconds. Otsutsuki Hamura seemed to be in disbelief and said in disbelief, do you really want to fight with us in a different space? That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly and said, I just broke through to the 6 paths level and I want to see how strong I am. Advertisement certainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say a word. That is. The fist is the last word. Since Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo have appeared, we can only show some strength to convince Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. As for killing Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sarutobi Hiruzen estimated that with his strength that had just broken through to the 6 paths level, he might not be able to do it yet. Number 3. Otsutsuki Hamura looked happy and said hurriedly, we just want to fight with you. So comfortable, in an instant, Otsutsuki Hamura felt refreshed. If Sarutobi Hiruzen stays on Earth, they really have no other choice but to compromise. It's good now, taking the initiative to ask to go to a different space to fight and die is undoubtedly asking for death, so no wonder they think so. Okay. At this time, Otsutsuki Hagoromo took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded seriously, and said, I can agree to both of these conditions. After fighting with you, we will discuss cooperation. Obviously, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen who is going to fight them in another space. Otsutsuki Hagoromo still leaves room for words. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really has the ability to match theirs, then their cooperation in compromising and conceding will be a matter of course. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength fails, then I'm sorry, and his death will be in vain. Everything depends on strength. Facing the wily Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what he meant. He shrugged indifferently and said, then let's go to the body space. No problem. Buzz. Before the words fell, Otsutsuki Hagoromo waved his 6 paths tin staff and opened the space directly in front of him. Laugh. A spatial fluctuation occurs. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's body disappeared from where it was. Sarutobi Hiruzen, we will definitely not let you down. Otsutsuki Hamura showed a look of great excitement and said matter-of-factly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, we are waiting for you in a different space. I hope you won't shrink from the battle. Laugh. After saying this, Otsutsuki Hamura's body also disappeared. Do you really think you've got me? I don't know what big rewards I will get if I change the plot this time, I shouldn't be disappointed. After Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer suppress a playful smile on his cheeks, and his eyes were full of expectation and hope. Confidence. Have nothing to say, after changing the plot of the Third Ninja World War, he received rich rewards. Now, the fight with Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo has basically completely changed the plot in the original work. You will know without thinking about it that the reward this time will definitely be richer. So, Ninja World 1000-layer cake, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo seem to have seen through everything. Standing on the 5th floor, actually, Sarutobi Hiruzen as the 3rd Hokage is already standing on the 10th floor. I hope your strength will not disappoint me, brush. The next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body disappeared in place. Next, then he can know, how powerful are the 6 paths level Renren fruit, Phantom Beast species, and Big Buddha form. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, I am coming. Chapter 129 The Horrifying Great Toad Sage, please subscribe. At the same time, inside the temple deep inside Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world. At the moment when Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen left, the body was orange, had yellow eyes, had a string of beads around its neck, and a lavender cat's eye stone in the middle, with the word, oil, written on it. Toad Sage suddenly opened his eyes, a look of uncertainty flashed on Toad's cheeks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has actually broken through to 6 paths level. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo also appeared, and they seem to be going to a different space to fight. This is too unbelievable. Alright. After learning what happened in the Kingdom of Rain, the great Toad Sage, who has been criticized many times, can't help but want to make prophecies in his sleep. Because I have always been very curious about the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can develop under the eyes of the 2 brothers Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It must be said that there are still 2 brushes. The results of it. I didn't predict it, I didn't know it, I was shocked when I predicted it. Damn it, this time there was no backlash. Instead, he sensed that the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had broken through to the 6 paths level. That's right, it means breaking through to the 6 paths level. This made Great Toad Sage feel a little confused all of a sudden. What's the situation? In today's ninja world, there are actually people who have broken through to the 6 paths level without having the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. This This Sarutobi Hiruzen is simply scary, isn't it? More importantly, Great Toad Sage did not understand why when Sarutobi Hiruzen broke through, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not take action to nip this growing danger in the cradle. Alright, all along, advertisement everyone thought Sage of Six Paths was dead. Actually, as the Great Toad Sage who has survived for more than 1,000 years from the time of Kage to the present, he understands very well. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo have already reached the realm of immortality after sealing their mother Otsutsuki Kage. Except for suicide. It is impossible to die naturally. Well now. Under the noses of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded in breaking through and went to another space to fight. How confident is this? Well, this time, I should have predicted it on purpose, so I didn't suffer any backlash. It's so uncomfortable. What does this Sarutobi Hiruzen want to do? He doesn't seem to be afraid of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hamura at all? I don't have the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, but I know about the existence of the Otsutsuki clan in outer space. It's really weird. It's weird. Why is the plot getting more and more confusing? After a moment, the Great Toad Sage seemed to have thought of something. A look of helplessness appeared on the toad's face, and his huge body suddenly collapsed on the throne. It felt that ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved a transformation, he has always been living in the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Predicting the future has also failed due to backlash. Now it's hard to predict the success without being counterattacked. But I received a piece of news that was almost like a bolt from the blue. Sarutobi Hiruzen breaks through to the 6 paths level and has to fight against Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. This is really scary. Why? Why exactly? Great Toad Sage's mind was like 100,000 whys, and he fell into chaos. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body is like a layer of black mist, full of all kinds of mystery, which invisibly makes people who have lived for thousands of years feel some fear. What happened to the Great Toad Sage? Looking at Great Toad Sage's expression changing, his eyes flashing with expressions of pain and shock. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, who had been silent all this time, looked at each other, and each other could see the helplessness and bitterness in their eyes. Have nothing to say, even if the Great Toad Sage doesn't say anything. They all already know what the Great Toad Sage foresaw in his sleep, and it must be related to the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It sounds a bit speechless, since the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen achieved a great transformation. The Great Toad Sage has become a small vomiting of blood every 3 days, and a large vomiting of blood every 5 days, all of which are side effects of foreseeing the backlash in the future. Advertisement 0. Please give me flowers. This time I took another risk to predict the future, seemingly without any backlash. But Great Toad Sage's condition seemed to be more depressed than vomiting blood, as if he had been severely hit. Feeling uncomfortable. When I think of this, Fukasaku Sennin took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask curiously, did the Great Toad Sage foresee any big things again? Yes. Shima Sennin hurriedly added, why is there something wrong with you? Great Toad Sage glanced at Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, and said in an unbelievable and complicated tone. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen broke through to the 6 paths level in the Land of Rain, and even fought with Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo in a different space. Before the words fell, Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Their minds were shaken and their minds went completely blank. No way, they never thought of it, I will get such shocking news from the mouth of the Great Toad Sage. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen not only broke through to the 6 paths level, but also fought with Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo in a different space. Is this an earth-shaking pace? To say something unpleasant, if this hadn't come from the mouth of the Great Toad Sage, they wouldn't believe it. It's good now, since Great Toad Sage says this, you have to believe it even if you don't believe it. Just when they think that even Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has broken through to the 6 paths level, they still feel a little jealous deep in their hearts. After all, they have been practicing for so many years, but they have never touched the threshold of the 6 paths level. Now, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to have come from behind, with a success rate that has reached the level of Kido. Chapter 130. Holding Sage of 6 Paths, entering the Third Hokage era, grand finale. Feeling uncomfortable, Great Toad Sage's whole body suddenly felt bad. Certainly, when I think of the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who just broke through the 6 paths and is going to fight the Sage of 6 Paths. A ray of light flashed in the eyes of Great Toad Sage. It knew very well that this battle was basically the ultimate battle of the ninja world. Whoever loses and wins will determine the history of the entire ninja world. More importantly, once Sage of 6 Paths tested Sarutobi Hiruzen's true strength. I'm afraid he won't be cruel directly. Battle? Compare? This is just a rhetoric, the real battle has just begun. Wait. The next second, Great Toad Sage took a deep breath and said, the current situation is no longer something we can decide. Let's wait and see how it changes. Maybe the world of ninja will change soon. Great Toad Sage, what do you mean by this sentence, 807? After hearing this sentence, Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin looked at each other, and each could see the doubts in their eyes. Obviously they didn't understand the meaning of the words Great Toad Sage. In this regard, Great Toad Sage just smiled and didn't say much. Things have already happened, so it can only take one step at a time. There is nothing to say. It has to wait for the final results to come out before deciding how to stand. If Sage of Six Paths wins, then it made the right bet. If Sage of Six Paths loses, then it is sorry. It will shamelessly hug the super thigh of Konoha Village and beg for forgiveness from Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for face and dignity, what are they? They cannot be eaten. It, the Great Toad Sage, and even Mount Myoboku, one of the three holy places, don't care that much. At the same time, not only the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, the Katsuyu Sage of the Shimogun Forest, the Black Zetsu of the Ninja World, Uchiha Obito, the Otsutsuki Shoten on the Moon, but also the Kage of the other four great ninja villages. They looked at Hankong Chen involuntarily, because in that invisible alien space, a breath that makes people's hearts palpitate and makes the space tremble is surging crazily, and it seems that it will explode at any time, thus affecting the entire Earth. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama is fighting with the legendary Sage of Six Paths to determine the ownership of the ninja world. Please do not panic. Sudden, just when countless people were in shock and doubt, Otsutsuki Hamura took a deep breath and made a sound that shook the world. Advertisement before the words fell, the whole Earth exploded instantly. No matter they were ninjas, countless civilians, samurai, etc., all of them showed extremely outrageous expressions, and their hearts were stirred up by turbulent waves that could not be calmed down at all, especially the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave and Katsuyu of Shigu Forest. Sage, Black Zetsu from the ninja world, Uchiha Obito, Otsutsuki Shoten on the Moon, and the Kage from the other four major ninja villages immediately fell into a state of stunned silence. What's the situation? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is actually fighting the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Is this an earth-shaking pace? Ever since, in this situation, countless people's hearts jumped to their throats. Location: Konoha Village. Of course I hope Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can win. But those who are on the opposite side of Konoha Village don't really hope that Sarutobi Hiruzen can win. Instead, they hope that Sage of Six Paths can punish the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, at such a tense moment, click click click, a series of explosions suddenly sounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, under countless disbelieving eyes, the space exploded directly, and then a thousands-meter-high supergiant Buddha entangled by the power of Six Paths, the power of Conqueror's Haki and other powers appeared in midair and in his hands. He was the founder of the Ninja Sect, the ancestor of Ninja, the invincible Sage of Six Paths in the hearts of countless people. Quiet. Dead silence. The sudden scene caused countless people at the scene to fall into a daze, unable to react at all. What's the situation? Didn't you say we wanted to spar and fight? Why didn't it take long? A picture like this appeared. The awesome Sage of Six Paths was pinched in the hands of the giant Buddha like a chicken. Isn't this too crushing and unbelievable? Unbelievable. I really can't believe it, especially many ninjas. They are all a little stupid. They knew that the legendary Sage of Six Paths was very strong, but facing the newly rising Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they actually lost. Isn't this too surprising? But the facts are right in front of us. Do we have to believe them even if we don't believe them? Sage of Six Paths seems to have failed, and it was a very miserable defeat. It was held in the hands of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to move at all. I can't resist anymore. Sage of Six Paths, are you convinced? Advertisement? Sudden and earth-shattering scolding sound sounded. Third Hokage the giant Buddha transformed by Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly burst out with a breathtaking pressure. It directly swept the entire ninja world, and the meaning expressed was very simple. The Sage of Six Paths has been suppressed. From now on, the ninja world is headed by Konoha Village and respected by the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Sage of Six Paths felt like he was about to collapse in despair. Damn it, he has his own little thoughts, but I didn't think that Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't play according to common sense at all. As soon as he arrived for a sparring session in another space, he used a super move and entered the Super Six Paths giant Buddha form. He was unable to fight back. In the end, he was pinched like a chicken. In his hand, he couldn't move. Thinking of being so embarrassed and humiliated under the eyes of so many people, Sage of Six Paths felt that there was no one better than Yuan. The reputation accumulated over so many years was completely destroyed in one day. Feeling uncomfortable and want to cry? I'm convinced. But Sage of Six Paths is indeed a flexible person. At the critical moment of life and death, he directly chose to surrender and admit defeat. Anyway, he had already lost so much shame, so he just gave up. It was no big deal. Oops, isn't it really nice to admit defeat? Who else is dissatisfied? After the sanction of the Sage of Six Paths was completed, the giant 4.8 Buddha incarnated by the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at the entire ninja world and said something proudly. I choose to surrender, surrender, surrender. After this sentence, after countless people in the ninja world reacted, they all knelt on the ground in no particular order. Even the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave, the Katsuyu Sage of Shimogun Forest, the Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito of the ninja world, the Otsutsuki Shoten on the Moon, and the Kage of the other four major ninja villages were shocked by the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suppressed by the powerful force and couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Good. Third Hokage the giant Buddha transformed by Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a calm smile, proud and independent. He knew very well that from now on, the ninja world has completely entered his era.